HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Feeling it. I am feeling it. Ben, give it to me. Give it to me, Ben.
Yes.
Inject it into my veins. Yes, here we go. Here we go. Welcome in, everybody.
My favorite spiritual song.
Welcome in, everybody, on a Wednesday. Payne and
12 and 11. That's right.
Seth.
The first number is bigger than the second one.
That's right, man.
Hardcore sports fans know what that means. Winning record.
Winning record for the Stros, baby, for the first time since the first week of the season. Let's do this.
1927.
First time since 1927. 12 and 11, man. After last night, took the Blue Jays to the woodshed.
Fat City, Houston.
They are actually they're beating some good pitchers in this little stretch here. Chris Bassett had been awesome this year.
Bassett, you know, and the boy, I love. I got to find out who the color commentator is for the Blue Jays because he's hilarious. He was.
I'll find out for you.
He was disgusted with the he was describing that first inning where, you know, the Astros, you know, they got some soft contact profit there.
I think. Well, continue. I got to find out if this is their TV guy or their radio guy.
He was indignant. He was indignant at all the soft contact, and I felt like it was a little insulting to Altuve, who Altuve did hit. It was a really hard hit ball, the first base that got past Will Wagner. But yeah, largely there were a lot of bloops that went the Astros' way yesterday, which helps when you're a team that routinely also loads up the bases and does nothing with it.
Yeah.
So I don't mind. I make no excuses for them profiting off of soft contact when you know they do at least put themselves in position for grand slams quite regularly.
Yeah, they do. They've got to be the only Major League Baseball team, the Astros, whose cleanup hitter gets on base the first two at bats with little squibbers in the infield.
Yeah,
take that, baseball. We're changing the game. We're putting our speedy infield single ground ball dude at cleanup, and we ain't even apologizing for it.
And we're also, as a fan base, really rapidly turning towards one that dreads seeing the bases loaded.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, oh crap, the bases are loaded.
We're really bad with the bases loaded.
Oh, and there's one out. That's it. Bathroom.
Okay, their TV color commentator is Buck Martinez.
Oh, okay.
Older guy, was a catcher in the big leagues for a long time. Now, their radio guy, I thought their radio guy is Chris LaRue, who's hilarious. Some of their commentary for their radio team has wound up on the internet at times. Yeah. And I've been like, I like this crew right here. This is a good crew. This Chris LaRue guy for Toronto.
The radio play-by-play guy also says oot.
Oh, does he?
That's an oot for Altuve. Yeah.
Tip of the hat to the Canadians. I like it. So 5-1.
That means out.
Yeah.
I'm bilingual.
Yeah.
Canadian
translate
English
for people.
and American English.
We're in Texas, man. So the Astros are 12 and 11. Haven't even looked at the standings because it's not relevant right now. Just start winning baseball games, and that's what they're doing. 4 out of their last 5, 2 in a row. Again, they go for 3 in a row. The unprecedented mountaintop of 3 in a row tonight. A little bit of an early start, 6:40 start, which gives us a little bit of room in between that and the Rockets game, which is later on. So tonight's a good sports night, man. Astros going for the sweep, and we got a little Game 2 action with the Rockets and the Warriors. Nice Wednesday night for us.
Astros are in the wild card right now.
They are? If the season ended today, we would be dancing in the postseason.
That huge win that put them into a winning record puts them a half game ahead of the Toronto Blue Jays.
The aforementioned. I like it. Big story last night, I guess, from this game would be you got a really good start from Ronel Blanco. This was great to see. Blanco was excellent last year for most of the season. Had his little hiccups along the way, but at this juncture of the season last year, their record this time of year, their record through 23 games last year was 6-17. 12 and 11 feels like we're getting ready to start the ALCS or something like that. And Blanco pitched into the 7th inning last night, which he hasn't come close to doing this season. That was really good to see.
And when I try to be a really annoying baseball fan who acts like nothing ever matters in the present moment, I remind myself that all right, that they're not going to all hit below 200 for the entire season.
Right.
The offensively, it really can't be any worse than it had been at the start of the season, and yet here they sit with a winning record.
Yeah.
So I've tried real hard not to be over alarmed by the poor hitting, but as long as the pitching can sustain, because they're one of the best pitching staffs in the league right now, these things will balance out.
I feel like of the things that make the three things that you look at with a baseball team: offense, defense, and pitching. The thing that is the thing that's the most like variable, fluctuating, witchcraft stuff that just you go through phases and you just know it's going to come back is the offense. That they're pitching well and their defense is pretty good too. Like those things feel more sustainable. You're absolutely right. Like I jotted this down when Yiner got a hit last night. I'm like, okay, that looks like the Yiner we saw all last year. Like even if just two of these guys that are hitting below or around 200 right now start hitting a little bit, and the pitching and the defense hold up the way it has, which I expect it to, they're it's not a great division. Hell, it's not a great league right now, the American League. It's very jumbled and cluttered, and the Yankees losing Garrett Cole before the season or early in the season, whatever it was. Like there have been things that have brought the good teams back to the pack a little bit. So I'm optimistic about this. Here was Joe Espada last night on the performance of Ronel Blanco.
Yeah, you know what I thought today, stuff-wise, has been his best all season. Fastball up to 96. The depth on his slider was great, and he used more his curveball to get quick outs in the first couple of innings. I thought his stuff was outstanding. He pounded the zone. He was efficient. That was a strong performance by Ronel Blanco.
Ronel Blanco and Christian Walker. Those are the two big stories from last night for me.
Yeah, and Blanco,
Walker's 3 for 3. Yeah, go ahead.
I started getting a little tired of his off-season preparation being different as an excuse. He usually plays in the Dominican during Winter League, and he didn't do that this year. The team prodded him not to play because, hey, he's a starter now. You gotta sustain yourself for a long season. I was getting to the point where I was like, okay, was part of the did he suck in winter ball? Mm-hmm. I know was having a six plus ERA part of his preparation because you've been through spring training, you've been through the first part of the regular season. His changeup, which had been a strength, had just been a mess for him. And yeah, whatever it took and however tweaking his offseason preparation, it's time, and it looks like he's getting back on track.
Yeah. Christian Walker, 3 hits last night. He'd been moved down in the order. Pena's been batting cleanup the last few days. It would have been interesting. DeZenzo did not get the start last night like Espada had said he would 2 nights ago. DeZenzo was their offensive star in the 7-0 win to open this series. But he jammed a thumb sliding into one of the bases that night, so they chose to sit him out last night. So Christian Walker would have been interesting to see where they were going to plug DeZenzo into the lineup there. I can't imagine Walker's sitting 2 nights in a row, given that he's their highly paid first baseman who's been batting cleanup every day since the start of the season.
Well, so Stat Nerd Seth would tell you any idiot knows that Christian Walker's ex-Wobacon had been one of the best in his career right now.
What is ex-Wobacon? I hear that all the time.
So whatever, Sean. Okay, for the people who don't know.
Yeah.
Expected weighted on base. On contact, that's what it is.
Oh,
it's
okay.
Honestly, it's one of those advanced stats that when you do make contact, where's it going? How hard does it hit? Yeah. We know he's been making hard contact and he's been swinging hard. It's not all just bad luck. He's had a lot of strikeouts too.
Yep.
But he is one of those guys that there are a lot of things you could point to and say, all right, it's not as bad as the numbers look. He's got to figure some things out, but it started to come back around.
I get distracted with ex-Wobacon because it has the word bacon in it, and it gets me hungry when I see
that.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
Especially I didn't eat today, so yeah.
You know what Statner and Seth would also tell you?
I get enough of Statner and Seth.
Remember when Statner and Seth was trying to tell you that, hey, sure, Yiner is 0 for 33 or whatever he was at one, or 2 for 33.
Yeah.
His pitch framing had been really, really good. Yeah. He's back down in the basement on pitch framing.
Is he? Okay.
I think maybe you can only have one.
Okay.
You can either be good at framing pitches as a catcher, or you can hit the baseball. You have to choose.
I choose hit the baseball, but I have a feeling you sneaky want him to just be a good pitch framer.
I do. I want to be able to come in and rail against all of the dullards who don't care about pitch framing.
Yes. Texts are coming in early. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Last night felt like the complete Stros. Big left on base numbers and still winning is a great place to be. That's from Irwin.
Well, the other part, too, is Jeremy Pena is making these jump throws look almost routine. It's once per game. He's leaping 3 feet in the air and just seamlessly transferring the ball and getting the ball to first place to where it looks like it's no big deal. And you remind yourself, they got to have that. Paredes had a really nice throw to first.
Yeah, he did.
They've got to have that if the offense isn't going to come up in the clutch.
Well, and if the pitcher like Ronel Blanco was pitching to contact last night, he only struck out 3 guys.
Some of those choppers. It was on soft. Both those plays were on soft contact.
Yeah,
the Paredes one and the bat. Not to mention that bloop to right center where Jeremy Pena narrowly avoided 7 other defensive players.
Well,
I don't even know. They feel like the entire infield and outfield was out there trying to catch that ball.
Without seeing the play, Jeremy Pena and Cam Smith, your right fielder, almost ran into each other.
I was like, wait a second. Okay, I think that's Brendan Rodgers, and we've got a Jake Myers in the situation as well.
Dude, I thought he
did have 4 players converging on the ball, and in right center, the shortstop is the guy who
catches a juggling catch. It confused Callis. Callis thought it bounced and hit the ground because the ball squirted up in the air. He caught that. Yeah.
It was like trying to be the eyewitness at a car crash, at a 7-car car crash, where you're like,
thank God it wasn't.
The Ford Fiesta was careening out of control.
Cam Smith and Jeremy Pena closing on each other. That happened. I can't remember when it was. Last couple of years, there was a play in left field. Astro fans will remember seeing it because it was harrowing. It was like watching a car crash where Jeremy Pena and Yordan Alvarez ran into each other, like smack dab into each other in left field. And just both of them were splattered on the ground. And as I'm watching that play last night, I'm going, not again, not with Cam Smith.
It was scary, man.
Because
you couldn't process it. It really was way more human beings than there should have been.
That play was as encouraging as any with Cam Smith in right field that he's made where he's actually catching the ball. Because that was incredible self-awareness for him to just kind of look up and go, this is Jeremy's ball. The angle we were watching it at on TV made it look like a crash was inevitable, when in fact Cam Smith had kind of bowed out at just the right time of it. Cam Smith's played a good right field for this team, man. He had some good catches last night again. He covers so much ground out there.
His upside really, really good.
Yeah.
You try to not put too many expectations or pressure on a guy who's so young and has so little experience. But man, everything about him and the way he operates just feels like that classic, the baseball player. That's just calm, cool, and collected, steady as she goes. He's going to take the highs and the lows with the same approach. It's fun to watch him develop.
You can see like the mental part and the just how he handles things. Listening to interviews, you can see why Dana Brown thought he was ready for this. When you kind of watch him operate. All right, that was fun last night, man. It's nice having the Stros winning again. That's good. 4 out of their last 5. All right, to the Texans we go. Draft nuggets. We ridiculed a draft nugget from Schefter yesterday. Does this one from Albert Breer have a little more teeth to it? And how would we feel if this is the direction the Texans are going in the draft? You won't want to miss this. We'll get to that coming up next.
exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Championship or nothing. He ain't bring me here to win no division or no conference. So if I'm here to help win the Super Bowl, that's gonna be the reason. But I think people know. A lot of people look at this team as like, oh, they got a lot of great pieces. But me to you, I think it's more than just a lot of great pieces. You have a great culture here, great organization. I think the more you fill this up with winners, not just me. Coach D'Amico was a winner. Ronald Darby was a winner. Will was a winner. So you just fill the room up with winners. I think you're going to get what you want, and I think we're going to get it real soon.
That was C.J. Gardner Johnson, who met with the media yesterday, who will play more audio from him later in the show. I didn't
know it was C.J. Gardner Johnson or Beck.
Yeah.
I'm a driver. I'm a winner.
Yeah.
That's it's in his DNA. Damn it.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
They brought in another good press conference guy in C.J. Gardner Johnson.
That's like Jimmy. You had pointed this out, kind of like Jimmy Ward. It just he does the press conferences really well. Which obviously you want the performance on the safety. That helps a lot.
Yeah.
But, I enjoyed C.J. Gardner Johnson.
He's
yesterday.
like Jimmy Ward with health and a cool hat.
Yeah, his hat. He's got a Cam Ward hat.
Yeah. Cam Newton.
Yes, Cam Newton. Damn it. Retract any future dings.
Dude, I was driving in this morning. Not even driving in. I left my apartment this morning, and before I even got in my truck, I didn't use a single key fob. I went down to the first floor of my building accidentally, didn't get off at the right floor, used the wrong key fob to get out of the garage, turn the radio volume down when I meant to turn the air conditioner down in my truck. Like, I did 3 things where I did it wrong. I'm like, it's going to be a long day for Seth today, man. It's going to be a long day.
Oh, yeah, without using my backstop, yeah.
Yeah, so...
Don't worry, you caught that.
Yeah.
Somehow, there's only so many people that would have realized that I said that Cam Ward wouldn't make any sense at all in that moment.
Because he mentioned Cam Newton when he got asked about the hat, C.J. Gardner Johnson. So that helped. So we'll hear more. I play that because we'll hear more from him. If you were, if you were wondering what he's saying at the beginning, because it came in kind of, he was kind of monotone in the beginning. He said championship or nothing. That's what he said. I would imagine C.J. Gardner Johnson is, when he hears D'Amico Ryans talking about taking this franchise to new heights and getting to the AFC title game, is like, no, man, we're winning the AFC title game and we're winning the Super Bowl. I don't know if you checked and saw who I was playing for last year. It was the Eagles, all right?
Honestly, there's one thing I noticed just from college. There is definitely some kind of undefinable value or addition by having multiple guys on your team who have won championships. Because there's kind of a certain, you want as many guys as possible who have seen that the hard work pays off, that it's not just some lofty promise or something.
Yeah.
It's almost like they're giving an eyewitness report from heaven itself.
Yeah.
Like if somebody could come back and be like, hey, no, it's really true. Everything they're telling you.
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah. It really is.
Keep praying.
I've seen it.
Keep
I can't
praying.
explain it, but but it's true.
Yeah.
There is a lot of value to that, and guys that have been through kind of some of the highs and the lows. You look at Philadelphia last year; they got off to a slow start defensively. People were wondering, all right, well, what the hell? Thanks a lot, Vic Fangio.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess you're really going to turn this thing around. So as many guys as possible that you can have in the locker room who've seen the upside of putting in all the hard work and everything, it does help.
All right, so Albert Breer had his draft notebook emptying column yesterday. He did one Monday, he did one yesterday. This is what caught the attention of a lot of Texan fans. And keep in mind, we had Adam Schefter doing his draft notebook emptying at the beginning of the week, and his nugget on the Texans was Nick Caserio makes a lot of trades on draft weekend. Thanks a lot. Hadn't noticed. This is Albert Breer. This one, I mean, he just basically said Nick Caserio makes. He gave us the number of trades that Nick Caserio's made and said expect him to make some trades.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Schefter did the same thing. Like, word is the Texans
that's
are
what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Schefter. Okay, well, Breer says it.
Breer's has a little more teeth in it, I think.
Yeah.
A little bit more. This is what Breer says. Speaking of linemen, we have another team that has at least started sniffing around on a trade up, and that's the Houston Texans. Okay, so that actually denotes some activity that's taking place right now. He says it's no secret that Houston needs offensive line help, and I'd expect the Texans to target strong character players as they continue to remake that room. Now, keep in mind, Breer was the one that reported the toxic environment in the offensive line room back when the Texans started making all the Tunsil trade and all the other moves they made. So he says, I'd expect the Texans to target strong character players as they continue to remake that room. With the possibility that Will Campbell, Armand Membu, and Kelvin Banks are all gone inside the top 10, the next group of linemen could get moved up the board a bit, and the Texans have two teams in front of them, the Packers and the Vikings, that could take an offensive lineman. Thanks to the Tunsil trade, the Texans have 3 picks on day 2 to work with. They're without a 4th and a 6th rounder. He finishes by saying this: I could see where that sets up for a short move up, potentially to try to land someone like Zabel, or it's Gray Zabel from North Dakota State, or if they're feeling froggy and including picks for next year, 2026, maybe a more significant move up for Kelvin Banks. One player that he's heard the Texans have done a lot of work on is Donovan Jackson, who's from Houston, out of Ohio State. So that where I feel like, Seth, there's a little more oomph to what Breer is saying, is that he's actually saying he's hearing that the Texans are kicking tires on picks above them.
They're considering getting up, and I think a lot of people first hear that, and immediately you think, well, okay, there's also a lot of reports that there's not a lot of appetite for moving up in this draft because of the perceived weakness or lack of top tier guys. It all gets really interesting because then, okay, perhaps the price ends up being lower than what you might expect to move up if there's not a lot of appetite for it. And I'm glad you brought up Tunsil and the picks they got back from Tunsil. I myself find myself saying I want quantity. I don't want to trade away all these picks. I'd like as many picks as possible. And yet, part of being aggressive in rebuilding the offensive line and trying to replace Laramie Tunsil and these other guys is also, okay, Tunsil himself and letting him go. You got draft picks for him. I don't have an issue with using those draft picks to really get the offensive line prospect that you want.
Yeah.
It becomes almost part of the Laramie Tunsil trade itself.
Yes. Yeah. You're right. Exactly. Well, let's look at the last 2 drafts, Seth, the last 2 off seasons, and we're starting to get a body of work on Nick Caserio, right? He's done 4 drafts now. This is his 5th draft as GM of the Texans, and the behavior in the last 2 drafts would indicate that if Nick has extra picks to play with, even premium picks, he's making moves that make the team better immediately. The Will Anderson trade in 2023, he had an extra first the following year. He had the 2nd-round pick he mixed into that deal. He had no problem mixing extra premium draft capital into a deal to go get that extra 2 from Minnesota for moving back from 23 to 42. He didn't stick around and use that pick in the 2nd round. That pick would have been this year. He didn't wait for that pick. He took it and flipped it for Stephon Diggs. Now, you can say what you want about the Diggs trade, whether you thought it was good or bad or whatever. I'm just telling you what happened. And so if I take those 2 things, again, small sample size, it's 2 deals. It could have been 2 very specific things. But the fact of the matter is Nick Caserio has had extra 1st and 2nd round picks to operate with the last 2 off seasons. And he didn't stick around and use those. He used them as draft picks. He used them in trades to go get guys he wanted. So I could very well see them taking at least one of those, at least one of the 3rd rounder this year and the extra 2nd rounder next year, and mixing it into a deal to go get somebody they really, really like up in the teens, let's say.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that Nick has demonstrated, that he's not afraid to raise people's eyebrows when it comes to how much he gives up for a player they really want. The Will Anderson trade was one of the most aggressive trades in recent NFL history for a non-quarterback, and that ended up working out really well. The Stephon Diggs trade, you're right, that was aggressive. Didn't work out because of injury. I mean, in terms of Stephon Diggs, despite the offense being way below expectations, the offense got much worse after Stephon Diggs got injured last year. So the Stephon Diggs' presence did make an impact on that offense. There was just so much other stuff that was bad that it didn't yield the overall results. Mm-hmm. This draft class, you look at some of the offensive linemen or at the other players. I think there's a lot of teams that might have Josh Simmons on their board in the 1st round, the offensive tackle out of Ohio State. Yep. There's a good chance the Texans don't look at him as draftable in the first round
because
of maturity concerns, the knee, everything else like that.
Yeah.
So they'd rather be aggressive. There might be other teams that think, oh, okay, cool. If we were picking 25 and Josh Simmons was there, we'd take him. The Texans might not feel that way. Mm-hmm. I think the names that we've heard from credible, plugged-in people most often, including Jonathan Alexander, who had a tidbit about Kelvin Banks the other day. So Kelvin Banks, the offensive tackle out of Texas, we've heard his name a lot. We've heard Tyler Booker a boatload. Yeah. We've heard Donovan Jackson a fair amount. Those are the three offensive linemen that we've seen, I think, tied to the Texans most frequently.
I would throw Simmons in there, too. We've in mock draft. But you're saying
right.
like people in the know maybe
Yeah,
not so
kind
much.
of like the people where I think, oh, okay. Like Daniel Jeremiah has brought up names and with enough, Daniel Jeremiah is not a hot take guy.
Yeah.
I feel like that's coming from a place of substance.
No doubt. I shouldn't have brought up Simmons. You're right. Simmons has been in a lot of mock drafts from people whose opinion I'm just like, I think these are just, I could put a mock draft the same as this guy.
Right,
that kind of thing. Daniel Jeremiah, speaking of him, had this to say. I think it was with Mina Kimes. He was on Mina Kimes' podcast. This is the second time he's talked about the Texans tying them to this player.
But what if they added Emeka Egbuka?
Have something to say about that. I don't know. CJ I would like to be a little better protected than I was last year, but I wouldn't mind throwing to my friend in Emeka Egbuka.
Think you need for them?
Yeah, I think I would have to take Banks. I have a little higher grade on Egbuka. It's close, but I don't see how they leave that round without an offensive lineman. So I'm going to go offensive lineman.
Okay.
Not to mention, I was told the Houston Texans will not pass on Banks if he was there.
Okay, so there you go. So I was told they won't pass on Banks if he's there.
Yeah, and Jonathan Alexander's had some nice little tidbits as of late that have worked out in terms of him talking about guys they like or moves they might be considering. So when Jonathan Alexander says that the team really likes Kelvin Banks, I think that's coming from a place of substance. So that. And this goes back to, okay, Nick Caserio says that they don't draft for need. I do think that part of when he says that is that I think he means they're not going to stretch because of need. They're not going to take a guy that perhaps they have graded lower just because they need a guy. But I think they 100%, and he will trade to a spot in the draft where they have a need and they really like the guy.
Yeah,
and Kelvin Banks might end up being that guy.
And that's okay. And that's fine. I think Texan fans, reaction at the draft party on Thursday night, if the Texans trade their second rounder they got from the Tunsil trade to move up 10 spots, to move up to 15 spots? To move up to 15 and take Kelvin Banks.
That's
I don't have the chart in front of me. I'm saying like gut feel, because nobody's going to have a chart out of the draft party.
No, I think that for one, and how it goes from draft reaction. Okay, Kelvin Banks has a name that's recognizable. He's been talked about a lot. This is key for me. I always like to know, how does the actual fan base feel about a player? Mm-hmm. Because sometimes
the UT fan base you're talking
about. Yeah. So the UT fan, a college fan base. Yeah. I really like to know how a college fan base feels about a player. And UT, every time I ask Longhorns about how they feel about Kelvin Banks, they love him. And he's been doing it for a long time. I think we know this with Nick. He likes guys with a body of work. It's one of the reasons that he hasn't taken smaller school guys, I think, is that it's not that he doesn't think they can be good. He just feels better about being able to watch a lot of really good film versus really good opponents, and Kelvin Banks has that. So I think that people would be pretty excited about it.
Yeah, I do too.
And Banks also can play guard or tackle. Yeah. And I don't think it's a stretch or a reach that it's not who was the original versatile dirty V word, the guard that got moved around all over the place?
Oh, it wasn't Xavier Su'a-Filo.
Su'a-Filo, yeah.
Xavier
Su'a-Filo.
Yeah.
Remember Xavier Su'a-Filo played like 4 different positions.
Yeah.
It was a mess.
Yep.
It wouldn't be like that. I think they would probably settle in on maybe starting him out at guard and seeing how he does and give him all the reps there. I don't think they'd move him around a lot trying to figure out what he can do.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Draft is a day away. We've got one more sleep until the draft, and that'll be tomorrow. We're on SportsRadio 610, beginning with the first round on Thursday night, second and third rounds on Friday night, and then all day Saturday with rounds 4 through 7. You can hear it all right here on Sports Radio 610. Headlines up next. Astros, they're hot right now. We'll hear more from some of the new Texans that spoke yesterday, and the Rockets back in action trying to even their series tonight. We'll get to all of that in headlines coming up next.
That's right. We got winning baseball. Winning baseball.
Payne to Diz Headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Hey, let's do some headlines here. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Astros beat the Blue Jays last night. That was good to see. The big story in that game. Ronel Blanco pitches into the seventh inning. Really efficient outing by Ronel Blanco last night. Gave up a home run, a solo home run to the 9-hole hitter. The only run he gives up, he's perfect through 8 batters, 3 2/3 innings, and then gives up a bomb to the 9-hole guy, to Lukes or whoever it was, the 9-hole guy. But he straightened things out, ends up pitching into the seventh, and the Astros bullpen steers the ship into the shore. And Seth, 12-11 now on the season, above 500.
11.
Yeah,
above 500 with abysmal batting through the first part of the season, and that started to turn around. So yes. It's. I feel like we've turned a corner to where you can actually allow yourself to start feeling really optimistic about the Astros being a competitive, just a threatening team this year.
Yeah.
Certainly, it doesn't have the same feel of any of the golden era, obviously. But the way Cam Smith has been playing, obviously, is really good. Blanco, and having his off-season training approach changed drastically. It seemed to hopefully that was the issue.
Yeah.
And it was as simple as that, and now he's back on track.
Well, if it starts to feel like the good part of last season, but like a month earlier, this team's going to be in good shape, you know? Like I mean, their offense is essentially being carried by like 3 guys right now. You know, like Jake Myers hitting way over his head. Jose Altuve has been he's been doing things out there. His batting average has been decent. And then, then they get, it's a different person each night, maybe being the third guy. You know, Jeremy Payne has done some decent things offensively. Jeremy Payne has got a 13-game hitting streak right now, and he's batting like .230.
Yeah,
it's the weirdest thing.
Well, it's one of those things, too. It's just like with a lot of the guys last year where the start was so abysmal that it takes a little while for you to dig your way out of it. I think Pena defensively, remember where – last year it was just a really weird year where he was still making the incredible plays, but then just had so many strange errors and bad throws that were uncharacteristic. He seems to have cleaned up all of that up, and now he's making these jump throws seem like they're no big deal.
Yeah.
That part of it is very, very encouraging. And that is where, I mean, defensively, including Christian Walker, because Christian Walker, he's had a couple of flubs here and there, but he's also made some great, great plays that Jose Abreu certainly would have played. In a game like last night where, okay, it was a nice win, classic Astros would have won that game 12-1.
Yeah.
But they made hay on a lot of soft contact, and you've got to be playing really good defense to take advantage of it. They made some great defensive plays last night.
Yep, they did. They win 5-1, and if the bats start coming around, I think they're going to be in good shape. Christian Walker had 3 hits last night. Someone pointed out on the text page, Christian Walker's 3 for 3 and is now batting 188 on the season. Yeah, he's got a lot of digging out to do, but he's got a body of work where you say, okay, if he starts hitting, then you feel pretty good about him.
I don't think that it's very, 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 very under the season. Half the Astros roster is going to be under the Mendoza line.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't expect that to happen.
That they're 12-11 with the team hitting this badly is a little bit of found money, if we're being honest. So that's the Astros. They try to go for the sweep, or they try to go for the sweep tonight. 6:40 first pitch at Dyken Park against the Blue Jays, and it's off to Kansas City this weekend. The Texans yesterday, they had a couple of their new guys meet with the media. Cam Robinson, their new left tackle, at least for a year, it would appear, met with the media yesterday. Why was Houston such a great fit for you, Cam Robinson?
Obviously, great coaching staff, great players, great quarterback, great culture. It was easy for me. I live in Dallas, Texas, so it's right down the road. Family will be accessible for family. My girlfriend, my son, my mom, sister, all my friends. So that definitely played a part into it too. But ultimately, I just felt like this was the right pick, just based on the culture, based on the coaching staff and my teammates I'm going to be playing with.
Yeah, the thing about Cam Robinson is that, he had a weird year last year where they traded him midseason, and he'd been playing well enough. He's playing like his typical self when he was in Jacksonville. He went up to Minnesota, and it was a scheme change. It wasn't the same fit for him, and he didn't play nearly as well as he typically does. And I think that I would guess there's a good chance that he had a 3-year offer from another couple teams, but that he liked his opportunity with the Texans, and that he signs this 1-year deal and figures, okay, I can translate this into a 30 this year.
Yeah.
I've got one more big deal left in me, especially if I can stay healthy. That I feel comfortable with him at left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like all of us. It's not like I feel like oh yeah, with him at left tackle is going to be an awesome offensive line. It's that he's completely 100% a starter on a lot of NFL teams.
Yeah.
And if you can round out the rest of the offensive line, I'm good and comfortable with that. And who knows? Maybe they get the absolute best version of him and they extend him or what have you. But he's a guy that comes to the Texans knowing that guys have either gotten extensions from the Texans or they've parlayed it into a better deal somewhere else the next year.
Yep. Nope, absolutely. Here was C.J. Gardner Johnson, another new Texan, safety they picked up in the trade with Philadelphia for Kenyon Green. This is C.J. Gardner Johnson describing his style of play.
Get the ball, hit hard, and I guess they talk crap. But, I mean, I'm one of the most winning safeties in football right now. So I think what I bring here is just culture that we should all technically have in us already. I always played winning football before. This team full of guys that's been in great colleges, from Bama to LSU, Florida State. So we just got to continue to do what we've been doing since we were kids. At the end of the day, it's not hard. Go out there and trust each other and trust what Coach D'Amico is telling us and go win some football.
Yeah, there you go.
A defensive back room with a good culture in it is one of the most fun and entertaining groups in all of sports.
Yes.
Because, and especially when they've got a couple of high-energy guys like like C.J. Gardner Johnson, there's just a whole lot of confidence. And I feel like all those defensive backs for the Texans have talked about how much fun they have and how much they care about each other.
Yeah.
And that trust is huge with the defensive backs because more than anything, you want to have a defensive backfield that, like, hey, when the safety screws up, the corner isn't pointing at the safety, or vice versa. You know, the guys that are desperate to point out that it wasn't actually their fault on a play, and that's the must-have element to have all of that trust. And I feel like these guys are wired that way.
Yeah, I think so too. We'll hear more.
I think C.J. Gardner Johnson is probably going to really enjoy his time in that defensive backs room, however long he might be.
Because he
doesn't stick around places a long
1 year.
time.
He's kind of a vagabond, yeah. So we'll hear more from C.J. Gardner Johnson a little later in the show in the 8 o'clock hour. Rockets back in action tonight, trying to even their series with the Warriors at 1 apiece. The Warriors, of course, took Game 1 on Sunday night, 95-85. The opening weekend of the playoffs, the NBA playoffs, delivered big ratings. The ratings with the NBA has been a topic the last few years. The ratings generally have been down for the NBA, but this was the most watched opening weekend of playoff basketball in 25 years. That 4-game Saturday, 4-game Sunday weekend that I love. It's one of my favorite kind of underrated weekends. 8-game schedule averaged 4.4 million viewers per game. What does that mean? Well, they were up 17% from last season. Game 1 of Orlando and Boston averaged 6.7 million viewers, the second most watched opening round Game 1 ever. It feels like, Seth, over the last couple months, sport lately is setting viewership records. It just feels like people are into watching sports more this year. For like with this NBA stuff, the March Madness stats you and I hit, a month ago, whenever that was. The Masters a couple weeks ago had huge numbers. I don't know what it is, but it just feels like in the NFL, they continue year over year to continue to pop. And the college football playoff popped huge number. Like people are watching their sports, it feels like.
I wonder how much of it also has to do with the fact that they're keeping track of the digital side of things more. So that maybe that's who knows. That's all the nerdy side of it.
Yeah.
I care. You know what I care about, Sean?
What?
My pick'em with the Rockets tonight. Aaron Holiday. That's the guy to watch. So because I know he didn't play last week or on Sunday.
Yeah.
And the ball was sticky. There wasn't. The spacing was an issue. So having a guy who can hit threes out there is. Watch for Aaron Holiday. Might be a factor tonight.
Is he okay? So he's one of your.
Udoka had mentioned him. Yeah. I don't know yet. I haven't even looked to see if I can if he's on the board at underdog. But,
yeah. Dude, if he gets in for 10 or 12 minutes, his number's going to be low on whatever that is. That's not a bad sneaky one right there.
Yeah.
Him, you know what his biggest redeeming trait might be? Is that he's not Fred VanVleet for a lot of Rocket fans after Game 1. I hate to say that about Fred VanVleet, but so many Rocket fans are like, can we mix somebody else in for these four? Can Fred play 32 instead of 42 minutes? Would that be okay? Can we do that?
And especially with Udoka. I was bragging about how great you're going to be with the rotations and all of that in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And this into veins. I don't know. I have somebody who can shoot 40 or 50% from the field even.
Yeah.
Can we get that?
Well, let's get into that in the next segment. There's some scary numbers that if you're still bullish on the Rockets winning this series, and I think they can win this series still. It's 1-0. It's not that big a deal. But there's some numbers having to do with the backcourt that are a little bit scary as it pertains to this matchup. We'll get into that and a ton of football in the 7 o'clock hour. Nice long segment coming up here. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. Speaking
Hotel.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans Sports Station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the Rockets are back in action tonight against the Golden State Warriors. Down 1-0 in this series. I will. This is courtesy of Ben Dubose on Twitter.
Ben Dubose, who can get, he is a fan, and he can get down in the doldrums as pessimistic as the rest of them, or with the best of them, and yet he's got rays of sunshine for you.
Well, this is not a ray of sunshine here. This is.
I thought he was going to give us rays of sunshine.
No. Scary numbers.
Bastard.
Scary numbers. Scary numbers.
All right.
Yeah, no, this is
on.
It all back. This is on brand for Ben Dubose.
Dang it! I got excited. I thought, if Ben is feeling optimistic about this, then here we go.
No. These are scary numbers if you're bullish on the Rockets. And this may play into what you were saying in the previous segment, Seth. Maybe we need a little Aaron Holiday in our lives. We got people texting in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. How about Reed Shepherd for 10 or 12 minutes? Last I checked, he can knock down threes. But these are the stats. These are the numbers. Fred VanVleet, in 5 games against the Warriors this season, including Game 1, he's averaging 9 points on 22% shooting, 20% from 3. Not a real, like, in the context of what we're talking about, not a small sample size. 5 games for your starting point guard. Yeah. Jalen Green. Again, these are the 2 guys we were pointing the finger at on Monday morning, and we weren't alone. Everybody was. Like, these 2 guys lost the game for you. Jalen Green, 6 games against Golden State this season, including Game 1. 0.7 points per game, 29.5% field goal, 21.4% on threes. That's abysmal, and that's averaged over the course of an entire season's worth of games against this team. 5 games against Golden State for Fred VanVleet, and then Jalen played in every game, obviously. They played him 5 times in the regular season, and then again on Sunday. That's a little scary to me.
It's a little scary, and it especially speaks to, as annoying as it is, and as I feel nauseous even saying this, Steve Kerr and the Warriors are, especially in the playoffs, very good at game planning exactly what they need to do against you, specifically take away your greatest threat. And Jalen Green, even though he's not always the biggest threat on any given night, they know that if they really focus in and make Jalen Green as inefficient as possible, that there's a trickle-down effect to the rest of the squad.
Yeah.
Because you look at the rest of the team. Yeah, defensively, rebounding, everything else, the Rockets went according to plan and according to script, what works for them. All they needed was a credible performance. Not an incredible performance, a credible performance by Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green, and they didn't get it, and that's been, by and large, the history of them versus the Rockets this year, other than the one game.
Yeah, I guess if I'm trying to look at this and write it off in a way, I have a really hard time doing that. Let me just be clear. Like, writing this off as like, all right, well, that's the regular season, this is the postseason, but I'm going to try to do that. Is that, okay, you are game planning way more specifically come postseason basketball than you are in the than you are in the. This might be one of those things where having an extra day. You know, we've been like, okay, the Rockets have had a jillion back-to-backs. They've had this really weird schedule all year, and now all of a sudden they didn't play an important game for 2 weeks. You play your important game on Sunday, you look like garbage offensively, and now you sit for 2 full, really 3 days. You know, once you factor in sitting around all day today, until you play again. I don't know if you need extra time to figure stuff like this out. I'm just trying to draw some optimism here out of some numbers that really, really scare me about the rest of this series. Your starting backcourt.
I would love for the conversation to be more nuanced than, hey, Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green got to play better than awful basketball players play. Yeah, but the sum total of it is just that.
Yeah.
And we're sitting here talking about whether Aaron Holiday can be an X factor in the game because he can actually shoot. That's where we are with it. I saw multiple people complain about the long layoff during the playoffs. I don't know. I'm looking at at some point begging for Steven Adams to play 40 minutes. So since Steven Adams, that's an exaggeration.
Yeah.
But I mean, Steven Adams is going to be a critical factor if you pull this series off, and as much rest as he can get between games, yes, I am all for the long layoff between games as long as Steven Adams is going to be a crucial factor.
That's a good point. I saw, and I know I know you and I have to get. I think you and I feel similarly about Bill Simmons, and kind of just his whole vibe. Undeniable, the business empire he's built, and some of his football thoughts in particular. He'd bring up a point that I thought was very relevant for the Rockets game on Sunday, which is, and it plays into what you're talking about. Steven Adams, to me, was the biggest difference maker in that game when he was in there. For the short spurt comparatively, he played 20 minutes in that game. Obviously, the starters are all playing 32 to 40 minutes in that game. But Simmons said it, and as I'm listening to him, I'm like, yeah, it's probably true, that when they took Steven Adams out of that game with about 6 or 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, Golden State was probably like, thank God. This guy was getting every rebound. He was and even the ones he wasn't getting, he was getting his hands on things. Like, he was just that's what was keeping the Rockets in that game, is their ability to get second shots, and he's the best guy on this team at doing that.
And especially, you talk about just game planning for the team you're playing. The Warriors packed the paint to the point where people were wondering whether this was even a legal zone defense, because they packed the hell out of the paint. And that should, if you've got Steven Adams hoovering the ball down in that situation, there should be opportunities on the perimeter. And there were opportunities on the perimeter.
Yep.
But then you got Fred VanVleet also jacking the ball up when there weren't opportunities on the perimeter. Yeah. The whole feel and flow of everything was just mucky and murky and ugly and wrong.
Fred VanVleet can't be the guy taking the most shots on the team. I don't even care if he's having a good night. Fred VanVleet taking whatever it was, 17, 19 shots. I think he was 4 for 19, 2 for 13 from 3. Like that 3 points. Fred VanVleet's taking 13 of them. Like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, that's what I mean, and that's where I feel like. The strategy. If the strategy changes, if you just start rotating in guys like Aaron Holiday, Reed Shepherd, whomever it might be, then at least you force the Warriors' hand, and that they got to start defending the entire court better, and then maybe Şengün goes off or what have you. It's just the way that if Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green are going to play the way they did, you're not going to beat a team like the Warriors. Yeah. And they came close. I mean, they pushed it to a competitive game 5 times in that game, but you just got to get shooting out of somebody.
Well, and you get the silly turnovers need to stop. The bounce passes in traffic, the dribbling into traffic, the real turnovers and the de facto turnovers. The shot selection doesn't show up as a turnover on the box score. But Jalen Green, Ime Udoka made this point. He had 1 turnover in the box score, but the 15 field goal attempts he took, half of them is him just dribbling into traffic, hoping to draw a foul, or not realizing that there's 3 guys converging on him and that he's got outlets. There's open guys. He's got to realize that. That's why I'm hoping you get 2 days worth of being able to sit down and dissect your 15 field goal attempts in that game. And take a look around and look at the, whatever the basketball equivalent is of the all 22, the all 10, and be able to see, you got that guy open, you got that guy open, here's how they're defending you. And so we'll be interested to see what the chess match is, the counter move for Ime Udoka in this game tonight. Will C.J. Stroud be in? C.J. Stroud was sitting second row the other night.
He was bad luck for the Rockets.
Yeah.
Can we pin that loss on C.J. Stroud sitting behind Tillman Fertitta at the game?
I'm not going to pin that loss on him, but if he's there tonight and they lose, it starts. Here was C.J. At his press conference the other day talking about going to the Rockets game and the vibe at the Rockets game.
I'm excited to see them, in this game too. But I definitely, just to see, Houston live. I remember my first playoff game here, against the Browns was cracking. It was turn. It was like that in there. The crowd was just ready to roll. And, it takes time for young guys. And, being a young dude, it's a different sport, but it's the same type of environment. It takes a little adjusting. The court look a little different. For us, the field looks different. The stands the lights a little brighter, and it just takes time to get it adjusted. The speed is a little more, and you're playing against some of your childhood favorite players. For me, it was going against Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward. It's damn, I'm really going against some legends, and I got to bring my A game. And I think for them, they'll slow down. They'll start to make their shots, and for them to only lose by 10, and have a close game pretty much, come back from lose from 20. I know I'm sounding like an NBA coach or something, but. For them to keep it that close and go I think they were 4 for 20-something for shooting. they'll find their shot, in my opinion. I think they'll be fine, and I think Jalen's gonna take over, and our man's gonna get warm, and Sengun, he nice. So I love the whole team. I love Fred nice. Like I love Jabari. Like they all hard to me. So yeah, I'm excited to watch.
Okay, so there you go. So there's CJ's breakdown of the game. Now CJ went out and had literally the greatest game that a rookie quarterback has ever had in his first playoff.
Okay, look, Jalen Green's been in the league a while, and he's faced every legend of the NBA at one point in the regular season or whatever. That wow factor isn't quite the same as, I don't know, maybe seeing a menacing Myles Garrett staring down at you.
Yeah.
But CJ, even with playoff experience, started off really slow in the Chargers game this year in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And it took that crazy throw, the fumble and scramble throw that kind of kicked him into gear.
Yeah, that's
the Chargers game wasn't going well for CJ until that really weird play where it just kind of seemed to unlock something. Okay, so that'll be an analogy I can get with, is that Jalen Green just needs that moment that CJ had versus the Chargers, where all of a sudden, okay, we're just playing basketball here. Let's just let the game come to me.
You and I made that analogy, I think, the Monday after that game, which is sometimes you got to see the ball go through the hoop. And that's what it was for CJ. He was outstanding after that scramble drill play to Xavier Hutchinson. I do think, too, that to me, as long as we're playing CJ and CJ's kind of, CJ's drawing comparisons with what he looked at as his first playoff game to what the young guys were looking at in that first playoff game for the Rockets. I think the biggest thing to bring up where the comparison falls apart a little bit is that pretty much every NFL regular season game has some element of a playoff feel to it. They're so important. Like, every game's important. Yeah. Every game's important. The NBA at large basically kind of almost ignores its regular season at this point compared to the NFL. So that play game against the Browns, and it's a little different. The lights shine a little bit brighter, and there's a different logo on the field. And the stakes are higher. Obviously, your season's over if you lose. But the overall tenor of the game and the preparation is probably very similar. Whereas this probably does feel very different for these young guys in a basketball playoff.
It is, they don't go throughout the regular season, even in the more high-profile games, they don't face the same level of possession-by-possession engagement. Mm-hmm. That the focus and the energy and everything just is way different in the NBA playoffs than it is in the regular season. I think it's funny that you said sometimes you just need to see the ball go in the hoop.
Yeah.
I think with Jalen Green, with him a little bit, it's got to be sometimes you just got to see the kick-out pass hit an open three.
Yes.
And all right, I'm driving. I'll kick it out. I'm good to go. I can do this. I don't have to see the ball go in the hoop. I gotta distribute the ball. I gotta make the right decisions. I gotta not panic when I'm being bracketed and what have you, and just see that the success on the assist side is almost more important, which is hard again when people are shooting 20% from the floor.
Right.
That's you might make even when you make the right pass, it's not working out.
Well, I look at that. I'm looking at the box score again. Like Jabari Smith taking 3 shots in that game, and Fred VanVleet taking 19 is just not that Jabari is this volume score or anything, but Jabari can hit threes. Jabari can get at the rim. Jabari's developed a nice mid-range game. Like, it's just, man. It's on Fred too. Both these guys, at least one of them, has to play better in this game. If that's what they're going to be in this series, and again, the reason I bring that stat up, courtesy of Ben Dubose, is that's what they've been all year against Golden State, and that's a little bit scary tonight. It's on Ime Udoka and those guys themselves to find a way to unlock something against this Warriors defense, which is really good.
You know what they need, Sean?
What's that?
They need to bring in some ponytail Eastern philosophy type guru, like a Phil Jackson type. The concept of Wu Wei, which is where you just kind of let things come to you.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, you're aligning yourself with the flow of things, and you don't try to force things. You just listen. At some point, if you start to learn about Eastern philosophy, some white dude in a ponytail is going to tell you a story about a farmer and his horse and act like he made it up. Okay? I'm just warning everybody right now.
All right.
That's so, and he'll talk to you about Wu Wei. That's what they need. They need Phil Jackson to come in and give a speech about Wu Wei.
Okay.
Yeah.
We need to go on LinkedIn today and search hipster. There's got to be some hipster on there that's looking for some contract work.
Honestly, I like learning about all the world religions and everything. The one thing I've learned about the Eastern religions is, man, There's all these dudes, all these American dudes that want to be gurus. They love to take these 6,000-year-old proverbs and parables and act like they made the story up themselves. Mm-hmm. And then women sleep with them because of it. They're like, oh, he's so deep.
Yeah.
He's just, boy, he
smart, actually.
He recites these things he saw on YouTube so effortlessly.
Yeah. Are you describing these people with reverence or with disgust right now? Because it sounds like they got some pretty good games.
It's the same. In previous generations, it was the guy on campus playing the guitar under an oak tree. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Or the creepy professor playing the guitar under the oak tree.
Like something.
Donald Sutherland in Animal House.
Let's go out. Let's have class outside today.
Right.
And I'll say deep things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then we'll go talk about the universe.
Some sad news yesterday as we shift gears here, Payne and Pendergast, in the world of sports broadcasting wise. Mike Patrick, who has a tie to Texans history, which we will hear in a second. Play-by-play guy on ESPN, was the Sunday Night Football play-by-play guy for years before the Sunday Night Football moved over to NBC. Mike Patrick passes away yesterday at the age of 80 from natural causes. Underrated announcer. This happens, Seth, when people in broadcasting, when they pass away, people start posting their favorite, this was the greatest call he had. This was the most memorable call. Probably the most memorable call, the one I saw the most. If Twitter is any sort of referendum on which call he's most famous for, it was probably this from Mike Patrick from ESPN.
Dyson and Bird are deep. Taken by Neal. He gives it to Wycheck. Wycheck, that looked like a forward pass. Taken by Dyson. Dyson down the sideline. Dyson's going to go all the way. And there is no flag. There are no flags on the play. It is a touchdown, but we need to look at that replay. All that's missing is the band. That's right. That's it.
Okay, so that was Joe Theismann on the call with Mike Patrick there. That was a Music City Miracle. That's got to be one of those plays when you're a play-by-play guy where you're like, my voice is going to be on this forever. Like we just saw an historic play right there.
Yeah, and Mike Patrick actually some very poignant moments personally with him because the Music City Miracle was poignant because that was in the 1999 season. I was playing on a Jaguars team who had only lost to the Tennessee Titans that year. We had a dominant offense. We had a really, really good defense. It faltered a little bit towards the end of the season. But we went 14-2 in the regular season. We had only lost to the Titans. The Titans had our number. They had Mark Brunell's number. And I am still convinced to this day that if we had faced anybody but the Titans the next week after the Music City Miracle, that we would have been in the Super Bowl. But
Super Bowl, playing the Rams. No. Jacksonville against the St. Louis Rams in the Super Bowl. So that play indirectly cost Seth Payne a shot at a Super Bowl. Now, this is a little more direct right here for Texan fans. And if you're a Texan fan, we love Mark Vandermeer on the radio, obviously, and his call of all these things. The TV feed that night on the inaugural Houston Texans game, Sunday Night Football, 2002, was Mike Patrick, who was the TV voice on the first ever Texans touchdown.
Cowboys come with 4. Carr with time. Complete down to the 5. Diving for the end zone. Touchdown, Billy Miller. Are you kidding me?
All right, so that was
a great touchdown, too, because Billy had to stretch out for it.
Yeah.
And it was the fact that we had scored a touchdown at all was and Mike Patrick knew and understood that, given what extreme underdogs we were going into that game. And Billy Miller made a really gutsy final push to get into the end zone.
Lunge into the end zone. Here's one
Good job,
more.
Mike Patrick.
Here's one more from that game. You guys remember this? Up 17-10. Cowboys got the ball deep in their own territory, fourth quarter.
Football's like real estate. Location, location, location. Carter under pressure. They got him. It's a safety.
That ought to do it.
Seth Payne and Gary Walker. Hats off to that defense.
Chill bumps on that one right there.
Hats off to that defense. That's right, Mike Patrick.
Dude, look at it. I got chill bumps on that right there.
I hadn't heard his call on it in a long time because I hear Mark's all the time, and Mark's was equally brilliant.
Yep.
But, that was, thank you, Mike Patrick. It was a great moment. Did you hear how loud that was?
Yes.
That was so
Then play that one
loud.
bit. Yeah, no, that jumped out at me, too.
so loud, Sean.
That popped on TV on the YouTube. I mean, obviously on YouTube is where I was watching this last night. Play that one more time.
Football's like real estate. Location, location, location. Carter under pressure. They got him. It's a defense.
Dude, that is
I'll tell
loud.
you what, man. Do you talk about the appropriate energy at the moment and how sometimes we get upset with some of these broadcasters and almost act like they're at a golf tournament or something?
Yeah.
On the 8th hole.
Yeah.
Like it was so loud, Sean.
Yeah.
I've never experienced loudness like that.
That's the loudest crowd you've ever played in front of?
In that moment especially, it was so loud. I couldn't even I don't know if I even knew what the exact call was on that play. We were running a game, and it was
You were running a
so
game.
loud.
I was honed in on you on that play.
Yeah.
And you were over the nose right there, and there was some clutter in
Good
front of you.
defensive end come inside, and I looped around.
You looped around to the right and just, dude, you were moving good too, man. I was impressed. You had
I was deceptively fast.
Good straight line speed. I'm not just
played
blowing
faster
smoke,
than
man.
my measurables. Damn it!
Yeah.
Mike Patrick could tell you that.
I love that Gary Walker got up and flexed after it.
Yeah.
You were
Gary
busy getting
just flexed
scooped up by somebody.
I didn't know I had made the play.
Yeah.
I had zero memory of that, actually. I remember before the play just being exhausted and kind of getting the call and lining up, but I have zero memory of the actual on-field play.
Yeah.
I was in that unconscious moment. I came to the sideline, and Corey Sears told me, I asked Corey Sears who made the play, and he was like, you did.
Yeah, Corey Sears was telling you that you – wow, who made that? You.
Yeah. It was cool. I was like, oh, swell.
Jim Adler, the Texans. I love that call. I was very excited to play that this morning. Someone is saying on the text page, and we're Mike Patrick, play-by-play guy for ESPN, passes away at the age of 80. If you're just getting in your car, he was on the call, the TV call for the very first ever Houston Texans game against the Cowboys back in 2002. Someone's texting in on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. How about the Britney Spears comment? We've got that for you. We've got that for you right age. This is, I forget what year it was, 2007, I think. And Georgia has the ball late in the game, coming out of a timeout, getting ready to beat Alabama by a field goal. That must have been Nick Saban's first year. I mean, there's 20 seconds left in the game. It's Mike Patrick and Todd Blackledge on the call. And they're coming out of a timeout off the sidelines. And out of nowhere, this.
I have an important question. Go ahead. What is Brittany doing with her life? Who? Brittany. Brittany who? Spears. What is she doing with her career? Why do we care at this point? Is she here? I don't think so. Is she a football fan? Oh, I'm sure she is.
Blackledge is trying to, in the moment, but you can hear they're coming back onto the field because the crowd is starting to amp up. And in the moment, Blackledge is like, why are we talking about this right now?
There was a little bit of like a Kevin Harlan element to him, where just, Kevin Harlan can just go anywhere and
get away with it.
Yeah. Well, and also, obviously a very prescient. He understood that Brittany was in for an interesting decade.
She was in a bad place.
Whatever she was doing at that time.
Yeah, man.
That was her, that dirtbag looking ex-husband of hers.
Kevin Federline, yeah.
Yeah, she and Kevin Federline were having some issues. Yeah.
I got one more here from Mike Patrick. We're getting a lot of people texting in now about that Cowboys game in 2002. I was there. Awesome, especially because I hate the Cowboys. That's a text. I was there for that game. One of my greatest sports memories. I'm here for Remember When talk today.
Mark and John did an interview with me on Texans Radio last week, and it honestly, and maybe it was because Vandermeer was there too, and I was talking to him about it. I've done multiple interviews about that moment, and I all of a sudden I was kind of seized up with emotion about it because, well, like all of our listeners texting in, there's just no way to explain it to somebody who wasn't from Houston, and especially the fans. We as players, by and large, we had we knew about the Oilers leaving and everything, but just even in the time we had been there over several months, you would hear it from the fans about the whole ordeal. They would tell us about their hatred for the Cowboys. They would tell us how they only want us to beat the Cowboys that year, and that's all that matters. And it was so unique, and it still is. It's just, I'm so grateful that I got to be a part of it because it was just so. it was such an incredible and unique energy that you really can't explain. It was really, really cool. For the first game of the regular season in an NFL season, it was just as packed with emotion as any other game I've ever played in football.
Unless they add expansion franchises to the NFL, it's an irreplicable moment. It's not just the first game of a season. That's the first game for a team,
right.
And against an in-state rival. And you laying out just what all the talk was leading up to. It was probably a topic every day on this station was the lead up to that season,
Yeah, and from outside Houston, you probably think, why are they making such a big deal out of this? I don't know, man. It was just different, all right?
Look at the crowd.
Get off my back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. Hey, this was an interesting one, too. This is the last one we'll play from Mike Patrick here. I'm enjoying the trip down memory lane. He was the first game ever that had the yellow first down line was an ESPN Sunday night game. It was a Sunday night game in 1998.
Oh, my gosh.
With the Baltimore Ravens, and I forget who the other team was, but this was Mike Patrick at the outset of the broadcast explaining this new feature that they were going to have on their broadcast that night.
Welcome back to Baltimore. To help you better enjoy our Sunday night coverage, ESPN unveils its latest technical innovation on tonight's game. It's ESPN's 1st and 10. The gold-colored line you'll see appears to be painted on the field, but it's really being electronically generated by us. It's a visual reference for you to always know the yard line an offense has to reach for a first down. While it is accurate to 1/10 of a yard, it won't be used to question officials' marks or measurements. It is purely to help you enjoy and understand the game.
It's awesome. Dude, that sounds like somebody explaining email to somebody in 1991 or something. You know what I mean? You no longer have to put a stamp on a letter and send it to your mom. If she has her first initial and last name at some sort of internet outlet, fellas, the internet is this big web of data transmission. You can actually communicate with her almost instantly. Mail. Yeah.
You know what? And he did the thing that people would do for, it felt like a full decade. The kids, you wouldn't understand that almost every time at the beginning of every broadcast or in critical moments on the field, they would remind you of two things. One, the players don't actually see the yellow line on the field. And two, that's not the official line. So that... It was hilarious. I mean, it was something they had to explain. But somewhere along the way, they stopped explaining that part of it.
Yeah, people got it at that point.
I'd like to have somebody go do your Google word search and phraseology, or at some point they stopped saying as much. Now they can't actually see the line on the field. I do wonder this year, now that they're doing it electronically, maybe the yellow line will be. At the very least, for viewing purposes, maybe it's a lot closer to the actual line and
tied to it. Yeah. For those who don't know, they're going to be the first downs are going to be decided electronically this year. The chain gang is second string. I guess they're a tiebreaker.
They're there as a backup. Yeah. Well, they're there. Yeah. If there's if for some reason the system goes down or something.
Yeah. That feels to me like an invention that right from the shoot, people were like, "This is." I thought it was. I'm like, this is incredible.
I can't imagine watching football without it.
Right.
I watch high school games sometimes, and I'm like,
Well, dude, I mean, yeah, exactly. No replay, no yellow line. Right? Where's the scores of the other games? How many timeouts do they have left? It's funny to go back and watch even games from the early '90s, the advancements, to go back, I go back and watch that Catholics versus Convicts game a lot in 1988, Notre Dame and Miami, because I was there. It was the greatest sporting event still to this day that I've ever been to. But you go back and watch it, and it's a very tough watch, not just because the definition of the actual quality of the video is not very good. It's a square box with very grainy, by our standards today, grainy video. But there's no little score widget on the screen. You have no idea how much time is left. There's nothing about a play clock on the screen. I have no idea how far it is to go for a first down unless they show 3rd and 9 for 2 seconds and then take it off the screen. It's man, what took so long to get all these advancements in the broadcast?
The one time it's relevant where you do still have to remind yourself that the players can't see the line on the field is that when there are those moments where the player might make some kind of move right before or not. And you're like, how can you not? It's right there in front of you. And then you realize, he'd already broken 4 tackles, and he probably doesn't know exactly where the first down marker is.
Yeah, man. Man, I'm ready.
Sean, let's be real, though. Yeah, if I do a deep search, if I go do an advanced search, I'm going to find a bunch of put-out old folks in 1998. They were adamantly against the yellow line.
100%.
Okay. Probably the score bug, too.
100. Yes.
The score bug wasn't a thing, kids.
The score
you
bug.
didn't, at various times, or for a long, long stretch of sports history, you had to actually really pay attention to what the score was.
Yes.
Because you didn't know what it was, except for every now, like at the beginning of the segment or after every few plays, they might remind you of it.
Didn't know. Yeah. Let's see, Texas Hammer text line. Seth, beating the Cowboys made you a Texan for life. We will forever love you all for that game. I like that. Love for Seth and company coming in on the text page.
It's always nice to do one thing in your life that somehow gets
memorable. That's a pretty damn good one, man.
Yeah.
It's a pretty damn good one. Would I trade my 5 smack-off titles for a safety in the Cowboys game? I think I might. That would be a bad trade by you. I love my smack-off titles. That's safety in the Cowboys game, man. It
was cool, and the cool thing was that I ended up getting the full sack officially, but I got there like a 16th of a second ahead of Gary.
Yeah.
But Gary and I had played 3 years together in Jacksonville, and we came over together. So we were there for the majority of my NFL career. Gary Walker was playing next to me on the defensive line. So it was really cool that Gary and I were both a part of that play. Although he did deeply resent me for several years afterwards about not getting half that sack.
That's what I was going to ask you. How many years did it take him for him to get over that?
I think he seethed about it for a while. We joked about it when we had Gary Walker on the pregame.
He was awesome.
We actually got into a little bit of an argument about it before this year. So yeah. Oh no, that's class. No, at some point, 30 years from now, Gary and I will be old men sitting on a porch somewhere, like viciously arguing about who should have that sack.
About the safety. Yeah, that's fantastic. People texting, man, I'm ready for some football. Yeah, if those audio clips don't get you fired up for football, draft is tomorrow. Somebody texting, y'all know the draft starts tomorrow, right? Yeah, we do. We're going to do the mock draft in Jack. In the next,
we've already talked. Half our content this morning has been about the draft.
Has been about the draft. Yeah. So apologies if you're just getting in your car and you're dipping in on memory lane, but that was fun for me. I enjoyed that very, very much. 713-572-4610 if you want to get in. So draft tomorrow. Texans still sitting at 25 right now. Somebody asked me last night, what's the over/under on the number of trades you think Nick ends up making over the course of the next 3 days within the draft? I put the number, Seth, at 3.5. Would you go over or under 3.5?
What is his average?
They have 7.
What's his average?
Well, some years where they have had 11 and 12 picks, he's traded 7 or 8 times. Yeah. And then in the other draft, there's only so many opportunities to trade when you have 7 picks. But most of the picks he's made, he's moved either up or down to get to that spot.
I'm starting to get and maybe I'm just falling victim to all of the scuttlebutt and all the speculation.
Yeah.
But it feels like enough plugged-in national reporter types have started to hint at an aggressive Texans trade.
Yeah.
I would take the under because I think that if he's going to make an aggressive trade, he's going to use up some of that capital right quick. Yeah.
He's going to fewer picks. That would be my advice to people at the draft party is keep your head on a swivel. There's a tendency at the draft party to, when the Texans aren't picking, to just be doing, no, go have fun, do your thing, but keep an eye on those screens, man.
Well, and one thing we want to do just for our viewing enjoyment, for tomorrow, I'm going to have a list of the names to really, really watch during the draft, just from all the guys that have been sent, or there's been heavy linkage of some of the prospects to the Texans.
I like
These
that.
are the guys you can really zero in on and think like, oh, okay, this guy's gone, this guy's gone. With some of these offensive linemen, as they start to disappear, the guys that you figure that people have said or had reports that the Texans really like Kelvin Banks.
Yeah.
Once a couple of those guys are gone, the chance of an aggressive trade really starts amping up.
Casual viewer's guide to the 2025 NFL draft. Casual Texans viewer's guide. Yeah, like the
or hardcore but drunk.
But
just keep it simple.
Casual brain.
So you can just still kind of pay attention.
Yeah. Seth and Gary Walker in 35 years will be arguing like a couple old men in the barber shop about that play.
Oh no, that was what I heard Jay say. Gary and I were arguing about something during stretch one day at practice, and somebody said somebody's like, man, y'all are like some old married couple who sleeps in separate bedrooms. Like you're never gonna get divorced, but you hate each other.
But you seem to look
still
back,
married, separate bedrooms.
You seem to look back at it very, very fondly.
Yeah. No. Gary and I always knew that. We always we were. It was almost like a movie. It was like it was like a cop buddy movie where we just butted heads all the time, but ultimately we knew we were the best partner for the other one.
I love that. All right. Someone's saying you got to start having Remember When Wednesday as a segment. I enjoyed that. That was fun. All right. Mock draft injection time.
And we should do the safety every week.
Every week.
Just do the exact same. Our program director is having conversations with you on the side, and you're like, I know, Parker, but Seth insists on reliving the safety.
He really loves
every
that
week.
play. He loves hearing Mike Patrick say his name.
This was Sean's idea, everybody. This was not fueled by me.
The Mike, R.I.P. The overall overriding thing with this segment was R.I.P. Mike Patrick. I think very underrated as a play-by-play guy. Really, really good. Peter Schrager, who's now with ESPN.com. It's still very weird to see him on ESPN. He's got a mock draft based on information he is hearing out in his Nugget Hussy network. Yes.
He's plugged in.
Yeah, he's plugged in. Peter
He's
Schrager.
very plugged in.
Very plugged in. So he's got a mock draft. Who does he have the Texans taking based on his plugged-in-itness? We will have that for you. Mock draft injection is next. But in the meantime, let's get you guys.
Flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're going to get to Peter Schrager's mock draft here in just a second. Peter Schrager, who's now with ESPN, formerly of NFL Network. He's been with ESPN for like 2 weeks. He's all over the place on there. He does a good job.
What's going on NFL Network? It's just, it was like a purge, but then I don't. It's aren't they ultimately NFL Network is gonna everything over ESPN?
That's been a talk for it. One of them's acquiring the other, and I can never remember which it is. I think it's ESPN acquiring the NFL Network, but it's been talked about for like 2 years, and it still hasn't happened yet. So we'll get to Peter Schrager's mock draft here. I got to read this text to you, Seth. On the heels, if you missed the previous segment, we were paying tribute to Mike Patrick, the ESPN play-by-play announcer, largely football throughout his career, probably most famous for being Sunday Night Football for 16 years on ESPN. He was the play-by-play voice, including the Texans-Cowboys game in 2002, in which a safety by Seth C. Payne sealed the deal in that game. Longtime Texan fans remember that. Text message: how does it feel to have the greatest defensive play in Texans history ripped away from you by J.J. Watt?
Yeah.
Right? Probably the pick six, I'm assuming, is what they're talking about.
Yeah. I would see, just by sheer probability, JJ was going to do it at some point.
That's a great point, yes.
That, and by virtue of it, I wouldn't have predicted at the time that the Texans wouldn't become a real NFL team for 10 years.
Yeah.
So it was, that was about it. 2011 was when you felt like, oh, okay, wait a second, this is a real NFL team.
Yes.
So that's what I was surprised. I wouldn't be surprised that J.J. Watt did it. I would be surprised that because we made steady progress those first 3 years.
That's true.
Then we had a huge setback, but we had scrapped our way to being a 500 team, and then all of a sudden, boom, 2-14. So that's cool. I'm cool. I can. There's enough room for JJ and me.
Answer the question, Seth. How does it feel?
On the Mount Rushmore of players ever, I can share some room with JJ.
Okay, good.
We'll carve out spots for a fifth player.
There you go. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. All right, let's do the Musk. I love that text. That's a great text. Let's do the mock draft here. Peter Schrager. We've never done a Peter Schrager mock draft before.
Texans are this fun young team.
That's right. Great job, Ben Gary. Great job by you.
Creepy Schrager is the best Schrager.
Hit it one more time.
Texans are this fun young team.
They are. They are
I
still.
Want the Texans to come deliver my newspaper and collect payment.
Just picturing him in an ice cream truck delivering that quote. Picture Peter Schrager in an ice cream truck saying this.
Texans are this fun young team.
No disrespect to ice cream truck drivers out there. All right, so he's got a mock draft for the Texans. So let's do this here. This with the 25th overall pick in the Peter Schrager ESPN.com mock draft. The Houston Texans select Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State, and I will add native Houstonian, a graduate of Episcopal High School, mere miles, just scant miles, couple miles from NRG Stadium. And Peter Schrager says this: the Texans could look to their offensive line and add a guard who has the potential to kick outside to tackle. They're rebuilding their protection in front of quarterback C.J. Stroud. This isn't an attention-grabbing pick, but it's a sensible one in this draft.
Yeah, and Donovan Jackson, it's weird because you see him listed as a tackle on a lot of the different rankings when you go to look for the top-rated tackles or guards. So he's all over the place, and I think in a lot of people's minds that's almost kind of changed what his value should be. At him as a tackle, he's not ranked nearly as high as if you're looking at him as a guard. And I think most teams are probably looking at him as a guard, but he kicked out and had to play tackle because of a couple injuries at Ohio State this year, and he did a lot better than people would have anticipated. The first thing people will bring up with a negative about Donovan Jackson will sometimes be, he had a really tough game against Abdul Carter. If I remember correctly, I think that was his first game at offensive tackle. So I don't really put that much into it, especially because I'm looking at him as a guard. The guys like Daniel Jeremiah and Lance Zierlein, I think that they've all said that most teams are looking at him as a guard. So I would 100% be cool with this. I think the C.J. Stroud teammate stuff is starting to lose a little bit of its luster now. CJ's been gone for 3 years now.
Yeah.
I think it's more that he comes from a team with a really good offense. He's produced at a high level for a long time. He's shown that willingness and ability to play on the perimeter, which I don't think proves that he can play tackle. But I think that he maybe got to display a little bit more athleticism than you can show at guard. So I'd be really happy with Donovan Jackson.
Did he bump outside? Was it when Simmons suffered the knee injury that he had to move to tackle?
No, Simmons got hurt, then there was a replacement, and then Donovan Jackson.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
If I remember correctly.
So they were down to their third solution there at tackle. Okay, gotcha. So Donovan Jackson, and we had the Albert Breer report earlier. We should touch on it again here. Albert Breer, in his Tuesday column, his Empty the Notebook column that a lot of these insiders are doing over these next couple days, said that the Texans are trading up in the draft. The belief is that it's for an offensive lineman. The belief, Breer says also, is that by the time pick 10 rolls around, Will Campbell, Armand Membu, and Kelvin Banks are all going to be gone. So it could be a trade-up, maybe a small trade-up for somebody like Gray Zabal, or maybe an aggressive trade-up if one of those other three guys I'm talking about slips. But he did mention, too, Seth, in that the Texans are doing a lot of research on Donovan Jackson.
And I wonder, this is a weird year where I think a lot of offensive linemen or offensive tackles are expected to go early, yet at the same time, it's not like they're all classically, oh, yeah, this guy is a top 10 pick at line.
Right.
So I think there's a chance that some of those guys could fall just because right now during mock draft season, people are looking at teams and their needs and assuming that nobody ever wants to believe the GMs that say they take best player available. I think that they assume teams are going to reach for some of these guys. Personally, I think there's a better chance that Kelvin Banks is available past pick 15. And if the Texans really like him, maybe they don't have to, but they want to trade up for him. It doesn't necessarily have to be a super, super aggressive trade.
Let me ask you this about another team in the AFC South, because we're seeing more and more of this rumor now. And Schrager, who you and I both agree is pretty plugged in as far as, guys that put out mock drafts. And his is based on, Peter Schrager's is not based on what he thinks teams should do. He's making it very clear. This is based on things that he is hearing, the scuttlebutt. We know it's lying season 2, so we acknowledge that. But I've seen this a lot with folks lately, Seth, and it's relevant to the Texans because it's in the division. How would you fifth pick drafted Ashton Genty, the running back out of Boise State? That's who Schrager, he's among many who have the Jaguars kind of swerving from Mason Graham, the defensive tackle out of Michigan, and taking Ashton Genty, the running back out of Boise State.
Well, look, the Jaguars have already demonstrated that by far the wisest move is to draft a running back in the first round to help out Trevor Lawrence, right? Is that not correct?
Etienne, yeah.
Yeah, they drafted, no, and before him, the same year.
They drafted Leonard Fournette back in 2017 to help Bortles.
That was to help Bortles.
Yeah.
And then Etienne is to help Trevor Lawrence.
Same draft class as Lawrence, yeah.
So now you can also draft another running back to help Trevor Lawrence.
Right.
Yeah. Now, it's a completely different coaching staff, different GM. That would make me a little bit nervous. Yeah. I think actually
Genty's good. He's a good
Genty's
player.
Really. There's a lot of. It's a really good running backs draft, and it's also a year where. It's a copycat league, and the trends swing, and forever, running backs aren't that valuable anymore. Now teams have seen 2 teams spend on free agent running backs with the Ravens and the Eagles with great success. And I think the pendulum probably swings back to where, there's not a chance in hell that Ashton Genty's going to be available there at that point. But I think there's a chance that some notable running backs, I don't think all 4 running backs are going to get drafted. It's a big, bold move if 4 running backs go in the first round. There are 4 guys capable of it, I think. But I'd be surprised if the Texans took a running back.
I would too. In the first round for sure. Now, if it's.
This one didn't, if I remember correctly, I think right before the Texans. Omarion Hampton goes to the Vikings right before the Texans.
And he's a good player. Like, he's somebody you might get upset they're drafting a running back, and then they'd show his sizzle reel, and you'd be like, okay, well, him in the backfield, maybe put him and Mixon back there together with CJ. You do some things, put 2 running backs back there. That's your third down back, that kind of thing. I could see that. Guys with the ball in their hands, it's easy to get excited when you look at their highlight reel right after you draft them.
That's the best. Running backs are the best. Every single running back the Texans have ever drafted, I have fallen in love with every single one of those running backs.
Golden falls to Green Bay in this draft to 23, 2 picks before the Texans. So the 2 picks before the Texans are very dynamic offensive weapons. Golden at 23 and Omarion Hampton at 24. That's interesting. So Donovan Jackson at 25. To the Texans, according to Peter Schrager of ESPN.com. All right, into the into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast. All right, let's hear from one of the newest Houston Texans, C.J. Gardner Johnson. I get a Jimmy Ward vibe off of C.J. Gardner Johnson, and I mean that in a very, very positive way. What's he learned so far from D'Amico Ryans? What's the mentality he's bringing to this team? He also talks a little bit about C.J. Stroud. We'll get to all of that coming up in the next segment. Today is a big, big day over at Academy Sports.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I think he can bring a lot. Like I said, that competitive nature is just going to continue to rise because obviously we have a competitive group, but when you add a little bit to the fire, it's definitely going to continue to grow. So he's definitely going to add that, and he's definitely also going to add that championship, like what it takes to get there and like how it's going to feel when we get there. Like he's been there, so he understands what it takes and how it's going to feel. So he's going to be able to, voice that to us. And I think that he's definitely going to be a great leader on this team and somebody that we all can rely on, not just the DBs, to, help us get there for sure.
That is Jalen Petrie talking. The he that he is referring to is C.J. Gardner Johnson, one of the newest Houston Texans. Came over in the trade for Kenyon Green. He was part of Philadelphia's Super Bowl winning team last year. He's been part of a lot of winning around the NFL. He was with Detroit for a year before that. They made it to the NFC title game. He was with the Eagles the year before that. He's been with the Eagles twice. Both years he was with them, they made it to the Super Bowl. Last year they won the Super Bowl, pretty convincing fashion. And he's now a Houston Texan, C.J. Gardner Johnson. And that's going to be a good pickup. Safety has been an issue the last couple of years on the field. Jimmy Ward's been a nice addition when he's been available. Availability's been the big thing with Jimmy Ward.
And Jimmy Ward, for a brief time, too, was a nice replacement for Jalen Petrie when Jalen Petrie went down. But then Jimmy Ward got injured.
Yeah.
And his versatility and his veteran leadership and experience is nice. It's there is a part of me. I'm not trying to make a positive and negative. I'm really happy about the addition of C.J. Gardner Johnson. But Jimmy Ward's going to be around, and I think you just have to look at it as, okay, he's going to be available when he's available. But by and large, you got to lean on these younger guys that have been able to stay healthier.
Yeah, Jimmy Ward's depth at this point, and it's good depth to have. I mean, he was a Pro Bowl alternate last year, so when he was on the field, he was doing good things.
You know what? We might end up seeing really maybe with fewer snaps played, maybe the biggest impact out of Jimmy Ward this year if he can just be always available and always there, but able to fill in at the star position if Jalen Petrie is banged up or to play deep safety whatever it might be.
Yeah, that's a good piece to have, man, for sure. And really good leader. And C.J. Gardner Johnson obviously has leadership traits, certainly brings energy. What has C.J. Gardner Johnson learned about DeMeco Ryans so far in the culture of the Texans?
Championship or nothing. He ain't bring me here to win no division or no conference, so if I'm here to help win the Super Bowl, that's gonna be the reason. But I think people know. A lot of people look at this team and is like, they got a lot of great pieces, but me to you, I think it's more than just a lot of great pieces. You have a great organization. I think the more you fill this up with winners, not just me, because DeMeco was a winner, Runner Darby was a winner, Will was a winner. So you just fill the room up with winners. I think you're gonna get what you want, and I think we're gonna get it real soon.
So C.J. Gardner Johnson, man, championship or nothing.
It is cool that especially on the defensive side of the ball, when guys get traded here, they don't necessarily look they get excited about it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about like Joe Mixon last year. I think Joe Mixon was really blindsided by his trade. And almost when he first arrived in Houston, it was like he was still kind of in this whirlwind of trying to figure out what the hell just happened. And he ended up, obviously, during the offseason, there was a lot of optimism about the Texans' offense, as you all recall. But on the defensive side of the ball, I think a lot of guys look at it now as, man, I've seen DeMeco Ryans on television or I've heard about him from word of mouth. I watch the way those guys play. The Texans' defense has gotten a reputation for violence. Who was it? Somebody the other day on a podcast, an offensive player, talked about how, man, the Texans,
I didn't
Texans
see that.
Are the hardest hitting team. Yeah, I'll try to find it.
Yeah.
There's a notable player who said, like, man, those guys hit.
Yeah.
And I think a guy like C.J. Gardner Johnson, who's high energy, he's got a big personality, coming off of a Super Bowl win, there's only a few places that you might get excited about going that weren't also a Super Bowl, like the Chiefs or somebody like that. And the fact that the Texans, despite not having great playoff success, Arson gets excited about, that bodes well for the defense.
I feel like, I don't know, there's no website or stat service that ranks this, but if there were a way to quantify it, DeMeco Ryans has got to be near the top of the list of coaches and people around the league when it comes to street cred on the defensive side of the football.
Yeah.
Like, just massive street cred. And a lot of that is based on what he was as a player and the fact that he's taken what he was as a player and somehow managed to kind of encapsulate that as a coach too. He is the coach version of what he was as a linebacker back in the day.
So the one thing about C.J. Gardner Johnson that you wonder about is, okay, he's been on 4 different teams, 5 different stays, because he was with the Eagles twice.
Mm-hmm.
So you just wonder, okay, does he have a short shelf life for some reason? Artificial intelligence has told me this, Sean. These are things. I asked for indications of C.J. Gardner Johnson being a potential issue for locker room or character traits.
Okay.
And honestly, half of these, I'd say, are positives. Emotional play. He has been described as an emotional player, sometimes to a fault. He was ejected in December of 2024 for receiving 2 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties.
It happens, yeah.
The Texans are averaging 1 suspension per year for unnecessary roughness.
He's going to fit right in, yeah.
He fits right in.
Yeah.
Reports suggest that those penalties stem from things he said to opposing players.
Okay.
So, yeah. Public comments. Wait, this is news to me. Okay, shortly after being traded to the Texans in April of 2025, he made banning a jersey number from a younger teammate.
He mentioned, I don't know if, okay. Now, I don't know. He did mention the jersey thing yesterday with Mechie during the press conference. Like,
okay, so he's joking around.
He's joking around. Well, he was yesterday. I don't know if that's what AI is referring to, but he brought up, I don't know if we've got the cut anywhere, but he brought up jersey number 8 and kind of like just sort of sneered, like playfully sneered and said, I'm going to have to talk to Mechie about this. Something along those lines.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Okay, yeah, this is exactly what happened. This is an aggregator took this account.
Yeah.
I linked on it from AI. This is where AI is getting its information.
Yeah.
An aggregator took this and titled it C.J. Gardner Johnson already trying to big-time young Texans player.
Okay, that wasn't that way at all.
Yeah. He said, I'm sorry, Mech. You got to give that up. I'm sorry. I love you to death.
If I had to guess, if you had to guess, Seth, if you had to guess, when training camp starts, or whatever the first thing is where guys have to put on uniforms, what number is C.J. Gardner Johnson going to be wearing? Is he going to be wearing 8 or another number? Do you think he gets the jersey number from Mechie?
Yeah, I think, I don't know. I kind of wrote that off as just kind of just a joking comment when I first read it. I didn't even register, but I don't know. He might.
I think he gets the number from Mechie. I think he pays for it, and whatever the going rate is for a number. And I think John Mechie looks at it a little. Now it didn't work out for Kenyon Green, but a year ago, remember when Kenyon Green 76, and we're like, you know what? Looks a little better in 76. I think, Mechie could probably use a little freshening up of his gimmick right now. It's in a contract year.
He's got to pay for it, though. He's got to give him something.
Yeah. You're not going to steal it from him, but just, take it from him. Here's more from C.J. Gardner Johnson. Why do the teams that he goes to, the teams that C.J. Gardner Johnson goes to, why do they take on his mentality?
People can put on the media about the PFFs, the next-gen stats, but when you can actually go in the building and go to work and your teammates know what type of caliber player you are and you can look in the mirror and say, I own up to that mistake, like, you're going to get scored on. You're going to get ran over. You're going to get ran past. But I think why my teammates love me is because I don't let it sit on my mind. I don't let it dawn on me because at the end of the day, the plays last, 5-6 seconds? You got another one right after it. So for me, coming here is just installing the next play mentality. Like, I don't care what you did last play. You may call to pick this play, but next play you might get scored on. So I think having that hunger of always wanting to win, I could be losing at the littlest blocking drill in practice is going to make me mad. So I think the littlest things you got to care about. And if you don't care about it, then why are you in the league?
Okay. I like C.J. Gardner Johnson, man. I
really like this hat.
Yeah. That was a good hat game yesterday. The Cam Newton style hat, right? It's kind of, it had the hole in the top there.
I sent the audio to Ben because I don't think that was in the clips, the original clips that we got, right? The one about John Mechie.
No, I didn't have that. Yeah.
Ben, let me know when you got that, and we can analyze for humor. I honestly 100% registered because I thought it was a joke, but maybe I didn't analyze it well enough.
I watched it. It didn't look like he was super serious about it, but we'll see. Let's see here. Ben, let's talk about C.J. Gardner Johnson. What does he bring? What does he hope to bring to his teammates? Sorry, Ben. I know you're doing 3 things in there.
Help them understand who they are and be where your feet are. I mean, the moment's not too big or too small for anybody. I mean, I think me coming from a great organization with Philly, I think coming here is just basically explaining, letting these guys know that winning is everything when we do it the right way. Everybody's happy. Everybody get to do what they need to do. The media, even you guys are even happy. So I think coming here, just teaching those guys how to win and going about the ways of winning, not just winning the division, trying to win a championship, conference championship, win a Super Bowl. So when you've done that, been there, it's easy to talk about it, but you got to do it by action.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this whole thing. It's nice to have C.J. Gardner Johnson in the building, and I think he's going to be a seamless fit with the guys in the defensive back room. The big thing is that, listen, nobody's got an issue with the culture on defense. We have never, pretty much by and large, people feel like, yeah, the culture on defense is good. You can win a Super Bowl with a defense like that. They've got room for improvement, but they play very effectively. They take the ball away a lot. They play with a lot of energy, all of that. It's the offensive side of the ball where I worry about the culture, and that's where the draft and everything else comes in and any of the free agency acquisitions. They still have to establish a culture on the offense. The C.J. Gardner Johnson, go to training camp last year. Was the defense not playing hard enough to prepare the offense for being in the NFL? They were destroying the offense routinely. The offense couldn't get a playoff because the defense was just destroying the Texans' offensive line. And there was no level of alarm or panic by the offense because, hey, they got a bunch of vets over there.
Was it?
No, they'll be cool when the bright lights shine, I suppose.
Was it Saquon Barkley that was saying the Texans were the hardest hitting team? Someone's saying that on the text page.
That sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right.
That's weird because Saquon hasn't played them since the Lovie Smith year.
I think just from watching them. That's the things that jump out when you watch a team.
Yep.
Yeah, because I remember feeling the same having the same response you did, which is like, wait, he hasn't played them recently.
Yeah, he played them in 2022.
Just from watching them.
Yeah.
Well, especially he would have watched them, play versus the Chiefs. He watched the film leading up to the Super Bowl, and he was probably like, oh, these guys are. Well, remember, they got 2 bogus unnecessary roughness calls in that play for playing aggressive defense. Yeah.
Okay, so the Mechie thing is CJ. What did AI say that CJ Gardner Johnson is trying to bully a young player into giving?
Well, the aggregator said this. The headline was C.J. Gardner Johnson already trying to big-time young Texans player.
Okay, so
asked about him getting his jersey number 8. This is what he said.
First of all, people don't call me C.J. Nah, I don't allow that. It's either CD or 8. Which Metch you got to get that up. I'm sorry, Metch. I'm sorry. I love that, bro, but God.
Okay, so they were at. Yeah, he just brought up randomly, like, people don't call me CJ, they call me CD or 8.
Yeah.
And then he said, sorry, Mechie, you got to give up that number.
Yeah, I don't know. My gut would tell me that that's just jokingly saying that. The follow-up is what matters there. If there's actually an argument or an altercation over it, then that's what matters. You could take that comment as he delivered it any way you want to. You just don't know until did he actually mean it or was he just messing around? I got
to hear it one more time.
I just assumed he was messing around.
Yeah, I want to hear it one more time and then make a prediction here. All right. Sorry, Ben. It's on this.
First of all, people don't call me CJ. Nah, I don't allow that. It's either CD or 8. Which Metch you got to get that up. I'm sorry, Metch. I'm sorry. I love you to death, bro, but God.
Okay, so here's the thing. He's already looked up who has that number, so he's thought about it already. You know, like he knows that. Yeah,
because they're not out there in their jersey numbers during workouts.
No, he knows John Mechie lives in that house right there, man. He lives in that number 8.
He wore a different number in his 2 different stints with Philadelphia.
He did? Okay.
Yeah.
Someone said on the text page, which means it's got to be true. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, that they think he's going with 23. Which is vacated. That would be Eric Murray's old number.
Well, and his old number with Philadelphia was 23. And when he came back last year, he must have been 8.
He was 8.
So, I think that was 100% a joke.
Okay, yeah. All right, good.
Traded because he was demanding his number back?
I don't know. I just know he moves around a lot.
He's wearing 8 in honor of Kobe Bryant.
Okay.
With Philadelphia, he chose to wear number 8 in honor of Kobe Bryant.
Someone texted, no, he's definitely getting 8. LOL. Based on his tone, I guess.
Well, you got to remember, too, let's see. Number 8 was free because Marcus Mariota had left. And
in Philly? Okay.
I don't. He's never, apparently it wasn't that big of a deal. I'm guessing he made some drama jokingly about it when he got to Philadelphia, but it ultimately wasn't a big deal.
I hate AI for having you and I make a big deal out of this. Come on, AI, be better. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So that's C.J. Gardner Johnson, one of the newest Texans. Good addition in the secondary for the Texans. All right, you want draft talk? We've got draft talk for you here. Holy hell. A few of these NFL personnel people on Shador Sanders. Tom Pelissero does an annual column, Seth, where he takes anonymous NFL personnel people strictly about quarterbacks and their quotes and puts them together. There are a couple people that hate Shador Sanders.
Ooh.
And we'll get to that coming up next. But first, if you hate your insurance company, your homeowner's insurance company, understandable if you suffer damage to your home and they haven't paid you yet. They haven't given you your settlement, your recovery.
Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A lot of scuttlebutt about the Texans moving up. We'll talk about this throughout the rest of the show. But Jeremy Fowler, the latest one to join Albert Breer in the camp of Nick Caserio, is making phone calls in the upper part, the upper half of the first round.
Right.
Not the
And
tippy top.
this is the important thing to remember, because you're starting to see a whole lot of headlines, including on this Jeremy Fowler one, of Texans looking at what he writes about them includes these two sentences. I won't read the whole paragraph. The Texans are calling into the top half of the first round to potentially move up. Several sentences later, teams behind Houston are also hearing from GM Nick Caserio.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Yeah. Caserio's calling around like he tends to do. So I'm not going to read too much into the the headline is going to be, Texans looking to move up. He's calling everybody. He's just trying to figure out and seeing if anybody's interested in anything at all.
Well, the one thing, we'll dig into this a little deeper at 9 o'clock, but the one thing that has been common, too, among Breer, Fowler now, Daniel Jeremiah, when he's talked publicly about the Texans, is it does feel like, if we're attaching a name to this, that Kelvin Banks is the one that seems to get attached to this chatter quite a bit. That if they're moving
we separate the signal from the noise. I think the noise is that, all this other, that they're trying to trade up or this, that, or the other thing. But Kelvin Banks' name, including, it comes up a lot from Daniel Jeremiah and those, that if Kelvin Banks is there at 25, there's a good chance the Texans take him.
So Shador Sanders, man, Tom Pelissero does a piece every year, and boy, it is a lot of stuff. But if you're interested in the quarterbacks, we don't have to be super interested in quarterbacks here anymore because we have one. But man, if I was rooting for or covering a franchise that needed a quarterback, this thing is like the anonymous front office executive Bible, Tom Pelissero. And he's got, obviously, Shador Sanders is the biggest story of the feels like, right? Like, where is Shador going to land?
Yeah, I think as far as the mainstream appeal of it, too, if you're just casual about it. He's a quarterback. Obviously had a lot of college success, but also people don't know exactly what to make of him in terms of whether he or Cam Ward really are genuinely bona fide typical first round prospects. But there's a lot of things to argue about.
And his dad's Dion, and he talks a lot like his dad. You know, he thinks pretty highly of his game and himself as a culture setter. And I will say, Tom Pelissero's piece here, where he goes and gets anonymous quotes on Shador Sanders and the other quarterbacks in this draft, there are several positive things about Shador. There are teams that like him, no question about that. So I don't want to ignore that. But the three executives that get executives or coaches, there's coaches and front office people that get quoted in here that have negative things to say about Shador are kind of eye-opening. The first one, when you hear all the anecdotal stories about the person, it's not that he's a bad kid. He's been so insulated. It's going to be a culture shock when he really learns how a locker room really operates and how it really works inside a building. He's had so much input on the offensive game plan and who the coach is, and everything's been catered to him. When you walk in one of these NFL buildings, no one's going to give a bleep about that. No one cares who your dad is. You're going to have to end up fighting through some adversity. The plays aren't going to be called to exactly what you want to run. Even last year with Shurmur, Pat Shurmur, former NFL head coach, was the OC at Colorado last year. A lot of the mistakes Shador made was stuff that he just decided to call at the line of scrimmage himself, and there's no recourse of him making decisions, and you get your ass ripped so bad you never want to do it again. End quote.
Yeah. No, and whenever it comes to, it's weird because it's not. This isn't like classic nepotism or anything where classic nepotism would be that Shador would get drafted somewhere specifically because of Dion. So this is almost, in a weird way, it's anti-nepotism in that I think there's a lot of people that are skeptical of him specifically because of Deion Sanders. But it's not that as much as that it's Shador's willingness to lean into being Deion Sanders' son.
Yep.
I think that makes people maybe just raise an eyebrow a little bit. Mm-hmm. If you think Austin Rivers. So, like, Austin Rivers is a kid that it would be very easy to say, oh, well, look at that. Yeah, his dad, even though I think in some people's minds they think that he, like, only played for Doc Rivers early on, which wasn't the case at all. He did spend a good chunk of time with his father. Mm-hmm. But, like, Austin Rivers is his own man and you know, worked his butt off was from a young age was playing against NBA players, practicing and everything, and he was his own man. And we learned that when he was here in Houston. Okay, all the reasons that you wanted to hate Austin Rivers, it turns out like, oh, okay, he's not that guy. He's not that guy. Shador, it feels kind of like, oh, he's that guy that like he cites his father as reasons for why he's going to do well.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't look like there's one bit of him that wants to prove that like, no, it's me, Shador Sanders. It's got nothing to do with my dad. I'm going to go do it. And he's had daddy with him every step along the way.
That's the big thing.
And it's just different.
Yeah.
It feels honestly like Josh. Like there's a guy that's just a little bit disconnected from the way human beings and other people operate, and that when you have to go do it in a room full of men, it's not received well.
Well, here are two more opinions on Shador Sanders. This is from Tom Pelissero's article with anonymous quotes from people around the league. These next two, Seth, are from two people who were in interviews with Shador Sanders during this process. One longtime NFL assistant coach, I wonder if this is the one that Deion took to task with the Jets. But at any rate, one longtime NFL assistant coach said his time with Sanders was, quote, the worst formal interview I've ever been in my life. He's so entitled. He takes unnecessary sacks. He never plays on time. He has horrible body language. He blames teammates. But
publicly.
But the biggest thing is he's not that good.
Yeah.
End quote.
I know this is if he were a bona fide top 3 QB talent, I think there would be more people interpreting some of these negatives as positives. They'd be making, look, he's got a confidence that maybe rubs some people the wrong way. But I think that's the part that grates against you so much, is that he did some really, really good things in college, and yet it wasn't one of the best college performances of all time, and he's not one of the best prospects of all time or any of those things, and yet he seems to demand and expect that people treat him as such. Partly because he and his daddy have always won everywhere they go.
Yeah.
Even though they didn't actually win at Colorado.
Yeah, I mean, they won a little, yeah. One longtime AFC executive said, quote, this is about Shador. A great interview. He wants to dictate what he's going to do and what's best for him. He makes you feel small. Ooh. End quote.
Ooh.
Now, that is something there. You know, they always say it's about how you make people feel. They made this particular AFC executive feel small.
What do you think Ryan Leaf would have been like if he had been adopted by Deion Sanders?
I think it would have been an even bigger. Do you think it would have been? Deion might have brought some discipline to Ryan Leaf.
I think he could have. Yeah, Deion might have been really. Let's look at the all-time character issue guys at quarterback.
Yeah,
like Josh Rosen, son of a prominent surgeon or something, right?
Yeah. Both his parents
let a kind of candy and Wonderland type of childhood, and just seemed a grate against people.
Yeah.
I feel like it would have been a different upbringing, perhaps, with Deion.
Yeah.
I don't know, but he might have still been, at the core of it all, he's still Josh Rosen.
Right. I mean, Shador had access to all sorts of, things that affluent people have access to, and look how it's turned out for him. Executives hate him in the NFL. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know where
Ryan Leaf, Ryan Leaf with the structure and the discipline, maybe it would have gone better for him.
Jamarcus Russell. Would Deion Sanders have been good for Jamarcus Russell?
I think Jamarcus Russell. Yeah, I'm guessing. I'm guessing like a little bit more parental. I don't want to throw anybody's parents under the bus.
Yeah.
I'm guessing
strictly
that
what Deion
would have been really good for Jamarcus Russell.
I think so too.
Because there's one thing with Deion is that he coaches tough. Like he demands discipline, and I feel like Deion would have been very good for Jamarcus.
He didn't, Shador, at least outwardly, have such a skewed view of how transformative he is going to be at the next level. And I'm not even talking about between the lines on Sundays. I'm talking about the whole culture thing, the whole notion that he's going to walk into a building. If he were to get drafted by the Cleveland Browns, he walks into that building and all of a sudden everything shifts because Shador Sanders is there.
It's almost, and what he doesn't know and wouldn't understand or realize because he's never had any experience away from his dad is that, man, there's a certain leadership style that might work when your dad is holding the hammer, and you can get away with certain things because people are scared of Deion Sanders. It's a whole different deal when you're a rookie and nobody actually respects you until you show it on the field.
That's right.
You gotta be a lot more deft with the way you treat people.
For what,
including Mel Kiper, that idiot. Mel Kiper flat out was gushing about Shador Sanders the other day and saying that he always stands by his teammates and never criticizes. What the hell are you talking about, Mel Kiper? He threw his O-line under the bus publicly last year. What are you talking about?
Mel Kiper. For what it's worth, there was a big shift in the odds on where Shador Sanders is going to end up yesterday. Pittsburgh, which was third or fourth on the list, is now the favorite at plus 190. So almost 2-1. You risk $100 to win $190. Now it is very close. Cleveland is 2-1, plus 200, and then the New York Giants are right there at plus 215. The Schadenfreude in me is hoping the Giants take him at 3. Utter disaster. Shador Sanders going. I think until they clean house in the front office, that team is not going to. I think Joe Shane is a boob. I think
it's a mess.
Yeah,
it's just a mess. They don't know what the hell they're doing, and the GM it's just everybody's looking around wondering why he still has a job.
I think Pittsburgh actually would be a good landing spot for Shador in terms of his long-term success. It's a winning organization. They've won with bad quarterback play there. And I say won, like they haven't been below 500 the whole time that Mike Tomlin's been there. And so they win they win enough games. They're a playoff team. They've been a playoff team the last 2 years with ratchet quarterback play. I don't think Shador's going to be great as a rookie. I also think Mike Tomlin is somebody who Deion Sanders would respect.
Yeah.
If you're trying to account for the Deion element to this, I think if Cleveland were to draft him, I think Cleveland has been a joke. I think the Giants are a joke. I don't think Pittsburgh is a joke. I think Pittsburgh.
I don't think Pittsburgh is a joke. I don't think the Saints are a joke. I mean, the Saints have their salary cap issues, but in some ways, I think maybe lower expectations could help out in that regard. And he would be going up. Curious though, Shador being coached by Kellen Moore, who doesn't. Kellen Moore is not going to be a replacement father figure for Deion Sanders by any stretch of the imagination. Although he was a much more successful college quarterback than Shador Sanders.
At Boise State.
He had actual. Has his jersey been retired at Boise State?
It probably should. It should be more than Shador should be at Colorado for sure. Now, New Orleans, for what it's worth, Seth, and again, this is all driven by. Could be over. There's a Saints insider named Jeff Duncan who said something to the effect of, I'm starting to get a pretty good idea of what the Saints are going to do at 9, and I can tell you it ain't going to be Shador Sanders. And the Saints, on that news, air quotes, report, immediately dropped to 7-1. They're significantly, again, these are odds boards 2 days before the draft. They're significantly behind those other 3. Doesn't mean Shador won't end up there. It just means that there's information out there that maybe the Saints aren't all that hot on Shador Sanders at 9.
Maybe the Saints want to trade back, and if they want to draft Shador Sanders, they want to do it later.
100%.
Maybe the Texans are on the phone with the Saints.
100%. Shador sounds like another Johnny Manziel. That's what somebody's saying on the text page.
Except with Manziel, credit to Shador. It's not like I don't like lumping him in with Johnny Manziel or Russell or Ryan Leaf because there's zero indications that he's got any kind of substance abuse issues or anything.
Yeah.
Where those guys were just train wrecks.
Yes.
Those guys had serious issues. I don't think Shador. There's nothing to suggest that Shador doesn't live the right kind of lifestyle and everything. It's just his personality. It seems to rub a lot of people the wrong way.
Yep. Are the Astros
and also the actual football prospect side of things.
Yeah.
That there's not. He's not
great.
a classic top 5 pick.
Yeah.
But lots of non-classic top 5 picks have gone in the top 5 in the last decade or so.
Yeah, no, the team's reach, no doubt. Astros. Are the Astros turning a corner here this year? The indicators last night that maybe things are starting to turn a corner with the Astros.
The draft can be stressful, wondering and worrying about your future. But look, so can be playing.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Yeah, give it to me, Ben. Thank you. We did it at 6. We'll do it again at 8:45. Have you heard the good news? Seth, have you heard the good news? I know you have. The Astros.
I barely slept last night.
I know. It was very
I've been
exciting.
out partying. I was climbing light posts. Yeah.
They got to crease the lamppost in Seth's neighborhood.
Yeah, the HOA has now said that whenever the Astros rise to above 500 record, we got to grease the light posts because Seth's going to be out there trying to climb them.
Five cops and a Crisco on the light posts outside Seth's house.
Yep.
12 and 11, man. They're above 500 again for the first time since the first week of the season. And things are starting to come together a little bit now. Like these last night, score a few runs on a little soft contact. It's not perfect, but you got an Isaac Paredes home run into the Crawford boxes. He's hit 4 home runs this year, all landing in the Crawford boxes, just like all the computers. They brought in pull-heavy Isaac Paredes onto the squad, and Christian Walker got 3 hits last night. Man had a nice double to left center, drove the ball a little bit, and the biggest thing is Ronel Blanco. Framber, I think, is going to be fine. I'm not worried about him yet. Hunter Brown has been, I'll blindly say he's been the best pitcher in baseball. I know there's others that have similar ERAs and whatnot. I'd take Hunter Brown over anybody right now. 24 straight scoreless innings. And with Spencer Arrighetti out, and, Lance McCullers is going to be coming back soon, but we don't know what that's going to look like. Ronel Blanco pitching against a good Toronto lineup last night into the 7th inning. Boy, he works Toronto, man. He's pitched against them a bunch, and he pitches well. That's who his no-hitter was against last year. Early in the season was against the Blue Jays. Here was Joe Espada last night, following last night's 5-1 win over the Blue Jays on Ronel Blanco.
Yeah, you know what? I thought today, stuff-wise, has been his best all season. Fastball up to 96. The depth on his slider was great. And he used more his curveball to get quick outs in the first couple of innings. I thought his stuff was outstanding. He pounded the zone. He was efficient. That was a strong performance by Ronel Blanco.
Yeah, man. And let some of the guys behind him do some of the work.
Yeah, and with Blanco, so much of it has been wondering if him not doing nearly as much work in the offseason as he typically does. He usually plays winter ball. And they asked him or suggested to him that he lay off that this year because he's a starter. He needs to make it through and that was one of the things that he struggled with last year. So I was growing tired of that explanation. So I'm glad that he had that performance that he did last night. I haven't looked up his Dominican numbers. I don't think that he sucks in winter ball every year, and that sucking in winter ball is part of his process for getting ready for the season, and that somehow, he just had to stink through spring training in the first part of the regular season. So there's a little bit more to it. He said he's been working on some things mechanically that he's had to get used to. So this along with the hitting, the two things, I knew that the hitting would come around at some point. I knew that they wouldn't have the majority guys on the team hitting below 200 for the entire Major League Baseball season. Yeah. With the pitchers, you just never know, especially with guys that don't have a boatload of Major League experience. We just don't know exactly what Ronel Blanco is, for an entire season. Like, we don't know what what should I expect year to year with him is. So it was very nice to see that yesterday.
Yeah, he's, and if you look big picture, not that I want to lose the 2025 vibes here. They're back above 500. That's good. A few of these guys are starting to turn the corner, maybe offensively. We'll see. If they can just get a few of them hitting like they normally hit, this is going to be a good baseball team. But a guy like Blanco, Seth, too, just long-term, is a real key to keeping this metaphorical window open for the Astros. They're going to lose Framber Valdez after this season. I'm not saying Ronel Blanco is going to be an ace for this staff. I do think Hunter Brown is going to be an ace for this staff. On Astros, at first dominance, and now I'll say relevance and being a good baseball team, not a great baseball team, it's been fueled by the depth of the pitching staff. When they've been good, it's because they've got 3 or 4 quality major league starters that they can trot out there. At times, one or two of them being Cy Young candidates. I don't think Ronel Blanco is ever going to contend for a Cy Young.
Yeah.
But you can't have him fall off the grid. Like, he has to remain a guy who can be in the middle of your rotation and eat up 160 and 180 innings for you, not just this season, but especially after this season when you're going to lose a guy, in all likelihood, who's been one of the best pitchers in the American League the last 5 years.
The other positive developments on the pitching side of things is Forrest Whitley pitching those 2 relief innings the other day, 2 days ago. Lance McCullers, as soon as he's over this stomach illness. So
they mentioned on the broadcast he's pitching this weekend. So for those who missed it, because I don't think you and I have talked about it on the show, for those who missed it, he missed his start this past weekend for what Seth was just saying. He had some sort of stomach bug or something like that.
And then Taylor Scott got his U.S. citizenship.
Yeah, man.
So there you go. Yeah.
Taylor Scott. He's like,
ironically enough, while he's playing a Canadian team, but they were, they were in Houston.
Well,
but we don't have to worry about Taylor Scott all of a sudden being gone. It's like personal issues.
Deported. It seems like we've got issues with Canada lately, so we need as many Americans on our side as we can get. So welcome aboard. Welcome to Team America, Taylor Scott. Thank you. Did you see the picture of him trying to be as American as he could possibly look yesterday?
No. What did you do?
Bought like a Coors T-shirt at Target or something like that. Jeans on, ball cap. Yeah, he was channeling his
Now he's
America.
just got to gain 30 pounds.
Yeah, right, and start smoking something.
I was talking to my brother-in-law about that the other day, about how fat we are as Americans. And it just came up because somebody was telling a story about some guy who was like 45 years old and still getting in bar fights. And somebody they went to high school with. And my brother-in-law was like, yeah, man, it doesn't seem like you see bar fights as much as you used to. And I said, well, part of that is that, Kirk, I don't think you're out in bars during the fighting hours as much these days. You're home and in bed. But also, I wonder if by and large, even though you see it on social media a lot, we're just too fat to be fighting. I think it is exhausting to get in a fist fight, man.
It's tiring. There's a lot of cardio involved, no doubt about that. I think that's a good hypothesis. I think the other thing though is that back in the day there were no phones. There's nobody filming it. Now people are filming it. And now you're sitting. You're one vigilant iPhone person away from having some sort of assault charge or civil lawsuit on your hands,
Yeah, let me hear from the 20-somethings in our audience. Like, do you guys actually see a lot of bar fights anymore?
Yeah.
It used to be kind of just part of the whole experience. Was it at some point the entertainment that night was there's going to be a bar fight. There's going to be a fight somewhere, either in or outside the bar.
I've got my own focus group on my phone with my two sons are 27 and 25 years old. And I don't know, if I had to guess, have either of them ever been in a fight, like a bar fight? Yeah. To me, it's like minus 2,000 no that they haven't been.
I bet it's still, it would depend. I bet in rural areas, it's probably still pretty high.
Yeah.
Like the more law enforcement there is, that it's probably less and less. Just in like actual bars, not clubs is a whole different dynamic. Yeah. But like just say a bar.
And when you weigh in, tell us if you have been in. Oh, too many weapons these days. Somebody's saying no one wants to get shot. That's a thought on the text page. Are the final
take notes, Taylor Scott?
Are the final words? Are the final words that are uttered before a fight these days still? You think you're better than me. Is that the final thing that gets said before?
You think you're better than me.
You think you're better than me. Pow. Blammo. Yeah.
There used to be so many fights just over the dumbest of all reasons, which is you're in a bar that's got 300 people in it. Its capacity is 200 people, and somebody gets angry that somebody bumped into you as they were trying to wade through. Bar. How dare you?
Well,
and then you slap them with a white glove. That's how I always did it.
Especially if it involves a spilled drink.
Yeah.
If you're in a bar with Aaron Hernandez, don't spill a drink near him. It gets real after that. I don't think you have to worry about Aaron specifically, but anybody who's wired like Aaron Hernandez was. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. We mentioned it a little bit earlier. There is smoke and scuttlebutt surrounding the Houston Texans right now and what direction they may go in this draft. And we're not even talking player. We're talking about what direction in the first round. Multiple insiders saying that the Texans could be up to something. We'll sniff around it and see if we think that this has validity. We will do that coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic. Men's Tea Friday.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Texas play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the prevailing opinion seems to be that Nick Caserio is going to do some moving around, and the direction in the draft, I say moving around, moving off of the 25th pick overall, which should come as no surprise to anybody, really. Nick Caserio is among the most active GMs when it comes to trading within the draft. I don't know that there's a GM who's done it more than the Houston Texans have during the 4 drafts that Nick Caserio has been part of here in Houston, Texas. So the latest one though is Albert Breer. Albert Breer, and we'll get to Jeremy Fowler and what he has to say in a second. Let's run this through the Payne and Pendergast filter. Albert Breer yesterday talked quite a bit about some of the offensive linemen in the draft. And then this is sort of an empty the notebook kind of column that he has where he's got all the stuff that he's hearing, all the smoke and noise that he's hearing, and he puts it in a column here. And he says this, speaking of offensive linemen, we have another team that has at least started sniffing around on a trade up. That's the Houston Texans. It's no secret that Houston needs offensive line help, and I'd expect the Texans to target strong character players as they continue to remake that room. This is where I point out that Albert Breer is the reporter who reported toxic culture inside the offensive line room. So him reporting strong character players kind of ties into his previous reports about what the offensive line room. He goes on to say, with the possibility that Will Campbell, Armand Membu, and Kelvin Banks are all gone inside the top 10, the next group of linemen could get moved up the board a bit, and the Texans have 2 teams in front of them, the Packers and the Vikings, that could take an offensive lineman. And they're directly in front of the Texans. Packers 23, Vikings 24. Thanks to the Tunsil trade, the Texans do have 3 picks on day 2. They've got an extra third. And so they've got an extra pick on day 2 to work with. I could see where that sets up, this is Breer talking, for a short move up, potentially to try to land someone like Gray Zabal, or if they're feeling froggy and include 2026 picks, we got an extra 2 next year, maybe a more significant move up the board to get Kelvin Banks. One player I've heard the Texans have done plenty of work on is Donovan Jackson, the guard out of Ohio State. We should mention we did our daily mock draft injection at 7:45. It was a Peter Schrager mock draft. Peter Schrager now with ESPN, very plugged into the NFL scuttlebutt community. He has the Texans taking Jackson at 25 for what it's worth. Breer says, again, right now this is just sniffing around, and it's notable because there aren't a lot of teams looking to climb in the draft order this year. So that's Albert Breer's assessment of the situation right now.
The character side of things is important, and I think there's a few guys that jump out at the potential 25th selection or maybe higher than that. Tyler Booker has been gushed about as a high-character guy, the guard out of Alabama. The wide receiver, Ibuka, out of Ohio State, has been gushed about. Donovan Jackson is team first guy with a really strong work ethic and all of that. I think that at Ohio State he's probably a little outshone just by Ibuka, because Ibuka seems to be in that Will Anderson category of people are just the talk about him as the complete and total package when it comes to the leadership and all of that. But Donovan Jackson, like you see multiple positive references to him and the way he operates. So those guys all make sense because they're anywhere in that midway through the first round down to the top part of the second round type of players.
Yep. Jeremy Fowler weighs in, ESPN.com. And he's doing an empty the notebook thing here today as well. And he's got a question in here, which teams could make trades? And he talks about the Browns a little bit, maybe moving off. They're getting calls about the number 2 pick, as Peter Schrager reported, Jeremy Fowler says, so that's nice. Patting a new teammate on the back, and Peter Schrager there for reporting that. Things are quiet out of Cleveland. So Cleveland is number 1 on his who could make trades. Number 2 that he talks about here is the Houston Texans, who are picking at 25. This is Jeremy Fowler, they are calling into the top half of the first round to potentially move up. All right, so there's a firm like Nick Caserio is making phone calls. You could guess that. It probably wouldn't be hard to guess it, but Fowler is reporting that. While their target is unclear, one NFC executive predicts Houston is interested in Kelvin Banks, trying to solve a clear need at offensive tackle. Teams behind Houston are also hearing from GM Nick Caserio. None of this should be surprising to any of us. I'm going to continue to read Fowler here, and then we can opine on this. So it's possible the Texans are just doing their due diligence across the board, Fowler says. The Broncos are also looking to move up. They're number 20. The San Francisco 49ers have been linked to trade rumors. There isn't much buzz around the Niners making a move. They're picking at 11. If San Francisco targets D-line, the 11th pick is a good spot to find somebody there. So the Texans are – he only mentions 4 teams, and the Texans are one of them right now.
Yeah, and this is and you always have to remind yourself this time of year, right around this time a couple years ago, all of these same Nugget hussies were starting to feel like there's a really good chance the Texans aren't taking a quarterback at all. So I don't know. It feels, Jeremy Fowler himself, who you just quoted, he was the guy that said, remember, it was his tone in the way he said, nobody knows what the Texans are doing. He was quoting an unnamed executive who I'm guessing texted him, and I think the executive probably said, nobody knows what the Texans are doing. Fowler presented it in such a way and in a context that it made it sound like the executive saying, like, nobody knows what the Texans are doing.
The Texans don't know what they're doing,
Yeah, basically the Texans don't know. Like, what the hell are they doing?
Right.
Like, okay, you guys don't know. Nick Caserio's making calls. And, he's making calls to GMs who are in the top 15. Yeah. You know what else those GMs also have? Picks in the 2nd through 7th rounds.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities. I would still be surprised if they trade that aggressively into the top 15.
Yeah, I think the most significant thing to come out of these reports, Jeremiah in there, who multiple times now has linked Kelvin Banks to the Texans. That, to me, is the one thing of all this stuff that is, again, it's lying and it's smoke and it's nugget hussies, it's all this stuff. There's a grain of truth somewhere in there to some of the stuff, so I'm going to acknowledge that guys do get it right. I mean, hell, Daniel Jeremiah called the trade last year or 2 years ago that the Texans made to get Will Anderson. So there are kernels of truth out there in the muck, Seth. All of these guys so far have mentioned Kelvin Banks' name with the Texans. Breer mentions Kelvin Banks. Jeremiah says that Kelvin Banks won't make it past the Texans from what he's hearing. Jeremy Fowler's another one here who mentions that there's executives around the league that are predicting Banks to the Texans. So and I'm not saying that Kelvin Banks is going to wind up a Houston Texan for sure. They may not have any control over that, but that's a lot of these guys that are mentioning one particular player's name. I think there's something there with that.
And it is, and that's where that could come from for multiple different reasons. I mean, it was one NFC executive predicts Houston is interested in Texas's University of Texas Kelvin Banks.
Yep.
Is that a GM who is actually like sitting around at UT's pro day, which the Texans attended, or something, and kind of had a conversation with Nick about Kelvin Banks or one of the Texan scouts? Who knows? Yep. Or it could just be him saying, "Oh, that fits a need," and it would make sense. I think that it's interesting that they keep as a tackle, and the Texans have a need at tackle, because I think there's a chance that the Texans might draft Banks and start him out at guard and see how he does at guard. There's still the dynamic of Titus Howard being able to play tackle or guard. So that's where I really just take a huge grain of salt when it's people trying to connect the dots for what the Texans need and don't need. I would personally, game 1 of the first season of the NFL, I don't care if they draft Will Campbell or Donovan Jackson or Kelvin Banks. Cam Robinson is probably your best option in week 1 at left tackle. Yeah. I think people are sleeping a little bit. It's almost like Cam Robinson, because he had a bad stretch at Minnesota, are ignoring his pretty consistent play in Jacksonville, and that they're looking at it as more of a drastic and immediate need than it actually is. Now, if you can get a good offensive tackle for the long term, by all means, yes. But it doesn't mean that they're that desperate for it right this moment.
Follow the money, too, just in terms of the 2025 season. I mean, Cam Robinson is not getting paid what Trent Brown's getting paid. Trent Brown's getting $3 million. That's a cuttable guy. Like, Cam Robinson is getting $12 to $14 million. Like, he's getting paid like a mid-tier offensive tackle, a starting offensive tackle, So I'm not saying he can't lose the job, But as far as maybe what the Texans are envisioning in their mind, what it's going to look like in week one, I think there'd be big surprise if Cam Robinson's not the left tackle for this team. In
Right.
week one.
The fact that they gave him that contract, which isn't a huge contract, and it's only 1 year, but that is the kind of contract that you give to a guy that you're comfortable if he's starting.
Yes.
And that you don't feel desperate that we need to draft for need. Right. I think the Texans are in a position where they're not going to draft out of desperation. And if there's an offensive tackle that they can go and get that they feel like has a chance of being good for the long term, yeah, they'll go get him.
Yeah.
It's just that they're not. It's not going to dictate everything.
No,
the current needs are not as desperate at left tackle as I think a lot of people feel like the Texans would feel they are.
You're right. They drafted Blake Fisher when I don't even know if the extensions for Tunsil and Titus Howard had kicked in yet. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. They're not afraid to take those guys, but as far as the chances of them starting, I think Cam Robinson's going to wind up being the starter. We've got let's play this one here, and then we'll get to the text page. Here was Daniel Jeremiah. As long as we're talking about Kelvin Banks, a tackle for University of Texas, possibly going to the Houston Texans, or the Texans possibly trading up to go get him. Here was Daniel Jeremiah with Mina Kimes talking about Banks possibly going to the Texans.
But what if they added Emeka Egbuka?
CJ Stroud might have something to say about that. I don't know. CJ I would like to be a little better protected than I was last year, but I wouldn't mind throwing to my friend in Emeka Egbuka.
Think you need for them?
Yeah, I think I would have to take Banks. I have a little higher grade on Egbuka. It's close, but I don't see how they leave that round without an offensive lineman. So I'm going to go offensive lineman.
Okay.
Not to mention, I was told the Houston Texans will not pass on Banks if he was there.
Okay, so there's that. Yeah, he kind of throws in at the end, like, oh, and here's my information. It backs up my good job, Daniel Jeremiah.
Daniel Jeremiah, Kelvin Banks is 29th on Daniel Jeremiah's top 150 or top 50, excuse me. And I wonder if I think Kelvin Banks probably has different grades on a lot of different boards as to how highly they think of him. And I think that Kelvin Banks, I could see Kelvin Banks being a guy theoretically where maybe the Texans look at him as, man, we don't really think of him as a traditional top 15 pick at offensive tackle, but we sure do think of him as a 15th or 16th or like 15th, 16th, 17th overall pick at offensive tackle.
Yeah.
And maybe that's their limit for how aggressively they'd want to trade up for him.
Yeah, again, they've got extra draft capital from the Tunsil trade, an extra third this year and an extra second next year. And Nick Caserio in the last two off seasons, he's made deals with extra draft cap. They had extra draft capital galore in 2023. They used it to move up and go get Will Anderson. They had an extra second-round pick that they picked up from Minnesota that they used to go get Stephon Diggs. Using extra draft capital that they got in previous trades to move up and go get guys and almost use it as like found money has been a big part of what Nick Caserio has done the last couple of years with some of the biggest deals that they've made. Let me throw a not a hypothetical, but an either or at you, Seth. I'm going to give you, if you're trying to win money here on this one here, all right? I'm the house. I'm going to give you the choice of Kelvin Banks and Donovan Jackson, that group of three, or the field, everybody else. And you've got to pick which choice includes the Texans' first-round pick. You get Tyler Booker, Kelvin Banks, and Donovan Jackson as a group.
Oh, okay.
Or every other college player out there.
Okay, so it's going to be one of those three or somebody else.
Or somebody else. That's the choice. Yeah.
I think that. Ooh, that's a great question. And this is where I fall victim to all those things that I'm trying not to fall victim to, which is all this scuttlebutt.
Yeah.
I think there's a really good chance that one of either Donovan Jackson or Tyler Booker will be available at 25.
Yeah.
I think Kelvin Banks might be available outside the top 15, and the Texans would trade up for him.
Yeah, however they
16,
get
17,
those guys,
18.
however they get them. Yeah, doesn't have to be a 25.
This is tough. I always take the field, but you've added those three players to it.
Yeah.
You've still got Egbuka sitting there and Matthew Golden, who
Zayball,
also are at 25.
Yeah.
Potentially. Like those guys could easily be there at 25.
Sure.
I'm gonna take those three players.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm falling victim to the scuttlebutt, Sean.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm a sucker.
I'm
a sucker for rumors.
It's a coin flip for me, man. Like, because it's it's every other player. It's every other player. Booker, Banks, Donovan Johnson. I'm curious what the listeners feel. Should I put that up as a Pender poll? Is that a good Pender poll?
Yeah, and I'm going to take it. I go back.
You
I never
changing
took my. I didn't take my hand off the checker.
You did.
I'm sliding it back to the field.
Okay, there. All right. Yeah, if you're a field guy, you got to stay. Like if you hit on 16 at a blackjack table against a face card, don't become a stay guy. If you just keep hitting, that's what you do.
Give me half a beer. And I would have been all in on those three. But no, I'm stone cold sober right this moment.
Speaking of, a lot of people
according to my BAC calculator.
That's right, your breathalyzer.
Stop drinking at 5:30 a.m. Yeah, it should be good now. Yeah.
A lot of people weighing in on bar fights. Bar fights morphed into drive-bys and road rage. That's from Jimbo in H-Town. Someone says rural areas are still a place to find a good bar fight. We're not looking to find a good bar fight. We're just curious if they still exist out there.
It just seems like people don't get into fights as much as they used to in bars. But we also, I'm not in bars late hardly ever anymore.
Same, yeah. As you can imagine, there's a lot of Gen Z is soft going out on the text page. On the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. All right, one of my sons weighed in on this. My older son, James, says, I asked him, have either of you, him and his brother, ever been in a bar fight? We're wondering if people bar fight anymore. Me and Seth are wondering that. He says, like actually thrown hands? No. He says, I've come close to, but it's hardly worth it nowadays. Too many phones to incriminate you if you win.
Oh. Yeah, the incrimination factor. Yeah. I was thinking about not wanting to go viral, but also, there's clear evidence of everything you did.
Yeah. He said the risk reward, and this is my analytical son talking, the risk reward is almost zero. I'm just picturing James in a bar, like trying to calculate what the risk reward is.
Hold on a second, Brutus. I have to calculate my.
One second, I got to go to my app here that calculates the risk reward on me trying to kick your ass.
Bluto, that was the word I was looking for.
Yeah, Bluto. Yeah. James said it would take something blatantly disrespectful or involving a significant other for me to throw hands. Very chivalrous of you, James. Significant
that's
other.
Very hypothetically heroic of you.
Very hypothetically chivalrous, yes. Hypothetically throwing your coat down over mud puddles for her as well. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
I always hypothetically make the noblest of decisions in my mind.
Kicked so much hypothetical ass in my life, I'm telling you.
Dude, every movie I've ever watched, I am hypothetically 100% doing the right thing, okay?
Yes.
Even when people are put into morally impossible situations, I do the right thing.
Mm-hmm. Got a couple people on the text page asking about a possible player on the trade block from another team. Would the Texans be interested? I'll hit that. We'll hit that in the next segment. Also, we've got Texans from yesterday, new Texans yesterday, and current Texans talking about their new teammates, talking about their new friends, specifically new Texans on C.J. Stroud. What are their impressions of their new quarterback? We will get to that and a whole lot more as we roll on here in the 9 o'clock hour coming up next. Daily in Black. First, Daily in Black, dailyblack.com. And if you are a
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Text message, and then we'll get to some of what the new Texans and current Texans are saying about their brand new friends that they have. CJ Gardner Johnson, Cam Robinson talking about their new teammates. We'll get to that. But this is an interesting text because I'd seen some of these rumors in the last 24 hours, Seth, that reportedly Detroit might be shopping Jameson Williams, the wide receiver, former first-round pick out of Alabama, who we all know probably maybe at this point. He had a good season last year. He had just over 1,000 yards. He's obviously their number 2 to Amon-Ra St. Brown, and he's 3 years in now, so decisions are going to have to start getting made on guys like Jameson Williams. The exercise is fifth year out. He's on the trade block. He was suspended for gambling right out of the chute as a rookie. That's probably maybe what he's best known for. Yeah. Remember that?
I forgot about that.
So there might be some intelligence issues going on with Jameson Williams,
or just judgment.
Judgment. Would you make a trade if you were Nick Caserio? Would you kick tires on Jameson Williams? And if so, if you were inclined to trade for him, if he passed the swarm test, he's an Alabama guy. We should point that out.
Yeah.
What would you give up for Jameson Williams to be your number 2 receiver, knowing that he's starting to enter that phase where he's 3 years in? You might have to, I'm not saying pay him top of market, but he might only be with you for a year or two before he's a free agent.
I think I'm at the point right now where, again, I don't need to spend heavily at wide receiver. And that would be one of those, it's a double whammy, that you're taking a guy who's going to want a new contract soon, and I'm not overly eager for that. But I'm guessing they're looking for more than a third-round pick.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, he's a former first for them, right? And he played well for them last year. Like, he had 58 catches for a little over 1,000 yards. He scored 7 touchdowns. Like, he really played 15 games, started 11 games. I mean, he really started to kind of come into his own last year. He's very talented, obviously. He was the 12th overall pick in his draft class. Depending for, like, he's not getting a contract extension this offseason. He doesn't deserve one. But if it were third next year or something like that for a year of Jameson Williams, I wouldn't be.
That's where I look at it. I mean, it's tempting that there's so many good wide receivers taken in the second and third round anymore that I feel like at some point in the next couple of years, there's a good chance that you hit on a receiver in the second or third round, or maybe next year's first round or whatever it might be, that you've got two good and solid ones right now. You're probably going to end up with another rookie this year. That I'm not overly eager for that. That doesn't get me excited. I'm all about youth in these next couple days.
I'd give up my next year's third for Jameson Williams and just see what they say. I'm guessing they're asking for a lot more than that for him.
Yeah,
would be my guess.
I'm into old dudes these days. That's kind of my thing.
Save that.
I like give me an old guy.
Yeah,
it might not be around much longer.
Yeah,
you just get him. His expectations are lower, and he's just happy to have somebody.
Twilight years.
But he can still be a good provider for
every day.
Years.
Every day is a gift. That kind of thing.
Kicks the bucket. Yeah.
C.J. Gardner Johnson met with the media yesterday, as did Cam Robinson. They are on a team now with C.J. Stroud. What is C.J. Gardner Johnson? What are his first impressions of the quarterback of his new team?
He's a competitor. I say a lot of people don't understand with C.J. I met him. He cares a lot more than people think. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people look at him, he's nonchalant. Being here for the first 3 days or 2 days I've been here, he's everything you want in a quarterback. He may not be in the media like people expected from the guys I played with, but you understand this guy's a winner. He helped turn his organization around. So I think having more vet presence around him is going to help him come out his shell a little bit more, which he probably already did. Just know he's still light-skinned, so kind of got a couple of but great guy.
I think that was amazing.
Let's break that down, Sean.
No, especially the last part. Yeah.
As far as do people say that about C.J. Stroud?
No,
I don't think people say that about.
I found that stunning when he said that.
I feel like he was answering a question about Jalen Hurts. I wonder if because Jalen Hurts doesn't come off as like a really extroverted guy.
Right.
I wonder if he assumes because CJ, a lot of the times you see him on TV or whatever, he doesn't look super extroverted. He's on the sideline, he's diagnosing things. He's not a rah-rah guy whatsoever. I feel like CJ Gardner Johnson a little bit was almost just like giving his stock defense of Jalen Hurts more so than CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
Because I can't remember the last time I heard anybody wondering whether CJ cared or not.
Questioning his competitiveness, how much he cares. Like, I think CJ cares deeply,
This is like if I came in and I was like, hey, listen, Sean, I don't believe any of these rumors about you, okay? You're like, what rumors? The rumors, you and those crazy eyes wide shut parties and everything that people are always talking about.
Or just about your job. Like, I love radio. Can you imagine, like, Seth's like, you're like walking around town going, you wouldn't believe it. Sean loves radio.
I'll tell you guys, I think that he shows up unprepared and sometimes drunk and that he's not that bright, but he's actually a little bit better than all of those rumors.
Yeah, that's what
that nobody's ever actually said. Yeah.
Thank you.
There's a lot of people, Sean, I'll tell you, a lot of people say, boy, he hates his kids. But, I don't see it. I think he genuinely is okay with them.
He likes his kids. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's funny. Here was Cam Robinson yesterday. Cam Robinson, whose responsibility as of right now, he's the most likely one to be protecting C.J. Stroud's blind side. Here was Cam Robinson on C.J. Stroud.
Haven't been here super long, but in the time I've been here, I've been able to have a couple conversations with him and speak with him a little bit. A great leader is one of the first things I took from him. Has a really good head on his shoulders, and a guy that you kind of just want to go out there and play hard for.
Yeah, I think that's that is a more accurate, I think, analysis of C.J. Stroud than C.J. Gardner Johnson.
All those things. Now, if you had started saying what the guys in Jacksonville said about C.J. or something, that would have been awesome. That would have been juicy.
Yeah.
That would have been, hey, the defensive ends there in Jacksonville were always talking about how, C.J.'s a punk when you hit him or whatever. That would have been cool. That would have gotten some good juices going up for a biannual matchup with the Jaguars.
You know who we need to share that idea with is Lopez and Reggie, because they'll probably, if training camp is the same as it's been the last couple of years, the midday show is the one that gets the players fed to them after each practice, and Cam Robinson, I'm guessing, will be one of the players at some point, so they can ask him that. They're not uncomfortable questions sometimes, I would think, right?
What did Josh Allen start going by? Is it Josh Allen Sr. now or Junior or something?
You talking about from Jacksonville?
The defensive end.
Josh Hines Allen.
He went to Josh Hines Allen. That's a smart move.
Yeah.
You can't fight City Hall, man. Like, as long as Josh Allen is a quarterback in the NFL, people are not going to you're not going to be the person people think of when they hear Josh Allen.
Right, and it works both ways. As long as it's a quarterback, you're either going to get painted, you're either going to get buried because he's the MVP of the league, or you're going to get drawn into some Twitter scuttlebutt or Twitter kerfuffles over fans complaining about how horrible you are. And no, that's not me. That's that crappy quarterback from Buffalo. You just can't win. You're right. When you're a DN.
Like the two White Sox pitchers with the exact same name. That's a dicey situation.
Yeah. Man. Oh, it was Castillo. Luis Castillo. They're both Luis Castillo.
There's two Luis Castillos. They pitched in back-to-back games.
But imagine it was the Mariners. Yeah.
Mariners. Thank you.
Yeah.
If one of them is a jackass,
right?
Like that's a lot harder. I mean, that's somebody on your same team.
Yeah.
Somebody calls up and it was like, "Hey, Luis Castillo,
dude,
robbed my liquor store last night,"
right.
Or just even worse, because obviously you've got video evidence of that. If somebody if Luis Castillo is around town treating people like crap, being a poor tipper and everything, that's a guy that plays for the Mariners named Luis Castillo. Besmirching your good name. Yeah.
Or just the correspondence that you get. You don't want to be the ESPN employee right now who's also named Shannon Sharp. It might be a woman in accounting. I'm not even a man. Why am I being served with this lawsuit here?
Well, I mean, the worst case scenario that is working in the same industry is the Ravens play-by-play guy.
Jerry Sandusky.
Whose name is Jerry Sandusky.
Yes.
And, that's not even funny.
No.
You can't even have fun.
No.
There's got to be a subliminal thing going on when people meet you and you hear, "Oh, this is Jerry Sandusky."
Yes.
I don't that short circuits your brain circuitry. I feel like that guy, because he gets a lot of hate on social media and stuff from people that are that dumb, that don't realize that Jerry Sandusky is rotting away in some jail somewhere.
Yes.
Or did he get killed in prison?
No, I think he's still alive. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't.
Let's give it time.
Lost track. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. One more here. This is Jalen Petrie. I thought this was good. Jalen Petrie, who's gone against Christian Kirk the last couple of years, especially this past year where Jalen Petrie's playing in the slot. This is Jalen Petrie on new Texans wide receiver Christian Kirk.
When I seen we got him, I was like, one thing that I take pride in is not letting a receiver put his hands on me or block me. But for what I can remember last year when we played them here, he definitely blocked me. So definitely excited that he's on our team. He can run every route in the book. Definitely a quarterback's best friend. And definitely going to stick his nose in there when he has to. So I'm excited to go and, compete against him a lot more in practice and not in the games. But definitely think he's going to, add a different element to our team and going to make everybody better, including me, just going against him every day because we obviously know he's a receiver and he's more in the slot. So definitely going to be someone I'm seeing a lot.
That action can't be able to watch, right? Petrie going against Kirk,
Yeah. Well, because we watched Petrie versus Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell last year in the slot, and we thought, I'd like to not have Jalen Petrie soloed up over those slot receivers.
See if he's improved.
Yeah, so he needs more work on that. And I think with Christian Kirk, he doesn't have the same top shelf potential as Stephon Diggs, but he is a very savvy slot receiver. And in the short area game, hopefully what can happen this year is that if teams actually genuinely respect the Texans' rushing attack, it doesn't mean they have to be the best rushing attack. If they can just get to the point where they have a competent rushing attack, there's more room for run after the catch because teams can't just play shell coverages all the time.
Yeah.
Because we saw with Stephon Diggs last year, CJ had a really good knack for getting the ball quick to Stephon Diggs in tight windows, all of that. But Diggs didn't have much room to work with after that. So the run after catch wasn't really there. I think with Christian Kirk, there's more potential. If the Texans can get the other stuff on the offense right, you might get to see some more of that run after the catch that we anticipated with Stephon Diggs.
Yep, that'd be great. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Jerry Sandusky, the convicted child molester, is still alive. Miraculously, at 81, still alive in prison. That hit the over, way over. And his Wikipedia page says at the top, not to be confused with Baltimore sportscaster Jerry Sandusky.
Yeah, that's a rough name to have. I almost feel like Jerry Sandusky should have just if it was 1944 and I'm headed down to change I'm to take my mother's maiden name or something.
Yeah, or go by
Adolf was kind of shot too. You got to you got to get rid of everything. Yeah, you got to completely change out.
Yeah, or just his middle name, the announcer's middle name is Edward. Just at least go by your middle name. Go by Eddie.
Yeah,
you know,
J. Edward Sandusky.
Yeah,
or something.
Eddie. Yeah.
Yeah, Sandusky, Ohio is a lovely place.
Beautiful. Yeah.
I only know it from Tommy Boy, but other than that, I feel like that's anything other than Jerry in front of Sandusky.
All right, Vegas has spoken, and the players that are on the board for the Texans that most Texan fans want or think the Texans could take. These are the slots that Vegas has them going. What are the chances these guys are on the board for the Texans according to Vegas? We will do that coming up next.
from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Talk to the fellas on In the Loop in just a little bit. Brian McTaggart just sent out his newsletter. He's got an Astros Beat newsletter comes out. Yeah, Tags he's great. And his lead, though, is something that we probably haven't paid enough attention to because we were so caught up in the underperformance of the offense and how good the starting pitching's been. Josh Hader is back. Like, this is not the Josh Hader of last year that had a nearly 4 ERA. Like, Josh Hader has been awesome for the first month of the season. I bring that up because Tags has a whole article about it.
Well, he faced that crucial test yesterday of being in a non-save situation.
Yeah.
And, that's...
he was always good for a home run or two in those situations before. But he's been we should, you know what, Ben, let's give Josh Hader a quick Wednesday acknowledgement here.
Acknowledgement.
I don't know we've brought up Josh Hader's name in the last week and a half with the Astros. Maybe when he pitched those couple of times where he pitched 2 innings twice within 3 days. But other than that, he's been excellent. So I just want to acknowledge that. He's been really, really good. Good job, Josh Hader. Making yourself worth that $95 million contract. Hey, he better be good. He's going to be here for 3 more years after this. So good job, Josh Hader.
Well, we also don't have that unpleasant dynamic of Ryan Presley still being in the building.
Yeah.
Which is just, it was just uncomfortable.
Right.
I don't, did it actually matter or not? Who knows? But as a fan, and as somebody that I felt up for Ryan Presley a lot. Well, he was still in his prime. People didn't like him because he wasn't a classic closer in a lot of regards. But, last year it was obvious that the age was starting to take its toll.
Yep.
It was just uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
It's uncomfortable having somebody around who was demoted from that spot still on the team.
And not being a great sport about it either. He was...
Not 100%.
Yeah, 100%. I'm not saying he was a cancer or anything like that, but he did not go quietly into the night about getting demoted.
He didn't bother lying at all about even saying he wasn't like, hey, I'm just happy to be here or anything.
Yeah, this wasn't like Altuve going to left field where Altuve gets banished to left field and all reports are he's having a blast out there. And he is. He seems to be having fun.
He's having a blast out there. Are you surprised? Sorry, I don't want to divert us too far.
That's okay.
Are you surprised that we've only seen Altuve at second and Jordan in left field twice this season?
A little bit, given that if you're going to try to get all your best bats in the lineup, that's the way to do it. Let somebody else, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like let somebody else DH.
I have not become a Brendan Rodgers defender just yet.
Yeah, correct. I'm a little surprised. Even I thought they'd use that lineup just to get Caratini and Yiner in the lineup at the same time, but Yiner's been so bad. It's like, that's at the beginning of the season, before the season started, and Yiner became a 155 hitter. I thought, of these guys on the bench, Caratini's actually a competent big league hitter. You may need to find permutations of the lineup where both your catchers are in the lineup. One is the DH, one is the catcher. But you're right. Brendan Rodgers does play a lot for a guy. No, he's done. But yes, to answer your original question, I am surprised. Only twice, this year? Jordan in left and Altuve at second. That's what it feels like. We haven't.
How it goes with my baseball article stats. It's usually I'm reading them at 3 or 4 a.m. So there's sometimes I might have misread it, but I'm pretty sure it's twice.
That passes the smell test. It hasn't been very much for sure. All right, the odds are out on what draft slot guys are going to be taken in the first round, and not on all of them. I was disappointed there was no Tyler Booker odds, and it's probably because Tyler Booker, the guard out of Alabama, that a lot of people think Texans could end up taking at 25, because you see him anywhere going from 12, like he did in Peter Schrager's mock draft today to the Cowboys, to slipping into the second round. Yeah. Some of these guys their draft stock is less volatile than that. The ones that are relevant to the Texans, to Texan fans out there, Emeka Egbuka, Seth, 28.5 his draft slot. So if you think he's going to go before the 29th pick, you take the under. If you think he's going to go 29 or later, you take the over.
Okay, so Egbuka, that's an interesting one. If Egbuka is there at 25 and the Texans' favorite offensive line selections are gone, I think there's a really good chance the Texans take Egbuka.
Safe pick, high floor.
High floor, and yet also I think some of the reservations about just how much separation can he create, just how sudden of a burst does he have. I think that's the classic, boy, you care about character and all of those things, but it's that is, if you're being selective about things, we want guys who match the physical traits we want, who also have the leadership stuff, and that's how we break the tie between Ibuka and somebody else we have graded similarly. I don't think you should reach for character traits.
No.
I feel it with Ibuka a little bit. It starts to feel like you're reaching for character traits.
Is he one of these guys where the GPS data might matter more than what all the testing stuff is?
Yeah. I think in a different scenario, he might be labeled as deceptively fast.
Yes.
So I think there is. Because he's very smooth and because he's a really good route runner and because he does a lot of the nuanced stuff well, I think there's almost a feeling that I think people maybe overly criticize his athletic ability. I think that's a really good point. Yeah. I think the GPS data might factor in a lot more than the measurables. And he ran a good 40 and all that, but he surprised people with his 40 time.
I like the number, and again, this is Vegas, and this, it is based on, I'm sure, some knowledge and inside knowledge, and certainly reading the tea leaves from the experts out there. If they took Ibuka with the 25th pick, I wouldn't be over the moon, but I'd be fine with it. That his number is 28.5 in this odds board thing would indicate that he is going to be there, or the odds makers at least think he's going to be there at 25. The next two are a little this is less of a good story for the Texans. The over-under on draft slot for Kelvin Banks Jr., who we've talked about a lot today, is 12, which is where the Cowboys happen to pick. But 12 for Kelvin Banks, to me, that if the odds makers are at all accurate about this, if what they're hearing is a fair indicator that the Texans are going to need to make that trade up that we've been talking about a lot today.
Yeah, I wonder with Kelvin Banks, and I like Kelvin Banks a lot, I just think there's more – I think there's more people that have kind of some reservations about him, and sometimes the guys, I watched him versus Mikael Williams, the edge rusher, in this draft, and there were times where they really got an edge on Kelvin Banks. I don't think he's as polished as a lot of the offensive tackles that you think of going in the top 15. Mm-hmm. And I think some teams might be really intrigued by the prospect of moving Kelvin Banks to guard. And that's what I would take the over on that.
Take over on 12.
Is over, that means he's going
after 12.
Number, but after, okay.
Yeah, higher draft slot. Yep. So you take over on 12.
Lower draft slot, higher number.
Yeah, higher number. That's right.
Okay.
Did you make a pick on Ibuka, whether you think it's over or under 28.5?
I'm going to say over. He's going to go later.
He'll go later than 28.5. I'm going to go under on that one. I think some team is going to look at him and think safe pick, gets us another guy. I think a team that already has maybe a wide receiver will look at him as maybe an ideal number 2, but it's a good number. 28.5 is a really good number. All right, this is an interesting one.
This is a really tough one.
Matthew Golden, his over-under draft slot is 17. 17. By the way, the Bengals pick at 17. I think why his number is put at 17 is that 16, and I've seen him mocked to the Cardinals quite a bit, Matthew Golden, to pair with Marvin Harrison Jr.
Sean, as we know, all 32 NFL GMs will to the death argue that they never draft for need. They only draft best player available, and yet in this draft, could one of these saintly GMs be tempted to draft for need where the wide receiver class isn't great? I think they will, and I think that Matthew Golden is a guy that teams look at as mid to late first round, but somebody's going to stretch for him.
I agree.
Before 17.
I agree because I think that it feels like there's a drop off after him at wide receiver, whereas there's still several more offensive linemen smattered throughout the first round. I'm with you that, and honestly, I hate to say that because that's who I want for the Texans, Matthew Golden. Now I wouldn't be opposed to them moving up and drafting Matthew Golden. I don't think they will. But I hate to say it. That one feels like a really good bet. Matthew Golden under 17. We got a few more of these. We'll hit some of these tomorrow. Some of the ones in tomorrow's draft day, so it's a good day to do it.
I always looked at the futures and the prop bets. I feel like I don't think Vegas puts as much thought into it as you think they do, or you think they might. Those are loss leaders for them and a lot for Vegas.
It's a
nice
bets.
Intro for casuals to get into the dark arts.
You're probably right about that. All right, Payne, because I put a lot of thought into it. That's why I'm projecting how much thought I put into it on the actual sports book, which means there's money to be made. I'm doing today. I'm going and finding some good prop bets on the draft tomorrow. Thank you for reminding me of that, Seth. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they are in the house. Hello. Did you have a nice birthday yesterday, my friend?
I had what I think a lot of people would consider a boring birthday.
Okay.
Because I think I lied on air when cross-talking with the fellas at the drive, saying, like, I don't know. If someone said I should go get some margaritas, I might go get some margaritas. No margaritas were gotten.
Nothing.
I just went home, answered phone calls, answered well wishes, and watched basketball and baseball.
Oh,
that's
beautiful.
what I did. Yeah.
Did you get a lot of? Are you on Facebook? You and I might even be friends on Facebook.
I don't. We're not friends on Facebook, but it's my fault because it's there and I just don't use it.
I'm just wondering, did you get 500 people wishing you a happy birthday on Facebook?
Not anymore.
And if so, do you feel the need to at least click like on each of those?
What I have done in my history is I have checked into Facebook once a year, and that is my birthday, to make sure at least the people that took the time to say happy birthday, that they got a response. But other than that, I just don't use my Facebook.
Take an inventory.
And I think people have recognized that I don't use it.
I think I disabled that on Facebook. You can't. Nobody gets a notification of my birthday.
That's what I did too.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. You know I'm not a big birthday guy, so
No. Well, I'm the opposite. If you didn't wish me a happy birthday on Facebook, you're all dead to me.
That's right.
I texted you, pal.
Sean celebrates any kind of day possible. If it's National Bagel Day, he's going to eat a dozen bagels. Yeah.
Because the calories don't count on that.
That's right. Yeah, I've often heard that.
You're calorie free on those days. Pizza days.
It's Fat
is the best.
Tuesday every day of the year with Sean.
Every day. Well, it's just very specific. Tomorrow's milkshake day. Well, guess what I'm drinking 5 of tomorrow. Milkshake. Absolutely right. Beck's Prime hand-spun milkshakes. Hello. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing each and every day. So
I think you've got it right, though, before we move on.
What's that?
I've been trying to be more like you because I am probably more like Lopez in that, why is this thing actually important? I survived another year. Okay, fine. But, life is hard enough. When you have an opportunity to celebrate, you probably should just grab it. So I'm trying to be more like you.
Okay, thanks, Reggie. I appreciate that. That's a good, I would say, don't go too far with being a lot like me.
I would like to find the edge. I'm going to go until I find the edge.
Just little things, I promise you, yeah. So what's
can you guys, at some point today, can you power rank the holidays? And put Labor Day at the bottom. We do have a few too many holidays. There's some of the things that you get work off. President's Day, pretty dumb. I think we can all agree.
We had a lot of those. We had a lot of those.
I'm sorry to inform you that today is National Cherry Cheesecake Day.
Oh, let's go!
Oh, hell yeah! I love any kind of cheesecake.
I'll take that over President's Day.
Hell yeah!
It is
Labor
also
Day.
National Shakespeare Day.
Shakespeare Day. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
How would one go about celebrating that?
Yeah, just starting to quote Shakespeare.
Annoyingly dropping Shakespeare.
Thank
quotes.
you. The person celebrating Shakespeare Day is blindly, I will tell you, is the most annoying person in the room. Most annoying. So what's the question of the day, fellas?
All right, so you guys played this audio earlier today. Obviously, the passing of ESPN broadcaster Mike Patrick took people down the rabbit holes of the various instances of him obviously being iconic.
Yeah.
On TV, the guy who introduced to us the yellow first down line.
Yep.
And that was a huge technical innovation in sports. So that got us thinking, what are, to you, the greatest technical innovations in sports history?
Okay. That's honestly, if you were to ask that question, that would have been the first thing that popped into my head.
Yeah,
that's
one of my
line.
favorites.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites. I don't know if this is a technical innovation as much as it is.
Should we open it up to just innovations in sports so it doesn't have to be too specific?
Well, Red Zone Channel to me is
great.
You ask things I can't live without.
Yeah.
The weeks where the Texans aren't playing because obviously we're busy, or the Sundays I should say, where the Texans aren't playing because we're busy those Sundays. I'm Red Zone Channel the whole day. That's it. And it's I'm a fantasy football player and I'm a gambler and it's perfect. It is absolutely perfect. Seth is thinking right now.
I gotta think on this one. I was trying to come up with Shakespeare quotes.
That's why your head looks like it's about to.
All the world's a stage, and we are merely players.
I think Shakespeare, and immediately I'm like, ain't that the man who invented the word assassination? That's what I got for you. That's what I got for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh man. So yeah, any technical innovations for you there, Seth? That you?
No.
No.
I had my head buried in Shakespeare on AI.
Man who lives in the woods.
Yeah.
Best technical innovation: a buck knife. That's what it is.
Go ahead.
I'll say honestly, the thing I have enjoyed is that high definition on-field cam they have for a lot of the primetime games.
There you go.
That make it seem more cinematic.
Yeah.
I really enjoy that. It doesn't help me understand the game any better or anything, but I do really enjoy that.
Yeah.
What's hilarious, those cameras have been around forever. Someone was just like, hey, can we use a shallow depth of field in football? And they're like, yeah,
It's like a $10,000 camera, which, I mean, that's a lot for the guy on the street, but for a television broadcast, it's really not a big deal. Yeah, you're exactly right, Reginald. I was surprised about how it's seemingly affordable that is, and they could have done it a long time ago.
I would say the one technical innovation I have the most complicated relationship with
I'm interested in
is push notifications about sports scores and things happening within games.
That's a great point.
Because I find it's essential for what we do, and I find it essential. I find it essential the other 21 hours out of the day when it's not spoiling something 30 seconds ahead of it happening in actual real time. Like like if the Astros have a couple guys on base and I hear my phone, because I have my phone turned upside down, so I don't. But if I hear it go, brr, brr, I'm like, oh, there's like a 60% chance they just drove in a run here. You know, like it's. So it takes some of the suspense out of things.
Yeah. Do you ever go so far as to like turn off the notifications for a game that you know you're watching?
No, and I should. Like me even bringing it up, that's the right answer to what I'm saying. Reggie is, hey, dumbass, turn it off during the game. I know you're not saying that. You're probably thinking it, but I know you're not saying it.
Not to you.
Yeah.
Probably to myself. The self-talk is a lot more negative than it is the outward talk.
Am I right on that? Like the push notifications are a little inconvenient, but they're super necessary.
100%, especially if you don't happen to be in front of a TV. The one that gets me is actually not some of the other sports, especially sports that are more inclined to be high scoring. It's when I'm watching like soccer because it's the one. Damn,
it's the only one. Damn it, that's true. The scarcity. All right. Hey, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto.
You damn skippy it is.
That's right, man. Seth, I will see you tomorrow for a draft day edition of Payne and Pendergast. Antibodies to you, my man.
Antibodies, and I can't even read this Shakespeare quote that I came up. I can't. Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. There you go.
Yep. I'm going to go with
Was
cherry
that beautiful? Yeah.
I'm going to go with cherry cheesecake.
Yeah, that's fair. Cherry Cheesecake Day, greater than
Shakespeare Day is the worst.
Yeah, you just proved my theory. Whoever celebrates it is the worst. Yeah. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Wednesday to you. Happy cherry cheesecake day. I almost said cherry cheese steak, and that's an entirely different innovation, and not a good one, I don't think.
That sounds nasty.
I'll try it, though. I'm going to be honest. I would try it at least once. I'm not going to lie. All through that crosstalk, I was thinking milk Shakespeare, and I was like, how do I make this a thing? I was like, that's not good. It's not good. Just leave that alone.
All through that crosstalk, I was thinking, look at Figgy channeling C.J. Gardner Johnson. Look at Figgy.
Oh, because he's wearing a hat?
Oh, the bucket hat?
It's a good bucket hat. It's a good bucket hat.
You need to put it real high and put a ribbon around it like C.J. Gardner Johnson.
Shout out to C.J. Gardner Johnson who brought all the entertainment value that you would expect of a person of his stature to the podium yesterday. We'll hear from him today, and we'll get you ready for various things, right? We are one sleep away from the 2025 NFL Draft. We are 0 sleeps away, unless you need to get a nap in or something, from Game 2 of NBA first-round action, Rockets, Warriors. And let's start this up. In fact, first and foremost, myself and Figgy getting in the vibes of I don't think we're going to be in the arena tonight. However, what we are doing is we are wearing the shirt.
I'm actually kind of glad I forgot now, because then we would have looked really weird with all three of us wearing
No, we would have looked like we are all pulling in the right direction.
We would have looked like a damn family.
That's right. You out here being different.
You know what I call you two? No.
Don't do that. Don't do that. But 713-572-4610 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
That's right. Also, appreciation of the Mokaram Injury Lawyers for the live streams, both on YouTube
We keep it 100.
My bad. That's on me. Where you can get involved with the program. Let's go ahead and ask our questions headed into Game 2. What are the questions that you have for Game 2, particularly as the Rockets hope to even up the series 1-1 before they make the trip to San Francisco?
All right, so we can start with the big picture here and then get into some more of the minutia or smaller things.
I want to start with minutia.
You want to start with minutia?
No, I'm just playing.
We can do that, but the big picture.
People don't want to hear the minutia.
I mean, it's not a complicated question for me. The biggest story of tonight's game.
Where the offense at?
Well, that's maybe even smaller. Who's going to step up? Who's gonna score 30?
Who's gonna step up?
Who's gonna put 30 on them? 28
from the Rockets team?
Yes.
Who's most likely to do that? Is that where we're starting?
To me, that's the biggest question. You have to. One thing we've seen and the play, obviously. But we've seen in every game, one of the things that we mentioned last week, like a star doing star things. You've got to have that guy. We saw it with Steph and Jimmy Butler, mostly Steph, but we saw it in, Kawhi has done it. Luka has done it. You've got to have a guy step up and make the other team pay with a big night. So,
well, you're talking about those, and I feel like that's probably more the guys that you expect to be relatively consistently in the 20 to 30 range.
But the Rockets need a guy to do that. They didn't have anybody that could really put the pressure, make them make adjustments, make them change their defensive scheme. The trickle down is incredible if you have one dude that is just on.
Yeah, but I think
this ain't the off season yet.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I don't want to go to that conversation. That is not a conversation we need to have yet. It's a conversation that we've probably already had too much in this particular time period. But I think, is it probably fair to say that you would, instead of like one guy dropping 35 of them things, you probably need a couple guys dropping 22. Right? Like, and who are those guys that are capable and available to do that? From the 281 on the text line already coming in, y'all are going to laugh at me. I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to in that space to laugh. Well, Lopez did just chuckle there.
I laughed at the question.
Fair enough. They said, I believe that tonight, Jalen, Jabari, and Amen are going to show up and show out. That's just the way I feel, and we'll even the series. How do you feel about those three as potentials in here when you talk about Jalen Green, who obviously is going to have the ball in his hand a decent amount because that's just kind of the way that you found success of late. Jabari Smith Jr., who is a good in the relatively limited offensive role that he had, and we have questions about how much will that role be expanded. And then Amen Thompson, who admittedly not nearly to the level of Jalen Green and probably Fred VanVleet, but was a disappointment in Game 1 at the very least offensively, where he just did not impact the game very much there. And defensively, I don't know how much you can blame him for the fact that Steph Curry can go supernova in some ways.
I think look, the Rockets can win like that. They've won like that. They've been able to just, beat you in several different ways with different guys. We've had the discussion about who's going to have the ball at the end, and it's two or three different guys. I still want to see somebody go off. I think that is what's going to affect Steve Kerr and the defense and how they play you all the way. Now, Jalen Green would be the obvious choice. Şengün would be the second most obvious choice. Those guys, one of those two guys has to be supernova. They have to.
I don't even know if that's a fair thing.
I don't know if it's fair either
from them to be like supernova, because if you're waiting for one of them to just be supernova, I do wonder, are you going to get to a place where you're waiting to the point where you end up in the off season, right?
Sure.
To say it as nicely as I possibly can. Now, I think to a point and kind of getting closer to that, one of the questions I have for this game is, does Ime Udoka change his rotation? Ime had been, regular season and the postseason are different. I want to acknowledge that up front. But in the regular season, Ime had been willing to play 9, 10 players deep and maybe more at times, depending on the circumstance. Does that shift? Does he shift the way that his rotation operates? Does he maybe even add someone to the, like folks were clamoring for, and maybe seeing a little Reed Shepard, seeing a little Cam Whitmore, who I thought posited, and Aaron Holiday, because he said that he is not tied to the 8-man rotation that you saw in Game 1, but I don't know how often you typically see a rotation expanded in the postseason once it's kind of tightened down.
Yeah, look, that's on my list. Is what's the lineup going to be? How is the lineup going to expand? Because I feel like it does. I feel like he gave us a hint, as you just mentioned, that this lineup is going to expand. I just have that gut feeling about 8 to 10 minutes, as B. Scott was saying yesterday, of a Reed Shepard. That would be my first.
Well, I think he was more an advocate for Cam Whitmore.
Or Cam Whitmore.
Especially because he can get in that place
what he said is 8 to 10 minutes. Not necessarily a big, dose, but something to loosen up the defense, something to knock down the threes, something to stretch them out a little bit. I think one of those two guys would be the most likely. So how is the lineup? That's on my list. Another one on my list that I think is, damn near as important as, somebody going off is who's getting you into the offense. How are you going to get into your offense? I said it the other day, that they have a lot of guys that can score, but they don't have an effective offense. They need an effective offense, and how are you going to get there is my other point.
It still feels like I don't necessarily, maybe you could just say, damn, Reggie, you were not imaginative in this moment. That probably is fair if you want to levy that against me. But I still think that it's probably, you go to Alperin in the middle of the floor like you had. He had a level of success doing that. And you still trust that, hey, man, we're going to have Jalen Green and some of these pick and rolls or dribble handoffs.
Yeah.
And then also we're going to go and hunt And I jump off question that you've had here because I think that I don't know that I have a great answer outside of, hey, I think you largely have seen it. How much do you then also, or how good can you be in hunting Steph? And how much better is it? Because it just needs to be better. I don't know that you can allow Steph Curry to get away with the instances where you put him against a good perimeter player and they win the possession, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's a step back three or a long shot, as opposed to getting to the rim and forcing the issue against the smallest and probably least good defender that the Golden State Warriors are going to have on the floor for the most part.
No, I agree. Actually, I think that's something that the last 3 days, but definitely the last 2 days, I can guarantee you the Rockets have been looking for ways to do that. Exactly that. They've showed that one play that we all talked about. How do you defend him and then how do you have him defending you and then take a step back three? They probably showed that in the film room multiple times. But I do agree with you on that. The other thing that is more of a smaller thing that is very, very important to me is you have to. It's not even a question, I guess, but you have to have that kind of rebounding again. Like that rebounding is what kept you in the game. You would have been run out of the gym if you hadn't been, putbacks and rebounds and defensive rebounds, and so you would have been run out of the gym. I'm sorry to say, but you have to. Steven Adams has to have another game like he did, and you have to have more guys. You have to be able to out rebound the Warriors, because that is the one place when you start doing the checkbox thing. Check it over here, check it over there. I think everybody would say the Rockets have a rebounding.
And one of the encouraging things about that for me is that Steven Adams, most every time that you get him out there this season, basically is that. Like, that was not, oh, man, Steven Adams put up one of those.
No, he's been the most consistent.
In the postseason, you have the games where a podium game is what I like to call it. Like a player who maybe is a certain level of role player kind of seems to play outside of his role for a night to give you an opportunity to steal a game or what have you, that maybe you probably shouldn't have won or what. Steven Adams, that game, that was more of what you typically expect is him eating glass and like being dominant down the floor. It's one of the reasons why he led the damn league in offensive rebounding percentage, right? It was because he has that level of game to him. I think the question that you ask is, can you expand his minutes beyond 20?
Yeah.
Because he got 20 minutes in that first game, and all of those minutes were great. And there were some times late in the second half where you were like, can we get Steven Adams back out here? Because it felt like that was a useful time for him on the floor. Like, and if you can expand that, to what level? Can you add 5 more minutes? Can he play 25 minutes knowing that you're not going to play again until Saturday, right? Is that something where you know that you have a little bit of time, and can we ring a little bit more out of a guy who's not like crazy old? He's like 31, but he has the injury issues and he has some of those things. Yeah. So I do wonder, is that something where you can get some more run out of that, and does that ultimately give you a little bit more because your offense oftentimes is so much predicated on second and third chance opportunity?
And he hasn't been bad in terms of either passing the ball or finishing on offense either. I think you fall off, and I think he would tell you that. Run him until the wheels fall off, because he's such an influence, a plus player, if you will. Last thing that I had on my list is you have to start fast. You have to start fast. We know these games go in ebbs and flows. Yeah. We know people make a run, but you're down 1-0 at home, man. You've got to jump out on these cats. You've got to jump out with a 10-point lead going into the second quarter, something along those lines, 8-point, 10-point control, and just put that momentum, on your side, but also
I don't accept your apology.
But just the confidence and have them on their heels a little bit.
I mean, that's in any basketball game, but particularly in one like this. Like, if you can apply some pressure and maybe get the Warriors out of necessarily their style
comfort zone. Yeah.
There's a couple of things that I'm thinking. One of them comes in on the YouTube page. I think Jabari should start tonight. Jeremy says, do you kind of agree with that sentiment?
What's that?
Jabari Smith Jr. starting, or at least getting more burn, because that was a question that was asked to Ime after game one. Is like, do you have any consideration for starting Jabari Smith Jr. or at least giving him a larger role, or basically trying to get him on the floor more?
I just want the rotation to be able to be expanded and find the hot hand.
Okay.
I like, whether it's Reed, Shepard, or Cam Whitmore, or Jabari, whomever it is, I think you need to be more than 8 deep. You need to go more than 8 deep, especially when you're struggling offensively.
One of the questions that I have, and somewhat hopeful thinking, I understand, is what happens if you do knock down shots? And there's been some there was a lack of shot making in game one, and that was very evident, obviously, from certain people, especially Fred VanVleet. And one of the reasons why I did not entirely jump out the gym on his performance, it was not a good one by any means, but he was getting good looks. They just weren't going for him. Yeah. And I know some of these other guys you're going to need to have knockdown shots as well to a much higher degree than they did. But, I mean, Fred in particular having so many of those looks, maybe, Tari missing his 4, Jalen Green missing his 4, those didn't help. But, what happens if you knock down a few of these shots? What can you shift? What does it look like? Does this then give energy to your offense? But then also, does that at all shift the way, or how many shots do you have to knock down to shift the way that the Golden State Warriors play you defensively? Can you force them to unshrink the floor, to not pack the paint? And then does that allow you to really get busy in a different way?
Yeah, that's basically, I think one of the biggest keys, if not the biggest key. I said you have to have one guy go off. But not because, and for the same reason. If one guy goes off, it changes the effect, the way they defend, et cetera, et cetera. But if you get 2 or 3 guys knocking down 3-point shots, think about how much zone they ran. The zone all of a sudden becomes something they put in their back pocket a little bit.
That's interesting. I had not really considered from that perspective, but if they do, if you can just, even
get
if they're
them
still
out of the zone,
even if they're still trying to
Alper and Şengün too.
Right, exactly. That's exactly where I wanted to go. I think we're in a mind meld at this point. Even if you don't get them to stop digging in, right, where you have guys sagging off of their guys in the perimeter a little bit to get in. Even if you just force them back into a man situation where you don't have a zone, where when Alperin has the ball, he's not looking at depending on what move. If he can get back to that one-on-one, he was cooking Draymond Green. And he has cooked Draymond Green when he has the opportunity to go one-up against him, or at least he has won more than he has lost for the most part. If you can at least force them into man coverage as opposed to being in zone, you might be able to get yourself enough offense to get over that, 95-point barrier. And not to say that it's absolutely going to be exactly that number again, but get over that barrier to get you a win and get you back to 1-1 as you head out of Houston.
The best thing about getting them out of the zone, outside of knocking down some threes, which will do it, is a lot of times when they were getting the entry pass into Alper and Şengün against the zone, there was already 2 defenders there because it's a zone. There's one in front, one in back. All right? If you're in man, there's only one defender there, and they have to come at you. And that gives him more room to move and kick out or take it to the rack.
Yeah, super excited for what this game looks like. This is going to be an important basketball game to try and get a victory. And I guess another question is how settled have the nerves become after a game?
Yeah, big one. That's a very good one.
Right.
Because I said it and I still stand by it. They look like a team that had never been in this environment in the past. And Jalen Green looked like a guy. I used the word wilted. Maybe that's a little harsh, but I think he did. That needs to change.
Yeah, super excited. Excited for a liftoff, as myself and Figgy's shirts say. Unfortunately, Lopez's shirt says Columbia.
Mine says Columbia.
That's right. But super excited for this game to start 8:30 on TNT and Space City Home Network. If you're watching along, and you should be, with the Rockets in the first round. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we are one fell draft and scuttlebutt. People are dropping nuggets as to what's happening, including. Seems like the Nick Caserio trade-up noise is getting really big. Let's dig into that next.
Yeah, man. We just talked some hoops. Love it. And
Pendergast breakdown happens right here. Hear from Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Andre Ware, Sean Pendergast, and more on the Texans Draft Show. No matter who's on the clock, we're on the air all draft long on your home of the Houston Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah. Happy Wednesday to you. Joel on the Twitch chat. The Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live streams, appreciation to them. On the Twitch chat, Joel was like, it's a wet Wednesday. And I'm like, I don't know how comfortable I feel calling it that. However, it is wet outside.
That's a word you just can't even say
Stay
anymore.
dry. What, wet?
Yeah, you can't even say it.
Nah, you can say the word wet. You just got to be careful of the context. I think I'm still good saying
also
that.
how you say it.
Yeah, no, people mind going together when you say the word wet.
Yeah, especially how you say it.
Yep.
Like when you go,
It's
wet.
crazy how we could corrupt a word that is just fine. Like moist. I know a lot of people are mad at me right now.
another one.
Ain't nothing wrong with the word. It is a normal word for no reason.
Did you see this video of this guy in church singing the song?
Oh, yes. I remember that. He said, I don't want to say that. I don't want you to be able to pull it.
He was saying it in church.
No, I know he was saying it on church, but I was going to say what he said, and I don't need y'all, look, I don't need y'all finding that, having that audio on me.
I might play it one day.
It's bad enough. It's bad enough y'all got me probably doing up downs whenever the next time is I jump off sides on this What's Poppin' intro. All right, let's talk a little bit about some of the draft scuttlebutt. We are less than 48 hours for sure.
We're a day away, 30-something hours?
Something like that. Yeah, I was going to do the math, and I realized I don't want to do that real quick. Somebody on the text line yesterday was telling me, hey, brush up on that math. And you're probably right. Mm-hmm. I do need to be cleaner with that. But we're one sleep away at the very least from NFL draft time, and we're getting a lot of scuttlebutt, a lot of news being dumped.
Another good word, by the way.
Scuttlebutt? Yeah, I keep saying it, and it doesn't help that also Sean has been saying it as well. So it's pinging around in my brain. But we're getting a lot of kind of news and intel as the news breakers and the folks who work on the insider space. They've been working all through the draft season, and this is the time. Like this is the postseason for them, man. Like, go ahead and put up or shut up at this time because none of that news is useful by the time you get the next couple of days. But once you get past it, all that news coming up before it doesn't really do much for you. So this is the time to get it out there and put it on the table. And in that way, it seems like when it comes to the early portions of the draft, a lot of people seemingly are wanting to trade back, and they're finding that maybe there aren't a lot of people that want to trade up, except the Texans, as a number of various insiders. I know Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, Diana Rossini, Albert Breer have all kind of spoken to this, but specifically, I could point to like Fowler, or sorry, I didn't want to go to Fowler here. I wanted to go to Breer here, where Breer is continuing to say that the Texans are really thumbing around on looking to address the position of offensive line in the first round, and maybe even moving up in order to do that, right? He said Breer says that the Texans have been sniffing around on a trade up. It's no secret that the Texans need offensive line help, and he'd expect the Texans to target strong character players as they continue to remake that room. Now, he also goes further to kind of talk about this in a little bit of detail, saying that the Texans have two teams in front of them that really could take an offensive lineman in a strong way when it comes to the Green Bay Packers and the Minnesota Vikings. And so I think that there's kind of thoughts that your Armand Membu, your Will Campbell, the guys that I think people are looking at as the very top of the offensive tackle space, and then even Kelvin Banks could go within the first 10 spaces, and that run, as we kind of postulated about a little bit last week, could happen to where it might be necessary if you have a specific high character kind of offensive lineman in mind that you want to go up and get. Like, you might have to go up and do that with the draft capital that you have available to you.
Well, there are a couple things that would feed into this happening. Number one, the Texans are in a position where they can be very specific about the players. The defense is pretty much set, as we know. The offense has just a couple of holes here and there, so they need to. They're in a position where they're in win now, as we often say, and they can specifically target one player. That means you can give up some draft capital to get that one player. That's the first thing that kind of feeds into the Texans perhaps moving up. And then there's the Nick Caserio factor. Like if you are, Sean Pendergast, like power ranking general managers most likely to just move on the first day of the draft. Nick Caserio is top 3. He's had 18 draft trades since he's been here in 2021.
A lot of trades. Not all of them up, mind you, but a lot of them
not
all
all
sorts
up.
of different places.
But he likes to trade.
He loves to trade. I mean, he's top 3, top 5 candidate in terms of. So the fact that they can pretty much go target practicing. They can go specific to one player, and that he loves to do this. It feeds directly into that. Now it's easy to say lying season, all that. I laughed at Seth's tweet this morning. So you're telling me, and I'm paraphrasing, but he pretty much said, so you're telling me they might trade up or they might trade back. yeah, I get
That's
that.
right.
I get that. But really, when it comes to this team and Caserio specifically, I think the odds are higher that happens. So
that they trade up.
Yeah, and they can target a guy.
Yeah. And one of the things that I do also find interesting within that is if they were to actually trade up, as it seems like, and I do wonder how much of this is also just Nick Caserio, with his willingness to trade, is keeping an eye on all of the costs, whether it's up or down, and maybe it's not specifically trade up. If you are looking to trade up, I know people have the particular players that they would like to trade up for. The idea of Tyler Booker, right, who at Alabama,
or Banks.
Especially if you're talking about character.
Mm-hmm.
Kelvin Banks Jr. is absolutely one of those guys. Also in that vein of if you're talking about character, and then in the offensive line. Are you willing to overpay?
Mm-hmm.
Because, and this is the thing that's tough because it's draft day and you'll get our draft time and you get all sorts of reporting. But at one point, you're seeing that it might be a little more costly to move up, especially the number of picks that you have to. I was looking at a really interesting evaluation of what it takes, the trades that have happened in the first round in the past, and when it comes down to it, like sometimes we think that. A lot of trades do happen in the first round, but often it's a lot smaller gap to jump, right? Usually you're talking about...
if you're talking about going up to 10 or 12, that's big. That's big time.
Right. I think that there's only been a very select few instances where you've had teams really jumping like a large distance in order to get picks. Like NFL teams have traded up to take players in the first round 28 times in the past 5 years. And oftentimes that's not necessarily, when you talk about making a Pro Bowl, that's a different stat that I have here. But like when it comes to trading up in a large number, it's only happened a handful of times. I want to say 3, and one of those was the Texans jumping up to get Will Anderson Jr. A few years back. And so the cost might be kind of prohibitive, or it seemed prohibitive, but this team has extra draft capital. And I guess this long way of getting around to, are you comfortable, this kind of generally, are you comfortable if Nick Caserio is quote unquote overpaying to get to that spot to draft a particular player?
Absolutely. And I know a lot of people are sort of bristling about, you don't want to give up too many draft picks. Why? I get the premise, draft picks are valuable, but I'll go back to, is this a rebuilding team, or is this a team that needs a couple of pieces to get where they want to go? And I think they're the latter. So if you're the latter, you can absolutely trade a little more capital than you would otherwise. Yeah. So I'd be good with it.
And on top of that, I think Nick Caserio gave us a little bit of game in one way where he alluded to the idea that you're not going to be able to roster all these guys.
Right.
Even with 7 picks in this round, in this draft rather, and then having probably, I think, was it 7 or 8 next year as well.
Mm-hmm.
But having that many with all the players that you have, I don't know that you're necessarily going to be able to roster all the young talent. Now, I do love the idea of just taking picks and throwing them out there and then getting them into camp and seeing what you have and then building your roster that way. But I can also very much understand the idea that, hey, man, if you know you're not going to be able to roster all these, how about you package some of these together and go get what you absolutely know that you want, especially if the reporting is right that there might be such a run that gets you to that place. Interestingly enough, so the Packers are selecting 23, the Vikings selecting 24. Literally the 2 teams ahead of you are what people are talking about when it comes to maybe drafting offensive linemen and getting
moving up. Yeah,
if you're moving up over them, that puts like the Chargers there. I have no idea if the Chargers want to trade back. There's teams higher up that probably want to trade back, but then we talk about the cost. The Pittsburgh Steelers have been probably to trade back, but maybe that being a space where teams could trade up for a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I do wonder if that would make the cost more prohibitive in that space in particular compared to the other places where I know that there's a market to want to trade back, but those are further up.
But that's where your evaluation of what other teams are really doing comes into play. Keep in mind that every NFL team also has not just their board and their plan and their players. They also sort of speculate on, and Nick Caserio said it on our airwaves. We look at some other mock drafts.
Yeah.
Some they take more seriously than others. They also do their own work. If they feel, as has recently been reported, there's only going to be one quarterback taken in the first round, then they'll feel much better about moving higher up in the draft because they're not competing against someone who's going to give so many draft picks because they want a quarterback. So this is where your own research and your own sort of speculation and analysis comes into play. So that wouldn't necessarily scare me off too much because unless here we are on round one, here we are tomorrow night, and there are, you're getting info that so-and-so wants to move up to get a quarterback. Then everything changes.
Yeah. 832, I'm not sure how valid these rumors are, but I'm interested in it, right? And yeah, I think that I am interested in seeing ultimately what happens. But yeah, it is lion season to some degree, and there's all sorts of various things in various different directions.
But to less a degree, right?
What do you mean?
Lying season.
As we get closer?
Yeah.
Yeah, some things become a little bit more, I think you imagine you've sussed out more things at this time. But to add ambiguity to all of it, I think Aaron Wilson said that not only have they been looking, the Texans, to trade up, but also they build.
Yeah.
That adds.
They might trade up. They might trade back.
That's
they
right.
Might stand pat.
Those are options. All options that are in play here. And if you feel like that told you nothing, exactly. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 832. I heard Detroit is putting Jameson Williams on the chopping block. I did see those rumors. We can talk more about that when we go around the NFL.
I think he put those rumors out there
here in a second. But there's a couple of players out there that maybe could be available for a trade that I'm interested in seeing how you feel, Jean Lopez. But before we get there, let's go to our question of the day. Inspired by Mike Patrick, who passed away yesterday, but was the voice that first told us about the first down yellow line and innovation in sports history. What is the greatest innovation to you in sports history? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that next.
The Texans are back in the building for volunteer.
Awesome. Get your tickets for the next home game, April 26th, HoustonSaberCats.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you here. Let's get to our question of the day. What is the greatest innovation to you in sports history? 713-572-4610. Because Mike Patrick, who is a well-renowned, or at least was, right? I feel it's always weird when someone passes in that moment. But yeah, Mike Patrick passed at the age of 80 yesterday. Good run, right? I think
terrific run.
Good run. 80 is a good run. I think we can judge. And I think this is where my youth will show, because he's not one of the ones that immediately comes to mind for me.
Mm-hmm.
And so we'll go through, I guess, a little bit through the Wayback Machine and refresh at least my personal memory of what Mike Patrick's resume is. But one of the ones that in particular that I definitely did not know about was about way back when we first were introduced as a football watching public on ESPN in 1998 to the 1st and 10 line, the yellow, or at that point he actually called it golden line on the field on the broadcast. And this is how he explained it to America.
Back to Baltimore to help you better enjoy our Sunday night coverage. ESPN unveils its latest technical innovation on tonight's game. It's ESPN's 1st and 10. The gold-colored line you'll see appears to be painted on the field, but it's really being electronically generated by us. It's a visual reference for you to always know the yard line an offense has to reach for a first down. While it is accurate to 1/10 of a yard, it won't be used to question officials' marks or measurements. It is purely to help you enjoy and understand the game.
It will.
ESPN's 1st and 10. We think you're going to like it.
Oh, we love it.
He did. I was like, yo, this is an incredible explanation. He hit all the points. He made sure to
and the pipes.
Just the tonal quality was very good.
Yeah.
But then he also made sure to know. He's like, I know what question y'all about to ask. No, we will not. They can't see this on the field. We will not talk about
you guys.
Right. Yeah. They will not go. Like we would have any level of review or what have you based on this.
But we sure will and have.
That's right. That's right.
He crossed the yellow line.
One of the things I didn't realize how accurate it was on when it first was utilized.
Yeah.
What did he say? 1/10 of a yard?
1/10 of a yard.
I was like, damn, I didn't realize it was that accurate to begin with.
Yeah.
So, but shout out to obviously Mike Patrick. But that obviously is what got us to the place of this question of the day. What to you is the greatest innovation in sports history?
That is really high on the list.
That one's strong. I was wondering, how did people even watch the game without the yellow line, man?
It's funny you asked, Figgy, because Reggie was just talking about, he doesn't even remember, this coming out. It's always been a part of, at least of most of your sports watching life.
Yeah, modern memory.
What you can remember, yeah.
I'm old enough to remember when they first started putting the down and distance on the screen. Like before that, it was just like, I think it's 3rd and 4, 5, something like that. And then they would put 3rd and 2. I'm like, holy crap, this is awesome. This is awesome. So I'm old enough to remember that. But this one is definitely on the, to this day, it just makes the viewing experience so much better. But I gotta give it up to a texter. I think there's a really strong competitor to this one. And we can certainly talk about a number of different things. I don't have it in front of me, but someone said the K-Box.
Yeah, that you get on television broadcasts.
Yeah. That's awesome.
It really is. However, I actually think and this is me being a contrarian. I always try and acknowledge when I might be getting into those spaces. But I kind of actually have come to realize where it is becoming a crutch, the K-Box. Obviously, just like Mike Patrick explained there, they don't see the K-Box or what have you, and until we get automated balls and strikes in baseball, it is not the way that this thing is called. And sometimes we be getting out here seeing something in that K-Box, and it's like, nope, he didn't call that. And I feel like I was able to better visualize the strike zone that the ump was creating when that K-Box was not there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that
I still rather have it.
Probably so.
I'd still rather have it.
Probably so, right? I will acknowledge that.
Yeah.
But I think that the K-Box actually probably serves to make me more mad than anything.
Oh, for sure. That.
To me, it make you judge the umpire.
Yes.
Like, dog, that was in the box. Like, what are you looking at?
There were a couple last night in the Astros game where I was like, Boy, you're an idiot. How'd you miss that? Okay, so I'm going to go back in the Wayback Machine again, too, here, because these are some, and you can go back as far as you want or as recently as you want. Again, don't judge me. Don't call me an old fogey or anything. I'm just old enough, put it that way. I remember slow motion, man.
That came in on 979 on the text line. 1960, slow motion paved the way for everything. Oh,
well,
my goodness.
That's before I was even born, so maybe I just remember it, as a youth marveling at it. But I
just read the text. To be honest.
But yeah, I don't know exactly what year it was, but I was like, ooh, this is amazing. And somebody mentioned this. You can go back as far as you want. The Zamboni for hockey.
Once you get clean ice,
they used to have to do that by hand.
Oh, God.
They used to have to clean the ice between periods by hand.
Yeah. Oof. Best of luck to y'all.
Yeah.
Some other ones that came in. Our guy for UTage said, in his house is the 3-point line.
Mm-hmm.
Pops made him go shoot from distance. As soon as he's like, hey, we got a new opportunity. There's a new avenue to show your acumen.
Well, something right now, I do like how they show the distance of the 3-pointer. Like I think that might be an ESPN thing, but whenever like Steph Curry shoot, they show like 25 feet or 26 feet or whatever the feet is. I do kind of like that to kind of show how far it was.
I like that, but I hate, sorry, Reggie, hit probability. What the bleep are we doing here?
In basketball or in baseball?
I think it's good context.
It is awful.
I think it's great context.
It doesn't, like there was one last night on that terrific catch that Jeremy Payne made.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess it was, who was in right field? Was it Cam? Yeah, Cam had 75% catch probability on that. And I'm like, he didn't even catch it. Jeremy Pena caught it. I mean, so does it go against Cam? Did he miss that ball? It's stupid.
I think it helps you contextualize the situation where, like, because sometimes, and we can acknowledge this, there's sometimes that it looks like, oh man, that was an easy ball to get to, and you talk to the people that know, and they're like, actually, no, that is a lot more difficult than you give it credit for, and I think that it serves to open this thing up a little bit more to us casuals. And I say that obviously tongue in cheek, but to us that are like not actually doing this at that high of level as to, okay, no, this is a more difficult situation than probably meets the eye. And that's one of the things that's incredible about sports is that they make the easy stuff or the difficult stuff look easy. And sometimes I need you to help me bring that back into proper context of, oh no, that actually is really hard.
It's stupid.
How y'all speaking of that, how y'all feel about when they do the I guess the probable of if you down 1-2 in the count.
Win probability?
Yeah, like
the probability of getting a hit. Like I
thought you meant win probability.
Apple TV does this a lot. Yeah. Apple TV does this a lot.
Where it's like down 1-2, it's you got a 10% chance of getting on base or getting a hit or something like that. How y'all feel about that?
To me, that's a bit much. That's in the same realm as the hit catch probability.
I'll be kind of hate watching a little bit. Like I want to see how wrong this becomes. This dude gonna hit a home run of 1 and 2.
But I do like win probability. That's always fun to see those lines. Like on a big comeback or something.
He's like, stop telling me numbers. Give me graphs that my eyes look at. Some other ones that came in: photo finish and horse racing. Oh yeah, that's a good one.
How about the remote control?
Someone did say the remote control because back in the day,
I would have to sit
as a child. You are the remote control. If you don't get up and change that,
you're talking to one.
Yeah,
my dad would put me right in front of the TV. Okay, put it on 7. Put it on 4. I was like,
you were red zone back in the day. Hey, flip over.
This one is a little nerdy. This is shout out to all the I guess the marketing and sales people. But whenever you notice when you're watching a basketball game and how on the floor it say like HEB or it say Mokaram Law or something like that. Like, that's not actually on the floor.
Correct.
Yeah. At one point, you have to put that stuff on the floor.
Yeah.
I kind of like that a little bit, man. I feel like they could, like I said, I sound like a salesperson.
Yeah, I was like, I'm sorry, I don't care that much. Good for them that they can up the money, but that don't do
like that. Because at one point, you had to put it on the floor. You had to put it on the
grounds crew. You're saving the grounds crew some headaches.
Yeah, now anybody could get their name on that floor.
But what is nice about that, particularly in basketball, is that I've seen like TNT utilize that to put actually put some of the information that would be in that box on the side on the field so your eyes can stay a little bit closer to the action. I think that's kind of been an interesting continuation. Some people mentioned it. 713, don't forget the golf tracer. Huge.
Oh, yes.
Huge. Because sometimes trying to see that golf ball, especially on an overcast day.
Hey, how about Rory shot?
How the hell am I supposed to see where that is?
How about Rory shot that curved around?
Yeah. You get a so much better understanding of what's happening. Yes, 832, the Fox Box changed basketball for sure. Basketball shot clock, huge. That's a big one. Taking the game into a place where, hey, we have some pace, we have some urgency as opposed to the time wasting that can happen. Somebody said the challenge flag. That's an interesting one as well. For me, one of the ones that I actually thought about, because it comes to another legendary broadcaster, as again, we're saluting Mike Patrick in this instance, was the telestrator.
Oh, yeah.
Being able to bring, because that's one thing about these broadcasts is that when you have that analyst there, they're supposed to be able to bring the game a little bit more, make it more accessible. And it's one thing to have the visual and then being able to talk through it. It's another thing to be able to diagram on top of it. And I think that it made us as a football watching public so much smarter. Being able to actually draw onto that game.
Let me ask you this: a year from now, 5 years from now, are we going to be saying that the electronic first down is the greatest? I think maybe.
It'll be helpful. Someone else was talking about the Hawkeye technology in tennis, and I think that was great. But I think I don't know how much time it'll save ultimately, but I think maybe that's time savings. But that'll absolutely. And I do wonder how much the innovations as we continue to go, because a lot of the ones that we were talked about were kind of far back. How much innovations as we continue to go become less and less. They feel less and less big because of all the technology that we're used to.
This is true.
Or
you just expect it.
And shout out to the 713, reiterating one that Sean said earlier. Red zone, an ability to keep track with a lot of games in a way that we hadn't prior. So red zone has been huge as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we can circle back to some of the interesting audio calls of Mike Patrick's career, because some of them tie back to to Houston as well, but also. It's live season, and there's more and more intel dropping about all sorts of teams. We'll dig into some of that as we go around the NFL next.
All right, Low T Center, guys.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL. I'm not going to lie, for a moment, right when I said all right, I was like, damn, am I jumping off sides at the wrong segment? That's
even worse.
Yeah. I mean, I clearly wasn't jumping off sides.
You started pass blocking when it was a run play.
I had that moment where, you clench up. You're like, oh. And I was like, no, I'm good. But let's go around the NFL now. We were just talking about it when including Mike Patrick, a legendary ESPN broadcaster who passed away yesterday at the age of 80 years old. He was the inspiration for our question of the day because he was the voice that explained to us for the first time on ESPN the 1st and 10 line that is kind of interposed over the broadcast that we have become so enamored with. We were asking what are some of the greatest innovations in sports in honor of that. And a few of them that I kind of missed during the segment that I want to circle back around to that y'all talked about, the sky cam. Mm-hmm. And then obviously now we've gotten to a place where we're getting drones even. But getting that different perspective than the just normal broadcast view that we've seen for so long, it was very interesting. Pitch clock is one of the more recent ones.
Yeah.
That has brought the game into a certain speed that's like, really, I don't know that you can overstate it, but I feel like I don't know that it has necessarily been overstated in how much more accessible it's made the game. It's tougher on these pitchers, I'm sure, with the tempo, but it's made the game a lot more interesting.
Yeah,
instant replay.
Yeah, I mentioned that. I guess it was. I looked it up before I was even born when it came out, but I just remember as a kid marveling at it.
Yeah, but not even just like slow-mo, like the idea, hey, we're going to look at this.
I got you.
Just looking at this again.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And then the one that I'm going to mention just because I know it might actually get into my guy Lopez, and it's because it's a Houston thing. Dome stadiums.
Mm-hmm.
Huge.
Huge.
No, and retractable even.
That's enormous. I mean, one particular dome. No, I'm not going to say.
No, don't do it. Nope. All right, so let's continue around the NFL. And actually, I want to go to Mike Patrick because he was on the call for a few super important Texans situations. Let's start with the one that isn't as fun, which is the Music City Miracle. He was on the call for that.
Dyson and Bird are deep. Taken by Neal. He gives it to Wycheck. That looked like a forward pass. Taken by Dyson. Dyson down the sideline. Dyson's going to go all the way. And there is no flag. There are no flags on the play. It is a touchdown, but we need to look at that replay.
All that's missing is the band.
That's right. That's the only thing missing.
That's so good. It was forward lateral, but that's okay. That's
were,
all right.
Were you in the stadium for that?
No, I didn't cover that.
Cover that one.
So
you watched. You probably watched
on this
podcast.
That was a forward pass.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was doing.
You were just yelling at the TV.
Forward pass.
That's exactly what I was doing.
Yes, I thought that was. I mean, it's crazy how loud that was.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is crazy just how loud that was.
I like the announcer saying no flag. There are no flags.
Yes, you can tell he started out in radio.
Yeah,
it does stink that we have that has to come back around to TV so often that broadcasters can't immediately go to a place of celebration because you don't have as many of those great calls because you have to kind of temper it.
Yeah. Joe Buck do that a lot too.
Yeah, he does.
Like a kickoff, thing, like, oh, he's at the 10, the 5. There are no flags.
That's the best part.
No information because I can't see the whole field.
Because sometimes they blow their load in that one little celebration. Hey, they do. They go all out like they won the game.
They're like, oh, wait a minute.
No,
bring that back.
Flag.
Wait a minute.
Hope you still got something in the tank. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so I got that one out of the way so that we can circle back around to the one that I'm sure will make everybody smile. It was the literal first game of the franchise against the Dallas Cowboys, and Mike Patrick called the first touchdown in Texans history.
Cowboys come with 4. Carr with time. Complete down to the 5. Diving for the end zone. Touchdown, Billy Miller. Are you kidding me?
I was there for that one. That's for dang sure. And anyone who's been listening a long, long time, we were playing odds on who's going to, radio odds on who's going to score the first touchdown in Texans history? Billy Miller, right here, baby. I called it. Billy Miller. Go back and go back to the archive.
Nobody's going to do it.
Get the tape. Get
Nobody's
the tape.
doing
We're going to have to look at it. Let me hit up Mark Vandermeer and see.
It's on the tape. Actually, I wasn't at this station. But
nobody's going and doing
it's
that.
on the tape. And some of our longtime listeners will remember that. I was like, hey, he did score the first touchdown.
Appreciation to Lady T was like, that was the last time the Cowboys scored a touchdown. Hilarious. No, but yeah, this is where I raise my hand and acknowledge that I am still a youth to some degree, because like Mike Patrick's tenure, like all of these things don't hit me in the same way that I think they do for others, because and he worked up until like relatively recently, like within the last decade or so. But it does not really hit me in that same of the more modern broadcasters.
I think Mike Patrick had one of the most important roles in college football history. And some of the younger people don't remember this. If you're in your 40s and beyond, you do. He was the first, when ESPN started Thursday night college football. That ESPN initiated that, came up with it. And back in the day, in the early 90s and beyond, Thursday night college football was enormous games. It wasn't like, Eastern Michigan versus so-and-so, as you often see now. It was Penn State, Notre Dame. It was, Arkansas and Texas. It was big games on Thursday night. And Mike Patrick was the one that called the majority of those early on. That's what I remember him at first for. Yeah.
All right. So, again, salute to him. Passed at 80 yesterday. Appreciation to a very good career in the sports space. All right, as we continue around the NFL, we are one day away from the NFL draft. And, all the talk is getting real heavy. I would like to start with a little bit of lying season or no lying seasons. All right here, Lopez?
I am good.
I will take you to the Max Crosby podcast. I don't know what's called, but there's too many podcasts. I'm sorry. I apologies to Max Crosby. Please don't see me about it. I know you're a big human being. That would make me hurt. However, I just don't necessarily know what's happening.
He's from the Dallas area too, ain't he?
I have no idea.
I think so.
I think he is.
Is he?
Yeah.
All right. Shout out to Max Crosby and all that. But on his podcast, he had a guest, a man named Shador Sanders. And he was asked to give his Mount Rushmore of pass catch and catch duos. And so, he had, after he put in Brady and Gronk, which that feels like the right answer there. If you're going to have Brady tied with anybody, Brady and Gronk feels right. He went Rodgers and Devontae Adams. That feels like a good answer. I don't remember who his third was, but this is who he capped out his Mount Rushmore of those duos with.
Whoever going to be the quarterback for DK Metcalf and George Pickens, whoever that is.
Gee, I wonder what his intent was there.
He giving away game, line season or no line season, Lopez? Is this him telling us that he knows where he's going to go?
No, I don't think he knows where he's going to go, but I do think this is why people talk about his interviews not going well and all this other. I think most of that is made up stuff based off of his public persona, And this is what people kind of eye roll over.
I thought his favorite team was the Browns. Remember he was playing Madden? He said his favorite team was
that's right.
Browns.
He has done that a number of times this
Oh, my God.
There was also a time where he was hanging out with his pops, and his pops was kind of basically poking at him about, like, New York, kind of intimating that he would go to the Giants. Are they just doing the thing where they're going to, whatever the mocks are saying, they're just like, hey, this is where he's going to be?
I don't know if it's smart or if it's a little bit embarrassing a little bit, man.
I think it's more than a little bit embarrassing.
Because it seemed like he's just trying to, hey team, pick me, please.
Yes.
Pick me, please.
Yes.
It seemed like he just want to go wherever he's wanted.
No, I totally agree. And I think this is where people get that. It just rubs people the wrong way.
It's interesting because,
Montana Rice, by the way.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
That's a really
it's not
good
even
one.
close.
That is
I have
really
no argument with that.
Yeah. That is a great one.
Yeah.
If you were
just ask your dad. Ask your dad about that.
Guy asked him. Hey, I wasn't even around during that time, and I could have told you that.
Now I'm thinking about like the other potential duos that you could throw up there. Like you could put
put Brady to Moss.
That's what I was thinking.
You
but
put,
I know it's only.
I was like, how much longevity do you need there? But yes, that
was legendary, man.
that was one of those where it was like, oh yeah, this can go to a different level. It's like, yeah Brady's pretty good, and it was like, oh, well, I can throw to Randy Moss?
Yeah.
Just throw it up there, man. It'll go very, very well. All right, so there's that. But then there's also other news when it comes to around the NFL as we head towards the draft. And one of them has to deal with the number 5 selection in this NFL draft. Do you know who's selecting number 5, Lopez? I like doing this, although I probably should stop because it doesn't.
Who's selecting number 5? I can tell you right now. That would be, off the top of my head, that would be Jacksonville.
That's right. It is the Jacksonville Jaguars. And
are they going to get a running back? Tell me it's not going to be Ashton Jeanty.
Mason Graham had been talked about a ton at this. Has been mocked a ton, right? Getting them an interior defensive line, a defensive tackle. But there's a little bit of talk about the possibility of somewhere else that they can go. This is Jeremy Fowler, I believe, talking about what the Jags might do at 5.
I'm hearing that Jeanty is in play for the Raiders among a few options. They're also looking at offensive tackle potentially, but there's some momentum around the Raiders and Jeanty. I'm told Jeanty would love to play for the Raiders. They are atop his wish list as far as what the player the team wants, but this is an option that clearly will go somewhere in the top 10 to 12. I haven't talked to one team who thinks he would slip out of that range. In fact, Jacksonville at number 5 could be a sleeper option for Jeanty as well.
Yeah, and we've seen that mock association happen a couple of times with some mock drafts of Jeanty to 5. There's that, but then also Fowler went further to say one GM that he spoke to thinks wide receiver isn't off the table for Jacksonville in the first round, so that they could pair Brian Thomas Jr. with someone like Tataroa McMillan. Which one of those scares you more as an opponent that will have to face the Jaguars? The idea of adding a high-level wide receiver 2 to go along with that, because they do still need wide receiver in some ways, or the blue-chip running back in Ashton Jeanty?
In a bubble, I would say Ashton Jeanty. I think he's going to be so good in the NFL. But let me just reiterate, don't worry about the Jaguars.
You're holding steady to that, huh?
Don't worry about the Jaguars.
Okay. All right.
I hope you're right, man.
Yeah. The magnificent Gladstone and everything else and Duval and all that stuff. Nah, don't worry about the Jaguars.
Another duo that came in, they said Large Benjamin and Antonio Brown. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if I put that nearly as high, but I see what you're doing there. That was definitely a terrifying matchup there. All right. This is something that's kind of going forward, but ESPN kind of has been the home of the NFL draft for a very long time. And there's been kind of talk around the NFL about the possibility of, clearly they're building up this product to then bring it back to the market and see if they can drive up the price again. And according to John Alrand of Puck, ESPN, quote, appears likely to renew an agreement with the league and to continue to broadcast the draft. It's been 46 years and counting. And so ESPN's optimistic that it remains with ESPN. Obviously, there's the simulcast, the association with the NFL Network and such. But it feels like this is where it'll stay. However, it also feels like ESPN or the NFL would really like this to go a lot more into the regular broadcast TV as opposed to remaining simply in the cable space, right?
You know what's funny about ESPN and the draft? And you said 46 years, which is amazing. I really don't. It's not one of those products that I associate immediately with ESPN anymore. Like, remember the SEC on CBS?
Yes.
That kind of hurt my heart, because it's just like, man, it's the SEC on CBS. I don't have that same feeling with the draft in ESPN, maybe it's because it's on NFL Network, because ABC, the actual ABC does a lot of it.
That's true. They do simulcast that
as well. This really doesn't hit me, the same way as some of these other associations do.
All right, so I just found that to be interesting that ESPN seems like, and it does seem like it's a large part of what ESPN does this time of year is just having all that conversation. As a lot of programs or rather networks will, but it's a little bit different when you have that partnership with the league. All right, a couple more things before we go. Brock Purdy showed up to voluntary offseason workouts, and we know that they're still trying to hammer out a deal for him going forward on whether he will continue to be the quarterback beyond his tenure there or his rookie contract. And if he does, we talked a little bit about that. But then also, George Kittle did not show up to voluntary workouts, and that speaks a little bit because they supposedly remain far apart on the possibility of a new contract. And he's entering the final year of his deal. And we've talked about this in some ways, but it does feel like the Niners are getting to this point where they might not be able to hold this thing together in the way that to remain at the top of the NFC.
I mean, yes, but I feel like this is going to be worked out. They're going to pay Purdy. I think we can all almost, even if we don't necessarily agree with it, the premise of it, I think they're going to. And if they do that, they have to pay George Kittle. I mean, it's not even a choice. You got to figure out how to do it.
Yeah.
So this whole far apart thing, that's a lot of times that's just agent talk and stuff like that. You know.
Well,
yeah.
He's doing the things where he tries to apply pressure.
Yeah.
Voluntary workouts. I will not volunteer. Mm-hmm. You will not see me. So we'll see if that necessarily.
That's going to tick off Kyle Shanahan.
I volunteer to not go.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see. We'll see how much it upsets. I feel like in his position, with how comfortable he is with the offense, he's been there for a long time. Clearly, he understands how it works. Him not being at voluntary workouts, I feel like that's probably not the biggest deal. But if it sends a message to the organization that, hey, let's get this done, I'm sure that
wait till CJ start not volunteering for volunteer workout.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, brother.
This station going to blow up.
Yes, it will.
Don't make me think about that till we have to get there.
Yeah. Oh, he just another Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that we'll ever say that in particular. And if we do,
Aaron Rodgers.
I kind of want to see liking C.J. Stroud to Aaron bleeping Rodgers.
Yeah. Aaron Rodgers.
Oh boy, that would be quite a roller coaster to get there. All right, and real quick before we go, I did want to throw out the weirdest and most niche stat that I saw yesterday. So Pope Francis passed on Sunday on Easter. And with his passing, only one team from the NFL, NBA, and MLB, those three leagues, did not make the playoffs during his papacy. This. What team is it, John Lopez?
From all three leagues, just one.
Between the NFL, the NBA, and the MLB, there was one team that did not make the playoffs at any time during his papacy.
When did he start? Oh, it was like about 10. He hadn't been there that long, about 10 years? 12 years, something like that.
That is, I really should know what the actual date is of that.
It's not necessary.
It was 2013, March 13th of 2013.
Yeah, so 12 years. I figured it was about that long. So I'm going to have to not make the playoffs.
It probably also, to give you a hint, remember what segment we're putting this in.
Yeah, it's got to be the Cleveland Browns.
It is not.
No?
They were just in the playoffs.
Oh, that's right. The Browns were just in the playoffs.
They were in the playoffs here.
Yeah.
All right. Would you like one more guess, or should I turn it over to Figgy to give you the answer?
Who is it, Figgy?
Jets.
Oh,
Jets.
Of course. Yeah.
They suck.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Man, they've been really bad,
They're so bad.
Yeah.
They're so bad.
Goodness gracious. I didn't realize it's been that long that they haven't been in the playoffs.
Last time was, wasn't it Mark Sanchez? It was the Sanchez out there.
I think so, man.
Yeah.
So, best of luck, Aaron Glenn. You got your work cut out for you, brother. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, yesterday we talked about the idea of the Astros win, the best win of the season. Did we get the best sign of the Astros season yesterday? Let's talk about that next.
All right, D&M Auto Lease. Let's talk about your next vehicle and get it for you the easy way. How about this?
Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Astros get another win. So that's back-to-back once more.
Hey, they're above 500, baby.
Yeah. I think I misspoke yesterday when I was saying that they were back at 500. I think I might have said above 500. I was just never wrong, just early. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't wrong. I was just early. I was getting ready for the win that they had yesterday. 5-1 victory over the
Toronto Blue Jays.
Blue Jays. Yeah. I'm a sweet Reginald. Get with the times. And it was indeed the Toronto Blue Jays.
That's right. I said Browns earlier.
You sure did. But yeah, man, the Blue Jays also, Chris Bass had been their best pitcher, man.
0.77 ERA.
Crazy good ERA. That's a lot larger now.
Yeah.
Thanks to, well, not just a lot larger, but at least it is larger now because of really a solid game from a few people. Jeremy Pena with the 3-hit day. Christian Walker coming back off a day off, having a 3-hit day. Appreciate you, big fella.
He said, y'all ain't about to make me lose my job.
Ain't no Wally Pipp happening around here, brother.
I heard that conversation on In the Loop.
No, you are absolutely right. I mean, that's a. Well, anyway, let's wrap up with the initial thought.
No, go ahead. I was just kind of highlighting some of the things that happened in that victory. Ronel Blanco, 7 two-hit innings. Two-hit innings or 2 hits in 7 innings of work. That's the best way of saying that. But yeah, was this the bet? What were the good signs, and was there a best sign of the season in this one?
It got me thinking because yesterday you brought it up, and we were talking about was that the Astros' best win, and it was hard to argue. But after I'm watching this game, I'm like, this might be the best sign, and there is a difference. The best sign of things you like to see
because it opened up your eyes.
That could be.
You saw the sign,
sort of a trend, something that could.
It took you a while to get the X base there, didn't it?
Something that could, maybe you build on and they continue like that. We might have seen the best game. I thought yesterday was the best sign, and you guys, and Figgy in particular, just touched on a couple of the reasons why. Jeremy Pena.
Hey,
we were asking the question in preseason, spring training, I should say.
That does get me because they both got training in there. Yeah. It gets me every time.
Is he going to be able to respond and have the kind of year, especially with the absences of Bregman and Tucker, et cetera, to step up? The signs we've seen from Jeremy Pena lately are absolutely yes. He made 2 terrific plays defensively yesterday. I want to say he only has 1 error all season. He's that leader on the defense. He's the heart of the defense. The over-the-shoulder kind of hop it in the air catch that he made was outstanding. But I think the other deep shot to his left was an even better play. And then he's hitting, 3 hits, being able to do it. That's the sign we need, and he's been doing it a lot more lately. And then, Figgy, you mentioned Christian Walker. This is a dude, he's always been a leader. We've talked about that. He's always been extremely durable. He's one of those guys that, demands that the manager puts him in the lineup every day. Outside of an injury season last year, he's always played 155, 160. He just is always on the field. So when they sat him, don't think for a second that didn't resonate and at least, kind of get him going in one way or another, So and then he goes and gets 3 hits.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I thought that was encouraging, especially because I wasn't certain that Christian Walker was going to play yesterday.
Right. Well, he wasn't. Well, he might have played, but DeZenzo was going to play.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But he had a little bit of a thumb thing that kept him out. Supposedly, according to Joe Espada, he will play today. In fact, he said he will start today. So I'm excited to see what DeZenzo can if he can continue Monday with a fantastic game. But that was super encouraging because Christian Walker, it looked like that day off allowed him to kind of shake off some of the I don't know what the pressures or what stresses or whatever you want to say that it was on him. And this feels like it's opening things up. And yes, 832, I agree with you. They said they felt like they also left some runs out there as well. Like back-to-back games of the offense looking like it did some things, having some crooked numbers on the scoreboard, as they say, particularly early on. Like they got in there early. And I think I was texting it to you guys earlier. It's just like everything's coming up Millhouse to reference The Simpsons, and it very much feels like they're finding their stride in where the offense is coming around. We knew we'd get there, but it was just the rough time to go through a rough stretch to start, and now you're starting to see some of this come around in a way that feels really palatable and really doable, honestly.
And then there's Ronel Blanco. Let's just be honest. The old trust your eyes thing. he wasn't as dominant by any stretch as Hunter Brown was the day before. He really wasn't. But the stat line looked like he was. He had some moments where you kind of feel like maybe it's because he sweats so much. I don't know, but you kind of feel like he's laboring out there a little bit, and really having to battle, as they like to say in baseball. But you look up and he only gave up 2 hits.
Yes.
You look up and he's gone 7 innings. It's like he as a number
6 2/3 because I forgot Brian King came in and got that final out of the 7.
But still, like he was not the dominant presence that we saw with Hunter Brown. He wasn't the ace, but man, he sure put up good numbers. And as a number 3 pitcher, that's a sign they want to see.
And he's the number 3 pitcher right now. But I feel like if you were to reorganize your starting rotation, especially the way that Wisniewski has kind of come on early, like he'd be 4-5, and your starting pitcher, his pitching has been, it's evidence that your starting pitching has been really good for you.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see that the offense is coming around a little bit to help this get a little bit stronger. Can I throw this up here, though? Because Chandler Rome, obviously covering the team, he wrote an interesting piece that details that the Astros seemingly are now, with how good that Cam Smith has been early, are exposing him to center field and possibly playing there. And I know that Jake Myers has been solid enough. He's batting .269, although he didn't have any hits yesterday and actually had 3 strikeouts, unfortunately for him. But, he's been batting pretty solid. However, I don't know how many people look at that as fully sustainable over the length of an entire season. I kind of love the idea.
How come? Because I was curious
Cam
on
Smith
this.
getting some center field reps and possibly
What do you do with Jake Myers?
Jake Myers is still I think he's still going to hold down that position. But one thing I think about Cam Smith is he's looked pretty natural playing right field, especially we talked about, I know that you were kind of griping about some of the
learning
analytics
curve.
of, no, not the analytic curve, but the analytics of, this is 75% of the time it's a catch or what have you, some of those things. But what those have given us a little bit of an insight into is the jump that he's getting in right field with the ball off the bat has been good. He's been taking good routes. The places where you've seen some levels of issues is like the corner in right, that issue. That doesn't show up as much in center field for him. And the athleticism and that ability to use his speed in center field shows up more. And those are the things that he's excelled at early in like an outfielder type space. And so I kind of like the idea of putting him in that space and using the youth and the athleticism and the speed that he has in that grand space that he have. Of course, especially if his bat is going to come along and start displaying the ways that we know Cam Smith or that we believed Cam Smith could impact offensively as well.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point. Use your speed. Don't worry about that what juts out down the right field line and playing the angle in the corner and all that stuff. I do think it's interesting though, because there has to be some sort of DeZenzo effect here too.
I think that's also another part of this is that maybe that's where you get some more at-bats for DeZenzo.
Yeah.
Because DeZenzo was also playing some right field, although, he's picked up – he's basically your second first baseman, right, when Christian Walker's not there. He's played third base. Somebody asked yesterday on the Jim Allard, the Texas Hammer text line, what DeZenzo's original position was, and I had a hard time remembering because of the way that the Astros bring up their prospects, having them play all sorts of everywhere. But he's played third, he's played first, he's played in the corner spots in the outfield. And so I think you can maybe find him even more opportunities, and it just allows you to be more malleable, something that we know the Astros value, especially if Cam Smith can slide into center field, if and when maybe the Jake Myers bat isn't as tenable when you're looking at trying to make sure that you have the best bats on the field.
No, I think that's a factor as well. The real that we're seeing out of Jake Myers, but look at his career. He's not this guy offensively, and so maybe you're sort of covering your bases, so to speak. In that case, I do like it, but all these signs that we're seeing, and we saw yesterday. Keep in mind they have one of the best pitching staffs, top to bottom in terms of starting rotation. They have one of the best bullpens, top to bottom. There was some more signs yesterday. Hader, no problem. Abreu, no problem.
Yeah.
You got to have those two things.
We've not talked enough about how Josh Hader has brought this thing around to where it's looking pretty good. Like that, there was no sweat within that. And I guess maybe that's some of the Hader thing at times is when you got the run support and it's not as dicey, he shows all of his capabilities. And sometimes it gets a little dicey, and then you have to, kind of tug at your neckline a little bit at times. But this was one of the great Hader outings, 100%. From the 281 on the text line, They have to cover Altuve when it comes to playing whoever you play in center field. Can't have two inexperienced guys side by side. I hear that and I understand that thought process. I don't know that this is an immediate, or it shows its immediate effects, right? I think that this is something that they're exposing him to and trying to walk him through, and I think that they're going to handle this definitely slower than immediately throwing him in the right field. However, he's already, the learning curve on this, he's jumped it pretty quickly to looking very smooth in the outfield. And I do wonder if that helps him, right, when it comes to, I know when we're talking about experience, some of that when it comes to Jake Myers is he just got great range. You know who's seeming to show the ability to have great range? Cam Smith.
Yeah. No, I think everything that we're seeing, visions are there. I think you have probably the best bullpen and pitching staff, in terms of the combo in the division, and you're starting to get these things going. It was the Astros are starting to do things, not to be overwhelming in 2019, 2022 Astros, but certainly doing things that are positive and keep this thing going.
It's good. It's good. We can anytime we can ward off some of the skepticism and the negativity that can jump up when you're in those rough stretches of the season. That's great. 12-11 Astros, 2 games behind those Rangers who are 14-9. And another game today. I believe it's at 6 later on today when the Astros finishing off a series against the Blue Jays. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping on the day, including could this possibly this change possibly ruin college football? I'll tell you what it is next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'. Brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. May 2nd through 4th.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I have no idea what this message means on the YouTube, Joseph. I need you to explain yourself. But let's get into what's popping here in the loop. We were just talking about the Astros getting above 500, 12-11, 2 games back of the lead in the AL West. Worth noting, only team with a positive run differential in the AL West right now as well. That was an interesting note. But yeah, shout out to, again, Jeremy Pena, Christian Walker having 3 hit days themselves, and then Ronald Blanco being really good on the mound for 6 2/3, only allowing 2 hits, 1 earned run, and like as we said, a victory for the Astros.
Why not? I mean, it seems like they're if they're going to start to make a little move, they're doing all the right things right now, and then they come back with the Twins.
In the next
come back. I think they come back with the Twins. So they're in a
good spot, and mostly because it seems like the bats are starting to go. See if they can have their first official win streak, because they got one back-to-back games
streak,
and they'll be going 6:40 p.m. today against the Blue Jays to finish out a 3-game set. Seeing if you can get a nice sweep on the Jays. It'll be Ryan Gusto.
Royals. They play the Kansas City Royals at Kansas City.
Yeah, so
on Friday.
Ryan Gusto tonight on the mound for your Astros. Some other things that are popping. Game 2 of Rockets Warriors tonight at Toyota Center, 8:30 p.m. Central Time, 9:30 Eastern. So don't let that one trick you up and come into the game around halftime like, yo, I missed it. No, 8:30 p.m. It'll be on TNT and on Space City Home Network as all the first round games except for I think Game 3 as of right now is going to be on ABC on Saturday. But other than that, those games will all be locally broadcast as well, thanks to the way that the NBA works.
But this is the last year, right? That's what's weird about this,
on TNT?
On the local. I think after this year, playoff games are not going to be broadcast on local.
I didn't notice. I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, so enjoy Ackerman and Ryan Hollins while you can.
Yeah, actually getting to do playoff games. Wow, okay. Did not realize that. So, yeah, definitely going to try and enjoy that. Much more so. Excited to see what this looks like. We'll talk about this more later on in the show, but I know that Kelly Iko of The Athletic, we talked to him last week. One of the things he was positing is maybe getting the ball into Amen Thompson's hands a little bit more in this game.
Well, of course, you always want to see that and like to see it, but I think it's Jalen Green and Şengün. You can't overthink. I love what Amen can do. Obviously, defensively, especially, he can do some things and get some places that other athletes just can't get to on the offensive side. But it's Jalen Green and Şengün. It's got to be one of those two guys.
Yeah, and hopefully picking up the pace
or both.
Yeah, picking up the pace on some of these actions as well to maybe see if you can create a little bit of havoc for the Warriors. Excited to see if the Rockets can tie the series at 1 game apiece tonight before they head off to San Francisco for games 3 and 4. Some other things that are popping, and speaking of the Rockets, I forgot to mention this, neglected to mention this, because the NBA conducted drawings to break some tiebreakers for teams that had identical records a couple days ago. There's a few of them that happened, but the most notable is the tie between the Suns and the Trailblazers. Obviously, the Rockets have control of that Suns pick as of right now, and they get the benefit of that tiebreaker. So the Suns won it. They have the 9th lottery position over the Portland Trailblazers' 10th. It doesn't really change the odds of moving up into the top 4. That remains the same. However, what that does do is if neither of those teams move up in the lottery into that top 4 picks, then the Rockets, the Suns pick that the Rockets have control of would be ahead of the Trailblazers pick, which, I mean,
that's pretty big.
It's an interesting thing, and I think that
then you have another option to pick from,
right?
Even if you don't move.
Yeah. So that was up for the Rockets this week. Some other things that are popping. Simone Biles apparently is leaving the door open for the 2028 Olympics.
How we feeling about this? She's going to be. This was on CBS Sports She was interviewed by L'Equipe, which is a French
sports publication,
sports magazine. Yeah. And she basically said, I do have the quote here, and that's what makes it interesting to me, because basically she left the door open, but her quote, tell me how this hits you guys, because she was talking about to the French. It was translated, of course, into France, but I'm sure the guy into French, but I'm sure the guy knew, or girl knew the language well enough. I can't find it right now, but how do we feel about her being 31 in the LA Olympics? And that's the wild card. It's in Los Angeles, so it would be a little more tempting for her.
Yeah, I was like, I guess just to kind of put on for the country, I feel like if you talk about narrative arc of what she has, I feel like she's proved it, right? Like she's taken this
31
fairly. I don't think that there are many.
There's
if
nothing
at
else
all,
to prove,
especially in gymnastics that went to what was 27, I guess, if I'm doing my math, or 28 when she did it. When she competed
27
or 27, right, when she last competed. There's not very many gymnasts who get to that place and compete at the highest level in the way that she did in winning medals and such. I think she's already established herself as like the GOAT of gymnastics in that way. She has a number of moves custom. When you are the first person to do something, they name it after you. She's got a number of those. She does like. I don't know what more she would have to prove besides just wanting to do it, and yet and still, because she is so good, I believe she could do it.
But here's the thing.
I believe she could do it.
I'm interested because I will speculate. I will say, in my mind anyway, the wear and tear on her body at age 31 is probably at least as much, if not more, than like a running back. 31 is, I mean, the pounding on the knees and the ankles and the legs and the hips.
It's a reason why you don't see, gymnasts like that at that age, just still going crazy like that.
Because it's not just what we see on TV; it's days and hours and long days of just landing, and that's why their growth plates when they're young are always crushed, and they never grow very tall and all that other stuff. But I found the quote. She says, "Whether on the apparatus or in the stands, I still don't know." But she did say. The other day we were sprinting in the garden with friends, and I had aches and pains for 3 days.
Oh, okay. All right.
I honestly don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, you don't have to do this. Ain't nothing to prove to us. Also, and I don't know if this is like the way that you want to view the highest level competition, especially when you're out there competing on a world stage for the flag and so on and so forth. However, you don't want to give nobody else a shot? You know what I mean? Like,
let somebody else eat a little bit.
Hey, it's got to be someone like, hey, let me make the team. How about that?
Yeah. It seems like they got a solid squad too, man.
They do. Like, let Suni Lee and Jordan Childs or whoever else ends up being the
next great. Yeah.
Let them come through and have a little bit of shot. You know how good you are as well, especially because you don't need to push through and make yourself pay. You did it. You did it all. You got you winning. You got your monies. Like, do what you got to do.
Yeah.
But see, if she do it and she do what she did last time, then there's no debate for a long time.
Oh, there's no debate right now.
No, I'm saying like, if she do the same thing coming up, we might as well stop the whole debate thing for a long time.
Well, she might.
Because somebody have to be 31 years old or whatever the age may be to even be in that conversation.
Yeah, and she might end up in the conversation of greatest athlete ever.
I mean,
period.
You can probably make some level of argument for that right now, but it definitely would show up in a different way if she competed and was able to continue to kind of medal in the way that she has in the past outside of which Olympics was that where she had the twisties pop
that was
up
16,
on her.
wasn't it?
Yeah,
17, something like that. No. 20. It was
I believe it was
20, 21. It was
the
COVID
2020
thing, right?
Olympics, that came out. Yeah, okay. So is this going to ruin college football as we continue in what's popping? So, people seem to like the 12-team playoff for the most part, right? And all of that. However, it seems like there's a possibility, according to Brett McMurphy of the Action Network, does a great job covering college football. He reported that the conference commissioners would, quote, have in-depth discussions regarding the structure of the 12-team format, and it seems like there's a possibility that TV ratings could be a criteria for automatic CFP bids. Like we're going to the place that everybody was concerned about, right?
Absolutely, and it's a horrible,
this is a bad sign.
It's a horrible place to go.
Goodness gracious!
Basically, you're going back in time. You know, when voters determine the net. I'm talking about before the college football playoff in its original form. Before what was the other thing? The
FBS. Was it FBS?
It was called like the what?
What are you talking about?
Like you're going back to like polling.
Oh, BCS.
Yeah.
BCS. That's what I was thinking of.
How quickly you've forgotten the BCS?
You're going before that even. You're going back to when voters are saying like, well, I like Miami. Well, I like Notre Dame. Well, what about Boise State? Nah.
Yeah.
You know, because of the brand.
Yeah.
You know.
Now Alabama going to be in it regardless.
Yeah, exactly.
And they could be having an awful year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, to be fair, right, the model supposedly, and let me go ahead and just read this verbatim.
Mm-hmm.
One possibility which could be viewed as a compromise is having conferences earn automatic bids through their play each season, a model in which each Power 5 league can earn guaranteed spots through a combination of its teams, overall records, and maybe even TV ratings could be presented. The highest ranked conferences would then earn the most automatic bids.
You just can't put TV ratings in there, period. You just can't do it. That goes against, like I said, you're going back in time. That goes against everything that this is supposed to do.
Y'all not even focus on the competition at this point. Y'all focus about the rating.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in theory, and again, to be as fair as I can, like supposedly that would be like or at least the way that I read it, it'd be a small addition into like.
But again,
how the
a factor.
But it feels like you say we're going back, and I hear you on that. But in some ways, it's like going forward to what I was always kind of thinking as this sport continued to, I guess, more formally professionalize. We get closer and closer to like having an NFL light where you have probably like your two conferences with maybe like 40 teams and they end up being the real true kind of league and everybody else is kind of this pseudo league in a way that actually
we're there kind of. I mean, obviously.
Kind of, and it seems like there's some people to tie this into something else that's been in the news. Eddie George, who's the new head coach at Bowling Green. It seems like there's reporting that he's been kind of recruiting and selling Bowling Green as almost a feeder system into Ohio State. Obviously, he has those ties there, and you know you can talk about Bowling Green and the geography there that fits in there. Could we see kind of like almost like a feudal system or a tier system, almost minor league kind of like where you have your non-power conference teams, then having kind of associations with bigger teams in the way that like the G League or minor league baseball has. And does that push us further towards that in the same ways that what I was talking about with the kind of rankings factoring into playoffs?
Kind of, sort of, but I think it's more this. Let's use Ohio State as an example, the one you brought up. Let's say Ohio State.
This is your fault, Figgy.
This is your fault.
You and your people doing this.
But I think you'll agree. Like if you're Bowling Green and you are a 5-star, 4-star, 5-star wide receiver, and Ohio State's bringing back 3 starting, George can say you can play every game here. You can play every game here, and when that guy graduates or goes to the NFL, you're going to go to Ohio State. That's what I think it is. It's like he's not. It's not like for the 2-star and 3-star we can develop you and it's a feeder system. No, there might be some of that. Yeah. It's for the guys that want to play.
But my thing
immediately.
But if that 5-star, 4-star person rather go to another big school rather than Bowling Green, like I feel like that is probably for the lower star players though.
No, I
if
think
they want to eventually go to Ohio State.
Yeah, I think
I don't know if the 5-star player is going to go to Bowling Green, to be honest.
No, what I'm saying is, hell, Deion did it at Jackson State. Like he said, I'm gonna, we're gonna take care of you. We're gonna get you ready for the NFL, and then we're gonna move on. Because he knew he wasn't gonna stay at Jackson State.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I found those to be interesting in the college football space. Some things that are talked about when it comes to moving this thing forward, and it just feels like everything is pushing towards this thing kind of maybe not even fully contracting, but contracting in ways where I guess the most important in the sport continue to get bigger, and some of the ones that are considered maybe less important have some of that shine shrunk, which kind of feels counterproductive to what the expanding of the playoff ultimately was supposed to be, or at least sold to be. There you go. That's what's popping here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, CJ Gardner Johnson talked yesterday, in addition to some other Texans. Is he bringing the Texans franchise something that they have never had? I'll tell you what we mean next.
3, 2, 1. KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard Big Voice Man, John Lopez, Reggie Atatula. Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Excited for what a great time in Houston sports. I mean, we say it a lot, but it definitely feels like it. And the reason I come back to that is I see myself and Figgy both wearing our liftoff playoff shirts for
Mine
game
says
2.
Columbia.
Yeah, not in the same vein, unfortunately.
You ain't down for the squad,
Who
man.
said? You bite your tongue.
Don't bite your tongue. That's not usually doesn't feel good. But yeah, Rockets game 2 tonight. Astros
Need a
have an
Rockets
opportunity.
Columbia is what I need.
You do.
I do. I need.
They
a
got
Rockets.
they got
They have
Rockets fishing shirts, don't they?
They got Astros. They got to have Rockets.
Got to.
They got
I've
Astros,
got an
Texas.
Astros.
I've never seen the Rockets one.
Stop by Academy. I feel like they got those, or at least I know they have fishing stuff too.
And now they got Jordan Brand there.
I saw you picking up some stuff.
Yeah. I got the bucket hat, man.
You got the C.J. Gardner hat.
I don't think that. I don't know if they sell those.
I don't think so, man.
I don't know if they sell those. Maybe Cam Newton. Does Cam Newton have a line? Because that's what I thought of. I thought of two things when I saw C.J. Gardner Johnson talking to the assembled media in that hat that made him look like a 19 or like an early or late 1800s like magician on a
carny
steamboat on the Mississippi. That's what he looked like with that hat on. But that was him talking to the assembled media yesterday. I thought about Cam Newton. I thought about was the Frog and the Prince is the that Disney princess I guess
was it Princess and the Frog?
Yeah. It was Princess and the Frog. There we go. Princess and the Frog.
You know what
Thank
I thought about?
Appreciate you.
What? I love C.J. Gardner Johnson. Haven't even seen him play it down here.
Yeah.
I just love that cat. And then the other thing I thought about, and this is what I wanted to ask you guys and our listeners, 713-572-4610. I don't think the Texans in their entire history from day one have ever had a player like this. Ever.
You said that during the break, and I was sitting there trying to guess. I'm like, hey, I don't think they did.
I don't think they've ever had a player. The combination of, and let me lay it out for you, Figgy. Sorry.
Yeah, what's the criteria?
The combination of playing at this level with that kind of, it's even beyond swag.
Edge, personality,
Riz.
I'm very uncomfortable.
You'll hear that.
No.
You'll hear that during confessions.
Yeah, please take that one back. If you could just reel that one back in for me, I'd appreciate it for you.
I have a confession about that term in about 18 minutes or so. The combination of that confidence, just candor, all of it. I started going back and Figgy, and this is what you're talking about. I started going back and thinking, what player has been the closest to C.J. Gardner Johnson? There's two factors here.
Well, can I allow C.J. Gardner Johnson to tell you about himself so that we can see if we can compare it? This is C.J. Gardner Johnson, and I have to find what I'm going to call him because apparently he liked being called CD or 8. He said those are what he's called, and neither of those really roll off the tongue very nicely for me to also have people understand what I'm trying to say. So for the time being, I'm going to try and give you the whole C.J. Gardner Johnson. We'll see if I find a better situation. But C.J. Gardner Johnson, what is your style of play and your mentality within football game?
Get the ball, hit hard, and I guess they talk crap. But, I mean, I'm one of the most winning safeties in football right now. So I think what I bring here is just culture that we shall technically have in us already. I always played winning football before. This team full of guys that's been in great colleges, from Bama to LSU, Florida State. So, just got to continue to do what we've been doing since we were kids. At the end of the day, it's not hard. Go out there and trust each other and trust what Coach D'Amico is telling us and go win some football.
And outspoken. That's the other word I was looking for.
There it is.
Like all of that. The Texans have never had get the ball, hit hard, talk crap. Love this cat.
All in one dude.
Love this cat. And here's the interesting thing, and I think it's worth talking about. I really do. First of all, I went back and started thinking, anybody close to C.J. Gardner, text in, YouTube, Twitch, whatever. Antonio Smith?
That one comes in from the 832.
Antonio Smith is one I thought about.
They thought Antonio Smith. They said Sean Cody as well. This is one that I did not think about when we were having the conversation, but I'm like, okay, I can kind of see it. He just felt a little bit more quiet. Is Honey Badger, Teron Matthews.
No, he was quiet. No.
He wasn't like this.
But he did have the edge.
He did have the edge.
You could,
and the game.
It definitely permeated out of him. but he just
what's funny is I remember when the Texans signed him, and I was kind of like, "Ooh, the Honey Badger!" Like they very daring right now signing the Honey Badger. That was like a big deal.
That's the second point. I think this signals something of a shift too from the very, very top, the tippity top, as people have put it in the past here.
What's up, Whitney Merciless?
The tippity top. Bob McNair wouldn't have done this.
No,
Bob McNair. I'm sorry, he would not have done it.
This organization is very right kind of guy oriented, even still. Which is funny because, and I think I heard the drive talking about this. Shout out to Clint and Show. It does not feel like they're what I would normally talk about is like the limitations of your talent pool. It's one of the reasons why in the NFL when it comes to coaching hiring. This is why I'm so adamant about make sure you get diversity in, and this is why I'm still largely a proponent of the Rooney Rule, even though it can be a little bit, it feels farcical at times. Is the wider that you open your talent pool, the more likely you are to get the talent that you need in order to compete, especially in competitive spaces where the NFL absolutely has been built to be. Except inherently, when you do this thing where you're like, we only really want dudes that do these certain things, you are narrowing down your pool. Except I'm good with
this certain way,
right? Yeah. You're narrowing down your pool, and so in theory, that would go counter to what my general thesis is about this. But it doesn't seem to have harmed their ability to find players, especially a number of players that fit and that help them play at a high level as well. And so, it's worked for them. However, that's kind of a slightly different. Previously, it's like they don't necessarily want guys that are I guess I don't even know how I characterize it. Guys that are super outspoken necessarily, or
but
guys
all of the above. The things
all those. You're right.
All those things. And so this is a kind of a salute, a hat tip, whatever you want to say to Cal and Hannah. It really is. I mean, this is not something like his dad, her father-in-law would have done. I don't feel maybe, but I don't feel it. Just sort of signals a transition. How many years have we been here? Especially the longtime listeners followed this organization from the outset. How many conversations have we had over the years where the Texans really need a guy with that edge. Now, they brought in guys with that edge.
And they've got guys with edge. Again, they found a way to get the edge within the parameters of Swarm. But, this is just kind of different. Yeah. But it still seems like it fits. That's the thing that I find interesting, right? He's talking about, he one of the things I caught, and maybe this is just the natural kind of inclination of people in that football space. He immediately jumped into Coach D'Amico and all those in the same way that it feels like it fits very much with all the respect that they typically go with. Yeah. But then at the same time, there's still that swagger in some ways.
Well, let's give him a little more taste of that swagger.
Please. This is CJ Gardner Johnson being asked about specifically D'Amico. What have you learned from D'Amico?
Championship or nothing. He ain't bring me here to win no division or no conference. So if I'm here to help win the Super Bowl, that's gonna be the reason. But I think people know. A lot of people look at this team as like, they got a lot of great pieces, but more than a lot of great pieces. You have a great culture here, great organization. I think the more you fill this up with winners, not just me, Coach D'Amico was a winner, Runner Darby was a winner, Will was a winner. So you just fill the room up with winners, I think you're going to get what you want, and I think we're going to get it real soon.
Have I mentioned I love this dude? And by the way, you know what part of that, Figgy, you know what part of that I love the most?
What? When he quieted down the crowd?
I didn't come here to win any division.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like I've said it for years.
Championship or nothing.
When you start bragging about division titles are for losers. And obviously I know by default that means you're actually technically a winner. But when you're like, hey, we won the division 3 times, that's a franchise that hasn't won anything.
Right. Yeah. And of course, having this in a defensive back makes sense. That's one of those positions that you have to have, inherently you have to have kind of that bravado, because it is we talk about sports of failure when you talk about baseball. Cornerback is a position of failure, man. You're running backwards. These guys running full speed at you. People are going to get catches, and now you got to line it up and do it again in the space where it's probably most of the rules are geared against you and what you're trying to do. In that same way, many people mentioning Dante Robinson.
I had Dante on my list.
Dante Robinson had that edge. People were talking about Lonnie Walker, DJ Swearinger.
Well, he wasn't very good. I thought DJ Swag is what he called himself back then. He was okay, but the combination of this and none of these guys that we're talking about. Somebody's mentioned Lonnie Johnson, Brian Cushing. See, the thing about Brian Cushing is in the locker room behind the scenes, he was fiery. He was this, but publicly, it was like talking to cow. Sort of stood there, answered the questions very deliberately, didn't really say anything. Texans, I'm telling you, Texans have never had anyone like this.
Yeah, and I think that it's a good mixture, though, because I think when you first acquired him in that trade where you send Kenyon Green to Philadelphia, you get him back, I was like thinking about, clearly the player itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you talk about what he's capable of doing, the way he takes away the football, those things is incredible. I saw someone on the text line already talking about that they love him because of the way that he's taken Kamari Lassiter under his wing already. And he's talked about that as well. But on top of that, I feel like this culture, he acknowledged that in that quote there. He's already kind of understanding, and I think the culture does a good job of softening the edges of that edge, right? If that makes sense.
Yeah.
To where it's palatable within the context, but then it still feels like it has force.
Yeah.
Within what you're doing. I'm super excited to see what this secondary is, and I'm interested to see if he at all shifts the culture of that defense forward somewhat, because that culture, the defense is in an incredible place. But and I know Aziz kind of has that edge. We saw it. But I wonder if this also shifts that defense in a different way as well culturally.
I want you guys to hear another one of my favorites. When I'd listen to some of these like 3 and 4 times, but this was terrific.
Find yourself, we're comfortable with this.
When I won the Super Bowl,
right?
Because people don't care.
Like when you were a young player.
I ain't find myself until I won the Super Bowl. You gotta understand what I'm telling you. My whole career, I know what the next guy's going through. Never won a Super Bowl. So all these guys are hungry and anger about, I got to the top of the mountain. I've been there 3 times. So I found myself when I understood that it's not about me. When you win a championship, it's really not about you. You have accolades, you do a lot of things, but I think one thing I took from Philly is you can't be great without the greatest of others. I think that's how we're going to win here. You appreciate everybody for what they really can do, from the kitchen to the equipment, even to the laundry people. If he put the loop the right way, that make you feel good. So I think just accepting who you are. I think that's when I found myself, accepting who I was and understanding what I could really be and affect in a positive way. Became a world champion, and that was history.
Yeah, the bravado, but what I love, the bravado always comes on the back end with it is some real introspection and reflection. It's not empty, right? It's not empty bravado. And obviously we know because he's a good player, but then also just the way that he thinks about the way that he thinks about the game, the way he thinks about the youth. He talked about as a young player, he didn't find himself, but he found himself when he won a championship. And I can't wait till you see that winner mentality even further on this team all the way around. Excited for
just absolutely unabashedly, unashamedly, himself, as he said. But perspective, maybe that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, that's the word.
He's got the right.
Appreciate that.
He can come across you first heard that and you're like, oh, this guy's cocky, and then you hear the rest of it and you're like, that guy's got perspective.
Yes,
he's got the right perspective on how to do this.
Another perspective on the CJ Gardner Johnson. Let's turn to the phone line. Who we got on the phone here, Fig?
We got Wood. Wood, what's up, man?
Yeah.
I want to say this real quick about my GM, Nick Caserio. Don't give up my first-round pick this year. I want to keep my first-round pick. We gave it away last year, and the man is gone already. He's gone to New England. I told y'all we should have never got rid of our first-round pick. You can always get a receiver. But I wanted to get that off my chest, Nick Caserio. All right, so now getting back to the young man here. He's a young man that he lost the Super Bowl with Philadelphia. Now he won the Super Bowl with Philadelphia. So he understands what it's like to be a champion. He also been traded from Philadelphia to Houston, so he understands the business aspect of the NFL. So I was listening to the interview when he was on, when the morning show played it, and he was talking about he has a different perspective of meeting when he met TJ this week, than from what he perceived to know of him. Once he talked to him, he see him in a different light now. And the NFL, a lot of players are going to see TJ different because they don't see TJ in the same eyes as we do, because we're more or less, we're growing up with TJ. He's homegrown here with us because he's been here with us 2 to 3 years now, and we know everything there is to know about TJ, his mannerism, his spirituality. Now, other players know he has spirituality, but they don't know how deep his passion is for his football. Now, they also know he's passionate enough where he's very sensitive in his players, which was shown when he was crying with Tank Dell when his friend went down. Now, I was mad because if my friend go down, I'm going to be like, hey, man, we need to go out here and get mad. They just hurt our boy. We need to get together. I'm not going to be crying on the sideline. Talking to you now, CJ, you need to get tough. Toughen it up. Realize, this is a football game that you need to pull everybody together. You are the captain of the team. If somebody go down, y'all need to come together, not be over there holding hands and talking about, you know what, we're going to be all right. Now,
all right, we got to go. We talked about the Kansas City game right now.
He brought that up the Monday after the game. He's still bringing it up.
Appreciate you, Wood.
Yeah, appreciate you, Wood. Nah, I mean, yeah, he's definitely got a lot of perspective.
Yeah.
I think, man, CJ, this is the thing, man. However, especially when it comes down to the sports, is one of the beautiful things. However people perceive you, you can change that by balling. And that's why I think that's why where people are the most excited about. I understand not giving away that first-round pick. It'll be interesting to see what Nick Sarah does because there's a lot of talk about even trading up further into the first round, but you could trade back. I also wouldn't necessarily. Well, actually, I don't know how mad I'd be about them trading back. Although with all the kind of talk about the ideas of maybe there being a run on offensive linemen, and I know Donovan Jackson is a guy that they've added who maybe expands that kind of window of guys that they might be interested in early on in the draft. But yeah, maybe don't trade out, especially because it feels like offensive linemen let all these insiders tell you is a place where the Texans want to go. And it seems like there's a lot of teams that want to get in that space as well. All right, appreciate you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Excited about C.J. Gardner Johnson on this football team. Coming up next, questions presented by the Men's Clinic.
The Texans are back in the building for voluntary workouts, and C.J. Stroud is Houston Texans. Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so this is a confession, but I also need a little feedback here from you guys. So I unashamedly said something to one of my kids yesterday that I refuse to apologize for because I think it's fine.
Okay.
All right. So we were talking about C.J. Gardner Johnson, and I was texting, and I said in the text, Figgy, C.J. had that Riz. To which I got a lot of eye roll emojis and this text back. Please don't say that anymore.
Right.
I refuse to apologize for that because I kind of said it ironically, for effect. I often say, and you've heard me maybe say this a couple times on the show, I often say lit. Now, I don't say lit because it's part of my vernacular. I say lit kind of ironically to be, for effect, like I said. I've also said shook, So
what are we doing here?
I'm not going to apologize.
He's being somebody's daddy. This is where I will acknowledge Dad's love.
Why can't I say Riz? Give me one good reason.
You don't have to say it.
But I can.
You saying it because other younger kids are saying.
I'm saying it for the effect.
That's the only reason you're saying it.
You're saying it to annoy your children. Yes. That's what dads do. Yeah. They try and annoy their children by using the modern cool hip vernacular, what have you, and particularly if you can use it in a way that is outside of what the intended usage is. Because people's daddies love doing that thing where they use it incorrectly too, and then you're annoying your children.
Yeah, salute to my pops, man. My pops don't give a damn about none of that.
But
he stay in his lane.
Oh, I get it.
He ain't trying to do all of that extra stuff.
I generally stay in my lane, but just for the effect, sometimes it actually drives home the message even more, doesn't it? See, had that Riz.
And what do Riz mean?
Like charisma.
So why you didn't say charisma? You could have just said you got that charisma.
I could have, but it hit.
No, it don't.
The point is you being annoying to the children.
It hit.
Which again, I maintain is your right, and it's probably one of the few things that parents have within them to gain the level of enjoyment when it comes to their children. So I'm not going to take that away from you, but I do want you to acknowledge you did it to annoy them. Like you didn't do it for effect or whatever. The effect is I want to annoy these children right now.
Sometimes we just got to know our lanes. I'm getting at that age where some of these terms I won't even use, man.
For sure.
Sometimes people be like, now people use the word twin as like that's my twin. And I'm like, I ain't calling no grown ass man no twin, man. Like nah.
And they'll use it just kind of generically, almost as if to say bro or what have you.
Bro or friend or something like that.
Like you good twin? I'm like, what is happening? Why are we doing this?
Yeah, you heard a lot of that from it was LeAngelo Ball and his raps and all that stuff. I'm just like, man, I'm not using
So thumbs up or thumbs down, future of Riz in my vocabulary.
2 thumbs down.
I personally give you a thumbs down, but I guess that's kind of the point. Like you are actively trying to annoy us in doing this. And if you will acknowledge that that's what you're trying to do, then I feel like then it's accomplished. You've accomplished the goal.
People are out there trying to light their radios on fire right now.
That's right. Somebody said it doesn't sound right. Sorry, someone said it doesn't sound right coming from John, and it is what it is, John. It absolutely is what it is. All right, maybe I should just bring Johnson break, and I still maintain. I know that he brought this up in talking about his new teammate with John Mechie as well, and he just out of nowhere came up with the, hey, Mechie, you're going to have to give up that 8. And I think that he was joking. Like, I sincerely, my confession is, I still don't think that he's actually going to try and get that number, to be completely honest.
He wasn't asked about the number. He brought it up. He brought up the number on another question. So
yeah, no, the question did not come up to it. So it did bring it up, but I did wonder if this was just kind of like tongue-in-cheek, this would be fun, or if this was like, I'm putting you on notice that we are going to have a conversation soon.
I think it was that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody said, let Lopez cook. Don't encourage him.
Let Lopez
Don't encourage him. He gets enough of that. Please don't. But yeah, I look, and I know that, and this is pocket watching, so I do apologize because that's typically not in my get down. However, C.J. Gardner Johnson has a career earnings of just over $20 million in his career. Not saying that there's not expendable or disposable income within that, but I don't know if he necessarily wants to do that. Plus, in his history, he has worn a number of numbers: 22, 23, 2, and then he settled on 8.
But he said 8. 8's my name, is what he said.
Yeah, he said
8 is my name.
People call him 8, but they'll also call you 23 or what have you if you wear that.
Doesn't hit the same.
And maybe the best case for you is that he got some money after he was wearing 8, once he was wearing 8, so maybe that allows him to do this.
And a Super Bowl.
He did get a Super Bowl after that, but I'm like, I feel like figure. Do we have the audio of him?
I
doing
couldn't
this?
find it.
All right, my bad.
Yeah, don't sweat it.
I should have found it. I still am in a place where I don't know that he's actually going to hit up Mechie for that number.
Don't let those people silence you, John. Thank you.
No, let us silence you.
I will not be silenced.
Just continue to look like a fool.
I love that all the daddies came to Lopez's defense. 832. Lopez out there trying to be the hip hop current dad while wearing cargo shorts, white tube socks, and flip flops.
Well, I don't go that far.
Yep, that sounds about right.
These are my confessions.
So I don't know. I got to confess, man. I don't know if ESPN is trying to be funny or is they dead ass serious. So on First Take, Snoop Dogg was on there. Yeah. I don't know what he was advertising, but he was there. And so you know how ESPN do with different headlines, and they try to be super creative with them. And this was the headline. I wonder if they just trying to be a little funny with it because Snoop was on there. So the segment was, how high are you on?
Oh, gosh.
And then one of the questions was Travis Hunter being the two-way player. So you think I wonder if they trying to be funny?
Yes,
with that, how high are you on?
Yes.
Did they put the emphasis on high in there?
No, they did.
This is how. No, that's a common kind of conversation or parlance, right?
See,
how high are you on this?
That's where I was going with, because I was thinking that, but I'm like, they got Snoop Dogg on there, so I want, because it's Disney, it's owned by Disney, so they don't want to be too 420 friendly. But I'm like, I wonder if that was kind of like a little inside joke. How high are you on with
different? You could have said that, like who's your top prospect? Who it was, whatever. But instead they said, how high are you on?
Yeah, so I'm looking at this. They had a couple different questions too, but how high are you on?
That does make me wonder though, if you do have ESPN shows and producers actively doing that in the year of our Lord 2025. Why was Pat McAfee upset that Paul Heyman was talking about him smoking the ganja? You know what I mean? Like, if that's what it is, then you're probably good there. Now, the one that you probably don't want is the airing out of y'all's interpersonal.
Stephen A. Smith.
Right. But that one, I was like, hey, what you all mad about? It seems like they're good with you doing smoking your weed as long as it's not super public.
Yeah, but like you said, Reggie, it is a common phrase. How high are you on so-and-so in the draft, that type of thing. But it's funny they had that with Snoop Dogg sitting there.
From the 281, did Figgy just discover what a double entendre is? No, he knows what a double entendre is.
I'm a rapper, man.
Wow. Go ahead and flex your bona fides,
man. I do this for a living.
He said, I do this.
I know what it is, but I wonder if ESPN know what they was doing.
Hey, 48-year-old dad just texted in from the 713. Hey, twin, my dude, you lit, and Riz, my guy.
That sounds like a 48-year-old dad.
Wow.
Actually, he might be a little older. He might be a little older.
These are my confessions.
Admittedly, I didn't think through both these confessions because this one is not going to be very good to my first confession. It's going to very much make me look like the old guy. I realized earlier that I'm not sure is a good thing or a bad thing. I'm going to Suit Mart after the show to pick up a sport jacket.
You're not even going to spend that much, brother.
Okay.
Yeah. Pick up a sport coat because I'm emceeing an event on Saturday. Shout out to Good Shepherd School in Kingwood. Hope you go there for the gala on Saturday night, 40-year anniversary. How about that?
Hey.
So I'm emceeing. So I'm going to get a new sport coat. I was looking in my closet today. I haven't bought a new sport coat in over 20 years.
So you got to use that old sports coat.
No, I'm going to get a new one.
No, use the one you just had, the one you got 20 years ago.
See, the part that he didn't let you know is that his wife was like, "Hey, you want to get a new sport coat?" Which is basically her saying, "You need to get a new sport coat."
Yes.
Use that one from 1988.
Yeah, I probably have one from 1988. The only dress clothes. This is why I say it might be a good thing. The good thing is I don't have to wear a lot of dress clothes in my life, very, very rarely. So that's the good part. The bad thing is I haven't bought a new sport coat in over 20 years, maybe 25. But I did buy a tuxedo when my kids started getting married. So that's the most recent purchase. But, yeah, I haven't bought a sport coat.
So just wear a tuxedo.
Oh, I should wear the tuxedo.
No, go to Supermarket. I was playing. I wanted to see if you'd be the dude who was willing to be just incredibly overdressed for the circumstance.
Yeah.
And you were like, yes, which I did not anticipate considering your particular affinity for fishing shirts.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said we stick with our era of lingo. Never say Riz again, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Although someone did say, hey, John, can you say for me, yacht? So we want to see what that sounds like coming out of your mouth. I'm not going to let them have that for me, though.
How about H-time?
Even that. That was a little rough.
We had a whole situation with that last time. I think DeAndre Hopkins tweeted H-time.
Yeah.
And everybody on the show, H-time?
H-time.
I'm like, that's not how we say it.
I love all these dads that are coming in like, I'm going to use Riz. I'm going to use Riz on my niece.
Oh, goodness. This is going the entirely different way. Everybody's like, now get John to say this. Get John to say that. Oh, no. I'm a little uncomfortable where that might land us. But for the time being, appreciation to the Men's Clinic who brings you our Lunchtime Confessions right here in the Loop on
John,
Sports Radio
spell addict.
All right. Okay. Yeah, you are in the loop. Somebody said John Lopez sounds like a Progressive commercial. That is true. That is true. When you sound like your parents and all that, that is a good line of commercials. All right, coming up next, let's circle back around to the Texans. Actually, let's go back to C.J. Stroud because C.J. Stroud was talking about what this offense might look like. And one of the things that kind of, I don't know how low-key it was, maybe it was low-key, is Gardner Johnson going to be a super important, maybe even the most important part of the Texans' success this year? Let's talk about that next.
where low prices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Y'all on this Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, encouraging nonsense.
This is awesome.
I need you to understand.
I love you
that.
all.
I'm still deciding, honestly, how I feel about y'all and Chris. Somebody said, John, tell them you upgrading your drip. Do not. Do not do that.
No, there's no question
Somebody
about
said,
that.
John, say no cap. No, not doing that either. Let's circle back around to this. C.J. Stroud talking about the offense. We talked about that a decent amount yesterday, just about especially the seeming freedom or control that he's going to seem that it seems like he will have in the 2025 season, particularly at the line of scrimmage, but just in general about what's happening here in the offense. But we did not get a chance to about how much it seems like Gardner Johnson might factor into this. Gardner Johnson, quarterback coach of this Texans team, that knows CJ incredibly well. This was CJ actually talking about the importance of Gardner Johnson to what he is doing and what to the organization.
Yeah, I think it's very important. You know, Gerard is somebody who is, been with me since my rookie season, but also, known me since I was in high school. I was like 16 years old. So for him to, be here and seeing me in those different lights and those different points in my life, it's been cool. So I think it's be great for him, for him and Nick, because, Gerard is specialized in quarterbacks, and I think Nick is going to lean on him a lot in that area, and he's going to give him a lot more responsibility, which I think Gerard is due for, and I think he's going to do great with it. And I told him, man, he's one of the best coaches I've ever worked with, and just the way he thinks, the way he operates, the fact that he played, and really just a human being he is. And I'm excited to see him elevate just as a coach and to be, more hands-on is going to be amazing.
All right, so let's talk about the nuts and bolts of this first.
Okay.
The nuts and bolts of what he said, and then we'll get into the impact that Gerard could have here with him. The nuts and bolts are, as you heard him say, I think he's going to have more responsibility. Well, that alone tells you that maybe Bobby Slowick wanted things done, a certain way.
No, I mean, that I think we had a lot of things that could confirm that it felt like Bobby Slowick kind of hoarded more of the responsibilities as opposed to kind of sharing the responsibilities with the entirety of his have the best ideas of what's going on. That was evidenced not just by that, but C.J. Stroud just talking about getting what he wants and being able to have more control over the offense in general, but also specifically maybe ability to kind of change things at the line and dictate what's happening there. We have an abundance of evidence that kind of points to the idea of that.
And another couple of things that are sort of nuts and bolts aspect of what you just heard him say about Gardner Johnson. The second thing is, I think he appreciates the some semblance of continuity in the offensive room in Gerard coming back. That's the second thing. And the third thing, he said his specialty is quarterbacking, and I think that's where Gerard and CJ,
I would hope so as a quarterback.
Well, yeah, exactly. No, I'm saying, but like that's his super strength or whatever. But I also think you can extrapolate from that. Nick Caley's he's going to lean on him more. That's his specialty. There's continuity. I think Nick. First of all, props to Nick Caley. If you're looking at this from the outside in. Huge kudos to Nick Caley for recognizing that he kind of, and we've speculated on this, he kind of has a blind spot when it comes to the passing game.
Does he? I mean, he was the passing game coordinator with the Rams.
I think you could easily argue that was a raise. They wanted to give him more money with the Rams. He specialized with the tight ends even as the passing, coordinator or whatever. He's been a tight ends coach his entire career, which is offensive line, which is run game, which is obviously tight ends. In terms of the passing game, I think it's very evident, and like I said, doing like giving Gerard more, hey, at least sounding board or listening to his recommendations or whatever, giving him that more responsibility. That's great for C.J. Stroud.
100%. I mean, as evidenced by obviously the conversation and what C.J. Stroud talked about, but also what we know of the association between C.J. Stroud and Gardner Johnson. Who better if you're coming in and you're preaching an offense that is going to be geared towards the strength of your team, and if you also acknowledge that C.J. Stroud is the most important offensive and probably simply the most important player on your team, who better to help you gear your offense around that player than the dude who seems to know him very well and the dude himself. and including both of them in that formulation between Gerard and CJ.
And then there's another thing that I think is real important. We didn't play this, but we heard it yesterday when CJ Stroud was talking about Nick Caley. He said, yeah, we're still kind of getting to know each other, which, obvious for obvious reasons.
Yes.
They are.
Yeah.
But he's known Gardner Johnson since he was 16 years old. Like CJ Stroud has said in the past that Gerard changed my life. He's said those are words that he's talked about with Gerard. So to have that deep and strong a relationship with the one guy in the room that you're going to be with the most, while you're just getting to know, even if you respect and like and probably end up really liking whatever the offensive coordinator, that's another just huge thing. So it's really important for C.J. Stroud. I think it's going to be very important for Gardner Johnson too. I think he's going to get a lot of accolades if they're successful. A head coaching job, much less a coordinator job, if this thing really works. But for CJ, from our perspective, what we care about the most, C.J. Stroud having a guy that he said changed his life still there and having more of a say in the passing game, that can be nothing but good for a guy that some people thought struggled last year.
Yeah, and I think that this is where I will absolutely agree. Well, I'll agree to a certain point that Gerard is going to be one of the most important people to the Texans' success. I think we would all agree that this is one of those years where you got to get something done. Like it cannot be the way that it has previously looked. Obviously, a couple of years ago, you could easily point to the idea that D'Amico's first year, CJ's first year, we're getting this thing together, we're going, right? So like having the success that you had late in the season and into the postseason, you're betting with house money. It's all gravy in that instance. Last year, you had some expectations, but they faltered, and I think you made some changes based off of that, acknowledging that, okay, the development that we were hoping to build off of year one did not happen.
Yeah.
Now in year three, with all of the chips that you've pushed into the middle of the table when it comes to acquisitions of players, with all of the capital that you've utilized, and with the understanding that there's a window inherent in any push towards trying to be a champion. You cannot afford to waste another year of a C.J. Stroud's rookie contract. No. You cannot afford to waste another year of all of these talented players, particularly the ones that are a little bit older in age. Hell, one of them we were just talking about, C.J. Gardner Johnson, that you brought into this, right? You can't afford to waste that. But then also, and then we were talking about this yesterday with the idea of putting C.J. Stroud more of the offense in his hands is excuses. And it'd be a damn shame if you have real criticism brought on C.J. Stroud because the offense, as you talked about tailoring it to him, did not actually tailor to him properly. You were just talking about going to Supermart to get yourself a sport coat, right? What happens if you're like, oh man, I'm gonna give me a sport coat, and not saying the Supermart would do this because they would never do you wrong, but you go out there and it just doesn't fit right.
Yeah,
like that would be a problem. It seems like he's going to be a huge part of making sure that this offense fits right to the most important guy. The fit got to work. The fit absolutely has to be there properly.
And here's the other thing that just the more and more distance we get from the Bobby Slowick era, you start piecing all these things together, you realize Bobby Slowick was very, very much like his way or the highway.
Yeah.
Like he was bad for this offense. And it's easy to say, oh, you're just saying that because he's gone now. No, I'm the guy that called him the savant. I thought he was going to be great for this team. I had high expectations for Bobby Slowick. You know that if you've listened to this show for any amount of time. But now my eyes are open on this cat. When you let's put together everything that we realize now, Bobby Slowick was just so, hard pressed to change with offensive line blocking assignments. That came out relatively early.
Yes.
The more control at the line of scrimmage by C.J. Stroud. We heard that. Now you're finally giving the quarterback's coach, quarterback coach duties. Whereas he was very stringent on some of those other things because you just heard him say he's going to have more of a say. In other words, maybe there was a disconnect there. Like all of a sudden, I'm realizing Bobby's I just hell-bent on doing things his own particular way.
I'm a little hesitant to say absolutely that they're quarterback coach duties because there are other quarterback coaches that simply kind of help them, implement the game plan on the quarterback level or what have you. But I do think it's interesting, especially for a first-year coordinator to come in and utilize all the resources available to him, right? Yeah. Like have a more communal effort. And I think that probably tries to, in some ways, inoculate you away from, possibility of failure because you put more heads to it, right? And I think in most circumstances, you put more heads to a problem or to a situation, you give yourself a better opportunity of it going well. Plus, this is something we've talked about a lot to circle it back to the offensive line, a part that's very important and hopefully you address to some degree in the rest of this week when it comes to the first, second, and third rounds of the NFL draft is there's a big task in front of you when it comes to getting this offensive line right, especially when you look at it and you did not necessarily put a lot of like incredible players when it comes to talent-wise on this offensive line. You're going to need to make sure that you have hand and glove fit when you have whatever 5, and ultimately you want to make sure all the guys that you roster, whether it's 8, 9 offensive linemen, all pull in the same direction. And so there's a big task on Nick Caley and Cole Popovich to do that. And I do wonder if having that more collaborative environment when it comes to building the offense in general maybe frees up a little bit for Caley to utilize some of the specialties when it comes to getting the tight ends right? Because one of the things I talk about, he has a lot on his plate. Yeah. How much is he going to be able to kind of tap into that specialized positional role of talking to the tight ends? Will he have a little bit more opportunity if it's a little bit spread out? Because offense coordinator and that, and then also focusing in on this offensive line to make sure it's getting right, because none of this works if the offensive line as a foundation doesn't.
Well, for sure, but the way the collaborative part that you mentioned, I mean, you mentioned certain teams do things different ways, but ultimately every team wants it to be a collaborative effort. And what I'm saying is it clearly was not as collaborative as it should have been last year. Cole Popovich is a great example. He's a guy that came in and immediately sort of changed the way they're going to block. You know, if what we're hearing is accurate with more gap scheme as opposed to zone, and changed personnel. There goes C.J. Stroud saying, "Oh yeah, I mean this guy is going to be so important and have a bigger say." Like in an ideal world, what you said is correct. It should have been more collaborative, but it clearly was not.
Yeah, and so encouraging that it seems like it will be a little bit more collaborative, and I do hope that, like, again, using this kind of tailor metaphor, that they do tailor this offense very well, because I think that's going to be super important to making sure that you get the best out of what is a lot of talented players on this offense. You got to make sure that the offense serves all of them properly. And I, again, applaud to Nick Caley and Gardner Johnson to understand that, hey, man, he's going to be important in making sure that it fits right to CJ. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, again, it's the day of Game 2 when it comes to this Rockets-Warriors series. You need to get a victory, let Lopez tell you. And so how do you do that? Well, one of the ways is just get a fantastic performance, maybe kind of like what Kawhi Leonard did. Do the Rockets have anyone capable of putting up a performance like that? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
Dressing over the draft this week.
Draft is an exciting
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Still talking about the Nick Haley coordinatorship and how, the trust that he's put in CJ and Gardner Johnson. And I think it's fair to say that we took a fairly optimistic approach of hearing that, at least that, it seems like what they are going to tailor is they are going with a, custom article in a way, right? Mm-hmm. This is a custom made offense, that it will be tailored to CJ. But I will say you can very reasonably point to the part that is disconcerting, which is, hey man, you ain't bringing a staff, and typically you bring in a staff because you want people that know how to implement what you're going to do, which again, we're going into a draft where we don't actually know what he's trying to implement. Like in theory, we've made some kind of some hypotheses. We don't actually know what the offense looks like when you get onto the field.
I don't know is that disconcerting.
It is for me. I would be lying if I said it wasn't.
Like his guys.
That's a little to me. That's a little troubling to me. Yeah. Because we have no idea what this guy's offense is.
Well, not only that, but he didn't even bring in his quote unquote his guys.
To me,
that
Shaplinski,
Jerry Shaplinski.
He brought in one.
To me, that make it feel like it's somebody else's hire.
Yeah.
I ain't trying to go the whole Patriot South type thing.
Don't get many.
You don't have to. No, we picked up on it.
Yeah, no. It seemed like it's like, oh, I know a guy that knows what we're trying to do right now. We could just place that one guy. He could bring his buddy.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Or maybe the offense is so intuitive a caveman could do it, right? Like just whoever y'all got there is cool. They know how to do football. We gonna make it shake.
Yeah.
But yeah, at the very least, the people that are there, he's getting involved. But yeah, it is worth acknowledging. Yeah, man. I'm still very much in wait and see.
Should be.
There's the cautious optimism, but the caution is absolutely there.
Yeah.
Cautious optimism also, I think, fairly describes how a lot of people are going into tonight's Game 2, Rockets, Golden State Warriors, because the Rockets had a fantastic defensive plan, and for the most part, it was cool, except for the fact that Steph Curry did his thing, and actually, in a relatively quiet way, Jimmy Butler also did his thing, and you lose 95-85, just not enough offense. Offense definitely needs to come, and sometimes you just kind of want one guy to go out there and just win you a game in the same way that in Game 2 of Clippers, Nuggets, Kawhi Leonard did. And it's probably unfair. Not probably. It is unfair to go, all right, Rockets, which one of y'all want to be Kawhi Leonard tonight, right? Which one of y'all just want to be a robot
let me be
that
Kawhi
gets to
Leonard.
A spot and just knocks down shots at an unfair and unreasonable pace?
And contested and everything you can imagine, and defense.
And leaning and all this, off balance, all that. Probably not fair, but do the Rockets have any particular type of performance, one of those standout performances, and is it even fair to assume that that's necessary?
Oh, I think it's absolutely necessary.
Just a singular, hey, here's 35. I mean, he put up 39. But here's 35 points by a single dude who's going to carry your offensive output.
I think it's absolutely necessary. And all you need for evidence is like the last 30 years of NBA basketball. I mean, that's all you need to see, and especially the last week. Every single team has a guy. It doesn't have to be Kawhi Leonard, but has a guy that can just in essence, put the team on your shoulders, or at least just change the way the game flow is going, because you're scoring and you're putting pressure on the opponent, and you're a factor that they have to deal with on every possession. That is the number one thing the Rockets have to do. I'm not greedy. You don't have to give me 39. Give me 28 or 30. Is that greedy? Give me 28 or 30. Someone.
I don't know if I'll call it greedy. I feel like you went to the plate a few times. Like you went back to the buffet a little bit.
But you got to have that guy.
I'm not certain. Like I think, especially when you talk about the elite level defense that the Rockets can deploy, and I do feel like they can deploy elite level defense, right? If you deploy elite level defense, I think that lowers the standard of absolutely what you need to get offensively. And this, tell me if I'm wilding here, is the way that I'll start this. Alperen Sengun getting 26 did not feel outlandish.
No.
And so if you get low to mid 20s from one dude, 20s from another dude, and we can cook.
Yeah.
That's the way that I feel about it.
That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I'm not asking Jalen Green to go off for 35 or anything like that. If he can get his average, which is what, 21, 20, somewhere around there. If he could get about 25, Fred VanVleet, like, don't give us 10 points, 3 for 8 or 19 or whatever. If you could give us a solid performance, man, I think they cooking something.
I disagree with both you guys on this, to a degree.
Well,
I'm not saying
exactly. Yeah, that's why you're not wearing the shirt. You don't actually believe. Me and Figgy wearing the lift-off shirts. We bleeding Rockets red today.
Let me rephrase. I'm not saying you're crazy. You can win that way. You can absolutely win that way. You know, the way you talked about with, just give me a little more, from Jalen Green to compliment. You can win with defense, as you talked about. You can win with, maybe knocking down a few more threes, which is what I think Figgy was mainly talking about with Fred VanVleet and some of the other role players. Knock down a few more threes, create some offense.
Don't shoot 3 for 19.
Yeah. You can win that way. But let's remember this. The Golden State Warriors play really good defense.
They do.
But they still needed Steph. And they still needed, to win that game, they still needed, Jimmy buckets, So, like, good defense and moving the ball and knocking down a few more threes and your secondary player scoring a few more points, you can win like that. But if you want to win this type of series, you still got to have that dude.
Can I utilize what you're talking about here? And, of course, it's a 95-point game, so I'm not going to pretend like they scored a 130-something. You mentioned they needed one. Sengun had 26.
Yeah.
Right? That's not going to say those exact same, not far.
Yeah.
And then Jimmy Butler had 25. And that's what we're talking about. Like, if you can get a second dude who can at least take control of this, and of course that second dude feels like it largely has to be Jalen Green.
But again,
if you can get that second guy in that place,
because they had 95, and that's 53 points,
sure,
56 points.
But I think, and I'm not talking about this in the individual. I think that you have to do it together, right? Like, it's a relatively narrow path to get to the space, but I think you can hit that path if you keep that defense, which I think you can keep that defense. But then you just have to have somebody else go along with Alperen. And I think that somebody has to be Jalen Green for the most part, with Fred VanVleet, obviously helping by knocking down shots. But I feel like it has to be those two guys have to show up consistently to kind of together form up like Voltron into your one kind of superstar performer.
And I'm not saying like they stink if they don't get these numbers.
No, I agree.
What I'm saying is taking over. You know it when you see it. You can say 25 and 31, et cetera, but I know what I saw in that game. You know what you saw in that game. That was those dudes taking over, and that's what the Rockets need, whether it's 25 or 45. They need look at every playoff game that has been played. The winning team has all had a dude go off.
Yeah, and I think that to get to the more conceptual aspect that I think you're talking about, the conceptual thing for me, and I've said it before, and maybe I'm harping too much on it, you just got to make the Warriors pay in the way that that it feels like it's available to make them pay, which is if they're going to, if you can eventually get Steph Curry into a favorable make him off of it, which again, that comes specifically back to Jalen Green. Right, like the office space, what do you say you do here? You as a dude, what you do here is you need to be able to, and he's not like the best ISO ball player, but you need to be able to like drive to the basket, especially when you have that smaller guy on him, and like make him pay, especially when you have developed yourself and gotten a little bit better, and the offense around you has kind of developed around you driving and then kicking out of that. Like, so I think that's got to be a lot better.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Maybe pushing that further, and I've seen other people talk about this. Shout out to the Lockdown Rockets podcast, because I think they were talking about this. I think the tempo of this has to be different, which feels counterintuitive to what this team typically does.
I'm with you, man.
Because they try and, like, with the defense, what they also try and do is they try and limit possessions, right? They don't want this to be a high possession game. However, once you get the ball, I think that what we saw in game one is the Warriors were able to just sit back and watch this thing develop at a slower pace. And I hope that slower pace in the very particular possessions was just the Rockets getting a feel for the postseason and maybe overanalyzing and thinking too much. Feel the game as opposed to like overthinking the game, and then like get into your actions quicker and give yourself an opportunity to, one, get those rebounds, but two, to maybe go with the Warriors not being entirely set in what they're doing.
No, I'm 100% with you on that one. So I guess I'm back in your good graces.
Yeah.
But either way,
all it took.
And here's why. You know what else the Warriors have? A really good coach. You've got a really good coach.
Yeah.
So you've got to counter that. What I said, and I'm looking at it right now in some of the notes that I was making this morning. Push the pace. You have to push the pace. They seemed okay too much to go in a half-court game.
Which is not your advantage in this series at all.
Can't do it.
Yeah.
Can't do it. Somehow, some way, you got to find a way to, get those drive and kick, as you mentioned, get some open looks, on the perimeter a little easier, and get some one-on-one touches for Şengün. Because when that zone ate him up once they ate their offense up. He still got his, but in terms of, getting more people involved in the offense, because you were throwing into a double team. Because they had a zone. So he was fronted and backed just by the rotation of the zone. Like, no matter which way the ball was swinging, there was a guy behind him that was going to immediately double team him as soon as he got the ball. If you can get them into a man, that changes a little bit.
All right, so one thing I want to ask, because it's always one of the ways that I think about this series, or think about playoff series, who could steal you a game? And it's a slightly different, like, I'm not saying who's going to be your star player that's going to be the metronome by which you do this thing. But who is that guy that just... one of these games in the series, he pops up and it's like, all right, I'm going to give y'all 22 that you were not accounting for. Like, you did not, that was not in the budget. Like, who of this team do you think could give you that, particularly in this game? Because that would be very helpful, is if you just get one guy who's like, you know what, I'm knocking down shots today to a crazy degree, and I'm going to have my podium game. Here is 22 points that y'all did not account for in the budget.
I think the easy answer is Amen.
You think so?
Yeah. I think because it's going to tell you that you have pushed the pace.
Yeah.
It's going to tell you that there is some hole that they've gone to man, because he's going to be supposed to pulling into a zone and a guy on the backside.
I do think that he could give you a little bit more. I don't know if I put him in that space, but I do think one of the ways it'd be is I think that would also be very encouraging, because what that means is that a man has been able to kind of get some backdoor cuts and stuff, which he seems to flourish on.
If he has a big game, you know they've had to play some man defense.
Yes.
And that's what you want. If he has a big game, you know they've gotten some transition points, and that's what you want. So I would say the easy answer is Amen Thompson. Is it crazy to say Dillon Brooks?
It's one of the names I was thinking about.
Yeah.
It's one of the names, because he seems to be one of those guys that when that ball is actually skipping around, which I'm not certain that you can absolutely get to, but hopefully you can as a Rockets team, he seems to benefit from being, the shooter that then knocks down those on the catch and shoot. And he had 5 3-pointers that he put up, and he knocked down 2 of them, which isn't terrible. But if that somehow expands, especially seeing as a lot of those open shots were going to Fred VanVleet in game 1, if maybe some of those are ending up in Dillon Brooks' hands and an opportunity to knock him down, he does feel like he could be one of those guys. From the 281, Cam or Reed. And we've talked about this. I know that I've expressed how I don't know that those are the guys that I would turn to in that instance. Do you feel like they could be those guys, though?
Oh, for sure. But not in big dose, not for 20-plus points. What I'm looking for from those guys, especially Reed Sheppard, if he gets in the game, he may not even see the floor. But I think they're thinking about it, because they missed so many threes. They need somebody to loosen up the Warriors' defense. It could be Cam, could be him, but just play 8 to 10 to 12 minutes at the most, knock down 3 threes or something like that, and I think that changes things.
You're deep that it's going to Dillon Brooks versus Draymond Green in a shootout. Wow. I do feel better about the Rockets' chances than that, because Draymond does shoot like he has a backpack on. But someone brought up an answer that I think is absolutely a good one. Jabari Smith Jr.
Yeah.
And I'm interested to see, it's one of the questions that I have for this game, is how many minutes Is he going to play? Is it possible that he even starts? Which would be interesting because Dillon Brooks is probably the guy that gets those minutes for. And I think Dillon Brooks, I would still think maybe that he starts Dillon Brooks because he feels like he factors into that portion of the game plan that I don't think that you can let go of for the entirety of the series, which is leaning on Steph Curry, making him feel your physicality and seeing if that can help in a cumulative effect towards the end of the series of wearing him some level down. Right, so I think that Dillon plays a big factor into that, and I'm not sure if I'd want to have him out of that starting lineup at the very least, where you can kind of line up his minutes with minutes where he steps on the floor. But I do want to see some more from Jabari Smith Jr., especially seeing as he was shooting pretty well in Game 1. If you can get him more involved, even with some of those kickouts, but I almost wanted to go to maybe even some isolation opportunities where he's posted up. But again, I think that also comes down to, can you get them out of a zone? Because all of these, any isolation look, I think flounders when you have a zone that's able to kind of clamp down, because I don't know that you have a lot of great zone beaters.
Before we get out of here, give me your X factor. Call your shot, your X factor tonight.
X factor in this game.
For the Rockets, obviously.
For the Rockets.
Steven Adams.
Steven Adams is a good one. I think
he's off of some minutes, and you're going to have 16 rebounds and who knows how many points.
Can I give you one that I think is a little bit off the beaten path, but I do think is a possibility? Number 17, Tari Eason.
Yeah.
When this team played the Warriors really well earlier this month, Tari Eason was a big part of that in like turning the ball over. And I think that if you can talking about getting into transition, if you can get some steals and get out in transition, which Tari Eason seems to do very well as well, I think that you can now start at one, ending some of those Warriors possessions. Two, getting easy buckets, which this team needs a whole bunch. And maybe you could get, instead of 6 points from him in Game 1, maybe you can turn that up into a place where he has maybe 12, 15, especially when you add his ability to knock down shots, which he didn't in Game 1,
right,
and hopefully comes around a little bit more
I don't mind
in
that
Game
one.
2. And I think Tari could be that for you. But there's a lot of guys that could be it. Someone needs to absolutely be it if this Rockets team wants to continue to push towards the goals that they've set for themselves, the goals that moved beyond just making the playoffs and maybe making some noise. It starts with you got to level this thing at 1-1, and that happens tonight. Toyota Center, 8:30
Or else
p.m.
it's effectively over?
Nope. I ain't saying none of that. There's still a lot of basketball to be played, and the Warriors.
You heard him? I heard it, Figgy. Did you hear him?
No, I
gotta win this game.
I think it's important to give you, especially to give you some confidence on the road. We talk about these young guys and being in this series, right? Hopefully they're settling into the series, but that changes again when now it's not just a playoff game, but a playoff road game.
Yeah,
I'd much rather you face that 1-1 than 0-2 and add
it would be effectively over.
The level of pressure. Not necessarily pressure to these guys are working with. Giving yourself a little bit of leeway, I think, is going to be super important. Because again, as I said, I don't think this is going to be a short series in either direction coming into this one. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Wednesday. 832's predicting 17, 10, and 6 from a men with lockdown defense. I like that. I hope to see it for sure. But coming up next, this is typically the time where we hand it over to Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so we talked about earlier Shakespeare's Day or whatever. Yeah. It's actually World Book Day, National World Book Day.
Okay.
So I want to give the top 5 reasons people don't want to read.
Oh.
713-572-4610. Plus, the boomers, they are shocked that Gen Zers don't really know what to include or really don't know some of the, I guess, different rules and stuff in life. So we're going to go through this list.
Okay. What are the Gen Zers not knowing about life? All right, let's go ahead and hit them the game. We'll do it next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
The Rockets.
song on your home of the Houston Texans. Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. The Rockets play tonight at Toyota Center. Remember, if you're going to be there, I need a vibe check, man.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, hit me up on anywhere at the Figgy Fig.
So what, they just send you a video?
Yeah, just send me a video, man. Let me know how the vibes are, man.
But they got to talk to you. They got to tell you what's happening.
Yeah, tell me what's happening. You can show me what's going on, and like let's get the rowdy part. We ain't got to get like if it's a blowout or something. Don't even
put that in the air, dog.
Yeah,
it's not gonna be no. Well, if it's a blowout, it's a Rockets blowout, right? We don't put that on the, put them vibes out.
Exactly. So send it if you go into the game tonight. Shoot it to me on Instagram, man, or Twitter. But today we talked about it earlier about William Shakespeare.
Shakespeare Day. It's National Cherry Cheesecake Day.
Is it Shakespeare Day?
Yeah, look it up.
Yeah, it's actually World Book Day. This an official holiday in 1995.
Okay,
it's April 23rd because William Shakespeare died in he died 409 years ago today in 1616. So I don't know. I think they say he was like 51 and 52. I'm not sure.
Good run.
Back then,
okay, 51 years. I thought they used to live I thought they used to live longer than that. Back in the day.
No.
Really? Okay.
Not the 1600s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because of like typhoid and things like that.
Everything.
Maybe I'm thinking about BC when they used to be like 200 years old.
Oh yeah, like biblical. Yeah.
This man was like
walking around 300.
I mean, Methuselah was out there, bro.
Like 900 years old.
Yeah. So I want to ask you, what was the last book y'all read? Because I know this probably
completed.
Sure.
Okay. What was the last book I actually completed? It was probably Hakeem, or Dream rather, the book by Miran Fader. In the fall.
I can't remember the name of it. What was that book that came in and we both got one?
Dream.
Was it a Dream?
Yeah, the one about Hakeem.
Yeah, that's
from
probably
Miran
the
Fader.
last one.
Probably the last one I finished. I'm currently all right. I'm gonna be real nerdy. I'm sorry. I'm currently reading a book called The Color of Law about redlining and things of that nature. So yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that, man.
No, but I was like, it's very nerdy. Apologies.
You did something nerdier than that, but we'll get to that later.
What'd I do?
Just continue, Figgy.
Wait a minute.
Remind me of the nerdiest thing that he's done, which is saying something.
Okay.
Why am I being attacked?
Remind me before we get off the air on that. So did y'all know 63 of us would like to read more and 66% have a collection of books that are up on the shelf? So I want to go through the top 5 excuses people use for not being able to read. And I'll let you know which one hits me the most. So the first one is people say, I don't have enough time because of other activities.
That's number one for me. I used to read all the time, and I haven't read a whole lot very much lately.
No, I mean the same. And one of the things I realize, I think about it a lot because if you love sports, there's so much sports. Like there is. I don't know if we even appreciate it at times. We are living in such a golden age of just like quantity of sports to be able to consume in a relatively easy way. And I know it's funny to say that because there's also ways in which some of the sports that we want have become a little bit less easy to access by becoming, hiding behind various different streamers or whatever. But the idea that, hell, Lopez, you were talking about Red Zone. The idea that you could watch all these out-of-market games. Like that's why All-Star games used to be just you had no chance, no opportunity to watch some of these other teams.
You watched whatever was on TV. At that time, you didn't have cable.
No, time is number one for me. I wish I could do it more.
So others said I prefer other forms of entertainment like TV, video games.
I actually prefer books if you have the time.
What a dork.
No, because
over
again,
TV?
remind me of something he did. Right. But either way,
what? This is I'm being threatened right now.
Because you use your imagination so much more. Like, how many times have you read a book and then it became a movie and you kind of like the book better, right?
100%.
Right? Because your imagination was working.
I'm very often. Yeah, I'm very often the dork. That was a nice SpongeBob reference. The dork that's like. No, the place where I'm.
A lot of times it was.
I will stand on business behind this one. Yeah. Friday Night Lights is better than all that stuff that y'all like. The TV show and the movie. I'll stand on this 100%.
So the next one is I don't have enough time because of work.
It's kind of like one.
Yeah. The next one is I don't have enough time because of my kids, and they blame their offspring for making them a bad reader. And this one kind of hit me the most. This last one, I had trouble focusing while reading.
That's actually a big one.
I have a hard time trying to focus on read. Like once I get into the book, then I'm rolling now.
Yeah.
I could be like chapter 2, chapter 3, and I'm just forcing myself to read. I'm just like, man, I don't feel like reading.
I think there's two things. One, we live in an era where we have so much input and stimuli that we're bad at like focusing on things. So that's one. But two, I think also there is kind of, I think school has ruined this for us because people did not develop a love of reading outside of like the obligations that you have to. And I think people treat reading as a completionist thing where once I started, I have to finish it. And no, you don't. Quit that book if you don't like it. Like, just jump off to another one, right?
You change channels, don't
people are so comfortable with doing that with like a TV show. I watched 2 episodes. I didn't like it. I jumped out. But people, if they've decided that they want to read because if they feel like, or I'm assuming, I don't know for certain, but I'm assuming people feel like it means that, they're reading to make them intellectual. And so if they don't want to read this, it says something about it or whatever. Nah, man, if you don't like that book, there's bad books too, or books that just aren't your speed.
I think
drop that one, get another one.
I think it's as simple as you have to be into it. You have to really want to read that.
And sometimes sometimes you try and watch this movie, and I don't want to watch this right now. And you circle back around to another time. You're like, actually, I'm interested in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when was the last time? I guess I'm gonna talk to Lopez because you got the grandchildren. When was the last time you read a children's book to them?
Oh, outside of the grandchildren was last weekend.
Okay, so you read to them pretty often.
I read with them pretty often, but before that,
is it
25, 30 years?
Okay.
Is it Llama Llama Red Pajama?
No, but I think they have. I think she has that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she has that book.
Do she have? You talk about your granddaughter.
Yeah.
Do she have this book by Dr. Seuss called Mr. Brown? Can you moo? Can you? Mr. Brown can moo? Can you?
No, I don't remember seeing that one. She's got like a little bookshelf and everything that everybody gives them books, but I don't remember that one.
You might have to get that book for her so you can read this book.
You like it?
I think it's pretty cool, especially the way this person right here read this book right here.
Uh-oh.
So this is this person reading, what's the name of this book, this Dr. Seuss book? Mr. Brown Can Move, Can You?
Yeah.
I want to see if Lopez will read this book like this.
Yo, this is Mr. Brown Can Moo, Can You? Written by Dr. Seuss, and I'm gonna rap this book. Oh, the wonderful things Mr. Brown can do. He can go like a cow, he can go moo moo. Mr. Brown can't do it, man. How about you? He can go like a bee, Mr. Brown can buzz. How about you? Can you go buzz buzz? He can go like a cork, pop 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 pop. He can go like horse feet, clap clap clap. He can go eek eek like a squeaky shoe. He can go like a rooster, cock-a-doodle doo. He can go like an owl, hoo hoo.
He's reading the book.
I know.
Cock-a-doodle doo, hoo 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 hoo. How about
There's
you?
no way
He can go
Lopez.
like a rain, dibble 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 dop, dibble dibble
None
dibble,
whatsoever.
dop, dop, dop. He can go like a
Absolutely not. Ain't no way.
I do it, man.
I might have to.
You got that charisma? What that Raz?
Don't do that. You said that Raz.
What's it, Riz?
That Riz.
Yeah, you got it.
How many Dr. Seuss books can be amazing raps like that?
There's a few.
The crazy thing is, it's a lot of rappers that rap like that now.
Yeah.
Which is a little troubling.
Yeah.
Oh, well, look at that. That's nice. From the 832, Taking Flack was the last book I read, honestly.
Atta baby.
I have that book on my shelf. It is one that I need to open up. I got to be honest.
Yeah.
All right, so we got to talk about the boomers, man. Shout out to all the boomers out there.
Shout out to the boomers.
And we're going to pick on the
Are you technically a boomer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm at the very tail end.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to pick on the Gen Z right now, man. So let me know. If
I'm not picking on the Gen Z. Y'all don't bring your ire to me. I don't want you being your TikToks. Leave me alone. I didn't do it.
I just want to know if this stuff is accurate. So it's a lot of common skills out there that boomers are shocked that Gen Z don't know how to do these things.
Right, these tasks.
Yeah, so I'm going to go through the list real quick. Know how to read a map and figure out directions without GPS.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I could probably read if you give me a map, I could probably tell. It might take me a minute, but I can find my way home.
That's embarrassing.
Oh, I'm very good with a map, but I just generally am blessed in that way with the spatial awareness.
I grew up to MapQuest, where we had to go to the library and print out MapQuest.
Okay, well, so you can kind of do it.
Yeah, I can figure it out. But number 2 is how to address a piece of mail.
Also embarrassing if you don't know how to do it.
Embarrassing. Using a plunger.
How is that generational? Shouldn't every generation? They haven't changed the toilet in 100 years.
That is a point. Which, why haven't we changed the toilet? I feel like, was it just engineered so perfectly to start?
I feel like if something is wrong with the toilet,
doesn't matter what generation you are.
I feel like you will try to figure it out.
Yeah.
I don't think somebody just not going to do it and just call a plunger or call a plumber or something like that.
Well, I feel like, you know what? That's one of those things where people don't know until I think we have taken the technology and we're like, I don't actually have to keep that in my head because when I need it, I will Google it and I will go to YouTube University and I will figure out how to do it in that moment. I feel like that's that, and I imagine this will come up, like changing a tire. Is that one of them?
That's actually not on
okay.
this
Maybe
list.
not, but I feel like those are some of like the everyday ones that, as a boomer, you had to know because you couldn't just like figure that out on the go when it did come up. But I think more than times
I
now,
think
people are
AAA
like,
took that away.
it's fine. I'll figure it out when I need it.
Yeah. So, how to tell time with clock with the hands?
I get that one, but it's still you should
an
be
analog
able to.
clock.
Yeah, you should be able
just a
to.
regular clock like that. How to count change? How to type on the actual
People
keyboard.
don't know how to count change.
I mean, when are they getting change?
You know that
change?
That used to be like a whole module when you were in.
That was a lesson. That was a lesson in school
with like the plastic coins. Did you ever have that joint?
Yeah, we used to play. We had a thing where we had to play store.
Yeah,
like hey, you got $1.
But that's not really how our world works. How often are you paying with cash?
Change?
If you had to, do you cash? Like if you had to put a percentage on how often you paid with cash?
Oh, mine is less than 10%, but you still do it,
dude. You're accounting for such a small part of people's lives, and that is you. Talk less of how many people are just like a straight.
Less than 5%.
How many people are even using cards? So many people are using like these NFC kind of tap. Yeah, man, I feel like
use my phone.
We're in a crazy modern era. That's crazy.
We live in a world where you do get change.
Yeah. So I'm gonna run through these real quick. So how to mend clothes and so on buttons. I do not know how to do that. I should know how to do that. I wasn't paying attention in school.
I wasn't either.
Home
I have a button that needs to be mended right now.
Yeah,
that's one of those things I've never been able to learn.
I did not give a damn about that. How to cook? I know how to cook a little bit, but I'm not making Thanksgiving dinner or anything like that.
Yeah.
One of the things that's funny about cooking is that once you start doing it, it really is just following instructions. Like if you can follow instructions, you can be a passable cook. You're not going to be a great one because that's where the art comes in. But you can be a passable cook. It's just, can you follow instructions?
And once you get into it, a lot of times it sucks you in.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I think some of it for me.
I'm sorry. I'm still a child. I apologize. I'm 33, but still a child.
All right. Moving on. How to write a check. How to do basic handyman skills. I think a lot of people kind of lost that art because I think dads used to do a lot of handyman work. And now, you kind of growing up not doing the handyman work. How to write in cursive. I actually forgot how to write in cursive.
They don't even teach it anymore.
Yeah, I used to write in cursive up until 3rd grade in school. Then they didn't require you to write in cursive, so I wasn't writing in cursive.
Wait, hold on. We have somebody adding in. Appreciate people being our impromptu correspondents. Somebody on the text line from the 832 said their kids in 3rd grade just went through a money change counting learning module.
Good.
So apparently we are still
salute.
teaching that.
Salute.
Thank God. It's good to know that we still teaching the babies about some math.
Yeah. How to drive a stick shift.
Yeah.
I get it, but I feel like it's something everybody should do. It's
how many of them are there?
I know.
Actually,
there are like sports cars for sure.
There's some.
Yeah.
There aren't as many.
To me, that seemed like a luxury. At that point. How to read Roman numeral.
Thank you to the Super Bowl for teaching me that.
Yeah, that's some. We actually learned how to do that. And the last one, use non-mobile technology.
Non-mobile technology, like what?
I'm trying to think. What all are we talking about? I don't know.
It
didn't really come to mind. Somebody said they pay with cash almost 70% of the time. Wow.
Some people do.
Rural area.
Some people do.
I was about to say something that was not going to be fair to you, but I understand that in a rural area. And honestly, in a great city like Houston, Texas, if you keep a little cash on you, can make some stuff shake. I mean, talk less of how many times you just pass by the gas station, like, I could save some money just paying the cash.
Yeah. I'll get y'all out of here on this. So I sent y'all this text message of this movie trailer, and I think I asked the question, is this technically a sports movie? It was a trailer for the movie Him, which is a movie produced by Jordan Peele and directed by Justin Tipping. Follows a college quarterback who is taken into a sinister world by his idol to see if he's willing to sacrifice for fame. And this movie come out September 19th. And I just want to know, we going to see this movie as a family?
No.
I'm going to need more information.
It does nothing
You
for
need
me.
more information about the Jordan Peele movie?
Yes.
It's not the exact Jordan Peele you thought you'd get.
And it's Jordan Peele produced.
It's exactly what Jordan Peele always. I feel like he always do these type of spins, like a regular movie, and just turn it dark.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
I and this is something I will admit, and if you want to call me any type of name you can, you have my blessing to do so. I don't do recreational scare. Like I know that I don't enjoy being scared, so I don't watch horror.
It's a sports movie though, man.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. Like if it's going to be on that horror front betwing like horror and thriller, I like a thriller.
I'm not going to pass judgment, but I'm not into it.
So
I think it is I don't.
And that's why I said I need more information. You give me a little more information on whether or not it's actually like really delves into that horror space, I'll have a little bit of a better idea of whether I'm in on watching it.
The funny comment I saw under that post was, "Oh, this is a movie about C.J. Stroud going to Michael Rubin's party."
Wow. Yeah, somebody said it's a Diddy story, but different.
Oh man.
Oh man, people were talking.
Do for fame?
People were sending in other stuff as everybody's now just trying to dunk on Gen Z, balancing a checkbook. Reading a map you mentioned, encyclopedias, but like, why would you? I mean, you don't need.
Why would you do that?
You got one.
Right. Put that in the search bar, and you will be all right. All right. Appreciate you, Figgy. That is Figgy's mixtape every weekday.
We gotta
right
see
here.
that movie as a family, though, man.
We'll see.
Let me know how it goes.
Come on, man. So, are you scared of scary movies?
No, I don't get them. Like kind of like you, I'm just like, why?
I'll say yes. I don't care.
Well, it's not scared. It's like it's kind of like a waste of time. Yeah, I guess I'm too. I think too much. Like, okay, well,
I'm a scared cat. I
feel like you are scared.
Scared of cat.
Lopez
You can't
be in the
scare
movie
me.
theater.
Shout out to Doc Hooligan. Scared of cat.
I'll
Do
be
it.
holding
That's cool.
Figgy's arm. I'll be holding Figgy's arm.
He be holding his ears like my wife. She like close her
She
ears.
hold
so
her,
she can,
not her eyes, her ears.
No, she like close her ears because the
The jump scare sounds and stuff like that.
Okay.
That's funny.
Yeah, when she thinks something about to be scary, she just close her ears.
And my wife covers her eyes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Figgy's mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig. If you have something that's mixtape worthy, including a vibe check.
Vibe check tonight, man.
That's right. That's right.
If you're going to the game tonight, man, send me a video of the vibes.
100%. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to chat with the fellas of the drive. Before we do that, though, more insight on who might be looking to trade in the draft and what that could mean for the Texans. We'll do it next.
3, 2, 1.
It's the
for by Airtime Media.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
To be entirely honest, as I appreciate everybody who's rocked with us on this Wednesday In the Loop. Excited for the Rockets, but on the phone line is Larry in Stafford, and I have no idea where he wants to go. So what's poppin', Larry?
It's all good, Reggie. You don't need to know, man. I just need you to buckle up for a minute. Look here, man. We're gonna talk about these Texans real quick. I've been hearing all season that Cole Popovich is just a great offensive, or not great, but he's gonna be an upgrade as the offensive line coach, and that Nick Cady over there is gonna install a system that we can all be proud of. But then I keep seeing all these fools with these mock drafts talking about the Texans are going to trade their 25th and 58th pick to move up to get an offensive lineman. Are y'all ass crazy? What are y'all talking about, man? Look, we know what we need over there. We need firepower all week. I can find an offensive lineman in the second, third, or fourth round. I need me another wide receiver or that tight end, man, that can go out there and make people respect my offense with CJ. And now that we have found and got word that CJ Stroud is going to be in control of the whole offense, I'm expecting him to look like he did in the Peach Bowl against Georgia, because when he got weapons, we all going to eat over there on Kirby. Now, Lopez, this is you and Larry time right now.
All right. ISO.
All right.
Lopez, Reggie and Figgy kind of young, and we respect that. Now, I know I heard Figgy say that he has no desire to cook Thanksgiving food, or Reggie said they don't want to cook Thanksgiving food. Let me help you boys out. If your wife walk her ass in that kitchen butt-ass naked with them things jingling, your ass will be over there basting a turkey and frying a turkey and peeling sweet potatoes until your hands cannot stand sweet potatoes no more. You boys be missing out, man. I don't understand you youngsters. Do y'all not understand the game? The game is to get women out of clothes. And if they ass want you to get in that kitchen and cook, your ass better figure out how to get in there and cook, because the fun part about cooking is watching them eat, and then when they done what they want to eat. You boys need to understand what the game is. Reggie, I'm going to spend more time with you. Figgy, your ass is from Cleveland. You should know better, and I'll holler.
He's talking about the game within the game.
Yeah. First of all, he might be talking to me. My wife handle all the cooking.
No, but he's saying you should.
I should for what? Like, what's the
He just told you want to see him naked.
Like I said, I'm a married man. Like, this is a regular Tuesday for me, man. Like, I ain't got to do all of this for Thanksgiving to see my wife that I see every single day. Like, we have a rapport already. So
I said there's an agreement. There's an understanding.
I'm good there, yeah. I'm not cooking no Thanksgiving for everybody else.
That's hilarious. I don't think I said anything about cooking Thanksgiving dinner. I think I was talking just general about, cooking is relatively easy to make sure it's just following directions. I actually enjoy cooking when I do it for a large group or for, a nice young lady. So, no, I know what you're talking about, Larry.
Why is that?
Because, the way to somebody's heart is through the stomach is what they be
You're
saying.
Darn right.
Something like that.
You're
I don't know.
Right.
I do want to go back to the Texans real quick. And, I mean, it's interesting. Obviously, I know Larry has, as he said, he's well established that he's here to get some talent, right? Especially some weapons, as we talk about for CJ Stroud. But I mean, the reporting continues to pile in, and it seems to go more and more towards the idea where the Texans are eyeing O-line, and particularly O-line of a particular kind of character. So I hear you, Larry. I hear what you're saying, but like it seems like they're continually look towards the offensive line, and I can't say that I'm mad about it, considering that I don't think that would just be a move for this year. That's a move for years to come to add. And there's been conversation about Nick moving up, right, and maybe finding a trade partner to do so, as at the very least the two teams in front of them at 23 and 24 look like they're teams that could necessarily trade for or select draft, rather an offensive lineman. Although the Vikings are an interesting team to maybe trade back, considering they only have 4 picks in this draft, and getting more picks might be beneficial to them if somebody wants to trade back into the first round. But Diana Rossini put something out that was kind of interesting just not too long ago, maybe an hour ago, about the Los Angeles Rams, the team who has the 26th pick currently. apparently they were really in on the Brock Bowers situation last year, did not have an opportunity to get him, and that this year they might be interested in remedying that by going up in the draft to try and select one of those two more valuable tight ends or the two highest rated tight ends in this draft in either Tyler Warden or Colston Loveland. I don't know, which of those guys they'd be more interested in, and I don't think I saw that in her reporting as I looked at it rather cursory. But I thinking about it, I was like, if they are looking to trade up as well, that is where the competition is. Because I've seen a lot of reporters kind of talking about when it comes to tomorrow that there's a lot of teams high up that are looking to try and find trade partners to trade back, but maybe there's not a lot of teams interested. And I was like, if the Texans are in a place where they would want to trade forward, that would be an advantageous situation. No, that there's teams that want to trade back and maybe not a lot of dance partners. That would technically give you a little bit of ability to get you a better trade, would it not?
It would. Where it gets interesting is if the team right behind you is trying to trade up too, all of a sudden you have competition on the picks.
Right, and so
that's where it gets interesting.
If that is actually the case, I do find that interesting, especially because what particularly they're looking for is tight end, and there's possibilities that there might not need a team because the Colts seem like, if mock drafts are to be believed, consistently mocked a tight end, so maybe they take one of them. And the Bears seem to be a team that could be interested in Tyler Warren. So if you go take those together, Bears at 10 rather, just so you know, if you have 10 and 14 both looking at a tight end, there you go, you're done. But if they're looking to move up, it does feel like that could be in some of the same spaces that you'd be looking to maybe try and go get your offensive lineman. A lot of people believe Kelvin Banks. Like I know that Daniel Jeremiah has said it, that the Texans won't pass on Kelvin Banks Jr. if he's there. But yeah, I found that to be interesting on maybe something that would add a little bit of friction to the opportunity for the Texans.
It just makes it more complicated. It just makes more. If you're going to move up, then you have competition with, and they're offering this, and you're offering that, and they up the offer. Then it just gets more complicated. That's the issue. It's not like the position you would be drafting, because it would be different.
Yeah. So I mean, we were talking about it a little bit. The teams that maybe would work with you. I know the Cardinals are one of those teams sitting at 16 that maybe if the Texans are trying to move up and get higher at least than the Packers and the Vikings, who are teams that possibly could draft offensive linemen. Maybe that's a landing spot, but that's 9 whole picks there to get up to that place. And I do know that, it seems like Nick Caserio be willing to pay, and then you have the draft capital pay, especially considering that I don't think you could roster all the 7 picks that you have available to you. So I don't know. I'm interested in seeing how this falls and what kind of more scuttlebutt we continue to get out here as we near closer and closer to. And with that, appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for always bringing you a crosstalk with these fine fellas. It's Clint Stoerner. It's Ron the Show Hughley. It's the Drive Fellas. What's popping?
What's good, boys? Feeling good, man.
Yeah, one day away. Rockets tonight. A little bit of everything.
A lot, yeah, man. Lakers got the dub yesterday. I know.
They did. They look good doing it too, man.
I don't know.
Most important, Christian Walker had 3 hits, boys.
He sure did. I like that.
Well, I mean, Nail Blanco as well, man. They needed that from those two.
You call him Nail?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I like that. That's not bad.
Yeah, it's Nail.
That's not bad. Are you concerned?
Blonde tips. That's Nail. Baby.
I'm just going to completely slide into a space because I know it serves you personally.
All right.
I know you do. Are you concerned about the Lakers' opportunity to actually have a center out here that can play? Because Jackson Hayes look like he can't play.
Hey, man, it's positionless basketball right now.
All right.
You know, I mean, hey, LeBron had to be center, and we'll do what we have to do. It's fine, man. They had to do that against Jokic. It worked out for them. They have just not been hurt with that by as much as I thought they would.
Yeah.
I just want to say, I don't know if you're watching it, and the Rockets and the Warriors game is just like that. I got on my soapbox the other day. Is like this officiating is just stupid.
It's just you don't know what to make of it.
It
goes in every direction.
But to me, it's such a change to what we watched for 82 games.
Yeah.
To adjust to. They're just getting hit. Like
Steph Curry's getting tackled.
Yeah, he is. Well, they all are. Like Steph is.
I know, like literally arms around.
That was flush the freedom of movement down.
Playoff basketball, gentlemen.
It's stupid. Like Jalen Green. Jalen Green probably. I know he sucked, but Jalen Green should have had at least 6 more opportunities to miss free throws at the line because he gets hit. He was getting hit. And now you let Draymond and Jimmy get a little piece of it.
Yeah.
Jimmy, they are I mean, forearm shivers coming off of screens. It's just, it's just stupid to me. That's why we're sitting here 95-84 ball games. We got teams routinely scoring their season low, and then Tyler keeps betting the over on total points for some reason.
Yeah, Tide is changing tonight. It's changing tonight. I'm going to have some overs for best bets, believe it.
Yeah, well, he's still going with the overs. Okay.
Good luck with that.
He's going to keep going.
Good luck with that.
Y'all see. You'll see.
Oh, yeah, we will.
All right. Excited to see.
I believe in you, man. It's just ridiculous to me, man.
I'm going to be honest, I don't.
It's utterly ridiculous.
I hope for Tyler it's not a record low playoff.
It's going to be 78-76
playoffs this year. It's league wide.
That's Tyler Miller says he's still real optimistic.
That's a good report. That's a good report coming in.
Did you see my man took Luka, but took his foot and did the little trip with his leg and just went on about their business.
It's like, it's all good. That's what the playoffs are, gentlemen. Do you want to win or not?
Yeah.
I watched LeBron hammer Anthony Edwards multiple times. And you know how I am with LeBron. Just hammer him.
Like, I mean, but that in theory that plays well for the Rockets.
No, that's not sure. I just like to say for all those people out there, that's what y'all miss. This 94.
That's right.
These 95-84 ball games. That's what you want to see.
That was goodness. Let's get another 95-85, but in the other direction. How about that?
That was thrilling ball game.
Thrilling. You're not a real hoop head. That's the issue. See, that's the problem. I've always said it. Ron, not a real hoop head. That's the problem.
I like football to be football on the field, and I would like basketball to be basketball on the field.
Okay, all right.
Or at least call it the same way all season. If you're gonna do this, don't have 80 players. Don't have 6 months. Don't have 6 months of we call it this way, and then hell man, we're gonna throw this thing out the window.
Yeah, my only real.
I told Clint, could you imagine if pass interference just was completely different in the playoffs, and you could just grab people?
Yeah.
That's what this is in the NBA.
I'd like to see one time. My only real complaint is just, hey, how about we get the out of bounds calls right? Like, how about we get those right? We can deal with the other stuff in a different situation. All right, we're done for the day. We'll catch you tomorrow on a NFL draft Thursday.
Yeah.
You're in the loop. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, you're actually with The Drive because The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. And a lot to get to. I see you in your lift-off T-shirts. There you go. There you go. Clint, you look like you didn't made a stop to Academy. I know I did.
I did not make my stop at Academy.
That just looks like Academy gear right there. I'm sorry.
I think it is Academy. This some shorts. Lopez have been proud of me, man. I'd have been able to go attend to one of his. I'd have been able to go attend to one of his parties and blend in with the fishermen's.
I'll be honest with you. I felt good. I slid by there and went and got me some Jordan gear. You know, Academy just now jumping in with the Jordan gear there. I slid up in there. I said, let me see.
You was rat holding them gift cards, wasn't you? You've been rat holding them gift cards.
Let me see what they got. Let me see what they got over there. Not yet.
You gift card rat holding son of a.
Not yet. And I went in there and I'm telling you, they had me. They had me right, baby. Got me a couple of pieces.
That's nice. I like that right there. Got that jump man on the chest. You got about 2 more weeks to wear that piece.
That's where, you're right.
It's gonna be hotter than hell. Ron gonna be sweating like a mug.
Nah, baby.
You can wear that thing with no.
But it's real sleevey, baby.
Yeah, you can go short sleeve with it.
Go short sleeve underneath. Yeah, it's real good. Got the hood on it. I like that action. Hey, man.
Clean.
Listen, I'll say this. And we got a lot to get to. Friday, remember, hey, continue the crawfish circuit with us as we'll be at Blue Water Seafood up north again. On the northwest side up Highway 290. So come hang out with us on Friday as we continue our crawfish circuit. Also, we will give you more info as we will be out live tomorrow at the Texans draft party as well. A lot to get to, but I know that many of you refer to me as cheap. And again, I don't think that I am cheap. I think I am.
See, this is where you go wrong. Just
I am choosy, and there's some other like to me, like, you know, I buy good toilet paper. I'm not cheap on that. I'm not generic. Like, I ain't bought Dr. Thunder in years.
That'd be terrible for you to make your family.
And this is not just, and it's not just because Courtney makes there are certain things that I'm holding on. Yeah, am I gonna try to ride this car I got out for a good 5-6 more years? Yes.
That's risky business.
Yeah. Am I 10 years in? You're damn right I'm going to try to run this thing off. I'm going to try to get it to 300. Yeah, that's right. But I do.
Try to get it to 300?
I admit, and I'm going to do it, man. Just keep getting oil changes, baby. Keep take care of it. But I do some things that are cheap adjacent. And I got to admit, today when I was in Academy Sports.
You did it.
I did it. And I did it with gift cards. And like.
Oh, damn. So.
I mean, it's
and I just got to admit the amount
he's got to be exhausted with it at times.
Tyler, the amount of times I walked stuff back to the rack.
Nah, I can't do it.
With gift cards.
I wish I was surprised.
Not one bit. You're correct. I'm not one bit.
Like this, I walked this back 3 times. The pullover. I walked it back 3 times. At first, I started with this pullover, couple of T-shirts. I got the shorts, couple of shorts, had some socks. I walked all back, and then
what was going through your head to walk it all back? Like what was the thought in your head that made you do that?
In my mind, I'm thinking, man, we could probably do something more with this. Maybe this could go towards. I know coming up, we got a football season coming up. I know we got
could get some grill stuff.
That is unbelievable.
I know we got.
You would think that he didn't marry well and his bride didn't make money. You'd think that he don't make money. You think that he's struggling paycheck to paycheck.
Well, no, I do believe I'm going to get fired every day. It's not a healthy thing. I have a therapist, maybe working on that, but I do believe I'm going to get fired every day. So I think that is in my mind, but I do think all right, shoot, I know these 3 bastards are about to be in some sports something.
These 3 bastards.
And in my mind, I promise, I thought, dang, Lauren does have to get some new guitar glue. And that don't have anything to do with these gift cards at Academy Sports. But that has
the one thing they don't have at Academy, guitar glue.
It's literally
crossing his mind.
Like I said, I wish I was surprised. But the moment you told that story about haggling with a stripper on the lap dance, nothing you ever say on your bargain hunting will surprise me.
Text line coming to that Jordan brand ain't cheap. No, it isn't. But again, I did have gift cards, and so that means and they were gift cards that were given to me. So that they were not gift cards that I paid for. And I mean, Clint, I was in there 45 minutes. Just go. At one point, I put the socks back. I got 1 pair of shorts. I got the pullover, and that's what I ended. I had started.
I'm gonna get permission from Courtney on something. I want you to 1 week. I want you to go 1 week and refuse to do stuff like that. Just 1 week on food, gear. If it's cash, I don't care if it's
everything. It's not everything,
but it's every day. I mean, you just crying out loud. You're climbing into a car that you say, I'm gonna try to get this thing 300.
I am. It's going good. I mean, I gotta get.
Hughley has came in the game.
Maybe a little shot at the bumper that I could get repaired, but I mean, outside of that, it's running beautifully.
Oh no, I mean, there's nothing. It's the accumulative effect of all of it. It's not just one thing. It's all.
I did. I said it. And I said I can't wait to tell these nuts. I said I did. I stopped myself. I said like I was my parent. I said, Ronald, stop! In my head, Ronald, stop! Grab this.
Tyler, you get him a couple T-shirts. I'm gonna get the socks, man.
Hey, I'm out here.
I know what to get him for his birthday.
Hey, I'm out here. I'm out here adding this up, and I'm just like, all right,
Cinco de Mayo.
This would put me here. All right, if I put this together, Nicholas has to get a new glove. He's got to get football cleats. He's playing flag coming up.
Nicholas doesn't use Trey's old stuff.
No.
Too far back. Too far behind him.
I think he's actually push past the stuff. I don't think he's got anything that Nick can use from Trey.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Laney gets every bit of Liv's hand-me-downs.
Lauren Mack on YouTube and Twitch said Ron stresses me out. You think you were stressed? I was in there for free, and I said, "Just go up here."
You know, there's like value, and I don't know. My uncle taught me this a long time ago. Now, at the time he had a lot more money than I did, and in his lifetime made a lot more money than I did. But
not no more though, right?
Well,
my man.
He passed away, so I've had a couple of times to try to catch him. So I mean, a couple years to try to catch him.
Now
it ain't been quite two, but anyway. Like there's value in not work. Like you waste your time is valuable, and you wasted.
I wasted 45 minutes.
45 minutes of your time is worth more than in 2 T-shirts, especially when they were ultimately free. I mean, if you think about it.
Yeah, I do wish I had them T-shirts, man. I love the T-shirts.
Now you got to waste the gas, go back. You got to put more miles on your 250 down there to go back and get them.
Then I said to myself, I put the socks. I think at one point I put the socks back and said, well, maybe Courtney might want something up here.
The showman.
Hey, I use Uncle Adrian. You met Uncle Adrian. I use Uncle Adrian's line all the time, just to justify my careless spending. In my head, I'm like, oh, that's what Uncle A told me right here. Yeah. I can go ahead and get these $2,000 speakers in the ceiling.
It's not Courtney. She just looks at me and just shakes her head.
Woo! Love that money.
And I walked in. She said, "Oh, you got bottoms too." She got surprised you just.
You should have told her you picked the shoes up too, knowing you already had them.
At one point, I put everything back.
It's unbelievable.
Text line 713-572-4610. The Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. YouTube and Twitch, jump in. I see you out there, Joseph, Lauren, Juan. We'll get there.
How y'all like that fresh shave right there? You too. How y'all like that fresh shave? I went ahead and want to get this stubble off. That stubble's starting to get gray on me, man. Like them sideburns.
Don't dye it, man. Just let it ride, man.
My little girl don't like me to hug her and kiss her when she says your skin.
My Lauren used to do that when she was younger too. Hated it.
My little girl still lick my face.
Oh, right after eating turds, you nasty.
Is tonight a must-win game? Are we at 713-572-4610? Are we in must-win game at the Toyota Center tonight between the Rockets? The Rockets, this must-win for them.
Can I straddle the fence on this one?
Let's go, Rockets.
Do whatever you want to do.
It depends for me, Ron. If we see more of what we saw last week, which again everybody that listens knows what the hell I'm talking about, this Fred VanVleet heavy offense. If we see more of that and they lose, it's over. Yeah. If that's Ime Udoka's approach, it's over. No, and it'll be over in a sweep, by the way. If they do what my man Amen Thompson's talking about during media time, I think yesterday or maybe it was today. I guess it was yesterday at the practice. Getting downhill, playing fast, speeding the tempo. Just because the playoffs doesn't mean you have to listen to all that noise. You can get that like if that is the case, and they lose a nail biter and they play significantly,
you'll still be encouraged going to San Francisco.
I mean, I won't be real excited about being down 0-2 going to San Francisco, but I will feel a lot better about their chances. But look, I think if they play like that, I think they beat them. I think they handle business, but. To me, it depends on what Rockets team we see. If we see more, and I'm not even talking about the missed shots. I'm just talking about, as Amen Thompson again made very, very, very obvious that slowing the game down or the resistance to speeding the game up, which they've done all year long. That was clearly part of the plan going in. And you saw them in the second half. They came out with Amen Thompson and Jalen Green getting downhill. Like, if they come out with that same mentality they did last week, it's going to be over in 4, baby.
Yeah. Some people are texting in. Definitely a must-win game tonight. Juan on YouTube and Twitch says, yes, all caps, that this is. Ronnie, the Rockets are going to blow them out tonight, so thank you for not answering the question.
I like your point, though.
That is. Listen, I damn sure think this is must-win. It's a wrap if they go down 0-2. Right, just to this team they're playing, to Golden State, if they go down 0-2 with the next two, like saying, all right, you got to win 4 of the next games over that. That one is hard for me to think that they can pull off to do that. So if they go down 0-2, I think they're done. I think they got a real issue. So I do think this is must win, and I'll give you 3 reasons. That they need to do. Stay up with us. 4:40. Brandon Scott will be on with us for his Rockets report. Really excited to hear what he's got to say about this game that I think is must win. Maybe he doesn't think it's must win, but for me, 3 things that I think we need to see, Clint, One for me is Golden State clearly is going to try to make the Rockets play in half court because the Rockets struggle in half court because, they don't just have guys that just generally could go and get their own stuff. I think they've got to speed this game up. Now, I do think you run a risk of, all right, it's up and down. I think Golden State would probably like to play that way. But I think they have got to get easier buckets. They've got to get in transition. They've got to say, hey, man, we got a bunch of dudes under 25 or whatever, and let's run Steph. Let's run Draymond. Let's run Jimmy. Let's get up and down so, one, we can get easier buckets and maybe tire them out by the time we get to the fourth quarter. I felt like this game was played way too much in half court, and I think the Warriors gain a huge advantage when it comes to that. To me, you spoke him up. Amen Thompson has to be much more of a factor in this game, and in particular offensively. He is. I'm not saying he's got to come out here and score 30, but he has got to be a playmaker and have to also score as well. And I feel like if he's doing that, it gets him going even more on the other end. So Amen Thompson, I know we talked about Jalen Green enough. Obviously, to many people who are texting in, hell yeah, they got to shoot better. I mean, they get 39% and 21% from three. But even more, Amen Thompson has to be a major factor offensively. And then for me, Clint, you're not going to stop Jimmy and Steph, but they've got to slow at least one of them down. Like, both of them just can't end in the game and they're above 25 points, and you can see they're impacting the game in a major way. Can you at least slow one of them down? Can you at least come out, and Jimmy ends up with 16 or something like that? Just slow one of their big two down. Because obviously, if you're able to, I love the pace that they play. I love how they are able to generally defend them, but they just slow one of those big two down. That, to me, is big. Those are my three kind of big changes that I think they need to have in this game.
I absolutely love them all, Ron. Speed the game up. Amen Thompson more involved, and slow one of the top two Golden State Warriors scorers, which is Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. It seems
just
simple.
One of them. Get one of them.
It seems simple, but, I mean, with the exception of the opponent-specific slowing one of those top two guys down, it's doing what the hell you've been doing all year long. It's playing the way you've been playing all year long. And so, yeah, obviously, again, Steph Curry and Butler, that's a little different animal there. I mean, you got to tackle that. I thought they did an admirable job last week. At least Curry, or Sunday, at least Curry was streaky as hell. And then Jimmy had to come on. It took Jimmy scoring 6-8 points late in order to get to a number that you look at in the box score and say, yeah, Jimmy did work. Whatever they did last week was good enough to hold them jokers down under 100. If they they got to get it done.
Yeah, they do. It's just, but even if you just slow down Jimmy or Steph, like if Steph's at 25 instead of 31, if Jimmy's at it obviously it helps you. And I say that because, Clint, I think the Rockets are very capable defensively of doing it. Maybe not just not shutting them down. I'm not I'm not going with what's that game they had where Steph had 3 and Jimmy had 13. That's not going to
It's a big ask.
Yeah, that's not going to be something you can just hang your hat on. But I do think that they can hang their hat on at least slowing stars down from their normal impact. All right, coming up as we continue to roll through here, I think Clint's going to love what's coming out. A lot of people, as we get closer to the draft tomorrow, are saying this about the Texans. We'll tell you what that is and discuss that coming up next. But before we do that,
No matter who's on the clock, we're on the air all draft long on your home of the Houston Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Caserio seems to have a massive Italian brain.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Big day tomorrow as the draft is tomorrow. We'll see what the Texans do. And it feels like, Clint, it is going to be potentially a really exciting day for the Texans and for Texans fans, because one of the things we're hearing, and we're hearing it from a lot of in the know football people, from Albert Breer has made comments like this, to Diana Rossini, who of The Athletic. And Clint, I know this will be music to your ears based off some of the things you have said, but Diana Rossini says this: Nick Caserio has made at least 3 draft day trades every year and 18 total trades since taking over as Texans GM in 2021. Don't be surprised if Houston makes a jump on, sources tell me. So we've heard that multiple different ways. We've heard, I heard Todd McShay also say, word on the street is Houston is sniffing around trying to move up in the draft, potentially for an offensive lineman or receiver or whatever. And I know for you, Clint, you have been pushing. Please be aggressive. Please be aggressive in this draft and go get somebody.
Absolutely. Be aggressive. I think that's for several reasons. I mean, one, it's easy to go there because Nick Caserio, since, 2021, Nick Caserio's been the most aggressive in the sense of, I think he's moved up in the draft 13 times, I think is what it was.
18.
Moved up in the draft 18 times. I think he's moved 18 times. He's moved up 13 times.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Could be wrong, but the point, you get the point. So I think Nick has no problem doing it. 2, I think when you look at the Texans roster right now, there's always a need to build depth. There's always a need to to build for the future. But right now, I think, especially for the Texans on the offensive side of the football, I think they are a couple of players away. And when you talk about first, second round picks, we're talking about, one, that DeMeco Ryans has said first rounders are plug and play.
What he said.
And 2, you look at it, the second rounders of late for DeMeco Ryans have been plug and play. And so I think those 2 picks in particular are 2 picks that you'd like to have that contribute immediately. Maybe some speed that's game-changing type speed. That would be nice. And then also I think if you look at the draft in general, I think there's the Texans, from a draft capital perspective, have an extra 2 this year, or is it, no, an extra 3 this year and an extra 2 next year.
Yep.
They've got the ability to move. They've got some valuable draft assets there to move if they so choose to do so. So I'm not going to be disappointed with whatever they do, but I think for those reasons there, Ron, you're set up to do it. Boy, the team needs it.
You're set up
Now's
to do
the
it.
time.
You're set up to do it, but Clint, within striking distance, and maybe we can, because they have ammo, right? But obviously, the further you move up, the more ammo you'll have to use. And the other question is, are there players that are there that you say to yourself, I think they got to go up, these are players that are worthy for where they are right now for them to go up. It's one thing to have the ammo to go up, but is there somebody or somebodies that you look at and say, that's somebody that need to go up again?
Yeah, to me, there is. I mean, when I look at the needs for the Texans, now we're talking about going from the second round of the playoffs and struggling offensively to a guy that changes the game for you, ideally offensively. I think there's, if you're talking about getting one of the top 2 or 3 receivers, you're gonna have to move up a little bit from 25. Yeah. If you're talking about getting one of the top 2 or 3 guards, you may be able to sit at 25 and get one of those guys. But if you've fallen in love with one of them, then I think you may have to move a little bit to go get that guy. I think I don't like it, but I know that a lot of the draft talk around the Texans has involved not one but multiple tackles. Now those guys are thought to also be able to play guard as well. Maybe they transition in the league to guard, but whether I like it or not is irrelevant. The point is the Texans obviously like these guys, and if they've got their sights set on one of those particular guys, then they may have to move up a little bit to get one of the 2 or 3 guys that are available. So yeah, I do think maybe not the entire draft, and maybe not jumping from the second round back up into the first round and trying to get 2 first-round picks, but I definitely think moving and shaking a couple of spots up with the first-round pick and maybe moving up a good chunk, maybe with that second-round pick, one or the other, I do think that's a possibility, and I do think if they've got their sights set on a couple of guys that are game changers, you can even look at the defensive tackle position. I mean, if there's a defensive tackle out there that damn it, D'Amico has fallen in love with, hey, man, go get him.
I think they would pull the trigger.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And
so, I do think there's a handful of guys out there.
Yeah, I think there's some, like, if you want to go O-line, like the better tackles are up now. I don't think you're going in the top 10 and get like the kid from LSU or Missouri, but maybe Kelvin Popular connected with the Texans. So maybe that's a route that you want to go. But from what we're hearing from draft people and everyone around, like, it seems like the area that the Texans are in right now, 25, they're a lot closer. Those type of players, the players in that area, are a lot closer to like second-round picks, like with second-round grades. And it does feel like there are not as many. This isn't 25 deep when it comes to guys that you say, all right, they're a first-round grade that we can plug the hell right in, right? Like if they drafted Tyler Booker, I think he would start, but you could see a space where a guy like that is dropping, maybe he doesn't come right in. Or, one of the receivers, they come right in. I do think it seems to be around, less than 20 that are really first-round grades that come right in and start for you. So that's why I think it's something really big to think about right now, moving up, if you want somebody to plug right in.
Well, I know this is not how they typically do business, Ron, but again, to me, this is about finding the guy you want, that you believe in is a plug-and-play guy. Not the Will Anderson aggressive move, but that mindset, right, is, hey, if one of those guys, whether it's a guard, a tackle that can transition to guard, a wide receiver, a D tackle, a RB2, and maybe identify those guys. And in a draft where there may not be a whole lot of people think there's not going to be a whole lot of movement up, like everybody's not going to be real aggressive to move up, take advantage of it and go get the guy that you want.
Yeah, for example, what I'm saying is, like, last year the Texans originally had the 23rd pick. Jacksonville ended up getting it. Clint, I don't know if a Brian Thomas type player is sitting at 25 this year or 23 years this year. Like, I don't think this draft has this type of. If Brian Thomas was in this draft, he'd be a top 15 pick.
Right.
And that's why I'm saying if you want to get some players like that, I think this year's draft you have to get aggressive and get into the top 15, top 20 to me, and not think you can just sit back this year. All right, coming up as we continue, big night last night for the Astros, in particular for 2 guys that really, really needed it, and the Astros needed it from them. We'll discuss that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Real solutions for real people.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Towards the middle, off the bat. How about it? That's going to score a run. In comes Alvarez. Christian Walker, an RBI single that hits second base, and it's 2-0 Houston.
Is there anybody on planet Earth that needed that more than Christian Walker?
No, I don't think so. Although I don't know, there may be a line of cats out there. Yiner Diaz might say I could use it. Actually, stand corrected. Chaz McCormick could have used that hit off the bag. Although he did.
Me about white boy Chaz.
He did secure a nice catch to end the game last night, but no, that was a big win as they continue. And now Clint and Tyler don't look now, but the Stros are above 500 now, and they have won this series. They look to sweep this bad boy tonight before they get the day off and head to Kansas City for a weekend series against the Royals. But they are playing pretty good baseball coming home. This has been a very, very successful homestand. It could just get better with a win tonight. And they're going behind Ryan Gusto. But to me, Clint, this was two players who desperately needed this game, and the one of the highlight Tyler just played is one of them. Christian Walker, Clint, goes 3 for 3 with a double in there, an RBI, scored a run. You heard the run he drove in as they got runners on, and that's been a problem for him, Clint. He has continued to come up with runners in scoring position and has struggled to come through. That had to be a weight off his shoulders, and they gave him a day off, Clint, like, hey, man, that is a sign of, man, my man is really struggling. They want you to sit down and just see how the game goes. They want you to just watch things. And to come back, Clint, and go 3 for 3, sitting there in that 5 spot, that was big and well needed for him.
Absolutely, and I mean,
Dana needed it too.
Well, I mean, look, if you just talk about the way in which the Astros are winning games right now, it's at outside the top 4, if you will, if you're not including Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena is absolutely on fire. It's not at the hands of Altuve. It's not at the hands of Yordan Alvarez. It's really the others. Those big two right there are you expect big things from them. It's the Christian Walker and Jeremy Pena starting to swing it a little bit better, or it's guys that are coming out of left field and you just didn't expect to swing it as well as they are right now at all. And that's how they're winning games right now. That happened a lot in the Padres series, and now it's happened back-to-back games in the Blue Jays series. So the guys that you have zero worries about, again, Altuve and Alvarez, those guys aren't the big contributors at this point in time. It's the others. It's good to see those guys come around. That's the others are the ones. When you lose Kyle Tucker, you lose Alex Bregman. The others are the ones you worry about filling the void, and those guys are starting to come around a little bit.
Yeah, and especially for Christian, because I don't know if Christian Walker was thought to be another. I thought Christian Walker was probably thought to fill a void like Bregman or Tucker. Yep. With what he has done in the past, so they really needed him.
It was supposed to be our blessing for the first time in years of a first baseman that could use a bat. So
hopefully that's what we get.
Good to see it's starting to happen to some degree, but yeah, that's what we were expecting. So the slow start was rough.
It's crazy how that inning unfolded. It was Altuve off the second baseman for an infield hit, a jam shot the other way from Yordan that fell in front of the outfielder, and then obviously the hardest hit ball in the inning was probably Paredes for an out, but then what Jeremy Pena hit a dribbler for an inside hit, and then Christian Walker hits it off the base. Yeah. But hey, shoot, they need that needs some help. They need it. Someone text in any hair bets with the Royals series show. No. Okay. No.
I did turn you blonde, didn't I?
Look, I know.
No, you didn't. The Royals did. The Royals and the Astros and their play did.
We both did.
I know. Look, boys. I know Pena. Is 2 of his hits last night were in infield hits.
Yeah, it's a panty dropper.
But it's what he's got going on here with this, the way he's using his speed. This is what you expected out of Jeremy Pena. I know Yainer, I'm lost. Yainer, I know he's struggling, but what Jeremy's doing is he's off to a hell of a start, and it's promising.
They need him, yeah, man. And you could really hit him anywhere in the lineup right now. If you want to put him up top the way he is swinging, probably don't want to mess with him, but hell, you want to put him towards the top with his speed and what he's doing, you could do that.
We've made the record. We've said, there's no doubt we wouldn't want to necessarily move the lineup around, but Espada don't mind it. So why don't you just put him in that 2-hole? Let's use that speed.
Maybe see what – no, that's Jordan's spot now.
Oh, that's right. You have to move him again, wouldn't you?
Yeah, move him again. But also, along with Walker, a big one, Ronel Blanco, he needed this too, man. ERA 6.48 entering the game, and you could tell that he's really kind of gotten out to the opposite. This one needed a big performance, especially because you had been getting a good performance from your starters leading up to that. Hunter Brown was dominant, and then the back of the rotation guys were pitching well as well, and you needed him to step up. He goes 6 2/3, 2 hits, one of them being a home run, which was the only earned run he gave up. 3 Ks, 2 walks, and hell, I thought he could have finished the damn 7th, but we went in a different direction. But whatever. But he pitched really well, under 100 pitches. I think 91 pitches he ended up having. That man, he needed that one as well. I was saying yesterday, like, hey man, you better start getting it together. You don't want to start struggling as I think Lance McCullers is climbing his way to potentially get up to the big club, and they need more starts and outings like this from Ronel Blanco. Big for him just as much as it was for Walker.
No question about it.
It feels huge.
Yeah, he was sexy last night. So that's the latest with the Astros as they do their thing last night. Look for the sweep tonight. Hey man, as we talk about the draft coming up tomorrow, the rise of Jalen Milroe has just been really, really interesting. We were sitting here thinking, and I know you've said that he should go back to college. I think you still probably still stand by that.
I do.
That he should go back to college. But now the way it's working out, Clint, this is a weaker quarterback draft. It looks like he will probably at least be in the early second round of the first round. And it seems like we're hearing all kinds of stuff right now. Like, this is the opposite of Shador. We're hearing all kinds of stuff right now. Hey, man, this is why you don't want to pass him up. And now they talk. I heard somebody come in and say he could enter the NFL as the best running quarterback as soon as he enters the league. The best running quarterback as soon as he enters the league. That's Lamar Jackson, I believe, is in this league. I know Anthony Richardson has his faults. He's pretty good when it comes to that running the thing.
No, you should just stop it.
Tackling. I just try to throw
ain't nobody in their right mind coming into this league should mention speed and then being faster than Lamar Jackson, period.
Oh, they did say that, didn't they?
Ain't no analyst should say it. Ain't no player should say it. This guy toys.
No.
This guy toys with speed linebackers, nickel defenders, corners, safeties. He toys with them and runs away from them and makes it look like Pee Wee League when he's running around backwards behind the line of scrimmage or takes off running down the field. Ain't nobody should even shave. You're setting this young man up to fail. And I think he may have even said it on Kay Adams. I think he may have said it. But what are we doing?
Oh, he said he's faster?
I didn't listen to the audio, but the caption said that he said he was faster than Lamar Jackson. And it was when he joined Kay Adams' deal.
Well, Kay maybe Kay got it.
Maybe Kay is the kind that where you get on there and you get a little carried away with that.
She has that effect.
Trying to impress her and stuff.
You can probably talk yourself up a bit trying to impress her. But, it just – the Jalen Milroe thing overall is interesting.
The rise is killing me. It is wild.
I can't wait to see.
By the way, could you imagine if Shador said something like that?
Oh, yeah. It's interesting.
I'm more accurate than
the problem with it all, Ron, is like it's just so like the media and the draft gurus and even the former player analysts are so dialed into what can I say to get clicks. And there's no doubt about it right now. Jalen Milroe, and is he in the first round? Is he out? Who should go get him? Kind of deal. That is a it's a bigger talking point right now than the best quarterback in the draft. I mean, it's more. I don't know if that's Alabama. I don't know if it's athletic ability. I don't know if it's because he's such a freak of nature. But this is one that
it is wild how quick like this. They are. It's like, I mean, you don't hear any, like, you don't even hear any of his faults anymore. Like, you know, if he can throw, consistently enough. Like, you don't even hear any of that.
Ron, there's I don't remember, maybe it was Dan Orlovsky or one of them was pushing the Pittsburgh Steelers thing late in the first, or whenever when their first round
21, yeah.
And I'm like, that's the last thing Pittsburgh needs to do. Like Pittsburgh, you just had I think is
Justin Fields.
Yeah, who's a more natural thrower, and I don't know if he's a better thrower, but he's a more natural thrower of the football. I don't know about making decisions, but he's a more natural thrower of the football.
Much better thrower in college, coming out of college.
Yeah, I mean, like, you had that, and you let it go to New York. You didn't want it. It wasn't good enough. You couldn't win with it. You put Russell Wilson out there, and now you're talking about a franchise that hadn't been able to find their quarterback since Ben Roethlisberger, using a first-round draft pick on Jalen Milroe, who at the best you're not going to be able to sell. He's not a developmental quarterback at this point.
And our warm prayers.
I mean, that it's just to me it gets plumb silly around Jalen Milroe. Like to me, if it's Jalen Milroe in the middle rounds and it's one of these teams that's running an offense, like even if it's the Jets at some point with a Fields type offense or a Hurts type offense in Philly, or
where's it coming from? Is this coming from teams that they're hearing
coming from production meetings?
Just like
production
just
meetings
to push this. Because I will be shocked if he goes in the first. I mean, I'm going to be shocked, but I'll be surprised if he goes in the first round because it will be just a turnaround from what? Like a turnaround from that big point from what has happened.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah, and you're talking about either a team that's got a quarterback using a first or second round pick on a developmental guy just to bolster the quarterback room, or you're talking about a quarterback needy team that's probably in a desperate position. Most of them are quarterback needy, taking a quarterback that's a developmental quarterback like that. It just doesn't. That part doesn't know what they're saying.
Yep. CJ Gardner Johnson, the new safety for the Texans, spoke about a lot of things yesterday, but he said something in particular about why he came to the Texans that I think is interesting, something that I think we should discuss. We will do that coming up next, but before we get there, guys, Collect-A-Con. It's
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
It's really about the 69.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. As man, I'm loving it. I'm loving how much what's going on around here. Astros looking for a sweep tonight. You got the Rockets with a big one. I believe a must-win game tonight. Yeah! Against the Golden State Warriors, the hated Golden State. Have they, I didn't mean to go here, but real quick, have they surpassed the Utah Jazz as the most hated team, or is it Dallas?
I mean, they have for me for generational purpose.
Like Steph Curry, this group, because they have caused a lot of exits, especially recently for the Rockets, especially in those Harden years. Are they the team that is hated the most by the Rocket fan base?
I think so.
Right now?
I think that's safe to say.
I know some people, when we do some of these things, the Utah Jazz, from back in the day, were teams in there.
And
obviously,
I get
the
that.
Mavericks. But for the most part, over time, the Rockets have been better than the Mavericks.
Yeah.
But
I also really had some sports hate in my heart for the early 2000s, 2010s, those Lakers teams, because the Rockets were meeting up with them in the playoffs. I feel like pretty often. Derek Fisher, Kobe. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's safe to say Golden State's got that sports hate title in Houston right now.
I went to was at a little lunch spot the other day. Did lunch over at Biggio's probably.
What up, Craig?
2-3 weeks ago. And
shout out, Kevin.
Our waitress had something tattooed on her neck, and I can't remember what it was, but it was one of those that could mean several things. One of them being the Golden Golden State Warrior. I can't remember what exactly it said.
Ugh.
So I asked her. I said, what exactly does that mean on your neck? And she said, I'm a big Golden State Warrior fan. I said, ooh, that must be tough around these parts. She said, yeah, I catch a lot of hell out here.
I bet you do. Yeah.
Wonder when she became a fan.
She moved from out there.
Text line coming in. Golden State will never exceed the Jazz hate, but F the Warriors. Golden State and the Lakers are the most hated Kobe as a kid.
Those Lakers teams I was talking about, man, I'd be watching those playoff series with the Rockets just fuming.
Yeah. Is that with the weird uniform Rockets? The Yao Ming, is that the Yao Ming? You said early 2000s.
Yeah, McGrady, Yao.
Yeah, those bad. Well,
it's like the red ones with like the gray or silver.
Oh, so just out of the rocket ship ones that they had.
Those were the ones you were calling weird?
I don't know. I wasn't a fan.
I love them rocket ship throwbacks.
I wasn't a fan. Those when they wore those as their primary. Yeah. I guess that's more Steve Francis when they wore those as the
Tino Mobley.
I wasn't a fan of those. I'm glad they got back to the regular.
Yeah, that was the first generation of the like red and white ones.
Yeah. I got you now. All right, C.J. Gardner Johnson, newest member of the Texans secondary, spoke to the media yesterday, and I found it interesting. I think as a Texans fan, I think you will get football horny, football frisky. Might want to tussle with your wife or your husband from this. Shout out to Julie, who checked in as the number one female listener today. Crushing male, but some of you may really get excited about this, but I feel like it's worth an accurate thing here. Here's C.J. Gardner Johnson talking about where this team is for him this year.
Championship or nothing. He ain't bring me here to win no division or no conference. So if I'm here to help win the Super Bowl, that's gonna be the reason. But I think people know. A lot of people look at this team as like, oh, they got a lot of great pieces, but me to you, I think it's more than just a lot of great pieces. You have a great culture here, great organization. I think the more you fill this up with winners, not just me. Coach D'Amico was a winner. Ronald Darby was a winner. Will was a winner. So you just fill the room up with winners. I think you're going to get what you want, and I think we're going to get it real soon.
Shout out to Ronald Darby slipping into that is a winner conversation there. C.J. Gardner Johnson, championship or nothing. That's what he came in and he said, championship or nothing, which I like to call S-Bob. Super Bowl or bust, baby. S-Bob team. Shout out to Chris Broussard who dubbed that S-Bob team. Super Bowl or bust. That's what he said. By the way, I would think a lot of Texans fans would take a conference championship that would be entering the Super Bowl. I think a lot of people would take that. Never been there before. But S-Bob, do you view? I'm glad he feels that way. He should feel that way. That's how the Texans inside the building should feel. 713-572-4610 on the Jim Antler, the Texas Hammer text line, YouTube and Twitch. Do you look at the Texans and feel they're a S-Bob team?
No, sir. They're a couple of pieces away. They are some offensive speed away. They are. There's too much inexperience for me to put them there on the offensive side of the football. When you look at we talked at length yesterday about kind of how this offense appears to be aligned, but when you look at Nick Caley, Gerard Johnson, and C.J. Stroud, there's a lot of inexperience. There's a lot of I ain't never done it. I've never managed a game. I've never called a game. I've never depending on what Gerard Johnson is actually responsible for from a game plan, play design standpoint, there's a lot of I've never done it before. Sure, behind the scenes and been a part of some good offenses and understand some good offenses. Sure, I get that. Former player, I get that. But let's not minimize what the role of a coach is and a play designer is and a play caller and a game manager. There's been some great quarterbacks or great players or great coaches even not be able to do all of that and manage all of that. So, yeah, for me, I think there's not enough speed offensively. I think they're missing some pieces offensively from a protection standpoint, from some package player standpoint. And I think there's too much youth in the decision-making room overall on the offensive side of the football for me to put them there.
S-Bob team, Tyler? Is this a Super Bowl or bust team, Tyler? And you're right now this year, do you go this year? Do you say this is an S-Bob team? Some people on the text line are saying yes, they are. They should be.
Questions like this are risky. You can fall into a real loser-ass mentality. But I'm gonna say no. Because that next step is an AFC title game, and we would be ecstatic in Houston if that happened.
Again, I think that's exactly how they should be thinking in the locker room, right? I think that's exactly how that should be the thought. As to those that are texting in, yes, they are a Super Bowl or bust type team. Someone texted, "Hey Ron, I'm going to call my shot right now. I think the Texans are going to get a lineman on the offensive line from Texas, and I think they're going to get a receiver from Texas and a running back coming out of the draft, and then maybe we could talk." When I look at Super Bowl or bust teams, Clint, I look at the Eagles. That's an S-Bob team, you'd say. Mm-hmm. I look at the Chiefs. The two teams that were in the Super Bowl, the things that they've done and what they have. The Bills, I think the Bills, Chiefs, and Ravens, they all are in it, and they all fall into the deal, Clint, of they've got Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. It's always Super Bowl or bust. I think the Lions fit that. For me, those are the only teams that I look at that. And some people may say the Bengals because of Joe Burrow, but I think you're coming off of not making the playoffs, and your defense looks – I know that I will go in and say that they're on those teams' level. But outside of the Eagles, Chiefs, Bills, Ravens, and Lions, I don't know who else would fit into that, and I just don't see the Texans being in that mindset, in that speaking. I think they have some parts and are close to potentially that. Oddly enough, as I said, I think they were that last year. I would have, going at this point last year, with the weapons they had, we thought the offensive line they were going to have, and the defense and the growth, I would have put them in that conversation. last year. But right now, I'm with you. I look at those 5 teams, and I just don't get the sense they're on that level because they have, as you said, more questions.
Well, last year, I think from a roster perspective, they were closer because of some of the big names they brought in and the receiving core, the weapons they had, and what the thought was that they could be more aggressive offensively. The thought from us, anyway, was that they were aligned in the building. Now we see in hindsight clearly it was a ticking time bomb with Bobby Slowick in the building. And so they were further away than we thought. But I mean, this goes back to my original point when DeMeco Ryans got hired, in my opinion, is, you know, the biggest thing for DeMeco Ryans, there's 2 things. Number one, you got to guarantee me that we're going to have one of the top defenses in the league every year in, year out, if you're going to be the head coach, if you're going to hire a defensive-minded head coach. He's checked that box. Number 2, he's got to continuously find – whether it's because one guy doesn't work like Bobby Slowick or it's because one guy's great like Ben Johnson and they move on, you got a constant right offensive mind and have that next man up in place. And right now that ultimately has been the Achilles heel of DeMeco Ryans and the Texans right now. Offensively, good first year, great first year, relatively speaking.
Yeah, for what they had.
And then that offensive coordinator that just it imploded on you right there. Now you got to start over, and now you go with Nick Caley, put a lot of trust in CJ and Gerard. We'll see if it works. So, yeah, it's. I think you got a championship defense. I think you got a Super Bowl caliber defense. I really do.
I was just going to say the text line. Some of the text coming in. I think the Texans have a SBOB defense. I don't know if they have it on the offensive side of the ball. I think that's kind of what you were getting to. Also coming in, this is an AFC championship game, team or bust. It's time to finally get over the hump. Brent in the Heights. I trust the coaches to overcome the lack of experience and to acquire the players they need to go to SBOB. And Irwin goes here, Clint. Texans can't beat the Ravens. Anyone else, I think they have a chance. If someone else beats the Ravens, then yes, they are an SBOB team. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know that they're there yet. Now, hell, it can change mid-season. You know, You can get into the season and do like 2 years ago. Going into the year, I didn't think the Lions were Super Bowl or bust, and then we got into the season and we saw why they were up by three scores in NFC Championship game because they got to that point. So, they have. That's the part is they have a lot of the parts and pieces. Their defense is going to be a absolute problem all season long for everybody. Their defense is going to keep them in game. They've got a quarterback, Clint, that we've seen have the potential to be special, right? They've got a special receiver. If Joe Mixon is still to the way that he has been and he was last year, they've got a back that can do something. They just have other questions, major questions, in front of them right there. So that is that's the latest there.
Well, great football teams, great offensive football teams find a way to overcome pressure and overcome shortcomings. And right now, after what we saw last year, it was like the shortcomings were magnified because nobody in the building had the ability to get it right, to overcome it. To, as you always say, quarterbacks to be the fixer. Nobody had the ability to do that last year. It just got worse and worse and worse and worse, and it reared its ugly head in the biggest moment of the season with the game on the line against Kansas City. That overall is the biggest question mark I have as in terms of is this team a Super Bowl or bust type of team? Is offensively. I don't care if it's because there's more Gardner Johnson and C.J. Stroud. I don't care if it's something Nick Caley magically does. I don't care if it's the fact you get Laremy Tunsil out of here. Now you got a better group as a whole. However you get it done, you got to have guys that in some way, shape, or form, schematically, the quarterback raising his play, whatever it may be, a crazy amount of speed and weapons, Nico being a top 3 receiver, whatever it may be, you come and shine in those biggest moments. Right now, the other teams you mentioned, we've seen them do that for the most part. This team, not so much. Got to see more.
Someone text in, is Washington SBOB?
I would say no.
They feel very much like the Texans from last year, as like making moves to try to get like adding Debo, adding Laremy Tunsil. I don't know, Clint. I might have him in that.
Yeah, no, I don't. And this hell of a run. It's an impressive run. Don't get me wrong. But
I think a part of it, learning from what happened with the Texans last year, is a part of it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's a group. If their quarterback takes the next step like you would imagine, they still have Cliff. They still have their guys there.
Retain their play caller,
You add Debo. You get a better
I think they're going to be really good, and we may have a conversation at the end of the year. But, right now I can't put them in that category.
All right, we talked about this a bit earlier. I want to get this from James Palmer. He says, I wouldn't put it past the Texans to move up and move for an offensive lineman that fits what they're trying to build up front. A new culture and identity of tough, hard-nosed SOBs. Houston also, remember, has the ammo. They have an extra third this year and an extra second and fourth next year. So as we just talked about yesterday, they've got extras and ammunition to go up and move up if they need to. So we'll see. And if you're talking moving up offensive linemen, that don't sound like you're talking about Tyler Booker. I feel like Tyler Booker, unless I feel like Tyler Booker would be in the range for them to be able to make a move there. All right, coming up, it is Wednesday. We do this each and every Wednesday. A little stock up and stock down NFL draft edition. We will do that coming up next. But before we get there, hey, we talked about this special from the men's clinic who are helping so many men with ED, and they have helped many of you. I've told you about this special that is usually $1,000 that now you can get for $299, and many of you have
episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
The Drive with who's on the clock. We're on the air all draft long on your home of the Houston Texans. Sports Radio 610.
The Houston Texans are on the clock.
Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two ass would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Does anyone actually know where this bell came from? Very old school. So probably you are tuned in to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley every Wednesday. Right around this time, we do a little stock up, stock down. Today's edition is the NFL Draft. It is NFL Draft Eve, if you will. First round of the NFL Draft getting going tomorrow night. And you can hear that right here on Sports Radio 610 with Mark Vandermeer and company following this very program. And I want to start with you today, Ron, the show. Like I am known to do, get the negative out of the way for you going into tomorrow night for these Houston Texans and the NFL and the 2025 NFL Draft. Stock down to you, Ron.
My stock down is to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They are in a tough spot right now.
Speculate.
They have a championship level team where I don't think, besides quarterback, they have a lot of just gotta fill it up holes right now. And I probably should choose my words better than that dealing with this guy here.
You're the one that caught it. I didn't even check up.
That's a drop.
Inclined to hear it. They don't have a lot of holes that they need to cover, like immediate to be in the first round, except for quarterback, Clint. And they have this situation where Aaron Rodgers, where for some reason we all thought that deal would get done. It has not gotten done yet. And now they're even to a point where Aaron Rodgers, in a way, sounds like it's up in the air if he actually wants to play football. And as a team, offense, defense, weapons, but they also need a quarterback. And as you said earlier today, I believe they had a quarterback since Ben Roethlisberger. They've been trying to find that quarterback. And if they move up to go get a quarterback or sit there and get a quarterback, that might run off Aaron Rodgers from coming.
Right.
So stock down for the Steelers. They need to get a quarterback. And their best chance to win is with Aaron Rodgers. But if they draft a quarterback, let's say they move up to get Shador, or they sit there to get Shador or Jackson Dart, that might send Aaron Rodgers to a place of, well, hell no, man, I'll just chill. So stock down for the Steelers right now.
Stock down. Yeah, no, I still think they're sitting pretty. I don't know.
Think they're sitting pretty?
Well, it's not an ideal situation by any means. They don't have their guy, but I do think that like I don't think the Aaron Rodgers thing it should or ever had any influence on what they're going to do in the draft. Whether they're going to take a quarterback in the first round or second round. Like I don't. You're not drafting Cam Ward and starting him right away. So I think you.
But do you think it would have do you think it runs the risk to have an effect on Rodgers' decision?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't care if it did. I mean, if it did, then we're going to steer away from Rodgers. No, I don't think it does. I mean, I think Aaron knows. Hell, he's talking about being 41 and being in a serious relationship. I mean, he knows he's on borrowed time as the NFL goes, as relationships go, as life goes. I mean, at the end of the day, I think he's fully aware that he's not a guy that somebody's going to commit to for 4 or 5 years. I mean, I think he'd be fine with a young quarterback being underneath him.
We do not care.
There you have it. That's Ron Stockdown on a Wednesday. This is The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Ron Stockdown, Pittsburgh Steelers. Today's flavor of Stock Up, Stock Down, the NFL Draft, because that is getting rolling tomorrow. Again, you can hear right here on Sports Radio 610. Over to you, Clint. What's your stock down for the 2025 NFL Draft?
Well, the stock down, we've talked about Shador Sanders. I mean, I think that's a low-hanging fruit of clearly, the stock's down. How much, I don't know, but there's some negative reports out there, which is unfortunate. It's unfortunate that people do that and don't get their name. They don't put their name on it, and then media outlets still run with it. It's unfortunate that that's even legal to do.
We will deal with that.
Yeah, so that's a low-hanging fruit. But I'm going to go with another one. I think that the Tyler Shuck kid out of Louisville that was at Texas Tech, I thought this was my camp crush, if you will, my combine crush, if you will. I thought that this guy would – I didn't think he would ever, in conversation around the draft, catch up with Shador and Cam, but I thought he would be neck and neck with Jackson Dart and company, and if anything, he's probably slid and kind of fell out of the conversation. Yeah, Jalen Milroe's been the more prominent conversation being had. So I would say, for me personally, just a little quarterback spin on things. I thought that guy would be a first rounder and a guy that could flirt with the Jackson Dart area wherever he ends up falling. And it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So I'll go with the quarterback.
All right, we got them negatives out of the way. Those are your stock downs from Ron and Clint. This is Stock Up, Stock Down, live on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley every Wednesday right around this time. We do it. We're talking NFL Draft today, and I want to pop back over to you, Ron. Now we're going to focus on the good stuff as the 2025 NFL Draft gets going, round one tomorrow. What is your stock up, Ronnie?
My stock up is to Kelvin Banks, the offensive tackle out of Texas. I've looked at a lot of boards. I'm looking at the New York Post. They just did their final draft board. Kelvin Banks, who was in a space where potentially people thought they would.
New York Post. What is that typically who?
I mean, there are people who do.
I didn't know they did a draft.
Yeah, do a draft. Your sports page, yeah.
I got a message.
Sports page. I'm looking at the New York Post. I'm looking at NBC Sports. I've looked at several of them here, and there was a time where there was a thought that he might be there at 25 for the Texans. New York Post has the Jets drafting him at 7. NBC Sports has the Saints drafting him at 9. He has been in the top 10 for some, but easily in the top 12 to 15, Clint, and has really shot up. And I'll be honest with you, I don't understand it. I've watched him play a lot, and it's not like, damn, he is somebody that's going to come in the league and be a top 10 pick or a top 15 pick. He had problems in that championship game. That maybe there was an injury with that. But even all year long, when I watched him, I just didn't get a dominant feel from him. And he has really taken a jump up. So stock up to him. I don't know. I wasn't in love with him as a tackle.
It is NFL Draft Eve. It begins tomorrow. We're doing a little stock up, stock down. Ron gave you Pittsburgh Steelers as a stock down. That was a stock up. Kelvin Banks. Over to you, Clint. Your stock up for tomorrow's NFL Draft.
Well, I'm going to go with Nick Caserio. He has dropped an F-bomb this week in opening statements to the media. Was that last week or this week?
Last week, yep.
So he got off to a really good start talking draft. I love that. The team that he has built so far, some of the draft picks that they've made, we focus a lot on the negatives, but there have been some really, 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 really good draft picks, and I think it come draft season, we kind of start highlighting that. And then Nick Caserio, tip the cap. I am be aggressive in the draft, and I had no idea that Nick Caserio since 2021, since getting here in Houston, was it 2020 or 2021? Anyway, he has been the most aggressive GM in the game, just from a movement perspective as well as from moving up in the draft perspective. And so I tip my cap to all that. Because of all that movement, because of where the Texans are right now, Nick Caserio is getting a lot of run in this draft season about potentially moving up because of his history kind of deal. Nick Caserio is one that's winning right now. Stock is up, and he's being talked talked about in the pipe, maybe more so than any time other than when he made the C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson move.
That big Nick energy.
I think his stock is up just because he's in a spot where he can do whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like he's got, we talked about, he's got the ammo to go up if he wants to. Like he's in a situation where he could drop back and be fine because I think that the draft would be all right. And I don't think Texans fans would be incredibly ticked off if he dropped back. And I think also, Clint, the stock is up because of what they need. There are some clear guys in the area that he can get at O-line and wide receiver. So I'm with you. I think stock up for Nick, especially when it comes to what he can do over the next several days. All right. As the Rockets get rolling tonight, we have heard this. I've seen it from you on the text line. I've seen it from you on YouTube and Twitch, on social media. Do you think it is an overreaction to say that the Rockets need to make some lineup changes for Game 2? Is it an overreaction? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, stop looking in the mirror and not liking what's staring back at you, man. I'm talking about hair loss issues. Fellas, look, receding hairlines, bald spot, thinning. Let's nip it in the bud right now, and I'm here to tell you can do just that with advanced hair restoration. In fact, I'm here to tell you that the only way to get it done is advanced hair restoration, right? Everybody.
to potential dangers around you, and Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't get you, IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a big one tonight. Big one tonight. An hour from now, you will hear from Brandon Scott. He has been out there. He's covered this team as much and as well as anybody out there. He is our guy. He will be at the game tonight, and he will be in studio with us. 440 Rockets report, and they got to have this. They got to have Martin Maldonado will be there. Not sure if that actually is the case, but it would be. I think it would be good luck. Depth there. C.J. Stroud, I believe I'm announcing this right. I believe he's going to be out there. Slim Thug is supposed to be out there, as he is even battling through items being stolen from him. He is still going to be there. So Matthew Knowles, he'll be there. It is going to be star-studded. Everybody's going to be.
Matthew Knowles?
Beyonce's father. They'll be out there. Not only does Carl Lewis go to SaberCats games, he will also be, as from my sources, he will be out there as well.
I think Larry Durker, too.
Larry Durker.
You got a big list, man.
He's still with us, right? Larry's still with us? Okay. All right, Larry Durker will be there. Yep, a lot of people. This is a big one. The stars are coming out. They know how big this is. Wade Phillips, he'll be there as well. So a lot happening in a huge game tonight. And I want to throw this one out because I've seen this from many of you. And I just kind of want to get an understanding from where people are right now. I know after the game Sunday, that was, oh, God, where the hell are we? Like 85 points? We can't hit nothing. We can't lose. And I think the feel is if you go down 0-2 and losing the 2 at home and have to go to Golden State, that's going to be a problem in chasing. Like, that's going to be a problem. What they have done historically at home during the playoffs is going to be a problem. Now that you've had a couple of days to breathe, and the NBA will help you with having 2 or 3 days in between games, do you feel like it's an overreaction to change and make lineup changes for Game 2? Or do you think it is to a point that they should do that? Where are you at? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, do you think that it is an overreaction to say the Rockets need to make some lineup changes?
No, I don't. I mean, I'm assuming we're talking starting lineup.
Starting lineup, yeah, definitely starting lineup. Hell, even minutes, because I'm seeing a lot of. We got to let Cam Whitmore get some run.
Well, that's
we got to let Reed Shepard. Somebody texted, if Fred's going to miss those many shots, why not get Reed Shepard?
Less Fred, I can get down with. More Cam and more Reed Shepard. I don't think that's the answer to beat Golden State. But hey, look, I'm a casual fan, so if that's what you believe in it. I'm not going to tell anybody how to fan. Now, here's the deal. The answer is yes, Ron. Whether you're talking about changing the starting lineup or you're talking about just changing minutes significantly to where the majority of the time this lineup is on the court, I think it has to happen. There's no way in hell that you can have Fred VanVleet again being a predominant ball handler for as long as he was. Whether he's hitting shots or not, you can't have that. And then on the flip side of that, there were times in that game where, Fred was part of it, but you look up and you got 2 bigs on the floor with Dylan Brooks and Jabari Smith like that, and Fred like that. That can't be the case either. I mean, this has to be, and I'm not saying you start it. I would love for him to. I'm not saying you start it, but we got to see more of it. The way they opened up the second half last week or Sunday night, and that was Jabari Smith, Amen Thompson, Jalen Green. It was Şengün, and I believe I believe Dylan Brooks was on the floor with him. Though that 5 right there, it's hell on defense, and you can absolutely roll out on offense. And you got shooters, you got guys that can attack downhill. You got a post presence with Şengün that can work inside and out. That is the lineup that I would prefer to see, and I love what I heard Amen Thompson talking about, which is just because it's a playoff don't mean we got to play slower. We can play fast. We know we can. We did it in the second half, and it worked for us. We got to do it in this game. So, I think it's got to change.
They had some success with that. They had some success with Steven Adams in there too. There was some lineups that maybe you thought, will Ime make some adjustments and we'll see that more.
Well, even with your double bigs, I like Jalen and Amen Thompson on the floor attacking. I like one of those two, if not both of them, on the floor attacking, and really in all scenarios. But again, I don't know if that's the starting lineup changes that way, but that may be a bit aggressive. But I don't think what I'm saying is crazy as it pertains to what we saw last week, what we just heard Amen Thompson talking about, and the outcome of last week's game. But here's the thing: is they're not, whether it's Fred VanVleet on the floor or it's Jalen Green, they're not going to shoot as poorly as they did in Game 1. That wasn't a Golden State defense thing. That was a Rockets player issue. That's not going to happen. I think there's a much better showing regardless of what the Rockets do. But man, I'm in for shaking up that lineup for damn sure.
Text line coming in, dance with who brung you.
Who brought you? That's my question. If I know who brought me, I would agree wholeheartedly. But I mean,
don't know who brought you.
But seriously, every time I watched the Rockets this year, which was a lot, it looked different. Now, some of that had to do with injuries. Fred's injury issue. I think Jalen was the only one that wasn't injured and played the whole damn time, to be honest with you. So it looked different for those reasons. But I mean, to put it simply, whether it's Jabari, whether it's Jalen, whether it's Amen Thompson, whether it's Şengün, every time that I watched them, there was a different level of aggressiveness from those guys instead of a steady, this is what this guy's bringing to the table. And I'd like to see them all just pin their ears back and go do work.
Yeah, for those I think there's two things that I'm seeing a lot of. For those of you who are on and we'll get to the less serious, but the more serious of, hey, I think they should start the game with the lineup. Some people saying that they should start the game with the lineup you were talking about. Amen, Jalen Green, Jabari Smith, Jabari into the starting lineup. That's been a big talk with Dylan and Goon. And listen, I wouldn't pull the trigger on putting Fred on the bench yet. Now, I'm with you, Clint. I would really eyeball this thing and already know going into it, I want to get Jabari more minutes. I want to get, maybe some other guys more minutes and maybe have Fred less. But I would start Fred out to see if he makes the adjustments in the game and he plays a better game, because I do think, if you run him to the bench, I wonder what that one game just kind of took me out all year. It's like this has been our comic force and all this. And one game, bam, he's to the bench. And two, obviously off of that, I don't know how I know you should say, well, he's a basketball player, he's getting paid, but people would be affected by that. I would imagine in the playoffs, I'm the one with the most experience. I have a bad game and I go to the bench. You don't want players looking around. You want them guys to be as confident as they can be out there. So I would not. I understand the thought. I do want to see more of Amen Thompson and Jalen Green running, starting things to make the decision to either shoot for themselves or shoot for others. I'd like to see that with them more, and I'd like to see both of them, especially Amen Thompson on this, both of them be more aggressive. So I wouldn't do that. And then the unserious stuff, guys, stop it. Listen, Reed Shepherd and Cam Whitmore, they're good. They're good. They shouldn't, unless their injuries or foul outs right now. Listen, they're promising young dudes, and I know you've watched Cam Whitmore score, but they ain't playing in this environment. And I think as it comes to it, you got to get your guys to to step up and play to the level they had played all year. And I totally agree with you, Clint. I don't think that Cam Whitmore and Reed Shepherd's the answer to jump in here to go against this Golden State team and what they're bringing together. If you got to get to that point, I think you're in real trouble. I think you're in real trouble if at some point you're like, hey, man, we need a spark or we need to do something, so we need to bring in Reed Shepherd.
Yeah.
They just haven't been prepared for this situation.
Well, look, I mean, if you've got Amen Thompson and Jalen Green getting downhill and kicking to shooters, then cool. Bringing him in the game and letting him spot up and shoot a bit, okay, cool. To spell somebody, I'm good with that. Right? I mean, I'd argue that Eason and obviously Jabari and all those guys bring more to the table right now on the defensive end of the floor, especially when you need that defense against two greats and Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry. But if you want to see if he can knock down a couple of shots, fine. But he don't have no place in this conversation. I mean, neither one of those guys have a place in this conversation. I mean, what I'm wanting Ime Udoka to do is to play the ones that you got. That, like the texter said, dance with the ones that brought you. But let's adjust accordingly. And look, I think it is. I'm with you. I think it is aggressive if he sits down Fred VanVleet.
Right up, yeah.
I think it's aggressive to ask him to carry his ass on down the floor and let Jalen Green bring this thing.
And I don't think it's aggressive to where, hey, if Fred is don't got it, and when I say don't got it, not just from a shooting perspective, from a decision-making perspective, if you start to see him start to roll the way he was in game one, oh, yeah, Fred can play 15 minutes. He can play 20 minutes. Yeah. Like, he don't got to play 40. He can play that. You can adjust the time, but I don't think it's time to make knee-jerk decisions off one game. You won 50-plus games. You're the 2 seed in the West. I think you can ride. Now, you go down 0-2, then hell, I mean, everything's on the table at that point. But I think this would be a quick hook.
You one half of some poor-ass shooting away from being in trouble.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you are. Yeah,
you dig another 18-point hole against these cats. I don't know if you're going to come back from that.
But if they could wake up from the second half, like that second half, they woke up. If they could put that together, then, it's a different thing. What you got coming up at the 4?
Well, it's the thought is that there may be a lot of movement in this here draft that we're gonna start it. We're gonna crank up tomorrow. I got a live show at the Avenida Plaza, by the way. But the thought is that there's gonna be a lot of movement. Boy, Nick Casario's been awfully active in the past. And there's some, Ron, your favorite word, there's some swarmy players out there, man. Which one might Nick Casario, D'Amico Ryans make a move on? We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about
24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, Kathy Bates, that's a bad bitch right there.
I don't know how long.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is, and every day Dirty's Daily is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281. Come on, that's who it is. 281-222-2222. Hey, y'all, download that Odyssey app now. Download that Odyssey app. Take us with you everywhere you go. It is the Texans. They started talking again now. We've had C.J. Stroud. We've had Will Anderson. We've had him time. Hey, take that Odyssey app with you. There's podcast page on there. Every segment is podcasted that we have, including every interview with those players, every discussion that we have about what they say. Man, it's that time of year, y'all. It's picking up. AUDACY, the Odyssey app. Download it. Even if you listen to us on the AM/FM dial or you watch us on YouTube and Twitch, we greatly appreciate everybody. But when it's all said and done, download that Odyssey app. It's big time, man. It keeps you locked in. And hell, we gave away $20,000 in 4 all-expense paid trips to Vegas not too damn long ago. So it's not a bad time it's not a bad app to keep on the old iPhone. The big week NFL draft starts tomorrow. We will be live from the Texans draft party down at Avenida Plaza, which is right there in front of George R. Brown Convention Center, right there in the city, right there in the mix now. It's going to be a good time. Y'all come on through when you see us. They set up all. Is that where we are? Yeah. They set up all kind of good time down there. We were down there a couple years ago, maybe last year. We were down there. Yeah. They set up all kind of stuff down there. We watch them start setting up. By the end of our show, they're locked and loaded. Texans All Access, that whole crew, they will join us. Or they will take our spot at 6 o'clock when we get done. So everybody will be down there, and the draft party will get kicked off. That's the Texans draft party, Avenida Plaza, downtown, right there, literally opposite side of the George R. Brown Convention Center from the highway. Easy to find. You can enjoy all Tyler's stomping grounds, one of Tyler's stomping grounds in Houston. Over there in Edo, they got plenty of places to grab a bite to eat, grab a little drink. And then ease on over there and holler at us, man. Again, Avenida Plaza, Texans draft party tomorrow, 2 to 6 p.m. We will be live, and Texans All Access will take over after us. We got a Rockets game tonight, game 2 versus Golden State Warriors. Tonight at 8:30, boys, another late night. The Rockets playoff game, I can keep my head up on that one, Ron. I nod off on them Stros now. I ain't going to lie to you. Last night in that 7th inning, your boy's chin started hitting his chest real quick.
Well, especially when they had a good control of it.
Come on, man. I mean, the more they kind of stretch that thing out. I missed Esak's bomb. I didn't even see it, man. I dozed off before that.
He's staying them Crawford bucks.
Come on, man. Come on now. The Astros, who we were just talking about, they took game 2 of that Blue Jays series last night. Blanco nailed. He was nails, and Walker got 3 hits. We'll be chopping that up the rest of the way. 2 more hours with you, Houston. Hang in there with us. We greatly appreciate it. If you love listening to the show, hey, tell your friends about it. Tell your mom and them about it. And let's get this. Let's blow this thing up even more than it already is. By the way, on that Odyssey app, there are also all of the podcasts that originate here in the building with really all of the Odyssey stations, but definitely the sports that originate here in the building. Those podcasts, they're all there to be had, and the one that we love to make sure you know about on this show here is that Big Orange Wagon. Big Orange Wagon with Tyler Milner and Patrick Creighton. Into that right there. Those all things Astros. Those guys are dialed in, locked and loaded, and do a good job there. So,
what's up, T-Money?
Yeah, Tyler, when's the next epi coming out, baby?
Actually, I was going to mention tonight, PC and I are going to record a brand new episode of the Big Orange Wagon, available wherever you get your podcasts. Look for it to get posted, I'd say around 9 o'clock or so.
There you have it. That's easy. That's easy, right?
Set that alarm.
Yes, sir.
And go ahead and like and subscribe and download and all that.
Yeah, do that too. If you're a podcaster, hell, you know the drill, man. Get out there and do it. All right, there's a lot of folks. The closer we get to this draft tomorrow, y'all, there's a lot of folks out there that think there'll be a ton of movement, ton of trades on draft night. It's interesting because, Ron, I when you've got this draft is not quarterback heavy. Right, it seems that a lot of times when you see these a lot of movement, particularly on a Thursday in that first round, is because teams are wanting to jump up there and they're trading,
especially up.
They're trading high. everything but the kitchen sink to go get a quarterback. That's not the case this year. I think what the thought is that you just see some teams that are quarterback needy. Maybe they don't like the quarterbacks that are going to be available. So maybe they move. The Tennessee Titans, although they said they're going Cam Ward and everybody else can kick rocks, you never know what happens last minute. The Giants, they've been linked to several different quarterbacks, and the word on the street is right now that they're probably not going to take one. They're going to move a different direction. So anyway, a lot of movement. There's plenty of reason to believe, as I outlined a little earlier. I think this roster is built in a way where you get a couple of plug-and-play starters on the offensive side of the football. I think it's really going to move the needle to complete this team that I think is a ultimately going to be expected, at least, to be a Super Bowl caliber team. And I think there are a couple of plug-and-play starters away. Whether that's later free agency or it's a draft, we'll find out. But there's a need there. The Texans have the draft capital with an extra 3 this year and an extra 2 next year. They have the draft capital, and general manager Nick Caserio, since 2021, has traded up 13 times in the draft, which is first among GMs. He's traded down 5 times, which is 12th among GMs. So we've got a GM that's getting a lot of run right now about how active he's been in drafts, and folks think that there's going to be a lot of movement in this year's draft. Now, Ron, with that said, I think all of that is probably likely. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but Nick making the call. There's a lot of reports out there. I heard Sean and Seth this morning talk about Jeremy Fowler and Albert Breer and all these guys talking about the Texans making phone calls and trying to move up in the draft. They're all. There's too much smoke not to be fired somewhere to some degree. And so you got to think that Nick is at least flirting with it. And here's the other part, Ron. You said this earlier, and I agree with you. There's not the typical draft where quarterback heavy or there's not even these quarterbacks at the top or there's not the wide receivers like who were we talking about earlier? Marvin Harrison Jr. was there. And,
Brian Thomas was the 23rd pick in the draft.
Which means the first 2 or 3 receivers. Malik Neighbors was there. Like these just surefire, game-changing wide receivers. You really don't have that, or at least you don't. Draft gurus don't believe that you have that in this draft. So you don't have a ton of, hey, I got to trade up and go get this player to change my franchise. But you do, Ron, you do. The Texans have been linked to, and this is your favorite word, Tyler, you'll love this. You'll love this. The Texans have been linked to several players that everybody's referring to being very, very swarmy guys. Tyler, very, very swarmy guys.
Such a stupid-ass word.
Hey, man, you can't say that, man. That came up.
He ain't wrong.
I said yesterday, swarm's fine. Just stick with that. Swarmy's dumb as hell.
Nah, these are swarmy guys at the top.
You got to build off of it.
And the wildest thing here, guys.
A swarminator.
The national guys aren't using the swarmy. Tyler, they're not quite going swarmy.
Good. They're using regular words.
But they're damn sure using regular words that in that building over there are used to define swarmy.
Kevin Harlan would never.
Oh, I'm telling you, man, they're using them.
Yes, he would.
Ryan,
what? He's got the swarm.
Ryan, you talk about not having a whole hell of a lot of guys worthy of moving up for in this draft. I think if you're the Texans sitting at 25, I think if what they're saying about these guys is true. Starts with Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive tackle out of Texas, right? A lot of people don't believe he's going to fall far enough for the Texans to even have a shot at him, but he's swarming, right?
He's got that swarm.
Emeka Egbuka, the wide receiver at Ohio State, he may be the swarmiest of all. He's getting Will Anderson. He's getting Will Anderson comparisons.
Somebody stop that man.
How about the big guard out of Alabama, Tyler Booker? I don't know if he's as good as Nick and them think he is. They may have to move a couple spots to get him. He's another one of them swarmy Bama guys. Kenneth Grant, D-tackle out of Michigan, I believe. Another one of those guys, man. Boy, you hear Seth talk about him. Seth
loves him.
I mean, they love him, right? How about Gray Zabel? Was it North Dakota State or South Dakota State? Which one? North Dakota State?
The good one.
Boy, he's got. I mean, he may be the swarmiest of all, boys. Like, just literally, he may be small school guy, worked his way up.
I don't know if anybody beats Mecca.
Work. Yeah, that's a good point. He's really getting pushed. Josh Simmons, a big offensive tackle, I believe, out of Ohio State.
Now, he's not swarmy.
Is he not swarmy?
He's not. He don't know. He's not. He doesn't have the swarminess.
I thought I saw the tie.
And they say
no. I'm just saying he doesn't have the swarmy.
Oh, he's not quite there yet.
No.
What about tendencies?
He's got the question. No. There's a question if he quits, if he plays hard all the time.
All joking aside, we've got there are several guys that while the Texans may not move up to 2 and 3 to get C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, I could see them that they've been linked to, and we all know, all joking aside, we all know that D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio are definitely hunting a certain type of player, and there are several players at positions of need for the Houston Texans. And these are all guys, by the way, that I think are I'm talking first rounders. I'm talking maybe they sit at 25 and get one, but we're talking plug and play starters here. So we are talking about guys that are impact players. This, again, all joking aside, this excites the hell out of me. Tomorrow's going to be fun, y'all. Tomorrow's going to be a fun show. Tomorrow's going to be a fun follow with the Texans All Access guys with that first round. It's going to be fun. We're going to be down at Avenida Square once again. Texans draft party. Come check us out. I fully expect the Texans move. Real quick, Ron, do the Texans move? Do they move up? Forget moving. Do they move up from 25 in tomorrow's draft?
Yeah, I think they do. I think there's too much smoke.
Tyler?
The arrow's pointed up.
Yes, me and Cal believe yes.
You and Cal both believe yes?
Yeah, Caserio lets him hang way too damn much in recent years. He's going to move up.
I agree. I think I've talked myself into it, and now all of a sudden here we are on draft 2025 draft, NFL draft eve, and every reporter out there, every newsbreaker out there is to some degree is talking about the Texans moving up.
That big Nick energy.
Gosh, that's one of the best drops ever right there.
I concur.
Thank you for that, Hannah. I greatly appreciate it.
You can come on the show and say it again, Hannah.
Yeah.
Does this count as us being on your show?
No.
Anytime. That is Hannah McNair, and Cal McNair was there that day. That's Tyler Milner behind the glass. I'm alongside Listen Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. Real quick, guys, I got to circle back to a conversation we had earlier. And I'm going to disagree with Tyler, I think. Can we circle back to this Rockets uniform convo y'all kind of briefly had earlier?
I would love to.
I'm not as up as you are on like what era of basketball certain uniforms are. After y'all, that's why I didn't engage in y'all's conversation. So I had to go back and look. You like that rocket ship uniform that Olajuwon wore?
So I actually was going to clarify. I do like it. I love those uniforms, but I'd say they're probably my least favorite of all the generations. There's no Rockets uniform, generation of uniform for the Rockets that I don't like.
I don't like those.
Y'all aren't alone.
Like those.
I got friends that didn't like the rocket ship with the face on it.
It felt like they were just trying to do too much. Completely changed. Looked like they had made. I remember at the time I'm thinking they've made like some try to make some futuristic jerseys. I'm
gonna tell you the Hakeem's Houston across the chest, red with the white and yellow, white and gold piping,
ketchup and mustard.
That's
I
wish
they included the gold, yellow, whatever that is. I wish they would include that back into the
new one this year.
Their uniforms.
Mustard and ketchup's pretty fire.
Yeah, that is my favorite. And I'll tell you, the current Rockets with just Rockets written across the chest, that's clean.
It's clean, simple, clean.
And when it comes to the logos, I like the R and I like the current logo. In fact,
I do. I like the number was gold.
I got it tattooed on my skin.
I think that's fair. I like that Rockets logo. I just had to circle back to that. I'm thinking, wait a minute, boys. I don't know if I heard that right. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, Tyler's showing you his tattoos. I think he's got the space guy on there too.
I do.
That's not the Rockets logo though. That was an actual rocket on that uniform.
Yeah, my Rockets piece is a space shuttle, a NASA space shuttle.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. When I see this is awful, but I'm being honest. When I see Hakeem Olajuwon in that uniform, I think less.
Oof. Oh, and the Rocket one?
When I see him in that one that says Houston across the chest, it just immediately screams badass, greatest ever, hell yeah. When I see that cartoon-looking thing, I'm like...
When they had him and Barkley and I think Pippen was in that too?
Yes.
The cartoon rocket we're talking about, it makes me think of Steve Francis first and then Cuttino Mobley.
Yeah, Stevie.
Hakeem, I definitely associate with like the red and yellow, the mustard ketchup look.
That was nasty. All right, well, we just had to clear that up. Well done, T. Well done, T.
You look out now. You might get called a hater. But I got called when I said I wasn't a fan of those earlier.
I like the H-Town unis too now.
Those are nice.
I mean, they're simple. I'm simple. I'm simple. I'm simple. I'm simple.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, and I am. And Jersey, I think like clean, sleek. I think when you overdo it, I'm not a fan of it. Like I like Oregon's jerseys until they start trying to get too creative. And
they get a little wild.
Well, the thing with Oregon,
they'll get too creative. They'll put like, hold on, that helmet didn't have to go. I mean, they're so busy, man.
Well, they've created a shtick to where it's almost like how many badass unis can they create? And they miss combinations, and they miss when they miss few and far between. Though when they miss, it's like I don't know about that.
Like, I'm gonna go gold helmet.
Right.
I'm gonna go blue jersey. Green jersey. I'm gonna go black pants, and I'm gonna go yellow socks. I'm just like, come on.
I know we're up against it. Maybe think about it in the break, but I want to know your all-time favorite throwback NBA jersey. Doesn't got to be Rockets. Your favorite throwback NBA jersey ever.
Well done.
Yeah, that's good. The Knicks one is pretty strong for me. Just normal. The Knicks one is pretty strong. They've just kind of updated it a little bit. That's a cold-blooded one. All right, coming up, the starting lineup is out for the Astros. We'll let you know who that is. DeZenzo, is he back in it? Spoiler, yes. So we'll give you the rest of that lineup coming up next.
Thumbs fine.
I'm taking the tease from you, damn it. Yes. You don't know what position he's playing, though. Right field. All right, we will let you know that coming up next. And this draft is coming up, and something has just – and maybe I need to be calmed down. But something has really pissed me smooth off. We'll discuss that next.
All right, my boy Ron sitting over here next to me in some
for a comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Hear from Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Andre Ware, Sean Pendergast, and more on the Texans Who's on the Clock. We're on the air all draft long on your home of the Houston Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Ron Hughley.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Astros lineup is out as they look to sweep the Blue Jays. Altuve leading off. Alvarez is the DH tonight, and he is batting second. Paredes, who's coming off of another Crawford box homer, he is behind him third. Pena, after his 3 hits yesterday, stays in the cleanup spot. Walker, after his 3 hits yesterday, stays there in the 5 spot. How about that? Cleanup and 4 and 5 spot. Got 6 hits between them yesterday.
Yeah, man.
Scored multiple runs, drove in runs. Diaz stays in as the catcher. DeCenzo is back from that jammed thumb or jammed finger that he had that set him out yesterday. So he is back there in right field. Dubon is in at second base. And Chaz McCormick.
Center field action?
He's in center field.
Oh, look at you.
Come on, Chaz.
He is due a big day, isn't he? I just want to see the kid smile. Forget getting his name back. I mean, he is due a big day, right?
We'll get all this little funk.
A big day, man. He's due. Like, what's a big day for Jazz?
I mean, a DeCenzo. Like DeCenzo had a couple days ago.
2 doubles.
2 doubles, some RBIs, a shining light in this lineup for a change. I mean, he's due. I just want to see the kid smile.
Cheryl, Tyler, if you could find this at some point, because I do want to include you, and maybe Cheryl will have to do it. When's the last time he's hit a home run? What, like, honest to God, the last time Chaz hit a home run?
When's the last time he got some banana pudding?
That's true.
Dusty quit bringing that pudding, didn't he? Hey, I'm like he strikes me. You know your buddy that you think's got a pretty good life, but every time you see him, he's just stressed to the gills. You can see it in his eyes. You can see like he's just tired all the time.
Like he's holding on.
Something just ain't right. Something, yeah, man. I'm on the verge, man. I'm on the verge of just going off the deep end. Chaz is that guy.
I'm afraid of hearing that. I feel like it may be June or May of last year.
Last home run?
Yes. No, he hadn't touched one up this year.
It wasn't this year, so it's definitely going to be. Yeah. It's going to be in 2024.
I wonder when it was. All right, some people have texted in to Tyler's jersey, throwback jersey. I said the Knicks. Someone texted in the Charlotte Hornets throwbacks. Yes, the one with the pinstripes. The Larry Johnsons, Alonzo Mourning, Muggsy Bogues. Those are clean. The Black Bulls jerseys. I don't know how hard throwback that is, but I guess to maybe some people when they first did those throwbacks. I mean, I like the old Sean Kemp, Gary Payton Sonics jerseys.
That's my number one.
That's where I was going to go, but I'm thinking that may be for me just because it's no longer around.
That one was unique and not too crazy, not too busy. I like that one.
That's a good one. The throwback Nuggets is a popular one.
Yeah,
that's the one I remember Larry Allen walking across that damn field in the Alamo Dome after Parcells told him he was going to have 10 straight 2-a-days, and his ass was he was in that rainbow that damn
God, who
Nugget
was it?
I don't know who. I don't remember who it was.
Alex English probably.
But it was before that. Hell, it was 2000.
Oh, Alex English is before that.
Oh, I thought you said Ingles.
English. Yeah, he's one of the.
Hey, he's no. That's. I don't know. But anyway, he's walking across in that jersey, and I thought, okay, I guess LA was serious. He ain't practicing today. But anyway, go ahead.
The first, the initial Miami Heat jerseys Those the way they had heat spelled with the bats, those were nice.
Apologize if y'all mentioned it. I was looking up that Chaz McCormick stat. By the way, August 28th of 2024, last white boy Chaz homer
not as bad as I thought.
Against the Phillies.
He did still have his nickname at that time. Go ahead.
No, apologies if y'all mentioned this one, but close second to me to the Throwback Sonics is the Vancouver Grizzlies.
Ooh, the Grizzlies they've been wearing them now.
Yeah, those things are clean.
Yeah, they got their ass beat in them, I think, not too long ago. But yeah, those were cool.
Yeah,
I didn't like them at the time. Someone texted in the Raptors first. Yeah, the Raptors first ones. The ones that those were nice.
When the Raptor Chris Bosh was playing for the Raptors.
Yep, him and Peyton Manning when he played for the Broncos.
Yes.
The guys who look closest like their mascot of the team that they play for. Peyton, the Bronco, and when Chris had his dreads pulled back just the right way.
That's good.
Man, if he didn't look like the Toronto Raptor, if he didn't look like
that is good.
That damn thing.
Oh,
like, hey, good. Chris, do this.
Sometimes I think I just tune into Jurassic Park on accident.
Right. I've never heard that. The player that looked most like his
Peyton Manning when he's at the Denver Bronco, and
that's really good.
And Chris takes the cake. Yeah, Chris is the best. And, he cut his hair off and pissed me smooth up. That is a Raptor in that thing. Real quick, this annoyed me as we go into the draft, Clint, and maybe I'm overdoing this, and the reason why I say maybe I'm overdoing this because in my mind I think you're getting serious potential hurt to this player's future and how people view him. With Shador Sanders, and it has been, I think I would say for him more negative to be what I think most people believe the second best quarterback in the class. And at one point it was closer between him and Cam Ward.
Yeah.
It feels like we hear everything positive about Jalen Milroe. It seems the opposite with Shador Sanders. This one is the cake taker to me. This is of course he was too much out there.
The test wrong.
An NFL assistant coach. Sorry, kids. An NFL assistant coach on Shador Sanders. The worst formal interview I've ever been in my life. He's so entitled. He takes unnecessary sacks. He never plays on time. He has horrible body language. He blames his teammates. But the biggest thing is he's not that good. And I got no problem with you. You put your name on it. Say if you're gonna go out and go this hard on a kid. If you're gonna go this hard on somebody, this ain't I just don't like the way he climbs in the pocket, or I think he takes sacks. Those are my issues. No, the worst interview you've ever seen in your life. He's entitled, which is an opinion, and he blames his teammates. Where are you getting that from? He all of this stuff. He's not that. Put your damn name on it. Like you're gonna don't come out like for me. Whoever put it out, I believe it was Tom Pelissero. I understand why you put it out because you hear, this obviously is a big talking point today because it grabs headlines. But, man, don't be a hoe about it. You're going to come out there and say something about somebody, say it.
Yeah, look,
put your name on it.
There's no doubt about it. Right? The thing is, Tom better have heard this from somebody's mouth. Like, Tom, but this better not be second. To me, Tom has a professional responsibility to it's critical to make sure you vet your source. And vetting, the only thing that would ever put me in a position, especially if I'm Tom and I'm established, to post something like this or make something like this public is if I heard it from the dude's mouth myself. From his lips to my damn ears, I heard it. I still wouldn't put it out there, but that's the only way that something like this makes sense, man. Hopefully this wasn't heard it through the grapevine kind of deal and just a trusted source to a trusted source to a trusted source. Hopefully that's not the case because I agree with you, man. To not put a name on something like this is a crying ass shame.
And maybe I'm over. Do you think he hurt? No, I'm just saying. Do you think he's hurt? This hurts his draft status. like stuff like this coming out.
I don't think Tom Pelissero's saying it, but I do think that if that is a real source coming from an assistant, and word gets out that let's say that this respected general manager, scout, or coach thinks this hell yeah. Absolutely.
Because if he told Tom Pelissero this, he's probably told people around the league this.
Well, he's telling Tom for a reason.
Yeah.
But I think it's a monkey see, monkey do business. I think we give guys at the NFL level, scouting departments, GMs, coaches, we give them all too much credit, like they're beyond some of this stuff. And I'm just telling you, some of the stuff I saw when I was in the league blew my mind. So it's not, there's not the thought that a coach may be out there and feel this way and be leaking it and thinking he's giving his team a better chance to draft him or somebody else, and it's not beyond. It's a crime. You got to be a real POS.
If you're gonna say this, if you're gonna run a kid down for their future, put your name on it.
Agreed.
Like, hey, what you said, like we break down what he had to say, but put your name on it. Don't sit there and be anonymous to Tom Pelissero.
You know how I feel about sources.
Oh, my God. That just steamed me. Coming up, Rockets report. Brandon Scott, he'll join us, and I can't wait to get his thoughts on this huge, huge Game 2 coming up.
Hey, I always tell you about Q.
222. We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
All right, here we go. Playoff edition of Fresh Line in here. That's where you look like you coming from. Fresh from the chair, man.
Got to look
like
the part, baby.
Yeah, that's a razor line for that ass right there. Go ahead. Shout out to the barber there.
Yeah, man.
As you took care of it. But Rockets Report playoff edition.
Looks like it. Hell, what you mean it looks like he's fresh out the chair?
He's
he is fresh out the chair.
I am fresh out the chair.
He is fresh out the chair.
Like his ass was in the chair 15 minutes ago.
Ain't no doubt.
T-Bill, when I tell you it's a miracle that I got here, dog, and where I was literally 12 minutes ago, I don't know how I made it.
I told Ron you texted me, man, I'm going to have to do phone today. And then, like, 40 seconds later, you were like, nah, I'm pulling up.
It looked like
shout out to the Houston traffic today. It was in my favor.
It looked like they started on your line when we started that segment. That's how quickly you did it.
Hey, I sat in this man's chair, and he must have seen something and was like, he needs some tender loving care. Because he sat me down there, and I was in the chair for at least an hour, man. I thought I was going to get here on time.
I didn't think I had this kind of time.
Hey,
good God.
How many lives you put in danger in that damn parking garage doing 90 miles an hour around
quite a few.
blind turns?
How about the lives on Post Oak, the lives on Highway 90, the lives on 610 to get here?
And we got here safely.
We did.
We got here safely. Big night for you. I know you're going to be out there as you were game one. And listen, you've had some time. The NBA, of course, gave you about 3-4 days, it feels like, since game one. How are you feeling after game one, having some time to digest it going into game two?
Yeah, I think the big thing is that they played to their identities in the worst and best ways on Sunday night, and so they got to get a little bit away from the part that was the worst of it, which was we know they're capable of going through these offensive lulls. But even on their own standards, we talked about this kind of off the air, man. Even amongst their own standards, this was bad. What we saw the other night, Jalen Green has not been good against the Golden State Warriors at all this year, really, for the most part. But this was bad even for that. So, and that's his own issue, right? They're going to have to figure that part out. Why is it that they can't find a way for him to be effective? Why can't he knock down shots? What is it about what they're doing that he can't exactly figure out? He's going to have to do that now in a hurry.
B. Scott, tell me, I feel crazy, but I was on this before the bad performance from Fred VanVleet. Man. Less Fred VanVleet and more Jalen Green, more Amen Thompson, more whoever. I mean, tell me I'm crazy. Like, I've got to, at the very least, see less Fred VanVleet. And if I'm crazy, I mean, if I'm not crazy, do you think it happened?
No, I don't think you're crazy, but the issue about it happening is it all goes back to this earlier point that we just made about Jalen Green. Like, I think if you get a more assertive and effective, not just assertive, but effective and better decision-making, something that we've been talking about with him his entire career, but a better Jalen Green necessitates less Fred VanVleet. Like, this is the thing, Clint. Not to pack paint, and Jalen Green either doesn't exactly know what to do or he's bailing out the matchup. He gets switched on to Steph Curry and he doesn't attack the paint, or they're packing the paint and he doesn't exactly know what to do. Fred VanVleet gets the green light to just take these open shots, or to just take or to initiate. And to me, if you can rely on Jalen Green a little bit more, if he can be a little bit more effective and efficient, I don't feel like Fred feels like he needs to take all of these ill-advised shots. That's not to excuse the fact that Fred has been bad.
Is it as simple as, because I mean I'm a simpleton. To me, if Jalen Green's knocking down outside shots, then all the pieces fall in place.
Yes. I mean, it really is. Like, not to oversimplify it, but yes. Quite frankly, yes.
Well, yeah, if he's scoring, in any way.
Well, I mean, he's an inconsistent jump shooter.
Yeah.
Right, and his jump shot's been that way since the beginning. I mean, it was broken in the beginning, but ever since then, it's one where it's like, oh, I can't believe he made that shot.
Yeah.
Step back three or whatever. Use difficult shots. But then also, you'll have those nights where he can't buy a bucket.
Like, they've got to shoot better overall. We know that. Jalen Green's got to play better. Amen Thompson's got to be more aggressive. I saw some things kind of rewatching that a bit, in particular with Jalen Green. And just some situations that were alarming to me that I think has to change is like he couldn't shake loose of Steph at times. Like that was a part to me where like Steph beat him up. Like when he sees Steph Curry switched on him, it should be blood in the water, going in straight attack mode. But he wasn't able to get past him at times. So, and I know he's capable of being that type of player to where Steph Curry is not somebody who gives him problems defensively. He's just got to be, smartly aggressive and go and make plays, especially even when he gets switches on matchups that are advantages for him, like Steph Curry.
Yeah, well, so for me, it is the fact that, like, I do have to give the Warriors credit for this. They do a good job of help defense. Like, they have been making up for the Hunt Steph strategy for years now, and they do a hell of a job, always have done a hell of a job with their help defense, and this is the stuff that I'm talking about. When they pack the paint, they shade over to – they try to keep Jalen from going from his more favorable side. He likes to go right, doesn't really like to go left as much. So they play to that. And then he has to, two things, both make better decisions from that and then also not bail out the matchup or give up on it when it gets a little difficult, which he also did at times, like what you're saying. When he couldn't shake Steph, then he'd be taking a step back three against Steph. Yeah. Well, you're bailing out the matchup. Steph is on you, and you're Jalen Green, and you're taking a step back three. They'll take, even if you make it, they'll take that, right? So don't bail out the matchup and make better decisions when it's right in front of you.
B. Scott, what is your not necessarily what you think the Rockets are going to do, but what is your favorite? You're sitting home watching the Rockets. What's your favorite lineup on the floor?
Oh, the double big lineup is my favorite lineup on the floor because it imposes its will. And it's still if the double big lineup consists of, we obviously know that that's Steven Adams and Alperen Şengün. But if it's got Jabari Smith Jr. as the three, and let's say it's instead of Amen Thompson, it's Jalen Green and Tari Eason, or it's Amen Thompson and Tari Eason. It's just another shooter out there. I like that. I don't necessarily want it to be Jalen Amen and the double big or triple big, but give me another shooter, Dylan Brooks. Give me another shooter out there with the double/triple big, and that's my favorite lineup by far.
Yeah, Brandon Scott with us in here for the Rockets report. All right, we've kind of talked about a little bit for game one, but what are in particular things outside of, all right, man, they've got to shoot it better. They've got to shoot it better. What are some things that you're like, hey, this has to be a change for them? This is a part of the game we have to see that's different coming up.
I think that from a coaching standpoint, they have to be willing to go deeper into that bench if the offense looks anything similar to the way that it did.
How deep you?
Well, and that's the thing. I don't think they need to play a whole bunch of guys, but I think they need to decide maybe up front who they like the most in these matchups, whether that's Aaron Holiday. I'm not saying play Aaron Holiday, Reed Shepherd, and Cam Whitmore, but one or two of them and be willing to let them go out there for 7 to 8 minutes. If you're scoring 13 points in a quarter like you did in the second quarter and it gets that bad, I think that they definitely have to be willing to do that. Like, the story is what it is, Ron, the fact that they need to hit these shots. Like, man, they held the Warriors off, and Jimmy was Jimmy. They still held the Warriors to 95. That means 96 wins it. They could have won it without even scoring 100 points. It all comes down to knocking down these shots, making better decisions on offense, and as a coaching staff, deciding, hey, do we need to go away from this and go and lean further into that for our shooting matchups? They don't have a whole lot of shooters, and some of them just happen to be deep on the bench. Some of their instant offense happens to be guys like Cam Whitmore, happens to be guys as crazy,
trust him in this spot,
as crazy as it sounds, Aaron Holiday. I don't, but I do think that you have to be willing to take some risk and be willing to say, hey, I'll try this for 5 to 7 minutes early in the game if that's what it takes. I don't trust him late in the game, but if I'm not scoring, do I trust Cam Whitmore in the second quarter with still the second half to recover from it? Absolutely.
And you're saying if it starts to resemble how bad it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the shot chart, man. They couldn't buy a bucket outside of those first few minutes when they really kind of imposed their will in the matchup, really looked to be in the Rockets' favor. After that, it's clank, clank, and the Warriors start going off.
I mean, they're still, and maybe this goes without saying, but right, I mean, Şengün is still the big key here. I mean, I think when it comes down to winning and losing, like, you're going to have to get a guard that's knocking down some shots, obviously, but Şengün in that matchup is like through 4 quarters, like, you're going to constantly find a way to get him to rock, right?
Well, it's the beauty of it is that Şengün is the most reliable piece of it. People talk about how badly they need a star, how badly they need a superstar, and they do need a go-to guy. But Şengün is their most reliable offense. They need all of these other unreliable together, shooting, the decision-making, the rotations even. All of that stuff has to come together. Şengün is the most reliable piece that they have.
When we get before we get out of here, do you feel, because he rode the fence on this earlier, do you feel this is must-win for the Rockets tonight?
Yes. I do think it's as close to must-win as you can come without it being an actual elimination game.
Like, if
you accept that it's not an actual elimination game, I do think it's must-win. I mean, what are you talking about you got the home court advantage to start, and then you go on the road down 0-2 against this team looking like that? I don't think that's viable.
You don't see their path to winning the series.
Absolutely.
Realistically,
if they lose tonight, absolutely not.
All right, that's Brandon Scott. You can catch all of his work at SportsRadio610.com. He's on In the Loop at 11 every Tuesday with us at 4:40 every Wednesday. He will be at Toyota Center tonight for this huge, and as he said, must-win game for the Houston Rockets. That'll be coming up tonight, so stay tuned for that as we get ready to go into a little 5 o'clock fire. The Astros the Rockets aren't the only thing going on tonight. The Astros have one that can sweep the Blue Jays. We'll give you the starting lineups and get you ready for that one. And what's been talked about Nick Caserio and the potential of what the Texans will do tomorrow on draft night. We'll fill you in on that. That's all coming up next right here live on The Drive.
is in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, will have the latest for you. And the latest is 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club tournament course. I do want to get to the Astros and get you set up for that game. I'm looking at this thing. They're there all week and through the weekend. What goes down in Green Bay after, draft stuff? Outside of covering, just think of the last several years. We were there in Kansas City. We got out. People got out. There was stuff. It's right, downtown. It was in Detroit. There's stuff. I heard Chicago was after Marcus Spears and company and Booger, kind of want to let their hair down, maybe go out. I mean, they just don't feel like there's that many options to go out there and just they don't have the heights.
Cheese tours.
Cheese tours they ain't open at 9, are they? At 10?
Maybe if they like to party.
What are they?
I tell you, cheese curds and cold beer, boy, you'd be puffy by the end of a 3 or 4 day trip. There ain't no doubt about it. I guarantee you.
Even restaurants, what? Yeah. You've been to Green Bay, right?
Yeah. We didn't get out much in the little actual city part. We stayed more out towards the stadium. There's only a couple of options. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe I just don't know. Maybe you all have been there.
There's decent nightlife.
There's in Green Bay.
Yes, sir.
For this number, for the
I don't know about for an event of this magnitude.
I'm saying, there's decent nightlife maybe for a little bit for this.
Like when I've told y'all I have all my family reunions up there in Green Bay, and we're able to get done with our family reunion events during the day and have some fun at night. But I don't know about a whole crowd of NFL draft people.
They got a strip of places, they got a little.
Yeah, outlet mall. I'm just kidding.
I just went in my mind.
No, we went down to a little brewery down there that had some a big outdoor area with some food, and it was cool. It was a cool spot.
Good breweries.
You could tell that there was, if you're into that kind of thing, there's a bunch of that. And I guarantee you, Booger's playing golf. You done found him a nice golf course right around there. If he's got TV time in the morning, he's got an off afternoon tea time. If he got TV time in the evening, which it looks like he's got right now, he's probably got him early morning tea time. Action. Booger's easy going now.
Somebody texted and said people out there taking a trip to Milwaukee is what people are.
That's a drive now.
Yeah, I was about to say that's like 90 miles, ain't it? That's a good drive. I'd do it. All right, let's look at it here as the Astros look to sweep the Padres or the Blue Jays. They almost swept the Padres where I was going. They almost had a chance to sweep the Padres. Weren't able to do that on Sunday. They're going to try to do that behind Ryan Gusto. Here is the lineup, Clint. Seems another fun change in the lineup here. Altuve, Alvarez, they're at the top in left field and DH. Altuve's in left. Paredes is at third. Pena stays in that cleanup spot. Walker in that fifth spot after he had a big game yesterday with 3 hits. Diaz is still catching. DeCinzo, who had a really good game the other day.
Just tore that hand up.
Yeah, hurt that hand, but he had 2 doubles the other day and looked good. And he's going to be back in the lineup playing right field. Dubon gets a day at second base, and then McCormick is at center field. So that's going to be the lineup tonight behind Ryan Gusto. And it's good to kind of see, however it comes. We're not seeing Paredes in a home run, but we're not seeing a ton of power yet. But they are putting up runs, right? Last night they put up 7 in the first game. They put up a good amount yesterday.
5, I think 5-1.
Yeah, 5-1. Yeah, 5 is, you'll take that every night. So hopefully this offense, this means some stuff.
Yeah, look, I mean, some of the struggles that we've seen, I'm not real worried about. Alvarez, not real worried about. Some of the young guys that have stepped up has been awfully impressive, but it's great to see Walker obviously come around, and I'd love to see him have another little decent night tonight. Just a little spark, you know what I mean? And then Jeremy Pena, man, stay hot, young fella. I mean, stay hot. He is. I don't know if he's going to be able to jump Paredes and get up there in the top 3, but the way that the spot has been shuffling this lineup and rewarding guys that are swinging the bat well, he damn sure deserves to be in the top 3 because he is rolling and the speed that he's shown, which we all knew he had, the speed that he's shown on the base pass last night, legging out a couple of infield singles. That's just when you talk about manufacturing something, making something out of nothing. Rough night, you're not seeing it well, you're not swinging it well. Maybe the lineup's having a hard time getting people in scoring position. Man, that Pena is going to be extremely valuable if he can continue to hit the way he's hit. Obviously, he's hot right now. There's what is there a 14, 15 game hitting streak at this point in time?
3 hits yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's hot, but I'm just talking about the way he's been able to make something out of nothing a lot of the times. And I mean that could end up being big in this here lineup. So.
Yeah, he's not the prototypical 4-hole hitter. Not at all what you want. Like as you said, a couple of his hits earlier today were infield variety, and he's getting on base and maybe stealing bases and moving on the base. But right now, with what's happening, I mean, you can't move him right now. Hopefully, he stays this way, and he adds to this. But he's giving them exactly what they need. You want Christian Walker to get going, and hopefully he's jump started yesterday. But you can't touch Pena right now.
That's right.
Like what he's doing. Also, Ryan Gusto, shout out to him. He has done. If I'm the captain, Joe Espada, and Dana Brown, he has done. I mean, you couldn't ask for more than what he's done, being kind of thrust into this situation of stepping up and being a starter or jumping in the rotation for Spencer Arrighetti. Now he's not coming in and throwing no 7-inning, no-run masterpiece or anything like that. But he's kept you in games. He's not just gotten absolutely destroyed to where you got to go to the bullpen for 7 innings or something. So if he can continue to just be solid, that's all they can ask for, and he's been able to do that. All right, so Astros look to get the sweep against the Blue Jays tonight. Stay tuned for that.
Please, Chaz, man, please.
Yeah, they're above 500.
I'm just begging for something good to happen here for Chaz McCormick. I'm worried about him, man. He's on the ledge, boys.
I think he's going to lay down a good bunt.
Oh, man.
Move somebody over.
No, he needs a big
maybe
night.
A sac
he
fly.
Needs a Zinzo night,
maybe a sac fly. Just do good things, right? They say you just do when you're struggling. Just do one good thing for the baseball team at night. Fortunately for him, I think he needs to do
that route.
I think, unfortunately for him, I think he needs to do a couple things to be able to have a chance to stay in the lineup. But good. What do you think? What do you think Chaz has to do to be able to in 2 days when they play again in Kansas City?
Boy, he's going to have a hard time with Zinzo swinging it. Unless the Zinzo's hands are more hurt and he can only swing it once tonight. Yeah,
Chaz goes 3 for 4. He's in the lineup Friday, right?
Oh, good chance.
If he adds a stolen base.
Problem is, Chaz. Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah, center field and right field are his 2 spots.
2 for 4? No.
You gonna come at me about white boy Chaz?
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we are hearing this, and there's a lot of smoke from big-name people, from Tom Pelissero, from Diana Rossini, from multiple people. Albert Breer saying this as well. James Palmer saying this as well. This is coming from The Athletic with Diana Rossini. Nick Caserio has made at least 3 draft day trades every year and 18 total trades since taking over as the GM of the Texans in 2021. Don't be surprised if Houston makes a jump on Thursday night. Sources tell me, like I said, James Palmer has said something similar. Yeah. He even said he thinks they may be looking for an offensive lineman that fits what they're trying to do right now. It feels like, Clint, the day before the draft, I don't think it's just a coincidence that we're hearing this much action being talked about around the Texans potentially trying to make a move to go up.
Yeah, I don't think it's coincidence at all. I think the stars are aligned for them to do so. For one, if not 2 plug-and-play starters, there's draft capital the Texans have that they could use to move up if they so choose to do. They got an extra 3 this year, an extra 2 next year. Nick Caserio's done a good job of flipping that for to move up in the Will Anderson deal, to trade for Stephon Diggs. There's always those extra draft picks he's used pretty wisely, and he's got a lot of value out of them. So that's there. And look, I do think while this isn't just a loaded draft at the top with quarterbacks and top shelf wide receivers and all this and that, I do think there are players that can help the Texans team, and I do think that the Texans have their eye on a couple of players that fit exactly what they want. And you're not going to just sit around and wait on them to fall to you. This is a chance for them to move. I'm betting they do move.
I wonder how far. What are you thinking? A big move, or are you thinking just a few spots to go up and get something?
Well, I think they've got enough to make a big move with that extra 2 next year and an extra 3 this year. I think you got it. You can move, a good chunk. But I don't know what that looks like. I think there's enough really, really good players that they like that somebody's going to fall into that late teen range. That is somebody that's really, really high on their board and high on their overall board in terms of just being a high character guy. And so I don't think they're going to have to move forward.
Like 16 Arizona, 17 Cincinnati, around that range. It feels like offensive line. Is where they're looking at the mocks and the board. That sounds like they're going up to get a tackle. If that's what it is, I don't know if that is their most urgent need, but. That's what it seems like they're doing is to move up to get a tackle. So we'll see. There's someone text in. Unless it's Tyler Warren, I'm good. That'd be nice. That would be a heck of a thought or dream decision there. All right, so that is the latest.
You want to talk about somebody's stock that's up, huh?
It's weird.
He was top 10, kind of waffled a little bit. Now all of a sudden they got him. Where's the Jets drafted?
7. Have you seen him 7. there? I've seen him kind of move. I've seen the Bears be big, interest in Cole Kmet's there, but I've seen the Bears at 10. I know he's not getting past the Colts at 14. They seem to have.
He ain't getting out of the top 10.
You don't think so?
No, sir.
We'll see. It got quiet on him there for a second, but then we'll see. And now you're starting to see that Colston Loveland or something like that from Michigan, the tight end.
Yep.
Moving in there with the Colts if he goes up earlier. But, yeah, be looking out, man. While we're out there tomorrow, we could really see, and I think hear even more that the Texans and Nick Caserio are looking at making a move up.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, as we continue here with draft coverage, Cam Ward is being thought like, right, It's the field. Cam Ward's going to be in this division, right? That's where it seems like it is going.
Seems like it.
It seems like the Titans have said they're interested in trading the number 1 pick. They feel like they are in a good spot of where they're going to go. I don't think there's going to be some sort of shocking surprise. I think they're going to go with Cam Ward. And Cam Ward has expressed and made it clear that his preference is to wear the number 1. And I guess the number 1 is retired for the Titans because with the Houston Oilers, Warren Moon wore number 1, and it's retired.
They do like to try to pretend Houston history is theirs.
I know that eats you alive.
Put those uniforms back in the trunk.
That's my favorite. God. Andre, if you're listening, I want you to know that is my favorite line, and you've had some great ones. Like, right shortly behind, it's every damn week with this guy. So he didn't say damn. You ain't got to worry about that no more, Andre.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that.
This guy. But Warren Moon apparently is considering allowing Cam Ward to get number 1. I don't think they should allow him to consider it. I think they should say, Cam, you got to go in a different direction.
Yeah, I don't know. If I were Warren, I'd probably be good with it.
You would be?
I mean, I wouldn't if it were the Oilers. If it was legit in Houston, it was the Oilers uniform. But I mean, it's in Tennessee. He didn't even wear that jersey. So I mean, he didn't wear that uniform for them. So yeah, I would probably say, all right, man, go ahead and do your thing. Go ahead and do your thing, fella.
Man, I need that retired, right? I
didn't know one was retired in Tennessee.
I think so. Anybody who is with the Oilers, their jerseys are retired with Tennessee. I'm assuming. right?
Oh, anybody that was retired.
Yeah, anybody, because it's their history. Yeah, no, man. You got to try 11, man. You got to try you a different number, dude. What we doing? There's going to be a receiver coming soon. Be like, you know what? I love 80. Hey, Andre. At some point, man, let me hold that 80, dog. I really like 99, man. Let me hold that 99. Nah, man, you need to chill on that, dog.
Justin James, you son of a bitch.
We got to slow down. We really use that word a lot today. I got away from me today. Apologize for that. I thought I might get a text. All right. All right, coming up as we continue, big one tonight. Big one tonight here in Houston. Some would say must win. I'm going to give you three things that, one, I believe the Rockets are capable of changing and that they got to change for them to give themselves the best chance to win. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, it happens every day, baby, every day, and it is a beautiful Wednesday. Some call it a hump day. We are on the backside of it, if you know what I mean, the week, that is. And it's time to talk about them cold.
all draft long on your home of the Houston Texans. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, if you are like many of you, we had somebody text in and tried to lobby for more time for T-Mill's best bet. If you are going to be up and wait for that coming up, and Tyler, I don't know if you need to adjust your best bets, but those out there looking at the money line with the Celtics and the Magic, been days out of them. But when you're looking at the Celtics and the Magic, with soon to be first team All NBA player Jason Tatum, who will be a top probably 5 to 6 finisher in the MVP, he has just been ruled out for tonight's game with that wrist. Just been ruled out for tonight's game. So if you had some money on that game, you might want to look at that, maybe look at that a little differently. We'll see. I wonder how much the line jumped. Like I just
what was the line?
I don't know what the line is, but you two are gamblers. How much do you
use that term loosely for your boy over here? But yeah,
you look at lines and stuff.
I know what it is. Unfortunately,
how much of a swing does a player like that being out make? Like, because I know in the NFL, quarterbacks are the only thing that really swing lines, and Rob Gronkowski. I just remember one time he swung a line 3 points, which is
you ain't never lied.
Which is usually for quarterbacks. But what would something like that change on the line?
Tyler, that's more up your alley, man.
Like a player like that getting hurt.
Who's the player? I'm sorry, I was at him back
Jason
there.
Tatum. Jason Tatum's out for tonight's game. I mean, it would change it, I would think.
Yeah, for sure. Man, basketball's tough. I could be wrong. I would guess 4 or 5 points.
Yeah, that seems like a lot. Yeah.
And that's what I'm hesitant about. I think if anything, that's too much. But yeah, I'd say maybe 4 or 5 points.
It's a significant thing. Like
they're minus 10.5 right now.
Minus 10.5?
Well,
you think that prior to
ESPN? If that was just announced, I don't think ESPN's if they've moved it yet. I bet it drops it to 8.
Oh, a couple points. I was going to say 7, but yeah.
That's a total guess.
Yeah. Interesting. All right. Well, that game will be going on tonight, but the big game that is, I think, the big game of the day anyway, when you look at Orlando and Boston and Cleveland and whoever they're playing. It's Miami. It's like, let's get those over with, move on. This is a big one. This is a big one for the Rockets tonight. And just real quick before we get in there, you can jump in here on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, look like it's a safe space, legitimate. Like how are you feeling as we're several hours away from first tip? How are you feeling right now about this game 2 for the Rockets against the Warriors?
I feel good.
You feeling good?
I feel good. There is no way on God's green earth that we're going to shoot the ball, particularly the two guys that handle it the most. There's no way they could. It's not possible for them to shoot the ball as poorly as they did in Game 1. And with all that said, the Rockets were within 3 points late and a couple shots away from taking a damn lead. So, I think the defense was there. I think the key contributors down the stretch made some shots. It's just these two guys, and I don't think that Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green have another game as bad as they had in Game 1 Sunday night.
So you feel good?
I feel really good. Yep.
Yeah, it feel really good.
I feel really good about this game tonight. Yes, sir. Really good.
And listen, I can get it. Like, yeah, you shot poorly, right? There's a thought of, as you just said, like there's no way they are going to shoot that poorly. No way they can even try to go 6 for 29 from 3. Like no way. So I can understand where you at that point. I will say there are a few things to me that I think they're very capable of doing and should be adjustments in some form or fashion. And I think for me, Clint, the number one thing is they played way too much half-court offense.
Yeah. I think they've admitted as much, right?
Yeah, and I don't think that's their strength. They've got some matchup advantages, right? Like, and I think at the end of the game, it will slow down, and they will probably like be in half court. And then you've got your Şengün matchups. You've got some matchups, but they just didn't get out and run enough. We didn't see them take advantage of their quickness and youth and athleticism and run this thing up and down. They were down in fast break points, which is why I'm not saying that I don't think Golden State wants to have this a little up and down, but I do think they've got to find a way to get easy baskets. Like when you score 85 points, man, you're fighting it. And if you watch the game, they were fighting it to get easy buckets. So I think getting in transition and speeding the game, I think that helps make Steph and Jimmy work even more on that other end if they're running up and down and wears them out maybe late in the game. So I do think speeding up, getting in transition. I think one I know that you're into, and that's Amen Thompson. I think he's got to be a lot more aggressive, especially offensively. He has got to be a factor, Clint, in this game. Like I said, I think the stat for me that really blew me away was Amen Thompson, who out there played most of the game. Jabari Smith played a lot of the game as well. Those two combined to shoot less times than Fred VanVleet did from three. Yep. Like I just not overall.
They made fewer overall shots than Fred VanVleet had 3-point attempts.
They took 12. He took 13 threes.
Yeah, that can't be the case.
And I ain't gonna put that just all on Fred. Like some of that is on Amen Thompson not being aggressive enough, and he's got to take advantage of his matchup. Got his feet wet now. He understands it. And then to me, and again, I think they are capable of all of these things. This one I think is the most difficult, but I think they have got to try to slow one of the big two down.
Yeah.
Right. Like
easier said than done, but you're correct. They're a defensive specialist team. I mean, they've got bodies to throw out there. They got very capable defenders to make those guys' life more difficult than a typical opponent can, and they've got to win that, no question.
I got to make Moody make shots.
No question. I got a question for you. Arkansas, by the way. I got a question. B. Scott was talking about that double big lineup, and I like that double big lineup. I do like it. In general, I like it. I don't know that I like it as much as B. Scott, given that I want to see more Amen Thompson and Jalen Green downhill.
Well, I don't love it because
it clogs up the paint for those two to get to the rack.
And the running thing also, like it slows it down with those two running the floor. Yeah. And to me, I think they can still rebound really well, even if they don't have both.
Steve Adams, yeah.
Like we saw them get dominant on offensive boards.
Yeah.
But I still think Jabari and Şengün, or Steven Adams and Jabari, whatever. I still think with Jabari and Amen Thompson, who is great size, I still think they would still crush them on the boards and get extra opportunities. I don't think they necessarily have to do that and slow their team down.
Yeah, I look at the double big lineup. I do really like it, but in this series, I look at it a lot like I do Fred VanVleet, unfortunately, in a sense of like they've got their place, a very important role, no question about it. But it's to me, those are more reactions to your bread and butter not working, to all the stuff that you laid out there. Amen Thompson. I'll add Jalen Green getting involved, the running and gunning, the speed, the tempo in which you're playing with. I like it, but I think it clogs up the paint for those guys getting to the rack and doing some stuff around the bucket. So I don't love it as much as B.
Not a lot. A lot of the time, I think it's still something they could use, but not right. And they're just forced to, and nobody else, nothing's working. From the text line, go look at the season stats of Green and VanVleet against the Warriors. It's not good. This isn't a one-game thing. Yeah, B. Scott, if you missed it, he was on with us for his Rockets report at 4:40. He said that particularly with him, with Jalen Green, has struggled against Golden State. But I would say, to me, another big thing is Ime Udoka has to walk into this game and treat Fred VanVleet the way he has treated Jalen Green. And that is, hey, man, Jalen ain't got it tonight. And if he ain't got it tonight, I'll sit him down and go in a different direction. He doesn't do that with Fred. I think you can't allow that to go on again.
Especially
like, to me, if Fred don't have it going, right? Like, I for the life of me, Clint, I can't understand. You don't have it going, and you got 13 3-point attempts, 2 for 13. You got 13 of them up. Like, Steph can go 2 for 13. He's Steph, right? Like, you just keep shooting. That's
reserved
threes.
for certain people.
You just keep shooting. Like, Fred ain't and I'm just keep going them up.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep going up with him. Just keep going up with him. So it'll be interesting to see what adjustments Udoka. And you said this yesterday that you feel like you didn't think Udoka was at his best in game one, and he's got to pick it up with the decision making. And I think having these guys.
Well, I don't like the way that he's handling Jalen Green. Given the counterpunch or the alternative, I just don't like it. So it starts there. I'll be completely transparent. It starts there, but you're down 16, 18 points, and you've got a bunch of guys in the game that have really zero chance of scoring. Now, luckily, they played good enough defense, like elite defense, and Golden State couldn't score, so you got back in the game, and then Jabari hit a couple shots, but. Yeah, I don't think – and then now we're seeing where, Amen Thompson coming out and saying, hey, man, we played slow. We didn't speed it up until the second half kind of deal. I think that is a game plan, and that explains some of the Fred VanVleet, dominating the ball kind of stuff early. I think that all of that is Ime Udoka, man. I don't think it was his finest moment in game one in this series.
Text line coming in. We need to play Holiday and Reed Shepherd more. I don't know. Holiday at least has played in some. I know B. Scott brought that up. I don't know. Reed Shepherd. Someone just replaced Jalen in with Cam. I'm not with that. Like those guys have not been guys that you have played in these moments and in one game. Like, I don't go in there and think, boy, those guys are the missing pieces.
No.
Right, like, and I don't think Udoka is going to do that. I mean, they usually cut the bench down at that time, and he did that yesterday. All right, coming up, we will get you T Mills best bets, make you a little bit of money coming up. Talk to you about what we will be on the road, and speaking of that, the newest member said something that newest member of the Texans said something I'm certain will get Texans fans extremely excited. We'll let you hear what that is coming up next.
All right, y'all. Clint Stoerner here from Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial, baby. 281-222-2220.
and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof, while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather-appointed seats are available features.
All right, thanks, Tyler. Let's roll.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we got obviously a couple of few huge days, more than a few, several huge days.
From a couple to a few.
A few huge. I started adding on the weekend to it.
Hey, we got the Rockets in a series, baby.
We got the Rockets in the series that starts tonight. We've got the draft tomorrow, and we'll be live at the draft. We'll be doing our show there, and we will be handing it off as we continue right here on Sports Radio 610 with coverage throughout the draft, and we'll be handing. I talked to the boss. We'll be handing it right off to Mark Vandermeer and John Harris, and they will take over things and hold it down. And it's in the same spot it was last year, so hopefully see many of you out there. I thought last year was cool. They was selling a lot of the new H-Town stuff, the new jackets and things like that. We kept seeing that around last year, so
there will be brand new merch out there.
Whoa, that is when that jacket dropped.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what all that entails, but I know the Texans are releasing brand new merch.
Yeah, look, I encourage everybody to go get the new merch, but I'm pretty proud of the fact that I survived. I remember when my wife first saw that jacket, that female jacket that everybody's buying. She don't go berserk over too much athletic gear. She was like, I got to have that. I survived the year and didn't get it, boys. Save me a little bread.
There were a lot of gentlemen who did not survive it.
Ain't no doubt.
I saw so many of those jackets.
Well, one of y'all buy me some of the new merch tomorrow when you're out there? I mean, I'll give you money for it.
Yeah, man, what you looking for?
Not that I've, ever bought, a lot of things for y'all.
We get out.
No big deal.
Tomorrow I'll send you some photos, man.
We're too sorry.
Send you some photos of what they got.
All that guy does for us, man, he bends over. He does everything but bend over forward for us, man. And at least we could do is buy him a little something.
You don't have to, but I would be.
I'll hook you up, man.
I said I'm going to take the pictures. I said I'm going to take the pictures of him. Do you know what you want? I'm just saying. You want to see the new merch, or do you?
I thought you were saying that you're just going to take pictures of all the new Texans merchandise and just send it to me.
No, you're going to send it to him and figure out which one you like so that I can buy it.
Yeah,
all right. That part
sounds good.
Yeah, sounds good.
Hey, all right, we got a plan now. I think it's a great plan.
Don't be like my wife and order the most expensive thing on the damn rack now.
Well, it doesn't really matter what the money I got,
No, I'll do you a solid.
What we should do is you should send me these pictures of the new merch the Texans are going to have, and at some point early in the show, I'll tweet them out, and I'll get the Drive family to weigh in on what I should purchase.
Yeah, do that. Oh, there you go. Show them out there. All right, so that's coming up tomorrow. As I said, a big weekend. And then Friday, we will be reacting to what happened in the first round and getting ready for the second round. And we will be live as our crawfish circuit continues. And it will continue up north again. We had a good time out up that way last week. We will be at Blue Water Seafood on the northwest side up Highway 290. Come on out with us. And I'm just letting you know, you'll find out on Friday, but you won't want to miss going to the rest of our crawfish circuit, because I'm telling you, there is a big announcement happening on Friday to go along with our new crawfish circuit.
Got a little something for all the people out there, don't we, Ron?
When I say big. All right,
ain't no big deal, man. Another opportunity to win something. Ain't no big deal.
Win a lot. Our couple who has been to all three, you got a chance here. Get out here, and you got a chance to see and hear what that new announcement is. We'll do that on Friday.
Man, woman, or child.
And again, we'll be reacting. Mark and John and everyone else. Sean Pendergast, I'm certain, will be a part of the coverage. They will do their thing Friday and Saturday, the rest of the draft. And you can listen to all of that right here on Sports Radio 610. That's all coming up. All right, CJ Gardner Johnson. We'll get to T-Mill's best bets coming up in just a bit. CJ Gardner Johnson had this to say, and I think many of you will be excited about hearing this. CJ Gardner Johnson spoke, and the first words he spoke about his thoughts of this team coming up next year.
Championship or nothing. You ain't bring me here to win no division or no conference. So if I'm here to help win the Super Bowl, that's gonna be the reason. But I think people know. A lot of people look at this team as like, oh, they got a lot of great pieces. But me to you, I think it's more than just a lot of great pieces. You have a great culture here, great organization. I think the more you fill this up with winners, not just me, because D'Amico was a winner, Ronald Darby was a winner. With a room with winners, I think you're going to get what you want, and I think we're going to get it real soon.
I don't know why that gets me every time.
Ronald Darby getting thrown in there?
With that, he followed up D'Amico with Ronald Darby. Like that was the next name they hit him for some reason. Now they got me, but there he is. He said championship or nothing. He said this is, as I like to call it, a Super Bowl or bust, an S-Bob team. And I think that is exactly how and the way I think D'Amico is thinking. I think Nick is thinking, CJ, and that's how they should be thinking. They should look around there and say, man, we got some great players, and as he said, we got a great culture. That's what their thoughts should be. Is that what your thought is? Do you sense them as – I think the Super Bowl or bust teams are the Eagles, Chiefs, Bills, Ravens, Lions, and then I'm sure people in Cincinnati are probably talking themselves into that potentially. Maybe some people in Washington, maybe some people in San Francisco. Do you see the Texans as that?
I don't know. I do not think that I don't see the Texans as that. I think the teams you named in that second tier, I agree with your first tier of Super Bowl or bust teams. I think that all the teams that you named in the second tier there, it wouldn't surprise anybody if they made a run to a Super Bowl. But as you evaluate and analyze what's going on in their organization right this second, I don't know how you put them in the same category as those other teams, right? I mean, and Washington, I think, is probably the most convincing of like, hey, where do they land? Still with just that one year sample size, I still am not going to just crown them. I think, as you mentioned earlier, they're in a very similar position to what the Texans were a year ago. It's year 2 for their quarterback. It's year 2 for Cliff Kingsbury. There, they added some win now pieces on both sides of the football, and we'll see what they do. But I can't put them there. The other ones, when you talk about Bengals, 49ers, Texans, again, really good organizations. But I think they're pieces away from being in that category with that first group you mentioned.
Yeah.
So no, I don't look at the Texans right now as a Super Bowl or bust team.
Yeah, I think there's some questions, right? I don't like. To me, those teams are disappointed if they don't get there and at the very least get there.
Yeah.
Right. I don't think right now. I don't look at the Texans like that. Mm-hmm. That I'm disappointed with this team if they don't make it. I felt they were closer to S-Bob last year than they were this year. When you start to look at it and you say, all right, how good do you feel about their coaching staff? Feel great. It's a plus. How good do you feel about their play callers? D'Amico on one side, Bobby, and I'm saying coming into last year, Bobby, feel good about it. How good do you feel about their quarterback? Feel like their quarterback coming into last year could play with anybody. What about their weapons? Joe Mixon, Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, feel pretty good about it. All-pro level type tackle in Laramie Tunsil. Defense coming along. And then they add Danielle Hunter. Then they add Aziz Ansari. I felt more of that. More questions to be put in that spot. All right. Again, as we said, T-Mill's best bets coming up. Remember, right after us, Texans All Access and maybe the best special teams coordinator in football, Frank Ross, also doubles as a barber. He will be on with the fellas on Texans All Access, so stay tuned for that right after us. Area 45, Bijani, Creighton, and Chris Santiago, 7 to 11. They will have you covered, and we'll talk Rockets, and we'll be watching that game and also the Astros as they finish things up. All right, Let's make a little cash, Tyler. Last night wasn't good. I mean, it was 1 for 5. Let's just move on. Where are we at tonight?
Yeah, it was a rough Tuesday. But get back